This young woman had light pink hair. She was a princess of a small country, but she was a transmigrator. Before transmigrating, she was just an ordinary office worker. She usually enjoyed watching dramas and reading novels. After experiencing a car accident, she transmigrated into the novel she was reading before her death. Subsequently, she was taken hostage by the emperor of a neighboring country. That day, Anika was waiting for the emperor in the garden. As soon as they met, Anika blurted out, "My child's father, I miss you so much." Seeing the emperor's slightly taken aback expression, Anika hurriedly covered her mouth. After composing herself, she made a request to the emperor. She hoped the emperor would marry her. Looking at Anika's pleading eyes, the emperor put a hand to his forehead and sighed softly. He hadn't brought Anika back to marry her. He only wanted Anika's country to open the transportation route for the magic ore. He didn't understand why this young girl was so insistent on marrying him. Why? Anika paused for a moment, then blushed deeply. "Because from the moment I met your majesty, I fell deeply in love with you." Hearing Anika's reason, the emperor threw cold water on her hopes. He didn't love Anika and already had a fiancé. Anika laughed awkwardly. "But didn't you say that person wasn't your fiancé?" So the emperor quickly corrected himself, saying that she was his future fiancé, someone he would be engaged to. Anika knew this was just an excuse. No one could say what the future held. She still had a chance. "So, do you love Miss Allard?" "Not really." "Then I still have a chance." "Is that so? Why should I give you a chance?" "Because I like you." "I don't think so. If you marry me, there will be greater benefits than marrying Miss Allard. For example, I own land in the Lubnisai wheat storage area. Isn't that the land known as blessed by the goddess of fortune? We have plenty of that kind of land in Begot. I'm the most favored princess. My father will give me. You can't refuse. You shouldn't have to worry about Begot's lube. If you marry me, my father will immediately open the Gruka Road. Even if I don't marry you, the Gruka Road will be open to the nobles. To Grotny, won't it? Anika felt incredibly frustrated, leaving Lubnisai a weak and insignificant nation. If he knew the reason behind her actions, he would surely agree immediately. Having read the story, Anika knew the emperor's fate. If the emperor married Allard, they would have a tyrannical son. Allard would raise her son to be an evil dark magician, and the emperor would be killed by his own son before he reached 40. Anika was suffering in silence. If she revealed all of this, she would probably be treated like a lunatic. Besides, Anika had another reason for clinging to the emperor, to save her own life. She was a transmigrator and couldn't adapt to the magic of this other world. Because of this, Anika only had 5 years to live, and the person who could save her was the emperor before her. However, the emperor was unmoved. The story began with the female lead being rejected by the male lead. The first thing to do after transmigrating was, of course, to look in the mirror. Seeing the pink hair, fair skin, and clear, glass-like eyes in the mirror, Anika was stunned. She had become a great beauty. At the same time, a red-haired woman pushed the door open and entered. As soon as she came in, the woman asked about Anika's condition. Outside the door, many people were also watching and addressing Anika as princess. Anika was even more confused. The red-haired woman placed her hand on Anika's cheek. She had rushed in after hearing Anika's scream. "I was so scared when I suddenly heard you scream. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Are you? Oh dear, why am I starting to speak English? Excuse me, who are you? And where am I? Anika, my darling, don't you remember your mother?" This sudden turn of events left Anika on the verge of tears. Where had she transmigrated to? After calming down, Anika recalled the events of her past life. He was reading a novel on the bus when it suddenly tilted. Following a violent crash, he lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she was in this place. For Anika, surviving this was already a stroke of luck. She had even become a beautiful princess. But something felt strange, a sense of déjà vu. What made Anika realize she had transmigrated into a novel was her sister's unborn child. One day, the two sisters were sitting in the garden. Anika asked about the baby's name. Her sister said it was Breeze. Hearing that name, Anika's head buzzed. She really had transmigrated into the novel she was reading before she died, and the child in her sister's belly. That was the novel's heroine. Breeze hadn't been born yet, but the timeline was still at the very beginning of the story. The novel began with her sister being kidnapped while pregnant with Breeze, meaning the tragedy was about to begin. Anika collapsed onto the bed. While shocked by her transmigration into the novel, she also recalled the subsequent plot. The one who kidnaps her sister is the Emperor of Bigot, a powerful Eastern nation. But he's quite pitiful, because he dies a very tragic death in the end. When she was reading the novel, Anika even cried over his death. The author was so cruel. The nickname Baby Daddy started from there. This novel is a tragic story. After her sister is taken, her brother-in-law dies on the battlefield trying to retrieve his wife and child. Her sister, alone in a foreign land, faints from the shock, causing Breeze to be born prematurely. By the time Breeze turns 10, the conflict between the two countries is finally resolved. Her sister and Breeze are then sent back home. Watching Breeze leave, the Emperor's son, Calf, is both heartbroken and furious. He then begins to dabble in black magic. The year after Breeze leaves, Calf kills his father as a sacrifice for his black magic. He does all of this to inherit the throne as quickly as possible and then annex Breeze's country. 2 years later, her sister dies from an infectious disease. Recalling the story, Anika wept. It was all so tragic, but even more tragic was that these events were about to happen around her. Now that her sister was about to give birth, the invasion from the Bigot Empire wasn't far off. Thinking of her sister's smile, Anika decided to rewrite the tragedy. Now, besides me, who knows the entire plot, no one can save them. A girl accidentally transmigrates into a novel, transforming into a beautiful princess. She's read this novel. Her sister's kidnapping is the beginning of all the tragedy. Anika can't just stand by and watch her sister drift through life. The first step to preventing her sister's kidnapping is to analyze the cause and effect. Why would the powerful Bigot Empire invade Lubnisai? A knight beside her tells her that Lubnisai and Bigot have an agreement. The agreement states that as long as the road to the magic mine is open, Bigot will pay Lubnisai a toll. Anika's face darkens. Since they were invaded, it must have been her father who violated the agreement first. The king of a small and weak country, who gave him the courage. As things stand, there's still a glimmer of hope if her father honors the agreement. After Anika's persistent pestering, her father reveals the truth. The Bigot Empire needs to import magic stones. Therefore, they need to trade with the mineral-rich kingdom of Arkic. To get to Arkic, they need to pass through Anika's country. Recently, the kingdom of Arkic has unearthed a large number of magic stones, causing the trade volume between the two countries to skyrocket. Under these circumstances, Anika's father became greedy. If I use this bargaining chip well, I can make a fortune. Our side demanded a change to the agreement terms regarding the opening fee for the Luca Road, that it was changed from the original fixed payment of polished magic stones to 10% of the total trade volume. For the past 50 years, we've been paying a fixed amount of 100 polished magic stones, and you suddenly ask for 1,000. Aren't you afraid Bigot will be forced into a corner? And you've already been sealed for 2 years. Even though the Bigot Empire is a powerful nation in the East, we signed the Lego peace agreement. They won't attack us. I thought the Bigot Empire desired peace on the continent, but you've exhausted their patience. So, do you intend to reopen the Gruka Road? There's no need. Now that plan A has failed, Anika is very depressed. Anika, is something bothering you? Why are you sighing? Nonsense. There's nothing wrong. If you have any worries, you must tell your sister. It's nothing. I can't let a pregnant woman worry about this. Your sister will do everything she can to help you. My sister is truly an angel. I will definitely protect you. Trust me. Since that's the case, I can only resort to plan B. That is, to prevent my sister from being kidnapped. But Anika doesn't know when the Bigot Empire will invade. Because of this, Anika has been staying in her sister's chambers. She must stay by her sister's side at all times. Today, the sisters came to the palace for breakfast, as usual. Their parents inquired about her sister's health. But Anika was a little absent-minded, even irritable. She had a bad premonition, so she took her sister's hand. She intended to take her back. Both parents were bewildered. They had just arrived. Why were they leaving already? Anika made the excuse that her sister was frail and that it wasn't good for the baby. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind her parents to stay in the palace today and not go out. Just as they stepped out of the palace gates, the sisters saw the flags in the distance. It seems the enemy really has launched a surprise attack. Anika pulled her sister and ran to the side. She had to hide her sister. Arriving at a room, Anika opened a small door and hid her sister inside. But the space here wasn't enough. Anika had to go to another secret base. Just as she left the side area, Anika heard the sounds of fighting nearby. The other secret base was in the Eastern Palace. Anika hiked up her skirt, planning to use the pillars as cover to sneak over. In the center of the square, a man in a red cape was observing the battle. Anika was spotted by the man as soon as she jumped over. Anika peeked her head out to look. Finding the man facing her, she quickly pulled her head back. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Anika trembled all over. Their eyes met. They both recognized each other's identity. Clean clothes, pink hair, blue eyes, and glowing red-purple eyes. I've caught Lubnisai's princess. Are you the emperor? Just like that, Anika was hoisted onto the emperor's shoulder. Anika was dumbfounded. She just wanted to prevent her sister from being kidnapped. She never thought she would be kidnapped instead. Apparently, the emperor's target was the princess of Lubnisai. However, there were two princesses. Anika really took the fall this time. Princess Anika was kidnapped. The kidnapper was the emperor of a neighboring country. Anika was carried on his shoulder, upside down. This bizarre sight was truly something. She had intended to prevent her sister from being kidnapped, but it turned out she was the one kidnapped. Seeing this, the surrounding knights rushed forward to stop him, but they were all repelled by the emperor. Fighting while walking, Anika felt like her internal organs were about to shatter. After all, the emperor was wearing armor. I don't expect you to let me go. Just please put me down. I'll go with you myself. If that's really not possible, could you at least carry me in a more comfortable way? The emperor didn't put her on the ground, but onto a horse. Anika was terrified. She didn't know how to ride a horse. If she fell, she would be twisted into a pretzel. The emperor placed his hand on Anika's shoulder, told her to be quiet, and instructed her to straighten her back and lean against him. This way, she wouldn't fall. After reassuring Anika, the emperor abruptly pulled the reins and ordered the entire army to retreat. After leaving the palace, a circular halo appeared ahead. It was a magic circle with teleportation capabilities. The light was blinding. The emperor instinctively covered Anika's eyes. As the emperor chanted, Anika felt her consciousness fading. When she woke up, she only heard the noisy chatter around her. The emperor's handsome face came into view. He inquired about Anika's condition. This made Anika secretly delighted. The handsome man was actually speaking. Seeing Anika giggling, the emperor thought she was seriously injured and wanted the mage to examine her. Seeing the halo in the mage's hand, Anika felt a sharp pain in her head. When the hand touched Anika's head, the stinging pain reached its peak. Anika instinctively pushed the mage away. The intense pain caused him to fall to the ground. At this moment, Anika was like someone struck by lightning. Her whole body was trembling until she grabbed the emperor's foot. The stinging pain vanished in an instant. The emperor held Anika's hand. His eyes were filled with worry. Anika was on the verge of tears. What was all this? She had tried everything to prevent her sister from being kidnapped, but she ended up being kidnapped instead, forced to ride a tall horse at full gallop, and now enduring such great pain. If she had known this would happen, she would still have chosen to do the same. After all, protecting her sister was non-negotiable. Anika collapsed on the ground and started muttering, complaining about the emperor's actions. Why didn't he just leave when he couldn't find her sister? Why did he have to grab her, the wrong person? Seeing Anika crying, the emperor picked her up. This allowed her to be close enough to admire the handsome man's face. Anika's grievances seemed to disappear by half. Afterwards, the emperor spread the imperial flag on the ground and placed Anika on it. He took out a handkerchief and wiped Anika's tears. He didn't know Anika had no resistance to magic. He softly asked if she was in pain, and being suddenly kidnapped must have been frightening, too. Seeing the dirt on her face, Anika felt a little embarrassed. So she snatched the handkerchief and started wiping her face herself. But why was it so painful just now? The emperor asked gently, "Were you this sensitive to magic or magic stones before?" Anika was dumbfounded. Sensitive to magic. This had never happened before. After all, she had only been in this body for 8 months. She didn't know anything about the previous situation. The emperor had intended to return to his country directly through the magic circle, but given Anika's condition, he couldn't use it anymore. So he ordered the army to return on horseback. Then he remembered that Anika couldn't ride a horse. She had been terrified just now. Anika stammered that she could do it. It was just that she didn't dare to ride alone. Anika felt a little guilty, feeling like she was causing him trouble. But after thinking about it, she felt it wasn't right. She had been kidnapped by him, so why should she worry about troubling him? The emperor extended his hand to Anika. Since she didn't dare to ride alone, she could ride with him. Anika was slightly taken aback. How could this kidnapper be so gentle? Anika was taken by the emperor, but the emperor, as a kidnapper, was very gentle and considerate. While going through the teleportation circle, the emperor shielded Anika from the blinding light. When Anika fell unconscious, he tore off the flag, symbolizing the empire, and laid it on the ground for her to rest on. Because Anika was sensitive to magic, in order to prevent her from suffering, the emperor gave up on using the magic circle and ordered the entire army to return home on horseback. Anika didn't dare to ride alone, so the emperor let her ride with him. Seeing the emperor's outstretched hand, Anika was slightly lost in thought. The novel only had a few lines describing the emperor. She had thought he was a cold-blooded person, but this kidnapper was unexpectedly gentle. Anika placed her hand in his and used it to stand up from the ground. After hesitating for a moment, Anika made a request. She hoped the emperor would let her go back. Seeing the emperor remain silent, Anika felt even more aggrieved. As expected, it wouldn't work. No matter how gentle he is in the novel, he's the one who sought an audience with my sister for 10 years. The emperor finally spoke. As long as Anika's country opens the magic or routes, that he will naturally release Anika. But before the negotiations are settled, the emperor hopes Anika will cooperate. Cooperate well with him. He swore on the empire's honor that he would guarantee Anika's safety. Looking at the man before her, Anika once again considered his fate. He would be killed by his own son before he even reached 40. In this world, perhaps only she knew this ending. Anika fiddled with her handkerchief. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the emperor. She had felt the same way when she desperately tried to protect her sister. Come to think of it, Anika didn't even know the emperor's name. That father of her child. What's your name? The emperor stared blankly at Anika. What did she mean by father of her child? After a moment of hesitation, but he gave his name. He said it was Aridian. Anika coughed lightly, and gave her own name. Accompanied by the sound of hooves, the army set off towards the foreign land of Begot. Anika sat stiffly in front of Aridian, appearing very reserved. Relax a little. You'll get a backache like this. Anika retorted that she wasn't sore, a blush creeping up her face. When she mounted the horse, Aridian had specifically taken off his armor. Clearly, it was for Anika's sake. With his armor removed, the distance between them lessened considerably. Anika could feel his firm chest muscles and his subtle movements. The more she thought about it, the more shy she became. After all, she had been single for 25 years and 8 months. Anika looked up at Aridian's profile. He had a clean, refreshing scent, a very comforting one. Anika took a deep breath, lost in the sensation. But when she came to her senses, her face flushed. She was actually swooning. So she started fanning her face frantically, trying to dispel the blush. Because of this movement, her body tilted. Just as she was about to fall off the horse, Aridian wrapped his arms around her waist. He lowered his head slightly, telling her not to move. Only then did Anika settle down. Still worried, Aridian reached out with one hand and placed it on her shoulder. This gesture made Anika blush again. Several hours later, Anika collapsed again. Her face was contorted in pain. She had only seen Rose light a fire with a magic circle from a distance, but that intense pain had once again surged through her body. Anika instinctively reached out. Aridian quickly grabbed her hand. Upon touching Aridian, Anika felt much better. The pain gradually subsided. At this moment, Aridian gave Anika a strong sense of security. Anika leaned on Aridian's shoulder, her eyes filled with tears of distress. While comforting Anika, Aridian asked Rose, isn't her reaction a bit too extreme? Rose wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had only lit a fire. This strange occurrence was the third time now. The first was when they went through the magic circle. The second was when he tried to heal her with magic. The third was being triggered by the magic used to light the bonfire. It seems the princess is indeed sensitive to magic. Anika leaned weakly against Aridian. She realized the root cause. She wasn't from this world. That's why she was rejecting magic. What she couldn't understand was that why the pain disappeared when she touched this man. Anika went limp in Aridian's arms. The 3 encounters with magic had caused her immense pain. Fortunately, there was Aridian. As long as she touched him, the pain would slowly fade away. Aridian lifted Anika, Princess, did this never happen in Lubnisai? Anika blinked. At least, it hadn't happened in the 8 months since she'd arrived. This was the first time she'd seen a mage since coming to this world. Besides, Lubnisai is just a small country. It doesn't have mages. As for magic, it's all used for border defense. So Anika wouldn't have come into contact with it. On the other hand, the Begot Empire has traces of magic everywhere. Thinking of this, Anika felt even more disheartened. As someone sensitive to magic being kidnapped to such a country, wouldn't she die in minutes? Unwilling to endure the pain any longer, Anika hoped Iridian would knock her unconscious. If she were unconscious, the troops could use magic to teleport her directly back home. The pain is only momentary anyway. When she wakes up again, she'll be lying in her bed. That would be quite nice. Iridian sighed lightly and directly rejected the request. He wouldn't easily lay a hand on royalty from another country. He then gently placed Anika on the ground. Anika looked at the troops behind her. Many of them were injured. If they couldn't use magic because of her, they wouldn't be able to light a fire, eat, or even get treatment in this harsh environment. So Anika looked at Iridian again. If you really can't bring yourself to do it, you can also just send me back through the magic circle like before. I'll pass out anyway. Iridian frowned. What if something happens to the princess? Anika felt a bit shy. If something happens to me, just hold me like you did earlier, and I'll be fine. At the same time, Anika argued in her mind, this is definitely not to satisfy my own selfish desires. Iridian unfastened his cloak and draped it over Anika. He could do this, but he would still reject her suggestion. I can use tools to light a fire, but you are a proud lady. Because of your special constitution, even protecting yourself is difficult. They are Begot's elite troops. You can't be compared to them. He had said he would guarantee Anika's safety. He didn't want to become someone who went back on his word. Iridian told Anika not to stray too far from him, because the Empire's borders were protected by magic, danger lurked everywhere. Anika was a little touched. Her heart became even more determined about what she had to do next. That's right, she absolutely couldn't let such a war man be killed by his son. Anika sat back to back with Iridian and thought about her physical condition. The air here felt heavy. Because of the magic, even breathing was a little difficult. But as long as she stayed by his side, it became much easier. This man must have some kind of medicinal aura. At this time, Iridian was having a conversation with Rose from a distance. Rose was a powerful mage. To maintain a safe distance from Anika, Iridian had sent him to a distant tree. Iridian asked Rose if there was any way to treat her. Rose said no. Generally, people sensitive to magic don't live past 5 years. He didn't know how Princess Anika had survived until now. Hearing that she could only live for 5 years, Anika suddenly emerged from behind Iridian. Only 5 years. Rose nodded. Because this world is made up of two powerful forces. Magic is one of them. Whether it's the ground beneath our feet or the air we breathe, there's a faint trace of magic mixed in. So, people sensitive to magic definitely won't live long. Anika's mind raced. She had been transported here for 8 months already. If she could only live for 5 years, that would leave only 4 years and 4 months. Seeing Anika so agitated, Iridian pulled her back against him. He told her to calm down and let Rose continue. Rose said, it's probably His Majesty's divine power that's mitigating the magical irritation. Anika recalled the novel. The Begot royal family did indeed inherit the blood of the gods. As a royal, Anika had also received a divine blessing at birth. In that case, as long as she stayed by Iridian's side, she would be safe for the time being. Anika sighed lightly. Her plan was half successful and half failed. She had been kidnapped in her sister's place. Next, she had to think about how she was going to survive. After all, she was sensitive to magic. Anika looked at Iridian. He and Iridian were both supporting characters in the novel. But what a coincidence. The supporting character in the original story happened to be the one who could save her. As things stood, she could only adopt Plan C. That was for the supporting characters to benefit each other. She had to solve her physical problem and also save Iridian from being killed by his son. After learning she wouldn't live past 5 years, Anika was devastated. Until she found another way to sustain her life, she absolutely had to stay by Iridian's side every step of the way. And if she wanted to stop Iridian from being killed by his son, she had to stop his son from learning black magic. Edra was the one who taught him black magic. That meant she had to stop Edra and Iridian from getting married. It had occurred to her, why not marry him herself? This would solve both her physical problem and save this kind man. It was the perfect solution. Now harboring the thought of marrying him, a rosy blush crept onto Anika's face. Meanwhile, Iridian's voice startled her. Anika looked at Iridian's handsome face. It was like seeing the light. After a night's rest, the troops were ready to depart. Anika was still lost in thought. Marrying such a warm, caring, and handsome man. Just the thought of it made her feel incredibly happy. Seeing Anika's love-struck expression, Iridian chuckled. "What are you thinking about? You seem so deep in thought." "I was thinking about how handsome you are." Iridian paused, truly unable to understand the workings of this girl's mind. Seeing Iridian's reaction, Anika felt a little embarrassed. Thinking back on the past 2 days, though she'd made a few blunders, it wasn't too bad, right? Lost in these thoughts, Anika began to regret her words. Crying all the time. How could that not be considered excessive? Anika was mortified again, feeling her composure completely crumble. Seeing Anika's sudden mood swing, Iridian was even more dumbfounded. "You really are an amazing person." Hearing Iridian's assessment, Anika instinctively covered her face. She was utterly humiliated. How could she possibly marry him now? Moreover, he was the emperor of Begot. There was no reason for him to marry a princess from such a tiny country. At this moment, someone reached out a hand to Anika. When Anika didn't react, they put an arm around her waist, then lifted her up and gently placed her on a horse. At Iridian's command, the army set off towards the capital. Though somewhat dejected, Anika still knew what she had to do. Even if she couldn't marry Iridian, she had to stop him from marrying Edra. In the novel, Edra had instilled the knowledge of black magic into her son from a young age, telling him he was a monster, a combination of powerful divine power and the most evil magic, that as long as he wanted it, the whole world could be his. Even the distant divine realm, if he desired it, would be his. Use your hands to control the entire world. Snapping back to reality from the novel's plot, Anika subconsciously leaned against Iridian's chest, leading her son down the path of black magic. Edra was absolutely insane. So, how could she stop their marriage? Thinking about this, Anika began to speculate on when Iridian would get married. Her sister was already 7 months pregnant, which meant Blitz would be born in 3 months. And Kaf was a year younger than Blitz. That meant Iridian would get married within a year, at least. Seeing how little time she had, Anika grew even more anxious. By midday, the troops finally arrived at the capital. Anika looked left, then right. The architecture here was very ancient, completely different from Lubnisai's charming style. At the same time, Iridian placed his cloak over Anika's head. He was afraid she wouldn't be comfortable with the attention. Anika looked towards the city gate. There was a huge crowd gathered there. They were there to welcome the triumphant return of the troops. If she hadn't been covered by the cloak, with her inherent shyness, she would have panicked. This man was so thoughtful, truly the perfect husband material. If she could, she really wanted to just whisk him away. After Iridian helped Anika off the horse, a flurry of footsteps came from behind them. A red-haired woman approached Iridian affectionately. She grasped his hand, expressing her worry for him. She spoke while crying, saying she had been weeping day and night from missing His Majesty. Anika watched, dumbfounded. The red-haired woman was undeniably beautiful, with a captivating voice and an alluring charm. Even Anika, a woman herself, was mesmerized. What effect would this have on Iridian? Anika snuck a glance at him. His face was impassive, showing no reaction. Seeing this, Anika felt a pang of sympathy for the red-haired woman. Not only was he unmoved by such beauty, but he was also so cold. Forget falling in love. He didn't seem to feel anything at all. This beautiful woman was crying. He should at least comfort her. Anika considered intervening, but the woman's sharp gaze made her flinch. Iridian spoke to the woman, saying that this expedition wasn't dangerous in the first place, so she needn't have come to the capital personally. The woman replied that this might be where she would live in the future, and as his future wife, she naturally had to greet him personally upon his return from the expedition. Hearing this, Anika froze. This woman was Edra. Anika had barely arrived in Begot's capital and had already run into her future rival, Edra, and she had just felt sorry for her. Edra was a wicked mage who could manipulate corpses and summon infernal spirits. Seeing how beautiful her rival was, Anika's confidence dwindled. She subconsciously revised her plan. Marrying Iridian seemed hopeless. Edra tearfully asked Iridian if he was injured. He said no, and told her not to cry, as he didn't have a handkerchief to offer her. He told Edra to go back, because he couldn't keep the army waiting, and he also had important guests. Anika was stunned. She hadn't expected Iridian to be so cold. His attitude towards his fiancée was no different from his attitude towards her. This made Anika even more disheartened. If he was indifferent to such a beautiful woman, she had no chance of seducing him. Just then, Anika felt a chilling aura. After being glared at by Edra, Anika froze in place, unable to move. Then, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Anika felt heavy, as if she were sinking into the ground. The ground felt like mud, filled with ghostly hands that she couldn't escape. Seeing Anika swaying, the soldiers behind her rushed to support her. Iridian, preoccupied with Edra, didn't notice Anika behind him. Anika's consciousness faded. She felt her blood slowly drying up. She collapsed to her knees. The soldiers cried out in alarm, and Iridian finally turned around. Just as Anika was about to suffocate, Iridian's presence pulled her back from the brink of death. Anika coughed violently, gasping for air. She looked at Iridian. He had saved her again. Meanwhile, Edra's saccharine voice came from behind. Although I don't know who this lady is, she seems to have been entangled by a vengeful spirit just now. It seems this lady has an affinity for such sinister things. Why would your majesty bring such a person back? Anika was dumbfounded. Edra had clearly tried to kill her with black magic, yet now she acted as if she had nothing to do with it. Anika couldn't understand. This was their first meeting, and she hadn't provoked her. Why would Edra try to kill her? Iridian spoke up, saying that Anika was royalty from another country and that Edra shouldn't be disrespectful. As a subject of Begot, do not make me lose face. Edra tucked her hair behind her ear and then turned to Anika. So, this lady is of Lubnisai royalty. If I have offended you, I apologize, but you seem unwell. Allow me to help you to rest. How about that? Anika was appalled. Apologize if she offended her, and offer to help her rest. Anika wasn't stupid. If she went with Edra, she wouldn't live to see the next day. So Anika collapsed to the ground again, reaching out to Iridian with a weak cough. Iridian quickly rushed to Anika's side and picked her up. Anika wrapped her arms around Iridian's neck, a triumphant smile on her face. I'm the queen of playing sick. Iridian turned to the army and ordered them to disband and rest. Then there was Edra. Iridian told her to go back. Before Edra could speak, Iridian turned and left, carrying Anika. Leaning against Iridian's shoulder, Anika glared fiercely at Edra and silently vowed to prevent Iridian from marrying her. Looking at Edra's cold gaze, Anika stuck out her tongue and crossed her eyes, making a face. Anika's first encounter with Edra was won by feigning illness. Looking at Edra's resentful eyes, Anika made a face, and this scene happened to be seen by Iridian. He chuckled. Princess, you're so transparent, no matter what you do. Anika blushed. She truly did wear her heart on her sleeve. It was the same in her past life. Whenever her boss criticized her, she would always have an expression that said, all right, enough already. She told Iridian that the first time she felt ill, it was genuine. Iridian's expression tightened. So the second time you were feigning illness. Looking into Iridian's seemingly all-knowing eyes, Anika had to admit it. She said it was because Edra was so frightening. Iridian explained that Edra was the second-ranked mage in the Magic Tower, so it was normal to be afraid. Anika thought for a moment. Iridian probably didn't know she was a dark mage. Dark magic forcibly seizes souls that should return to the gods, manipulating corpses like puppets. If discovered, the punishment is death. Therefore, dark magic is practiced in secrecy, passed down from master to apprentice, and so on, covertly. Anika grew increasingly frightened. As a dark mage, Edra was so brazenly occupying the second-in-command position in the Magic Tower. What kind of terrifying person had she provoked? Anika tried to describe how Edra had harmed her with dark magic, but Iridian interrupted her halfway through. Iridian told Anika it was best not to meet with Edra. He explained that Edra was accustomed to using magic, and that she had made significant contributions to the Magic Tower and was a powerful mage. So Anika's reaction might have been due to that, seeing Iridian's trust in Edra. Anika didn't know how to expose Edra. Iridian certainly wouldn't believe her just based on her words. Iridian reassured her that he wouldn't allow Edra to enter the Imperial City so freely in the future. Anika blushed. Was he doing this for her? Looking at Iridian's handsome face, Anika quickly turned away. She was almost captivated by his looks again. Just as she turned her head, Anika saw a unique palace. It had an onion-like shape, white tooth-like curtains, and huge, bright windows. It was very similar to the castle in Lubnisai. Anika wriggled free from Iridian's arms and ran to the front of the palace. This was the palace where her sister and Blitz had lived in the novel. Seeing Anika, the maids who had been waiting curtsied in greeting. As she passed one maid, Anika recognized her. In the novel, there was a light brown-haired maid who took great care of her sister. Her hometown was in southern Lubnisai. Her name was Marianne. The princess called out her name on their first meeting. Marianne was slightly taken aback. Then she responded to Anika with a warm smile. Entering the palace, the decorations were exactly as described in the novel. Anika was momentarily lost in thought, a strange feeling welling up inside her. She sighed softly, feeling inexplicably tired. Being so far from Iridian, her condition plummeted from 100 to 0. Iridian knocked on the door, asking Anika if she was satisfied with the palace. Anika said she loved it, but Iridian had a question. He didn't understand why Anika kept calling him Dad. Anika was stumped. She made the excuse that Iridian was very much like her own father. After all, she couldn't tell him the truth. The main reason was that Anika had been fond of Iridian's character while reading the novel. She had even cried bitterly for him when she read the part where he was killed by his son. Iridian saw through Anika's little scheme. She wasn't good at lying, but quite skilled at making excuses. He looked at her and said, "I'm not married. I don't have children. So, calling me Dad is a bit much, isn't it?" Anika subconsciously muttered Dad a few times. He won't even let me call him Dad. Seeing Iridian wasn't joking, Anika felt a little disappointed. She said she wouldn't call him that anymore and apologized. Iridian chuckled and told her to rest well. "If you need anything, you can ask the maids. Although things got off to a rocky start, as long as you're cooperative, I will treat you as a valued guest. So during this time, you can ask for anything you want." Anika blushed. This man was too gentle and considerate, making her heart flutter. She had thought he was this gentle with everyone, but seeing his resolute attitude towards Edra, it seemed that wasn't the case. Did he just hate people crossing boundaries? Or his limits? Seeing Anika's silence, Iridian turned to leave. Realizing she hadn't finished speaking, Anika quickly grabbed the corner of his robe. She asked Iridian if he would marry Edra. Iridian replied, "I suppose it seems likely. I guess so. She's certainly qualified to be empress." Anika's face was filled with panic. "It's not about qualifications. That woman is a dark mage. If you marry her, the consequences will be unimaginable." Anika wanted to expose Edra, but didn't know where to begin. After all, she had no concrete evidence. Just then, Iridian took Anika's hand. She felt the fatigue in her body slowly disappearing. Blushing, she looked at him. He had actually noticed her exhaustion. Then Iridian spoke. "The princess of Lubnisai truly doesn't understand self-preservation." Anika was a little bewildered. "Why would you say that?" "First, a private space like a bedroom shouldn't be entered casually." Anika felt a little wronged. "How can you blame me? Your Majesty followed me in." Iridian placed his hand on Anika's hair. "Second, if someone follows you into a room without permission, you should immediately send them out. Third, you shouldn't stop a man who is trying to leave." Anika understood. He was talking about the current situation. After a moment of silence, Anika spoke. "What if I like you?" Anika thought this was the perfect opportunity. She wanted to test Iridian's boundaries. And how could she get closer to this man? How could she have an advantage over Edra? Anika didn't have many options. The only thing she could use now was her beauty. She and Edra just had different styles. Anika was also beautiful. "If I like your Majesty, wouldn't I not have to worry about these things?" After speaking, Anika looked at Iridian expectantly, then realized her mistake. She should have acted shy in this situation. Iridian simply sighed. Then he stated his fourth point. "Fourth, such words shouldn't be spoken carelessly, regardless of the place or person." Iridian thought Anika was lying to him. He added that his intuition was very accurate. Anika was dumbfounded. "Your intuition is completely wrong. You have no idea how evil the woman you trust is." Anika pouted and said Iridian didn't see her as a woman. Iridian's face was grim. "What do you mean I don't see you as a woman? Don't let that thought make you careless." Anika glared at him, while Iridian remained equally perplexed. "Your thoughts and actions are truly unpredictable." With that, Iridian left. Anika was furious. Her first confession had ended like this. "Are you trying to say that this kind of simple, straightforward seduction doesn't work on you. Anika looked out the window at Iridian and vowed to properly seduce him. Iridian, who hadn't gone far, inexplicably felt the back of his head grow warm. He was also curious about what this little princess was up to. What a peculiar woman, so delicate and small, with such an innocent appearance, yet such a strong presence. He hadn't intended to harm Anika from the beginning. The raid on Lubnisai wasn't meant to cause conflict. It was simply a warning against Lubnisai's arrogance and excessive ambition. Before the raid, Iridian had ordered that there be no casualties. He believed this warning was effective. With Anika here, Lubnisai opening the magic or routes is only a matter of time. Thinking of Anika, Iridian shook his head. Why did he feel like he brought back a huge problem? Back in his chambers, Iridian asked his secretary if the matter had been taken care of. The secretary nodded. He said that within a 200-meter radius of the princess's palace, all magic-related items had been removed. Iridian pondered for a moment. He felt that 200 meters wasn't enough. He ordered it expanded to 500 meters. The secretary was a little surprised. Expanding to 500 meters would encroach upon His Majesty's own backyard. His Majesty was usually very cautious. He hadn't expected him to be so lenient towards. He didn't need to see it to know that the vicious and cunning woman must be furious right now. And this Lubnisai princess had no idea who she had provoked. Clearly, Iridian knew everything. He was also interested in the conflict between Anika and Edra. This little princess was like a naive kitten. Thinking of this, he ordered the secretary to inform Edra. He said that she was forbidden from entering his quarters for a period of time. The secretary had a worried look on his face. Miss Edra was unlikely to obey. Up until now, Edra had been preventing any women from getting close to Iridian, and Iridian had been using this to reject the advances of other noble ladies. Now that there was a valued guest in the palace who needed protection, he naturally couldn't let Edra wander in and out as she pleased, because Iridian knew that Anika was no match for that woman. Anika had slept for a whole day, but she still felt tired after waking up. Anika could only comfort herself with the thought that perhaps the long journey had exhausted her, having been told that the princess was sensitive to magic. Marianne looked at Anika as if she were looking at a terminally ill patient. She told Anika that the magic ore had been removed, saying that it was safe within a 500-meter radius. Anika listened dumbfounded. She didn't grasp how large a 500-meter radius was. Seeing this, Marianne couldn't help but laugh. The princess truly wore her heart on her sleeve. Marianne suggested they go for a walk. The areas where they could walk had been marked and were easy to identify. Anika wasn't interested in the markings. She only had one thought: seduce Iridian or drive Edra away. But for either plan, she needed to stay here. So, understanding the layout of the palace was essential. So, she readily agreed to Marianne's suggestion. White cloth billowed on the fences. Anika paused. They really were easy to identify. Anika looked towards the distant garden. Was that the backyard of some palace? Marianne told her it was the royal backyard. East to the central royal backyard, west to the Kalita Palace, south to the training grounds, and north to the north gate of the palace. This was the area where the princess could move about. If she went beyond this range, she might encounter danger. Anika sighed. Although it was much better treatment than that of an ordinary hostage, she was still imprisoned. Bigot imported a large amount of magic ore every year, and it was a country that highly valued magic. And Iridian, for Anika's sake, had cleared this area of magic ore. He was clearly taking great care of her. As if remembering something, Marianne said that if the princess wanted to go outside the boundary, she must inform His Majesty. Hearing this, Anika instantly became energized. Does that mean he will personally come and take me out? Anika was overjoyed. She wanted to go out and see right now. A moment later, a man came to Anika and asked where the princess wished to go. Anika was stunned. The man introduced himself. He was a priest from the temple named Eric. His Majesty had sent him to protect Anika. Anika was furious. How could His Majesty do this? He sent a temple priest. Did this mean he wouldn't meet with her anymore? The priest explained that his divine power wasn't as strong as His Majesty's, so he couldn't quickly alleviate the pain caused by magic. If the princess felt any discomfort, she had to tell him immediately. Anika felt a little disappointed, but it was understandable. After all, His Majesty was a busy man. How could he be at her beck and call? But if she couldn't even see him, how could she seduce him? After stepping outside the boundary, Anika learned about the palace from the priest. The hunting grounds were personally managed by His Majesty, so the princess wouldn't be able to enter. From this, Anika deduced one piece of information. The first place Iridian would appear was the training grounds, and the second place was the central royal backyard. Opposite the backyard was His Majesty's palace. Because the two were close, His Majesty often strolled in the backyard and would have afternoon tea with Edra there. Anika nodded. This was useful information. Is Edra? Anika voiced her question. Is she His Majesty's fiancée? The priest told her they weren't engaged yet, but Edra was tacitly considered the next empress. Anika was puzzled by this confirmation. The priest continued, it started about 5 years ago. Edra has been actively pursuing His Majesty, and His Majesty hasn't explicitly rejected her. Anika felt a pang of disappointment. Not rejecting her means he agrees, right? Does His Majesty like Edra? This question made the priest ponder for a moment. I've never sensed that His Majesty feels that way. As the princess noticed, although His Majesty is kind and tolerant to everyone, he's actually difficult to approach. It's like there's a high wall in front of him. Rather than saying His Majesty likes Edra, it's more accurate to say he doesn't dislike her. After all, Edra is indeed a rare strategic partner. Anika understood. Perhaps Iridian considered Edra, the master of the Summer Magic Tower, a suitable empress in terms of ability and power. But they weren't engaged yet. This was good news for Anika. She felt guilty about trying to steal someone else's man. The priest pointed to the Begot palace ahead and warned the princess to be extremely careful. That's His Majesty's and the future empress's palace. The security is 10 times stricter than other palaces, and the palace is surrounded by magic ore. Anika nodded quickly. To her, this was like the final level in a game. She wouldn't survive half a minute there. The problem was, her handsome emperor was inside, and she couldn't get in. The only way now was to wait for him to come out. Since she couldn't enter the training grounds, Anika decided to target the central backyard. From that day on, Anika began staking out the backyard. Anika brought books and snacks, preparing to wait in the backyard. She learned from the priest that Iridian usually took a break at 2 p.m., but Anika waited for 4 whole days. Yet she didn't even see a hair of Iridian. Anika suspected the priest was lying to her. The priest waved his hands frantically. I am a priest who serves the gods. I would never lie. Anika collapsed onto the table, exhausted. She had thought she would only feel unwell when experiencing magic incompatibility symptoms. But that wasn't the case. The land here also burdened Anika. She felt like her legs had no strength. Before, just holding Iridian's hand would instantly revive her. But now, even just sitting here, she still felt tired. Despite this, Anika felt bad about letting the priest casually expend his divine power. Seeing the princess's worried expression, Marianne, who was nearby, explained His Majesty usually comes for a walk, but he has a lot of political affairs to attend to after the Lubnisai expedition. So he's very busy. This explanation didn't make Anika feel any better. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. Does he hate me? Am I too annoying? It seems my previous embarrassing behavior has ruined my image. Or maybe he doesn't like my type. Does he prefer a sexy and alluring woman like Edra? Thinking about it, they did seem quite well matched. If it were sitting there, she felt the atmosphere would suddenly change. After much deliberation, Anika patted her cheeks. She couldn't give up. If you won't come to see me, then I'll make you have to come see me. At 2 p.m. on the 5th day, Anika arrived at the backyard as usual. But this time, she hid behind the bushes. Anika knew Iridian was aware of her presence in the backyard, which was why he deliberately didn't appear. If he still didn't show up this time, even when she was hiding, Anika would accept the fact that he was busy. In his office, Iridian, about to start writing, glanced at the clock on the wall. 2 p.m. It had been 5 days. If she could stay put in the backyard. Iridian looked up towards a window. He just happened to see the top of Anika's head. He definitely wouldn't be able to see her from the front, but he probably never imagined someone would be looking down from above. Iridian knew Anika was waiting for him. He thought that by ignoring her, she would give up. But now it seems quite the opposite. If he continues to ignore her, she'll probably wait until nightfall again. He sighed. He shouldn't have allowed her into the backyard in the first place. He had allowed Anika to move freely and expanded her range of activity, hoping to enrich her life and make her more energetic. But apart from some activity on the first day, she's been quiet the past few days. Iridian was puzzled. She didn't seem like someone lacking energy. Running around the palace happily, wouldn't that be nice? Why would she be so gloomy? Iridian hadn't realized that Anika had captured his attention. He felt she was like a kitten without its mother, completely listless. This, in turn, made him even more concerned. Could it be that he's going to lose to her? The thought made Iridian pause. No, it seemed he's already lost, because without realizing it, he had become interested in Anika. Iridian had no siblings. His few cousins left the palace early after receiving their titles. After the previous emperor's death, he was the only royal member left in the entire palace. So, from a young age, he was most accustomed to a quiet and peaceful environment and a planned, regular life. There weren't many things that displeased him. The first was the increasingly greedy Lubnisai kingdom in recent years. The second was Edra, the absolute perfection who possessed the magic tower and also considered herself his fiancée. That woman was very calculating. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Usually, she acted completely innocent, as if she loved him to the core. But occasionally, she would reveal a coldness that suggested she could betray him at any moment. So Iridian knew it was best to maintain a proper distance from this woman. If it weren't for the need to keep the magic tower under the royal family's control, he wouldn't have to be so close to her. And Edra must know what Iridian was thinking, which is why she continued to play along with him. Putting on such a seductive face and trying her best to charm others, she definitely had ulterior motives. He knew she was a woman who required constant vigilance. She could become the biggest threat to the peace. Compared to this cunning woman, like a snake, this little Lubnisai princess was far too straightforward. Although both of them, to some extent, had affected Iridian's life, the feelings they evoked were completely different. Although he also found Anika troublesome, he didn't find her annoying. If she was just trying to get him to come out, then, after 5 days, the little princess was finally about to succeed. This was something Edra hadn't accomplished in 5 whole years. Anika slumped down in a corner of the grass. She felt terrible. Although she was eating and sleeping better than ever, she still had no energy. Through these past few days of observation, Anika understood. It was Begat's land that didn't suit her constitution. Perhaps it was the imported magic or everywhere. Or maybe it was the black magic Edra had cast on her that hadn't completely disappeared. But in any case, if this continued, she could probably start preparing her own coffin soon. The more Anika thought about it, the more terrified she became. Would she one day fall asleep and never wake up again? Asking Marianne to fetch His Majesty was impossible, and Anika couldn't enter Iridian's chambers, feeling her energy draining away. Anika sensed the approach of death. The thought saddened Anika. She didn't want to play these push-and-pull games with Iridian. He wasn't some unyielding fortress. He was clearly heartless, but none of that mattered. As long as he came out now, Anika didn't even expect to hold his hand or hug him. She just wanted to see his face. Tears slipped from Anika's eyes. She buried her face in her knees. Then she heard Iridian's voice, "Princess." This made Anika abruptly look up. He hadn't misheard or seen incorrectly. Just as Iridian was about to ask what Anika was doing there, Anika stood up from the ground and firmly grasped Iridian's hand. In an instant, the childish weakness throughout Anika's body was dispelled. The feeling of lightness made Anika somewhat unsteady, so she fell backward. Iridian hurriedly caught her waist and picked her up. After a moment of hesitation, Anika wrapped her arms around Iridian's neck. Then she leaned against his shoulder and breathed softly. Having not seen him for 5 days, Anika hugged Iridian tightly. Then she leaned against his shoulder and breathed softly. Seeing this scene, Iridian sighed lightly. Carrying Anika towards the pavilion, Iridian gently placed her on a chair. This made Anika hug him even tighter. She didn't want to let go. Otherwise, she would be tormented by this heavy land again. Moreover, Anika didn't know when he would come to see her again. Iridian patted Anika's back, saying that he saw her playing happily, so he didn't bother her. Anika furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "So, in your opinion, I've been playing these past few days." Then Anika buried her head again. A refreshing fragrance emanated from him, making Anika wish she could swallow it all. That way, she wouldn't feel pain or fatigue anymore. Seeing Iridian continuously patting her back, Anika felt a bit touched, but she quickly became frustrated. He could be so gentle, but why does he put up an impenetrable wall and reject me? What's with this hot and cold behavior? Iridian thought she had calmed down and tried to put her down. Anika still refused to let go. She didn't want Iridian to see her crying. Iridian said, "I need to see your face to check on you. Just for a moment. Look up and let me see." Hearing this, Anika finally let go. Iridian placed her on the chair, but Anika lowered her head. The hair Marianne had combed for her was now a mess. Iridian placed his hand on Anika's cheek and lifted her head. He had Anika look at him, revealing her eyes to Iridian. Anika saw her own reflection in Iridian's eyes. This reassured her a little. Thankfully, I look much more normal than last time. Looks like I won't have to add another embarrassing moment to my history. Iridian, however, was seriously scanning Anika, trying to confirm if anything was wrong. Anika mumbled that she was fine. Then she pouted and asked Iridian if he was busy. Iridian nodded, sort of. Anika raised an eyebrow. If you were any busier, I might be. Iridian asked seriously, be what? Anika thought angrily, meeting my maker. But Anika only dared to rebel in her mind. She had to stay calm. She had finally managed to see him. She couldn't lose her temper. Iridian placed his hand on Anika's forehead. What's wrong? Didn't the priest's blessing help you? Anika blushed. Can I be the same as you? I'm not a bloodsucker. I can't just recklessly absorb someone else's divine power, can I? She gestured towards herself. What about me? Anika paused slightly. Of course, you're different. If it were you, just holding hands would be enough. Since love at first sight was impossible, Anika wanted him to gradually get used to her presence. Someone as naturally dense as Iridian naturally couldn't understand Anika's thoughts. In his opinion, if she felt unwell, she should tell the priest. The priest's divine power was meant to help the weak. Anika became anxious. If I go to the priest to absorb divine power, I'll be fine, but the priest will be exhausted, right? But actually, I can recover just by staying by your side. It's good for me, and it's a virtuous deed for you. So, even if it's just for a day or two, could you let me see you? Anika rattled off a long list of reasons, just hoping Iridian would agree. Iridian pondered for a moment. Twice a day is probably not possible. I'm really busy for the next few days. Anika was impressed. Even after she'd made her feelings so clear, he was still trying to brush her off. She told Iridian 3 times a week, at this time, in this place, for 30 minutes each time. That should do it. Hearing this, Anika prepared to celebrate. Iridian continued, saying that even if it wasn't 3 times a week, he would often come to the backyard, so Anika shouldn't hide in strange places. Anika suddenly realized something. He hadn't found her by chance while passing by. He knew where she was hiding all along. Iridian smiled, saying, my window is very large. This confirmed Anika's suspicions. He was teasing her before. How outrageous. Anika sighed softly. Eric is a high-ranking priest responsible for the priestly rituals, so you don't need to feel sorry about receiving his divine power. When you're feeling unwell, and I'm not around, of course you should seek his help. The more Anika listened, the more uneasy she felt. Was this what gentle, caring nagging sounded like? Though, that Eric is actually a high priest, Iridian continued. I've already decided he'll be the next archbishop of the temple. Anika was stunned. The person who had been drinking tea and chatting with her was actually such an important figure. Iridian stated that since he had promised to ensure her safety, he would definitely follow through. It seemed she didn't believe him. Having been lectured, Anika felt a little down. However, what she had said wasn't entirely unreasonable. So, Iridian didn't cancel their agreement to meet 3 times a week. Anika smiled faintly. 3 times a week, 30 minutes each time. Although the time was a bit short, at least she had a chance. Holding his hand like this, Anika looked up and could see Iridian's handsome face. This inevitably made her a little shy. The biggest obstacle in her plan to seduce Iridian was his face. She was afraid that before she could put her plan into action, she'd be captivated by his charm. Anika felt a strange sense of regret. He was so handsome that countless girls would throw themselves at him if he just beckoned. Yet, he was an impenetrable fortress. Iridian tilted his head slightly and asked, "What's wrong, Anika?" Anika replied that she just thought her dad was really handsome. Iridian raised an eyebrow, telling her to be mindful of how she addressed him. Anika made a note of this in her seduction handbook. It seemed he really didn't like her calling him that. Anika realized she knew very little about him. For example, what he liked, what he disliked, and where his boundaries lay. She believed that as long as she kept clinging to him, she would eventually find a way to influence him. By the time he came to his senses, she would have already filled his life, like a fence covered in white handkerchiefs, surrounding him completely. Anika giggled foolishly. Iridian stared at her, dumbfounded. You're daydreaming again. It seems I really can't let my guard down. Anika quickly put on a smile. Please do let your guard down, Your Majesty. I've finally found a breakthrough. If you're on guard, won't all my efforts be in vain? From that day on, Anika went to the backyard every 3 days. As long as she held Iridian's hand, the fatigue accumulated over the past few days would instantly disappear. To Anika, the Emperor's presence was a form of healing. Iridian looked a little tired today. Anika thought that although a gentle, relaxed expression suited him better, his current slightly troubled expression was quite pleasing to the eye. After a moment of contemplation, Iridian spoke, interrupting Anika's love-struck musings. He sighed softly. He did have something to tell her. He asked Anika if she wanted to write a letter to Lubnisai. Upon hearing this, Anika abruptly sat up in her chair. I can write a letter. Iridian hadn't thought of this either. It was just that Anika's father had sent him an ultimatum. If he didn't receive a letter written by Anika, he would blow up the road to the magic mine. Anika realized the seriousness of the situation. She had been there for 3 weeks. She had only been thinking about her sister not being kidnapped and hadn't considered that she was also her parents' precious daughter. Anika was dumbfounded. Since arriving, she had been so focused on survival that she had completely forgotten about Lubnisai. Anika's father had given Iridian an ultimatum. If he didn't receive a letter written by Anika, he would blow up the road to the magic mine. Anika felt a pang of guilt. Since arriving, she had been so focused on survival that she had completely forgotten about her family's worries. And Iridian felt wronged. It was as if he had locked Anika in a room and refused to even give her water. Anika is here. I get to wear a variety of dresses every day. I have 3 delicious meals a day. There's an endless supply of desserts. I also enjoy a palace similar to the one back home. And on top of that, I have the privilege of having all the magic removed. What hostage lives more comfortably than this? With such meticulous care, Iridian is being wrongly accused by his family. Anika felt increasingly guilty. Although using a magic window to let Anika see her family would be more direct, his constitution doesn't support that method. And it seems there isn't a magic window that can connect to the Lubnisai kingdom. Anika gave an awkward laugh. Lubnisai is indeed rather backward. His face darkened. Just how backward is it? Anika awkwardly waved her hand, indicating that writing a letter would be better. In the letter, Anika described her current situation, and she inquired about her sister's condition. After all, her sister was about to give birth. As she wrote, she softly narrated, saying the enemy told her to write whatever she wanted, to relay everything to them. Hearing this, Anika was overjoyed. She thought she should hint to her father to postpone the opening of the road by about a year. Seeing Anika's scheming expression, he suddenly changed his mind. He decided he still needed to see the letter after she finished writing it. Anika was furious. Didn't he say the ruler of Begot wouldn't go back on his word? Seeing Anika dare to retort, Iridian became even more certain that there was something hidden in her letter. Thus, Anika naturally didn't dare to continue her scheme. But after Anika finished writing, Iridian didn't read the letter. He directly sent someone to send it off. Seeing the smile on Iridian's lips, Anika was stunned. As expected, experience wins. After this incident, Anika was very depressed. If the road opened early, she would definitely be sent back to Lubnisai. If she went back like this, she would certainly die within 5 years. And he would still marry that wicked dark mage. Anika could only pray silently. She hoped her father could receive her telepathic message. Anika's expression kept changing. Iridian saw through her thoughts. He was puzzled. Do you want to go back or not? Anika replied sullenly. If I didn't want to go back, wouldn't you send me back? I don't understand. How could Begot be better than Lubnisai? Doesn't Lubnisai also have temple priests? At this point, Anika seemed to have thought of something. If I can give reasons why Begot is better than Lubnisai, will your majesty not send me away? Anika looked at Iridian expectantly. She could come up with 100 such reasons. But Iridian told Anika not to scheme. Besides, you have no family or friends here. Your constitution isn't suitable for staying here either. Anika was completely despairing. Can't you just play dumb occasionally? How can you be so flawless? Iridian said he had been lenient enough. Anika didn't dare to argue further, only daring to complain silently in her heart. He acted like he would help me, but in the end, he still refused. How is this leniency? Anika leaned back in her chair and realized that their 30 minutes had long been exceeded. So she looked at Iridian and asked if he wasn't very busy today. Iridian nodded and said that the important matters had already been dealt with. Anika's face lit up. "Can you stay with me a little longer today?" Iridian didn't agree or refuse, tacitly consenting. Anika wished Iridian would hold her hand and hug her. Seeing Iridian's slightly helpless expression, Anika felt a little disappointed. If she asked him 100 times, maybe he would agree once or twice. At this moment, Iridian smiled again, giving Anika a glimmer of hope. But Iridian only extended a finger, transmitting divine power to Anika from a distance. Anika stared intently at Iridian. That's clearly against the rules. It was always hand-to-hand transmission before. This time, he actually used the priest method. Iridian told her how was that against the rules. It's simply a more efficient way to transmit divine power without excessive contact. Isn't it better? So, Princess, it's best not to touch me. After all, you're not very good at protecting yourself. Looking at Iridian's meaningful expression, Anika was a little confused. She didn't understand what he meant. At the same time, Iridian got up to leave. For a moment, Anika thought she saw a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. But that expression quickly returned to calmness. Anika thought she had seen wrong. Then Iridian thought of something else. He told Anika not to leave her chambers tomorrow. The news of Edra's return, the arrival of a rival at the palace, made Anika extremely uneasy. Seeing the princess pacing back and forth in her room, Marian was equally puzzled. Anika subconsciously bit her finger. What should she do? Just then, Marianne took Anika's hand. She asked Anika if something was troubling her. Anika's hand trembled slightly. She looked very distressed. Anika hugged Marianne. "What should I do?" she asked. "That Edra, who could kill me with a snap of her fingers, is coming to the palace." Marianne didn't know what had happened. To comfort Anika, Marianne made her a cup of warm milk. After drinking a few gulps, Anika did calm down considerably. She began to ponder Edra's motives. Could it be that she truly loved Iridian? Otherwise, why would a woman as capable as her, who had also been with Iridian for 5 years, insist on killing a hostage taken from a backwater country like Lubnisai? Why try to kill her the moment they met? Was it truly out of jealousy? Thinking back to the scene where Edra had used dark magic to put her through hell, Anika broke out in a cold sweat. On closer inspection, whether Edra loved Iridian or not wasn't important. What mattered was her true objective. Why was she so determined to marry a man whose abilities were the complete opposite of hers? She'd be killed instantly if discovered. Remembering how, in the novel, Edra had been constantly guiding her son, Anika gradually formed an idea. Her objective might be Idita, located at the boundary between the earth and the sky. She was delusional, wanting to use the evil power from the underworld to ignite the distant divine realm. If Edra wanted to achieve her goal through her son, it all made sense. But this plan was ultimately doomed to fail, because once Kaf learned dark magic, he would lose his divine power. But why was she so insistent on doing this? Even if it meant using her own son, she still wanted both powers. Anika sighed. She really couldn't understand. Perhaps she should just follow her father's advice and stay in her chambers tomorrow. That would be the safest course of action. After all, she had completely offended Edra during their first encounter. But Anika couldn't hide forever. She still had to live here for a long time, and she had to stop Edra and Iridian's marriage before she returned to Lubnisai. Anika stood up from her chair, pondering countermeasures. First, interfere with every meeting between them. Second, demonstrate her dedication by putting herself in danger to prove Edra was a dark mage. Anika paused, sensing something was amiss. Wouldn't the first option directly lead to the second? Interfering with their meetings would enrage Edra, resulting in her death by dark magic. Then, Edra's identity as a dark mage would be exposed. Just like that, she would trade her life for Iridian's peaceful years. Anika was exasperated. Wasn't she trying so hard precisely to stay alive? Seeing the darkness outside the window, Anika sighed. She might as well let nature take its course. Because her plans were never foolproof, something always went wrong. Things would work out in the end, wouldn't they? Early one morning, Iridian walked down an empty corridor. He hadn't seen Edra for 3 weeks. They used to meet regularly, but he had postponed their meetings for the past 2 weeks. This time, he couldn't put it off any longer. If only everything could be handled through written reports, how much easier it would be. That woman though needing to be guarded against, was indeed a skilled mage. To control Moda, he had to maintain this relationship with her. It couldn't be helped. If nothing unexpected happened, he might really have to spend his life in suspicion and vigilance with her. He wondered how she would pester him today. It gave Iridian a headache. Turning his head, Iridian saw Anika outside the window. And just like that, his headache doubled. Anika sat quietly in the garden. Turning her head, she also saw Iridian. Their eyes met. Anika immediately flashed a bright smile. Then she quickly ran toward Iridian. Because the window was too high, Anika had to stand on tiptoe and knock a few times. Iridian, open the window. Iridian, open the window. He said with a touch of exasperation, I thought you wouldn't leave Bellelue Palace today. He had clearly told her that yesterday. He watched Anika's smile. Iridian sighed. How could a princess ever be obedient? He smiled indulgently and leaned out the window. Bending down toward Anika, he said, Princess, you really are disobedient. Iridian had told Anika that Edra was coming to the palace and asked her to stay at her room today. But he still saw her in the backyard early this morning. The princess really is disobedient. Anika patted her chest, looking rather pleased with herself. I'm not that kind of obedient woman. To Iridian, the princess today seemed almost transparent, as if she might disappear at any moment. Was it because of the white dress she was wearing? If only she weren't wearing a white dress. Iridian couldn't help but reach out and stroke Anika's hair. It was strange. Compared to Edra, this little princess should feel more like a stranger. But perhaps because she was so cheerful and straightforward, just looking at her made him feel relaxed, a sense of liberation. So, princess, why did you risk your safety to come here? Nothing, Anika said, grabbing Iridian's hand as he tried to pull it back. Blushing slightly, Anika revealed her intentions. I'm here to kidnap your majesty today. Iridian chuckled, curious about how she planned to kidnap him. Anika tightened her grip on his hand. As a well-mannered lady, the first step is, of course, to ask nicely. Will you cooperate and allow me to kidnap you? Or does your majesty intend to be pestered by me all day until you have a headache? Iridian was amused. Did I do something to upset you? Anika was very frank. It's because of your majesty's schedule today. I've decided to interfere. You're not engaged yet, anyway. He's no different from me. Anika reassured Iridian that she would guarantee his safety. Then, with a playful shrug, she added, So, will you cooperate with me? If you think I'm threatening you, well, there's nothing I can do. Iridian chuckled. Weren't these the very words he had once said to her? Now their roles were reversed, and Iridian became even more intrigued by this kidnapping. He had a lunch appointment with Edra in about half an hour to an hour. He knew Iridian was punctual, so she should arrive on time. Iridian started to think, how did Edra deal with those noble ladies who tried to get close to him? It seems she fabricated various scandals to ruin their reputations. Although the princess before him had nothing to do with the word scandal. But even if it weren't for Edra, as emperor, he shouldn't get too close to the princess, who was a hostage. It wouldn't benefit either of them. Anika kept shaking Iridian's hand, acting coquettishly and urging him to follow her. Looking into the girl's clear eyes, Iridian admitted he couldn't refuse her, just like he knew he didn't want to go to his appointment with Edra. Iridian pushed Anika's hand away, leaving her puzzled. Iridian placed his hands on the windowsill and nimbly vaulted out the window. Then he came to Anika's side. He asked her to tell him what she planned to do after kidnapping him. Anika was a little surprised. She had actually succeeded. Had she really charmed this man? After using so many roundabout methods, she hadn't been able to break through his defenses. She hadn't expected a direct approach to actually work. Anika thought for a moment. She held out her hand to Iridian. First, let's run. Iridian smiled and placed his hand in hers. He followed her without hesitation. This puzzled Anika. Why was this man so obedient today? Had he decided to be more lenient with her from today onwards? Thinking of Edra, Anika felt a little scared. If Edra found out she had taken her rival away, she might actually kill her this time. With that thought, Anika quickened her pace. Let's get back to Bellelue Palace and hide your majesty. But he quickly stopped, looking at Iridian with a resentful expression. Why was he the only one constantly worried? He was doing this so they could both survive. Anika grumbled internally. His majesty will be overflowing with gratitude towards me one day. Although he didn't know what the princess was thinking, looking at her disgruntled expression, Iridian chuckled. Maybe there really would be such a day. After all, no one knew what the future held. Iridian had clearly been deep in thought as well, perhaps about his and Anika's future. Anika turned her head away. She couldn't be discovered by Edra. They needed to leave quickly. The two walked towards Anika's chambers. But upon arriving at the door, Iridian suddenly stopped and pulled Anika behind a tree with him in a flash. Caught off guard, Anika caught a glimpse of a red figure. She was startled. Why was Edra at her palace? To prevent Iridian and Edra's meeting, Anika had kidnapped Iridian ahead of time. But now, at the entrance to Anika's palace, she saw Edra. Both were puzzled as to why she was here. Anika was about to ask when Iridian shushed her. Then he instinctively hid. Anika muttered under her breath, "What a bother." She thought, if her dad ditched her for Edra, how embarrassing would that be? Anika looked at Iridian and noticed the strange look in his eyes as he watched Edra. Why would he look at his future fiancé that way? It piqued Anika's curiosity. What was Edra doing? Anika instinctively tried to wriggle free from Iridian's grasp to get a better look, but his hold was too tight. She couldn't escape, so she gave up. Edra being here was most likely because she was looking for her. As Anika was thinking this, Iridian whispered in her ear, "Princess." Anika jumped, her heart pounding. Iridian asked if she wanted to tour the capital. Anika nodded. Anywhere was fine, as long as that woman wasn't there. Edra was about to enter Anika's palace when the secretary stopped her. The secretary explained that this was a restricted area by His Majesty's direct order. Edra feigned surprise, saying she hadn't noticed. Inwardly, however, she was shocked. She hadn't expected Iridian to issue such an order for Anika. That fragile woman who couldn't even withstand a sliver of magic. Where had he picked her up from? He even vacated the palace and forbade magic. But that woman wouldn't last long. With that thought, Edra snapped her fingers. It was better to nip it in the bud. Edra also understood that Iridian was wary of her. If he fell for another woman, things would become even more complicated. Edra placed her hand behind her back. An invisible magical force flowed from her fingers towards the ground. Then, the secretary spoke up, saying that His Majesty was already waiting in the palace and invited Edra to join him. Edra nodded outwardly, but saw through the secretary's lie. Iridian was someone who practically calculated his time down to the minute. How could he be waiting there 10 minutes early? Edra questioned the secretary. "Did His Majesty tell you I was here?" The secretary hesitated slightly before saying no, explaining that he simply saw her standing in the restricted area and felt obligated to remind her. Although Edra was highly suspicious, she lacked concrete evidence. And looking around, there wasn't anyone particularly noteworthy. In this world, divine power and magic could counter and restrict each other, but they couldn't sense each other's presence. Therefore, Edra couldn't sense Iridian's divine power, and likewise, Iridian wouldn't sense Edra's location. This was what puzzled Edra. How did His Majesty see her? After Edra left, the flowers in the grass began to wither. White doves in the woods scattered and fled. And above Anika's palace, a black magic circle appeared. Anika had intended to hide Iridian in her chambers, but unexpectedly, she saw Edra at the entrance. Given this situation, Iridian decided to take Anika on a tour of the capital. This incident gave Anika a new perspective. She had previously felt that Iridian's attitude towards Edra was overly cold. This time, his gaze towards Edra was clearly filled with vigilance. Was he really just taking her on a tour of the capital? Or was he trying to escape Edra? Iridian was saying something to a guard. After he finished speaking, the guard ran off. Anika coughed slightly. She asked Iridian if they were running away. Iridian feigned ignorance. "You're the one kidnapping me. You're a terrible kidnapper." Anika was speechless. She truly didn't know what to do next, so she just stood there blankly, looking at Iridian. "If we just go out like this, I might lose you once we're on the streets." Anika was puzzled. Lose what? Iridian had the guard, who had run off earlier, bring something back. It was a black cloak. Iridian draped the cloak over Anika and fastened it tightly. Anika twirled around, not understanding his intention. Then she began to ponder. A beautiful woman walking down the street in an expensive dress is indeed too conspicuous. But speaking of conspicuous, this man should be 100 times more noticeable than me. Iridian fiddled with the clasp on his hand. "Princess, where do you most want to visit?" "The Rouse Temple." the wild wolf bronze statue in Yugal Square, or the mural depicting the founding myth. Anika thought for a moment and said she wanted to go to the temple, but she quickly remembered the matter Iridian had interrupted. I'm wearing a cloak, but what about you? Iridian implied he wasn't easily lost, so it wasn't necessary. Anika stated frankly that it wasn't appropriate. That face with those clothes is far too eye-catching. We're running away, you know. Seeing Iridian unmoved, Anika took matters in her own hands. She used the cloak to completely cover Iridian as well. Iridian put the hood up. Do you like covering people up so tightly? Anika looked at Iridian sincerely. No, I prefer stripping people bare, but the current situation doesn't allow it. Besides, you were the one who wrapped me up like this first. Iridian sighed. Princess, you're truly innocently destructive. Anika paused slightly. Your Majesty, are you misunderstanding something? I'm a mature woman who understands everything, more so than you think. He then took Anika's hand, telling her not to stray too far. Because the capital isn't like the palace. There are magic carpets and magic or exchanges. The streets are also full of mages. Anika reassured Iridian, saying she would stick close to him. Anika was also happy about this. Although things were developing in a completely unexpected direction, this was a more effective date than the original plan. Anika smiled at Iridian. Hostage Majesty, can we go now? Iridian nodded. He led Anika to the stables. Iridian stroked a horse and called him Luther. Anika also remembered this horse. She had ridden him with Iridian when they first arrived. Anika thought to herself that she wasn't as afraid of riding as she was the first time, so she definitely wanted to learn how to ride. It might come in handy when escaping in the future. Iridian extended his hand to Anika. Anika cooperated and ran over. With a lift from Iridian, Anika was placed onto the horse. He told her to mind her posture. Anika skillfully leaned against Iridian's chest. Then Iridian looked at a knight named Lon and told him to postpone his schedule until he returned. He then instructed the knight and 3 others to follow discreetly. Anika smiled and said, "Follow." But in the next second, Iridian suddenly pulled the reins, and the 2 of them headed towards the palace gates. Anika and Iridian, dressed in matching black outfits, rode off on horseback, beginning their escape. And all of this was just to avoid Edra. Arriving in the capital, Anika looked around like a child who had never seen the world before. Anika felt everyone staring again. She tugged at the brim of her hat. It's better not to lift it, she thought. He's eye-catching enough as it is. Anika pouted. She leaned back against Iridian. But then again, it's been a while since I've heard such a lively commotion. Anika thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere. It's nice to get out every now and then, she thought. I've been worrying so much lately. It's truly exhausting. Now, far from Edra's threat, and with His Majesty by my side, I should be able to relax, right? After a while, Iridian helped Anika off the horse. Anika called out, "Your Majesty." In confusion, Iridian reminded her to be mindful of how she addressed him in public. Anika suddenly had an idea. Then how about Daddy? Before she could finish, Iridian immediately said no. Anika looked displeased. This isn't allowed, that isn't allowed. Iridian explained, well, I'll be with you the whole time, so I doubt you'll have much opportunity to call me anything. Anika pouted. The more Iridian resisted, the more she wanted to say it. Iridian told her about the route ahead. It's a bit too conspicuous to ride. If you want to sightsee, it's better to walk. Anika didn't object. She enjoyed walking too. The current situation made Anika feel a little guilty. Actually, Daddy doesn't have to show me around the capital. Having the Emperor of Begot accompany me on a walk, without even a guard, is really quite imposing. Seeing Anika's guilt, Iridian guessed her thoughts. He said that this trip was also a good opportunity for him to observe his people incognito, so Anika needn't feel sorry. He emphasized that she shouldn't take off her hat. Being constantly read by Iridian, Anika began to suspect he could read minds. If he's really saying this for my sake, then I'm very grateful. But this man is so fickle. Sometimes he's tenderly considerate, and other times he's miles away. Every time I giddily approach him, I crash into his impenetrable wall. I can't help but be drawn to him, though. He's just so handsome. Anika bowed to Iridian. So as not to take his company for granted, she declared she would do her best to enjoy the tour. Iridian didn't ask for much. He only hoped Anika wouldn't get lost. Seeing Iridian smile, Anika paused. Is he flirting with me? Iridian extended his hand to Anika, making her heart race. It's all because of that face. Iridian didn't hear her clearly, so he asked again. I said, Your Majesty, you're excessively handsome. Iridian took Anika's hand. Why say that all of a sudden? He then led Anika forward, ready to set off. This sudden contact made Anika's energy levels surge. Her heart beat faster and faster. Her face flushed. Iridian explained the geography, situation, and cultural background of the capital to Anika. They walked for a long time and arrived at a large square. Iridian told her, "This is the second heart of the capital, called Jugal Square." Anika was awestruck and wanted to go take a closer look, but Iridian held her back. He told her not to wander off alone. Seeing Iridian constantly scanning their surroundings, Anika sensed something. She felt he was more alert than usual today. He then asked Anika, "Have you heard of this square before?" Anika nodded. Eric had told her before that if she came to Begat, she must visit Jugal Square. Iridian hadn't expected Anika to become so familiar with the high priest so quickly. Anika looked puzzled. "Is that not allowed?" "It would be stranger if you weren't," he replied. "I'm just curious. Are you?" And he close enough to call him by his first name already. Anika paused. "Are you jealous?" Anika's casual use of the high priest's first name made Iridian curious. "Are you really that close?" Anika was equally perplexed. Mary and the high priest were her constant companions every day, so wouldn't it be stranger if they weren't close? Anika suspected Iridian was jealous. Hearing this, Iridian was a little speechless. "Me? Whose side are you on? I'm hurt too, you know. It's not like I'm being unreasonable. We're close enough now, so calling each other by name is fine." Eric said it was okay too. "But actually, I kept pestering the high priest until he gave in." "Mary too. He told me as long as we both agreed, it was fine. But you probably haven't allowed them to call you by your name, have you?" Anika nodded. "I am royalty, after all." Iridian felt relieved. "That's good then." Seeing this, Anika was even more confused. She tentatively suggested, "How about you just call me by my name? Annika Novika. If that's too long, you can call me whatever you like. Anika or Ani is fine. Only my family can call me by my name. And now, your majesty is allowed to as well." Iridian was a bit speechless. It seems he doesn't know that in Begat, people don't casually call each other by their first names unless they're close, let alone shortened names. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. He's not a cautious person. Thinking this, Iridian looked at Princess Anika. "You don't understand Begat very well yet, so I must refuse your offer. Do you remember what I told you before?" Hearing his refusal, Anika pouted and asked, "Which thing are you referring to?" But Iridian just sighed and didn't continue, saying, "I should just keep a close eye on you." Anika was completely dumbfounded. Why is he always so vague? Could it be he doesn't like me being close to the high priest? If that's true, it's ridiculous. Anika started complaining. "It's normal to be close, isn't it? It's your fault for not coming to see me. You sent someone else and made me wait so long." Her reasoning was straightforward. He said it was because he was too busy. Hearing this, Anika was taken aback. The way he said it made her sound like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum because she wanted someone to play with her. Anika felt a little down. She said, "I was just kidding. I'm already grateful that you're willing to be kidnapped by me today. What more could I ask for?" Iridian didn't comfort Anika. He just took her hand. "You're pretty quick to admit that." Just then, a formless magical power swept past Anika. Sensing something was wrong, Iridian quickly pulled Anika into his arms. They looked ahead. A man in black hurried past. A black bead lay on the ground where he had been. Anika didn't think much of it. Maybe he dropped it because he was in such a hurry. And that momentary, stinging sensation disappeared after she came into contact with his majesty. Anika chuckled. "Thank you for catching me." He ran so fast. He must have been in a real hurry. Seeing this, Iridian felt relieved. Being oblivious might actually be a good thing at a time like this. Iridian didn't tell her about the danger, not wanting her to worry. Iridian touched Anika's forehead with his finger, dispelling the effects of the magic. Then he led her towards the market. Anika asked the vendor for a kebab. Iridian, however, suggested, "You should try the pink cotton candy over there." Anika pouted and pulled her hat down further over her pink hair. Anika thought Iridian was mocking her. Iridian stroked Anika's hair. "What's wrong? Don't you like your hair?" Anika shook her head. "It's not that. She just didn't want to be outdone by Edra." Anika took a bite of her kebab and strode forward. She told Iridian she would eat anything but pink cotton candy. Iridian seemed distracted. He'd been observing his surroundings ever since they entered the market, and those black beads kept appearing on the ground. Pink cotton candy was Anika's bottom line because she also had pink hair. Since the cotton candy was Iridian's suggestion, Anika thought he was making fun of her. So she subconsciously covered her hair more tightly. This gesture had no other meaning. She just didn't want to be compared to Edra's smooth, flowing hair. I'm not eating cotton candy anyway. I'll eat something else. Just then, another black bead rolled towards them from afar. Iridian stepped on it. Seeing that Iridian was still distracted, Anika realized something. Ever since this urgent matter came up, he's been giving me vague, one-word answers. And he keeps looking around. Did something happen? Seeing Anika's confused expression, Iridian assumed she wanted something else to eat. He was about to hand her his money pouch when Anika pushed it back. I'm not a child. Anika pointed to a distant statue of a wolf and asked why it had a cross on its back. Iridian explained, the wolf and the cross are symbols of Begot. It said that the god Rams, who governs peace and prosperity, often appears in this land in the form of a wolf. The Begot royal family is descended from the god, so the wolf became their symbol. Bearing the cross means that person is the most powerful member of the royal family, the Emperor of Begot. Anika understood. So this statue is of your majesty. Oh, I mean your father. Not finishing her sentence. Seeing Iridian's sharp look, Anika corrected herself. But it's your symbol then. Iridian finally focused his attention back on her. Recalling his tense demeanor just moments ago, Anika thought she must have imagined it. Iridian chuckled. Why are you looking at me like that? Anika feigned innocence. Like what? Iridian replied. That expression looks like you're up to something. Anika denied it. Iridian sighed in relief. It's good to hear that. Anika was a bit speechless. It's not that serious. Iridian laughed. Because every time you make that face, you do something unexpected. Anika giggled. Does this man think I'm a troublemaker? While it's true I'm hard to read, I'm not plotting anything this time. I just feel like you've been ignoring me. Iridian felt a bit wronged. He simply didn't want to tell Anika about the current situation, not wanting to worry her. He composed himself and took Anika's hand. Where do you want to go next? Anika said she wanted to see the wolf statue up close. She pulled Iridian towards it. Gesturing with her hands, she said, if only I had a camera. I'd take a picture of the statue from here. Anika excitedly told Iridian, Lubnisai doesn't have such a large square. Lubnisai's palace is small. The houses are small, the streets are narrow. Everything is smaller than here. Observing this, Iridian realized she had indeed been cooped up in the palace. Looking at Anika's smile, Iridian felt inexplicably at ease. Looking down, Iridian saw another black bead. It was the first time he'd seen a barrier master associated with a black vortex. And so many had appeared today. Could it be related to black magic? Barrier magic has two uses, trapping things inside or moving things within the barrier. He had seen Edri use it at Anika's palace, and now, after she left the palace, a large number of barrier masters had appeared, and there was the mage who kept bumping into them. This series of events made Iridian wary, but these were just his suspicions. Although he possessed divine power, he couldn't sense the presence of other mages, especially in such a dense crowd. However, the purpose of the barrier magic was quite clear. Iridian knew exactly who that wicked woman was targeting. Suddenly, he pulled Anika close. Anika looked up at him in confusion. Iridian pulled Anika into his arms and told her to be careful. Behind her was a black bead. Clearly, Edra's target was Anika. Unable to resist beautiful accessories, perhaps a common weakness among women, Anika instinctively reached to take off her hat, wanting to try one on. Iridian stopped her just in time. He told her, your pink hair is too conspicuous. Anika gave him a pleading look. Just this once. Just for a moment. But Iridian was firm, refusing to let her remove her hat. But how will I know which one suits me best? Iridian said he would have someone buy all the jewelry and send it to the palace. He simply wouldn't let Anika take off her hat. Iridian turned to the vendor. I'll take everything. Anika looked concerned. Isn't that too expensive? Iridian smiled faintly. Such concerns weren't appropriate for her. After all, he was the wealthiest person in Begot. Anika thought for a moment and instantly agreed with Iridian. Money was meant to be spent, after all. The stall owner was a bit speechless. Hadn't she accepted that a little too quickly? As the owner packaged the jewelry, Anika glimpsed a black bead in the tray, identical to the one she had seen on the ground earlier. She blinked, finding it odd. The bead seemed to exert an invisible pull, drawing Anika's hand towards it. Before she could touch it, a sharp stinging sensation shot through her. Anika quickly called for Iridian to look. That stone, it's pulling at my hand. Iridian swiftly pulled Anika into his arms, preventing her from reaching for the bead. His expression grew cold. Seeing Iridian pick up the bead, Anika urgently cried out to stop him, but nothing happened to him. Looking at her own finger, however, she saw it was swollen like a small balloon. Iridian stared at the barrier stone in his hand. He crushed it. This kind of joke is truly unpleasant. His reaction surprised Anika. What puzzled her even more was that she hadn't even touched the bead. Why was she injured? Iridian gently touched Anika's finger, dispelling the lingering magical effects. He then softly called out 4 names. The moment she saw Lon, Anika remembered him. Weren't they all His Majesty's night guards? Anika then understood. Iridian had been wary from the beginning and had arranged for 4 knights to guard them in secret. Anika was about to ask him about it, but Iridian interrupted her, suggesting they leave. There seemed to be a lot of rats around today. Anika paused. Rats. He definitely wasn't talking about real rodents. Could it be Edra following them? The thought sent a shiver of fear down her spine, and she impulsively threw herself into Iridian's arms. Iridian chuckled. And what is this supposed to mean? Anika replied frankly, "It means I'm very fond of your majesty." Anika knew that relying on him like this wasn't a good habit, but her body instinctively sought ways to recover. She thought, I'll let go after counting to 3. After releasing Iridian, Anika felt refreshed. This recharged feeling was truly something else. Iridian looked around and then issued the order to seal off the square. He also told Lon to contact Moda. His cold voice made Anika feel slightly dazed. Where are the guards, though? Anika looked around, but couldn't see any knights. Iridian suddenly swept Anika into his arms. Didn't you say you wanted to see the temple? Anika recalled that she had indeed said that, but that didn't seem to be the point right now. She thought seeing the square was enough, and they should return to the palace. Before she could finish speaking, Iridian was already carrying her, striding away at a brisk pace. This time, he rode even faster, frightening Anika into silently screaming, "Father, you're speeding." They arrive at the temple gates, only to be stopped by the guards. The guard said they couldn't ride horses here and asked them to state their names, identities, and the purpose of their visit. Iridian pulled back his cloak, his cold demeanor prompting the guards to step aside. The guard recognized Iridian but hesitated, continuing to try and confirm Anika's identity. Iridian stated, "You don't need to know." Anika glanced up at Iridian, surprised. It was the first time she had heard him speak to someone in such a cold tone. Seeing the guards still hesitating, Iridian sighed. "This is my guest. I vouch for them with the honor of Begot. There will be no problems." Hearing this, the guard hurriedly bowed in apology. Anika was about to thank him, but before she could, Iridian had already swept her onto his horse and rushed off. Anika swayed precariously, complaining, "Can't we go a little slower? Why are we in such a hurry?" Iridian caught her hand and asked if she was all right. Anika said she was fine, but everything that had just happened left her feeling disoriented. What was going on? Iridian helped Anika off the horse. The moment her feet touched the ground, she stumbled, unable to keep her balance. With a plop, she fell into Iridian's arms. He patted her back. As expected, this had happened again. Iridian told her to take deep breaths, saying that everyone felt like this the first time they came to the temple. It just took time to adjust. Anika was on the verge of tears. This divine power was too intense. It was like a catfish that had always lived in Class 3 water, suddenly being put into Class 1 water. Just after Iridian helped her off the horse, Anika collapsed into his arms again. Because this was her first time at the temple, the powerful divine energy was difficult for her to handle. Iridian told her to take deep breaths. Anika blinked. She did feel much better after taking a few deep breaths. Iridian told her it was pure, unrefined divine power. Then Anika untied the veil covering her face. She didn't want to feel too stuffy. Seeing Iridian looking at her intently, Anika felt a little shy. Then Iridian took her hand, wanting to see if the redness and swelling from the barrier stone were still there. Anika told him it was completely healed, but Iridian seemed not to hear her, continuing to examine her hand carefully. After he finished, he began to scold Anika, saying she shouldn't touch things outside randomly. Anika felt a little wronged. "I didn't touch it. It clearly pulled me towards it, like it was trying to make me touch it." Hearing this, Iridian frowned, clearly realizing the seriousness of the situation. "Well, that's also a possibility." Hearing Iridian's reply, Anika thought he didn't believe her, and judging by his expression, it was as if he was saying, "Whatever you say." Anika felt extremely frustrated. This man really seemed to treat her like a 10-year-old child. Iridian told Anika to go into the temple first, saying the priest was also inside. That way, it wouldn't be awkward when she went in. Anika paused, slightly taken aback. "What about your majesty?" Iridian said he still had some things to confirm. Anika grabbed the corner of Iridian's robe. "You're a hostage. You can't leave. What do you need to confirm? You've been acting very strange today. You were strange when you suddenly said we should leave the market. You kept looking around all the way here, as if you were watching something." After a moment of contemplation, Anika suddenly realized something. "Could it be that your majesty has been wary of Edra?" Iridian chuckled. It was the first time he'd seen Anika with such a serious expression. "You're quite perceptive at a time like this. Usually, you're someone with no guard at all." Hearing Iridian's teasing, Anika was a bit speechless. She was talking about a serious topic. Iridian's reply was quite evasive. He said he just saw a lot of things on the street that shouldn't be there, so he wanted to take care of them. For example, the magic or stone you almost touched just now. There are many similar things besides that. That place wasn't suitable for you to stay any longer. Rather than have you return to the palace without me, it's better to send you to the much safer temple. Anika asked him when he would return. Iridian said it would be within the day. Hearing this, Anika finally let go of his robe. She told him not to break his promise. "If you don't keep your promise, I'll be very worried." Anika was a little scared. What if Edra, finding the situation not to her liking, gave up on marrying Iridian and decided to attack him instead? And he must come back safely. "Don't get hurt." Iridian stroked Anika's cheek. "I've just realized you worry quite a lot." Anika looked up at the man before her. If only he could understand her feelings, even just a little. After Iridian left, Anika stood alone at the temple entrance. "His Majesty said the priest was inside, right? I'll go find him then. It's better than just standing here foolishly." Anika turned around and saw a huge flight of stairs before her. Do these stairs symbolize the 108 earthly desires? Anika was close to tears again. How was she supposed to climb them, especially in high heels? She might not even finish climbing the stairs before her father returned. Just as Anika was about to step onto the first stair, the priest's voice came from behind her. The priest explained that he had rushed over after being summoned by His Majesty. He was even more curious about what the princess was doing there, as the stairs led to the altar. Clearly, Anika had chosen the wrong path from the beginning. Lost Lane was Anika's usual route. Just as Anika was about to step onto the enormous staircase, the priest's voice came from behind her. He told Anika that these stairs were only used during ceremonies, the path taken by the deities when they descended, and were forbidden to outsiders. Anika blushed, mentally blaming Iridian for not telling her something so important. If the priest hadn't appeared in time, and she had walked up those stairs, it would have been a disaster. Such an act would be considered highly disrespectful to the deities. On second thought, how did Eric know she was here? Eric explained that His Majesty had informed him. This made Anika even more puzzled. "But he was with me the whole time. How could he have told you?" Eric smiled faintly. Even without direct conversation, those who possess divine power can communicate. Anika understood. No wonder Iridian had been muttering to himself earlier when things were urgent. It turned out he was issuing commands this way. The priest told her that as this was the temple filled with pure divine power, it would be much more comfortable than the palace. He told Anika not to be too formal. However, there were many places here that were off limits to outsiders, and the princess needed to be mindful of that. Anika gave an awkward laugh and promised not to wander off. Back at the palace, Eric had been her personal guide and conversation partner. Later, she learned from Iridian that he was the future archbishop of the temple. Thinking of this, Anika felt a pang of guilt. "You're so busy, and I'm always bothering you. I'm so sorry. Not just today, but I've always been troubling you. It's really rude of me." Eric told her not to apologize, saying he wasn't that busy. Anika knew the priest must be very busy and was just being polite. If it were her father, he'd definitely reply, "It's surprising you even noticed." Now, thinking of Iridian, Anika felt a hollowness in her heart. Although he said there was nothing special going on, Anika felt that something had happened. Who knew if Edra had cast some dark magic in his palace? Eric pointed to the corridor ahead. This path, inlaid with gold thread, leads to the bathing chambers used by the priests. They are not open to the public. The bathing chambers available for visitors have a red symbol at the entrance. A little absent-minded, Anika mixed up the two types of prayer rooms as soon as the priest finished speaking. They continued walking. They arrived at a large square. It was crowded. Even Anika, who was usually comfortable in crowds, couldn't help but feel nervous. Anika tilted her head slightly and saw many noble ladies staring at her in the distance, whispering amongst themselves. The ladies recognized Anika by her pink hair. I told you, that woman's arrogance has subsided recently. The woman they were referring to was, of course, Edra. They must have suffered at Edra's hands before. Anika, in the distance, didn't hear their conversation but felt very awkward. The feeling of being judged was extremely uncomfortable. Anika quickly pulled up the hood of her cloak and stayed close to Eric. Eric led her to a small room and prepared to make Anika a cup of tea, telling her to rest for a while. Having been stared at the entire way, Anika felt like her face was about to explode. She frantically fanned herself. Then the priest spoke. "Did your highness go somewhere?" Anika took off her cloak. His Majesty was going to show me around the capital, but there was a slight incident. Hearing this, Eric paused. His Majesty personally brought you out. Anika felt a bit awkward. In truth, she had used his name to essentially kidnap Iridian, but she couldn't say that, so Anika called it a special situation. Eric placed the tea on the table. When His Majesty contacted me suddenly, I thought something serious had happened, but it seems not. As long as the princess is safe, that's all that matters. The tea had a minty aroma. After taking a sip, Anika felt refreshed. Thinking about His Majesty's attitude towards the princess, the priest couldn't help but comment. It seems His Majesty values the princess very highly. At these words, Anika sprayed the tea she had just taken a sip of, not understanding why Eric would say such a thing. Eric's expression turned reminiscent. "I've just heard some rumors." Anika, now brimming with curiosity, wanted to hear what they were saying. Unable to withstand Anika's inquiries, Eric finally relayed the conversation he'd overheard. He had been speaking with other priests and happened to overhear them discussing Anika. "I heard His Majesty imprisoned the captured princess to teach Lubnisai a lesson." "No way. My husband said he saw the princess in the palace." "I heard His Majesty is smitten with the Lubnisai princess and brought her back to make her his empress." "Well, I'm all for it. I don't know what the princess is like, but she has to be better than that viper." Hearing such remarks, Anika smiled faintly. This could be considered good gossip. She didn't know who was spreading it, but as long as it was beneficial, it didn't matter. Anika, having learned of these rumors about herself and Iridian from the priests, questioned Eric. "Is there any hope for His Majesty and me? My constitution is so unique. If I could truly be with His Majesty, it feels like it would be wonderful." Eric told her not to worry too much. If all else failed, she could move into the temple. Anika waved her hand dismissively. "I'm not a priestess. I don't have divine power. On the contrary, I can only absorb the divine power of others. Plus, it wouldn't be appropriate for an outsider to live in the temple." Clearly, Eric hadn't understood her meaning. Seeing Anika's continued refusal, he said with a slight panic, "As long as you speak to His Majesty, living in the temple is a minor issue." Anika fidgeted with her fingers, looking a bit shy. "Actually, I enjoy being near His Majesty. So, can you help me? Make His Majesty develop feelings for me too." Hearing the princess's plea, Eric rolled his eyes. "Although I don't think I can be of much help, I'll certainly try my best." At these words, Anika beamed and extended her hand to Eric, wanting to shake hands to express the joy of their cooperation. Eric shrugged. He felt that the princess didn't need his help at all. His Majesty was already quite special towards her. Eric had told Anika before that Iridian was someone who shielded himself with a strong facade. He was a born king, so his interpersonal relationships were rather limited. Eric told Anika he had served His Majesty for 10 years, but their relationship wasn't particularly close. Because he's the only royal of this generation, he's always been guarded around people. "I think His Majesty needs someone like you, princess. Someone he doesn't need to be wary of. Someone who can make him feel relaxed and happy. So, I think you have nothing to worry about, princess. Just be yourself." After listening to Eric, Anika gained a new perspective. She hadn't realized her existence held such significance. They continued to talk for a while, and Anika recounted her outing with Iridian that day. After some time, Eric got up to leave. He had a prayer ritual to preside over. Seeing Anika's fatigue, he thought it best she rest there. Eric told her he would return in 2 hours. If Anika felt bored, she could come and watch the ritual. It would be held in the prayer room, used by outsiders. After Eric left, Anika looked out the window. It was already evening. She thought of Iridian. He had said he would return today. Although he had only been gone for a few hours, Anika felt a hollowness in her heart. Was it because the large hand she held all day was no longer by her side? She pondered Eric's words. Had Iridian truly let down his guard around her? Anika wasn't sure. Every time she tried to get close to him, she was pushed away. Anika leaned back on the sofa. She wished Iridian would return soon. Even if the temple was suitable for her constitution, she preferred to stay in the palace, closer to him. Meanwhile, in Idita, the land between the mortal world and paradise, a silver-haired man sat on the grass. He had the same eyes as Iridian. In front of him sat a golden basin. He seemed to sense Anika's presence. A weak little thing was wandering in his temple. It seemed somewhat alien. After observing for a while, the man gradually became intrigued by Anika. Elsewhere, Anika awoke from her slumber. It was now dark. It's been an hour and a half since Eric left. He must still be praying. He won't be back for another 30 minutes. What should I do? Since I'm already at the temple, I've decided to go to the bathing chamber to watch the prayer ritual. The square is completely empty now. Walking across it, I feel like I have the whole space to myself. Just then, I heard a strange noise. I stopped subconsciously and started looking around, trying to find the source of the sound. But it's empty all around. There's clearly nothing there. I'm starting to get scared. I should just go to the bathing chamber. Now, how did Eric put it? Just then, the strange noise came again. I'm freaking out. Someone is talking in my head. I'm being targeted by Iridian's ancestors. As I walked across the empty square, a strange voice suddenly appeared in my mind. It told me to come closer. I freaked out, thinking I must have misheard. Then I tried to ease the eerie atmosphere by singing. After singing a few lines, the voice came again. I was so scared I ran. I needed to find someone else in the prayer chamber. Red is the priest's prayer chamber. Gold is the outer prayer chamber. I remember the priest saying that, but actually I got it reversed. I ran along the white path with gold threads, calling out for Father, Eric, Mary, and Sister Dewea in my mind as I ran. But after pushing open the door to the prayer chamber, I found it empty. Is the prayer over? After a moment of hesitation, I suddenly realized I had gone to the wrong place. But when I tried to leave, the door suddenly slammed shut. The voice asked in my head, "Where are you going?" I tried to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge. The man's voice came again. He told me to come closer. "You child, without permission. You look so cute. Why are you so disobedient? Are all human children as timid as you? My children are all quite arrogant." I trembled slightly and only asked who he was. The man didn't answer, just said he wouldn't hurt me and told me to come closer. He said he had a question for me. I stood up from the ground. "If you're a ghost, get lost." Hearing this, the man complained that I was rude, calling him a ghost. He also said that if I didn't come over, he would come over to me. And if he came over, it would be very scary. I was terrified. While saying I wasn't afraid, I still obediently walked forward. I tilted my head slightly. This place has an aura similar to Father's physique. That's right, this is the temple. The temple is an absolutely safe place. No one will hurt me here. Thinking this, I mustered up the courage to walk to the center of the hall. Although I don't know who you are, please don't cross the line of the law. I've already agreed. Just imprisoning someone in a room and not revealing your identity. That's against the law. Hearing this, the other person was slightly taken aback. He thought I was just timid. It seems he was mistaken. Then he continued, "A child like you, whose body and soul don't match. This is the first time I've seen such a thing." He asked where I came from. I was stunned. How did he know this secret? I then asked again who he was. The man said, "If you knew who I was, you would definitely be afraid." Afraid. I subconsciously thought of Edra. Could it be those undead that Edra controls? My feet backed away slightly. I asked him if he was a wrongfully dead zombie and told him to disappear quickly. The man was equally stunned, deciding I was just a foul-mouthed brat. He used an invisible force to flick my forehead. I felt wronged and asked why he hit me. "You child, not permitted by this land. If you continue to be so rude to me, you will suffer." I hugged the bronze statue of the wild wolf beside me. Not only did he use violence against me, but he also dared to threaten me. I became even more certain that he was a wrongfully dead ghost. But where exactly is this thing? The voice told me not to hug it so tightly, as it would get shy. Anika was terrified. She shoved the statue away, just as it was about to fall to the ground. A gentle divine power caught it. Then the man said he had to leave because he had to listen to the prayers. "Goodbye, rude child. I'm leaving. Have a good life." The man's voice had barely faded when Anika fell to the ground. Anika felt uneasy, Prayers. Could he be a god? But Anika quickly dismissed the idea. His tone was so flippant. How could he be a god? Besides, in the novels, gods never appeared. What frustrated Anika even more was that, even though he left, he didn't open the door. Anika was eventually rescued. Seeing the princess looking so haggard, the priest was also terrified. The priest explained that this was the prayer room used by the priests, and it was also where the Ula's god conveyed divine oracles. Therefore, the divine power here was stronger than anywhere else. He worried whether the princess had been affected by it. Anika crouched down on the spot, the place where the god conveyed divine oracles. Could he really be a god? The god of Idita, who blessed the entire continent. Anika's face fell. She had finally met him, but not only had she failed to ingratiate herself, she had also been so rude. Seeing Anika's reaction, the priest instinctively supported her. Could the princess have caused some trouble? Just then, Anika felt a surge of divine power. It was similar to the one in the temple, yet it had a different aura. Anika realized something. She looked up and saw Iridian not far away. Anika had caused trouble in the temple. Not only had she failed to ingratiate herself with the Ula's god, but she had also been disrespectful. Seeing the princess so flustered, Eric rushed to support her. Could the princess have caused some trouble? Meanwhile, Iridian, who had gone out to deal with Anika's troubles, had also returned. He happened to witness this scene. Iridian asked Anika what she was doing and told her to come over. Anika subconsciously let go of the priest's hand. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have come over. Upon reaching him, Anika smiled at him and said she was happy to see him. Can I hug you? Before Iridian could answer, Anika had already embraced him, burying her head in his chest. Iridian's scent always made her feel at ease. Iridian put one hand on Anika's back, gently soothing her. I'm certainly happy you're so welcoming. However, hugging everyone you see isn't usually your habit, is it? Anika pouted. What do you take me for? I'm not that unprincipled. Iridian paused slightly. Then is your enthusiasm for me, because you've caused trouble. Anika froze. Nothing seemed to escape his notice. Seeing Anika's guilty look, Iridian continued to press. I've only been gone for a while. You haven't caused any trouble, have you? Having wandered into the wrong prayer room and offended the Ula's god, Anika felt even more guilty. No, absolutely not. As Anika pondered how to answer, Iridian cupped her face, urging her to confess. At such close proximity, Anika blushed crimson and asked Iridian to let go of her. Iridian chuckled. You were the one who ran over and hugged me first. Anika, at a disadvantage, could only argue I didn't cause any trouble. I'm not a troublemaker. Hearing this, Iridian finally released her. Anika then realized that His Majesty was trying to trick her, but Iridian didn't stop there. He turned his gaze to the priest, intending to verify whether Anika was lying. Seeing the princess's panicked expression, the priest smiled and said no. Anika breathed a sigh of relief and looked triumphantly at Iridian. See, I told you nothing happened. Just then, the murmuring of a group of noble women could be heard in the distance. They had likely witnessed the interaction between Anika and Iridian. This further fueled their speculation about the relationship between the two. Anika was also a little surprised. When did Iridian appear there? He hadn't heard the rumors about him and Anika in the room, so he didn't think there was anything wrong. Anika grabbed Iridian's hand and asked him when he was going back. For Anika, the blatant gossip and direct stares made him uncomfortable. Seeing Anika's expression, Iridian understood his thoughts. He immediately took Anika's hand and strode towards the door. Anika turned back and said goodbye to the priest. After helping Anika onto his horse, Iridian asked him where his cloak was. Anika thought for a moment and said that he had left it in Eric's room. Iridian's expression darkened. He subconsciously asked again where. Eric's room. I took it off to sleep for a while and forgot to bring it. Should I go back and get it now? Iridian sighed lightly and said, no need. He then sat behind Anika, and the two of them headed toward Anika's chambers. Anika looked at the stars in the sky. The quiet atmosphere made him slowly close his eyes. Later, Iridian carried him back to his room. The soft bedding enveloping his body and the fleeting warmth of fingers were Anika's last memories of that night. Meanwhile, in Moda, a cloaked woman reported to Edra at her window. She said she couldn't get Anika alone and that His Majesty had directly locked down the square and had Lord Rose personally handle the matter. The woman apologized to Edra. She simply couldn't handle that kind of situation. Edra understood the difficulty and didn't blame her. After all, Anika had a Radiant guarding him. Edra never expected to succeed from the beginning. She simply asked the woman what Rose had said. The woman lowered her head. He said some things could be overlooked, but only to a certain extent. Edra snorted and told the woman to go back. As soon as Edra finished speaking, the woman vanished into the night. This surprised Edra a little. Why were the apprentices she trained all so quick to disappear? What surprised her even more was that His Majesty would go to such lengths to lock down the square and conduct a search just because she used a few boundary spells. Could it be that he had already developed feelings for that princess? Edra's lips curled slightly. He looked like he was about to kick the bucket at any moment, but unexpectedly, he was quite capable. Just then, a cloud of black mist suddenly surged from the corner. It didn't understand why Edra was hesitating. Wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? Edra looked at the black mist. I'm not hesitating. I just think that dealing with him personally will only make things more complicated. Edra understood that the enemy cared about the little princess. If she acted rashly, the enemy would definitely notice. Hearing Edra's reply, the black mist mocked her for being a coward. Edra chuckled softly. Just think of me as being cautious. After all, the result is more important than the process, isn't it? Edra knew her objective. As long as she could marry the enemy and have his divine power enter her body, that was all that mattered. So even if she didn't win his heart, it didn't matter. Of course, conquering such a man would also be a great pleasure. Therefore, Edra wasn't in a hurry. She wanted Anika to slowly lose himself in the dream world and then take his own life when he couldn't bear it any longer. After all, she had already set up a magic circle in Anika's palace. After being carried back to his chambers by Iridian, Anika slept soundly that night. Memories of his past life also surfaced in his dreams. That year, he was 15 years old at his father's funeral. The neighbors pitied him, but at the same time, they saw him as a burden. Who will take care of that child? Why don't you? I already have 3 family members to take care of. Who doesn't have family to support? Actually, at 15, he can already take care of himself, right? We can each chip in a little each month for his living expenses. Anika's previous life was named Co Rin. These were some of the memories he least wanted to recall. For Anika, it didn't matter how they talked about him, as long as they didn't say it to his face. This was also why Anika was afraid of sudden glances and hated being the center of gossip. However, his father's death didn't cause him much pain because he had hardly experienced what familial affection felt like. His mother had passed away before he could remember, and after that, his father was only concerned with dating and he rarely saw him. So, Anika practically grew up alone. The name Co Rin didn't hold much meaning for him either, because no one had ever called his name tenderly. Anika felt puzzled. Why would he dream of these things? Early morning on the 1st. The chirping of birds outside the window startled Anika awake. These memories made him break out in a cold sweat. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Anika couldn't understand why this was happening. Could a trip outside the palace have given him a cold? From this day on, Anika's life seemed unchanged, but some unreasonable things kept happening to him. For instance, he dozed off more and more frequently while sitting by the window. Anika patted his cheeks. Was it just spring drowsiness? At that moment, the voice echoed in Anika's mind again. You're so lazy. Unpermitted child. Anika looked up at the ceiling and solemnly stated his name. But the man continued to call Anika unpermitted child. Anika trembled with anger. He finally understood how Iridian felt about not wanting to be called daddy. Then the man continued, Sweetie, you should go see that guy today, right? Anika slumped onto the table, ignoring the strange voice. Just listen to that frivolous tone. Did the god's majesty get lost on the way to Idida? What puzzled Anika even more was that the voice of the god Ramses was supposedly difficult even for high-ranking priests to hear. So why did it keep talking to him? It never even answered his questions directly. Anika remained silent. The man continued, Where did you come from, little thing? Anika was annoyed and glared fiercely at the ceiling to express his displeasure. Anika thought, he must think I'm someone he can set his sister up with. Aside from the drowsiness and hearing the god's voice, Edra hadn't appeared in the palace recently. Therefore, every day was peaceful, but everyone he met thought Anika's complexion wasn't good. Anika, however, didn't feel anything was wrong. It was just a few nightmares. Mary thought the princess must be under too much stress and wanted the priest to inform his majesty to call for the royal physician. Tiz, with a serious expression, subconsciously nodded. This made Anika even more confused. They didn't seem to be joking, thinking that idling around here every day was too decadent, and since today was also the day he met with his majesty every 3 days, Anika decided to go out for a stroll. But after meeting Iridian, his reaction was the same as everyone else's. As soon as they met, he asked if Anika was feeling unwell. Anika looked at Iridian seriously. Is there something wrong with how I look? He wondered if he had some terminal illness. After a moment of thought, Iridian said, your complexion isn't good. Very pale. Iridian was equally perplexed. He subconsciously muttered to himself, but I already destroyed all the suspicious things that day. Clearly, the magic circle Edra had cast on Anika had begun to work. Lately, Anika had been prone to drowsiness, and Iridian had also noticed his poor complexion. He looked particularly pale, and his hair was also exceptionally dry. Hearing dry hair, Anika was frightened. My hair is already thin enough. How ugly would it be if it got any drier? Iridian held Anika's hand. The important thing now isn't your hair, but whether you've been eating and sleeping well. Feeling Iridian's concern, Anika smiled slightly. If you're worried about me, then hug me. Hearing this, Iridian immediately released his hand. Seems like you're fine. Even so, Iridian was still worried. He told Anika not to change the subject and to speak up if he felt unwell. Anika strode forward, smiling. I'm fine. Having Mary and Eric worry about me is enough. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. Iridian sighed. There was really nothing he could do with him. He quickly followed. Anika turned back and asked him, have the recent troubles been completely resolved? Like the rats last time? Iridian's expression darkened. You don't need to know about that. Even though Iridian didn't want to talk about it, Anika continued to press. Didn't you say something that shouldn't have appeared showed up in the streets? What was it? And what was that transparent bead? Anika kept asking, simply wanting to confirm whether Iridian suspected Edra. Iridian recalled the events of that day. It was later discovered that a young apprentice from Moto was responsible for recklessly throwing the barrier. Lord Rose also said it was Moto's mistake, and he guaranteed stricter management in the future. Although Iridian was suspicious of Edra, he had no solid evidence. After a moment of thought, Iridian decided against mentioning anything without proof. He simply said that some unauthorized magical items had appeared in the streets, but after searching the entire square, they had been recovered and the matter was resolved. Not hearing the answer he wanted, Anika pouted. He was certain Iridian was wary of Edra, but no matter how carefully he questioned him, Iridian remained tight-lipped. Your Majesty, isn't it time you soften up a bit? Can't we be a little closer? I have so many things I want to talk to you about. Iridian chuckled, thinking the current distance was fine for both of them. Anika took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them. I think it would be better if we were a little closer. Anika looked at him with a smile, hoping he would let down his guard. A gentle breeze rustled through the garden, scattering rose petals. Bathed in this atmosphere, Iridian was momentarily stunned. He quickly composed himself, adopting an expression of exasperated fondness. He told Anika to do as he pleased, as if there was nothing he could do to stop him. Anika deflated. It was supposed to be a sweet moment. Why was Iridian reacting like this? Iridian pointed out, you're also keeping things from me. Like what trouble you caused at the temple the other day. You don't want to talk about it either, do you? Iridian moved his face very close as he spoke. Anika blushed, momentarily speechless. He instinctively took 2 steps back. That's foul play. How can you get so close to me? Iridian chuckled. In short, we both have secrets. We're even. Iridian declared the matter closed. There are plenty of other things you should be interested in, like the reply from Lovni. Seeing the envelope, Anika's attention was completely diverted. Iridian told him to read it first, and if there was anything about the Magic Mind roads, to tell him every word. Anika nodded. But upon seeing the contents of the letter, Anika's face suddenly paled. Anika kept muttering impossible as he read Lovni's reply, leaving Iridian bewildered. Anika looked distraught. He had only been in Begot for a month and a half, and Blitz had already been born several weeks premature, just like in the novel. Furthermore, his knight was getting married next month, and his fiancée was already 3 months pregnant. This meant Blitz and the knight's child would be the same age, just like in the novel. Also, the conflict over the Magic Mind roads remained unresolved, just as in the novel. Anika had thought that being kidnapped instead of his sister would change the course of the novel, but it seemed that wasn't wasn't the case. Anika looked at Iridian. So, does that mean Calf will be born in a year too? Hearing the name Calf, Iridian was even more confused. Who was this person? Anika silently answered in his mind, your future son. Iridian rose from his chair. You're definitely not well. Anika looked up at him and said it wasn't important. Iridian placed his hand on Anika's forehead. It is important. Do you know how pale you look? Anika realized Iridian was worried about him and explained that it was because he was shocked. His niece had been born. Iridian was puzzled. Isn't that something to be happy about? Anika lowered his head slightly. She was premature. I'm a little worried. Anika tightened his grip on the letter, knowing he couldn't continue living so passively. Seeing Anika's worried expression, Iridian paused, then heard Anika blurt out, baby daddy. Iridian was about to speak when Anika covered his mouth with his hand. Anika looked seriously at Iridian and asked him to marry him. Anika knew if he delayed any longer, he would end up marrying Edra and having Calf. Iridian frowned and pulled Anika's hand away. Princess, you really aren't well. I think it's necessary to check your palace again. Your Majesty, I'm serious. Iridian sighed, deciding to send Anika back to rest. After escorting Anika to the door, Iridian quickly slipped away. Before leaving, he reminded Anika to call a doctor if he felt unwell. Anika cracked a smile. He definitely thinks I'm unwell and babbling. Just then, laughter echoed in Anika's mind. It was the voice of the god Laos. It seems you're even more impulsive than I thought. Anika bristled. Can't you be quiet? I'm so annoyed. Anika rubbed his temples, wondering if he had been too direct. But judging from the previous kidnapping incident, being straightforward should be more effective than beating around the bush. Anika slumped onto the steps. If the novel's plot is anything to go by, Calf's birth is less than a year away. At that moment, Lao spoke again, asking Anika if he wanted to change his fate. Anika began to ponder. If fate referred to the novel's storyline, then he certainly wanted to change it. As things stood, some events had already changed because of him. Whether he could influence the main storyline was precisely what Anika was worried about. Seeing Anika's silence, Laos chuckled. Foolish and adorable child. That's fate. It's woven from countless threads of causality. Even I can't easily change it. Anika looked up at the sky. Is this something the god of peace and prosperity should say? Such an obvious tragedy, and you still want me to submit to fate. What can you do if you don't submit? What can you do when even a god can't? Moreover, you're a child not even accepted by this continent. Anika tightly gripped his skirt. Does he mean that I, a minor character, can't change fate at all? At this thought, Anika scoffed. Don't try to fool me. I know more than you think. With that, Anika stood up. The god asked him what he was going to do. Anika patted his skirt. I plan to devour your heir. If you're not going to help, then don't talk to me. Anika refused to submit to fate because he understood. He was the only one who knew the future of this world, perhaps even more so than the gods of Idida. Anika strode forward. The god spoke again. Adorable and insignificant child, I cannot directly interfere in mortal affairs. It is a taboo of Idida and Ramerti. However, you aren't a child of this continent. So, how about I help you, this weak and helpless little fragment, without violating the laws of the mortal realm? I can tell you what he is doing. After all, he's the child most like me in all of humanity. Hearing that he would receive help, Anika's attitude instantly changed. Lord Laos, you are so amazing. Please forgive my previous rudeness. Seeing this, the god was somewhat speechless, hoping Anika could be more sincere. Hearing Anika's flimsy excuse, the god could only concede. Very well then, let you experience the most powerful divine power in this world. At this time, Iridian was dealing with official business. When he turned to look at the sky, a bright azure light streaked across it. Iridian asked his secretary to bring him several thick books. They were titled The Boundary of the World, Idita and Ramerti, telling stories of the border with darkness, occurring during the continent's chaotic period. The secretary was puzzled. Why would His Majesty suddenly want to read these books? Then the secretary glanced at the letter Iridian had written. It concerned the magic or trade routes. It informed him that after finally resolving the issue with Lubni, the kingdom of Akik, which sold the magic or had switched sides and also demanded an increase in handling fees, clearly assisting Lubni and wanting a share of the profits extracted from them. Iridian sighed. It seems if a tiger doesn't show its claws, they'll take me for a sick cat. He was worried that the previous peace agreement had already been broken by his surprise attack on Lubni. In that case, he would take this opportunity to teach Akik a lesson. However, he had already kidnapped Lubni's princess, so he didn't want to resort to extreme measures. And there was another matter that bothered him. That was Edra. As the true power behind the moated tower, Edra had been unusually quiet recently, as if she had vanished. The person who threw the cursed item that day had been thoroughly investigated twice, and Anika's chambers had been searched, but nothing strange was found. This was precisely what Iridian found puzzling. Any woman who came near him would fly into a jealous rage. How could Edra tolerate Anika's presence? Her appearance in Anika's chambers that day was also quite peculiar. And that little princess had said, when being frugal, she would always tug at his hand, as if deliberately enticing him to touch her. Iridian had always believed that Edra's goal was to become empress, thereby consolidating Moated Tower's autonomy. But after questioning Rose, he was told there was no magic that could penetrate the human spirit. Iridian lowered his head slightly. If even Rose's words couldn't be trusted, should he suspect the entire Moated Tower? Suspect Moated Tower, taking root in the darkness without permission. Iridian shook his head, rejecting this conclusion. It was just a stone carrying magic. How could it hold someone back? But that inexplicably pale face, devoid of its usual vitality, kept appearing in his mind. He sighed softly and began to reflect on his own changes. When did he start to become so preoccupied with the princess of Lubni? Iridian casually flipped open a newly delivered book and found a flower used as a bookmark. He knew it was Anika's doing. At that moment, Anika arrived at Iridian's palace. Iridian saw him take a deep breath, and then the words "Dad" echoed throughout the entire palace. Iridian was startled. He hurriedly opened the window and looked out. He saw Anika smiling. It worked the first time. This was probably the best way to call him out. Anika waved to Iridian, hoping he could spare him some time. For a moment, even Iridian was stunned. This was the very beginning of the story. Anika proposed to Iridian again, but Iridian rejected him with various excuses. Anika stamped his foot in frustration. He actually said to try and fall in love with Edra. Wasn't he always wary of that woman? Anika was stunned, hoping Iridian wasn't serious. Mary also rushed over at this time. After learning the reason, she also looked horrified. She hadn't expected the princess to actually fall in love with His Majesty. Although Mary had guessed it, as a member of the royal family, he should maintain his dignity no matter what. Moreover, if Miss Edra found out, it would be troublesome. Mary's face gradually paled because she knew how vicious Edra was. Anika told her not to worry. No matter what happens, Laos will protect me. At this, Laos was displeased and responded in Anika's mind. I never said anything like that. Anika tilted his head and murmured, "Didn't you say you would help me? You can't just watch me be dragged into hell." Laos stated that he had said before he couldn't interfere in mortal affairs, and even more so if it involved magic. So he thought Anika should find his own way out. Anika was speechless. "You're really my strong support." Laos told him that if it really didn't work out, he could hide in the temple. Mages wouldn't dare to intrude. After hearing this, Anika sighed softly. This was indeed a solution. Anika's thoughts grew heavy. Just because he didn't have the ability to protect himself, did he have to keep hiding from Edra and live precariously? Thinking that Edra couldn't enter the palace freely, Anika felt he still had some chance. But soon, this thought was completely extinguished by Anika, because standing before him at this moment was Edra. Meeting his rival again made Anika freeze in place. "No wonder I felt unlucky since this morning. I heard His Majesty isn't in the palace today, either. Did leaving the palace and seeing that withered flower ornament foreshadow my tragedy?" Looking at Edra's expressionless face, Anika laughed awkwardly. Hello. It's a beautiful day today. The weather is so nice." Just in the next second, the sound of rolling thunder came from the sky. Anika wanted to cry. Edra smiled. "Isn't it? The weather is wonderful. I especially like this kind of weather. It seems the princess and I are quite alike." Anika outwardly agreed with Edra's words, but inwardly he was panicking. The weather and his luck were both terrible today. He should have stayed in his room. After looking deeply at Anika, Edra said, "Princess, you look pale. It seems you haven't been sleeping well." Anika was slightly taken aback. The doctor had told him that apart from his body's inability to adapt to magic, there was nothing wrong with him. So he could only rely on sleep, which wasn't very effective. He had spent 2 weeks barely getting by. Gradually, he became accustomed to waking up in the middle of the night and using a hot bath to warm his body. How did Edra know about my sleep problems? Anika suddenly felt a chill, a sense of dread rising within him. Edra then walked over to him. "It seems you're still plagued by nightmares." Recalling the scene of being trapped by black magic, Anika grew more certain of his suspicions. These recent nightmares are probably related to her. Anika felt a tingling numbness spread through his body, but he dared not show it. He had to pretend he didn't know. This woman before him was the wicked mage. If she finds out that I know her secret, she'll surely send me straight to hell. What nightmares? What are you talking about? I've been having some nightmares lately. How did you know? I heard you're a remarkably powerful mage. You truly are. While feigning ignorance, bitter tears welled up inside him. I must make her think I'm a clueless fool. Seeing this, Edra bowed her head slightly. It seems you're all right, princess. Then I wish you continued health, your highness. Anika offered a polite smile, sensing no sincerity in Edra's blessing. Anika just prayed for her to leave quickly. After Edra left, Anika collapsed onto the floor, his hands trembling slightly. Anika's lack of sleep had already weakened him. Fortunately, Edra hadn't tried to kill him. Then, Laos's voice echoed in his mind. You need to take better care of yourself. Anika nodded. He had thought he would be safe if Edra couldn't freely enter the palace, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Perhaps I fell into that woman's trap a long time ago. After walking for a while, Edra glanced back at the palace. She had assumed Anika would have already withered. The black magic Edra used could magnify the most unfortunate and miserable memories 1,000-fold, tormenting a living soul until it shattered. Logically, a body so sensitive to magic should have already reached its limit. Clearly, Anika's condition surprised Edra. Intrigued, Edra decided to increase the magic's intensity. His face and mannerisms are quite cute. Preserving him after cleaning him up wouldn't be a bad option. Perhaps his body could also become a bargaining chip to get the Emperor into my grasp. Even the woman he once loved would surely reject him if he were nothing but a lifeless shell. Edra chuckled softly and then boarded the carriage for her return journey. After the encounter with his rival, Anika paced back and forth in his room, berating his own stupidity. This body only needed to hold Iridian's hand every 3 days to be fine. There was no reason for it to suddenly deteriorate like this. Even before touching her, it felt like being pricked by needles. That bewitching and alluring power wasn't that Edra's specialty, black magic. Anika touched his cheek in the mirror. Is my body still functioning properly? Could any of my organs be failing? Laos said, don't blame me for always calling you weak. I never thought you'd be this weak. Well, you were never an allowed child to begin with. Consider this an early glimpse of your inevitable future. Anika frowned slightly, complaining that Laos wasn't very comforting. Laos asked him if he wanted to continue living in this land. Anika gritted his teeth. Do you think I want to die? Laos said that wasn't what he meant. He wanted to know if Anika wanted to return to his original world. Anika looked melancholic. If he went back, his situation would surely be even more difficult. Besides, he didn't know how to go back. Even if he did, his borrowed body might die. Hearing this, Laos offered him another option. He asked if Anika wanted to become a priest. This body had received Laos's blessing as a child. It was Anika's soul that wasn't allowed. Blessing Anika's soul was impossible, as it didn't belong to this world, to his jurisdiction. However, Laos could appoint him as a priest, granting Anika the authority to act on his behalf in the mortal realm. Anika saw a glimmer of hope. If he became a priest, he would gain the power to protect himself. Before Anika could celebrate for long, Laos threw cold water on his excitement. To bestow divine power upon Anika, Laos would have to descend to the mortal realm himself, which he could only do once every 10 years. Anika was devastated. I can barely hold on for 5 years. By the time you descend in 10 years, I'll be in the ground. Laos explained that it wouldn't take a full 10 years. Because the last descent was during Iridian's ascension to the throne, it would only be 5 years. Meanwhile, the maids at the door could only hear Anika talking to himself. Hearing that the princess only had 5 years to live, their eyes filled with pity. Late at night, Anika sat on the steps in the garden. Maybe I'll die tomorrow or the day after. What's the difference between 10 years and 5? Anika touched the withered flowers at his feet. In this blooming spring, why are you withering away like me? Having sat for too long, Anika felt his legs go numb. If only His Majesty were in the palace today, I could ask him for help. This is truly the worst kind of luck. Mary, watching from the side, felt a pang of sympathy. She helped Anika up. Worried he might catch a cold, she led him back inside to rest. After settling Anika in bed, Mary shyly withdrew. but Anika forced himself to stay awake. If he fell asleep, he would truly be worse off than dead. Anika decided to hold on until morning. When daylight came, he would seek Iridian's help. Anika sat in a chair, slapping his cheeks to stay conscious. But before he knew it, he drifted back into the dream world. He dreamt again of memories from his past life. His relatives saw him as a burden, tossing him around like a ball. Just as Anika was about to get up and leave, his deceased mother appeared before him. She called out Anika's name from his past life, wanting him to come with her. Anika was terrified, but he knew he couldn't succumb, couldn't be beguiled. He pushed his mother away and ran forward, but the dark shadows wouldn't give up, pursuing him relentlessly, trying to block his path. Then he heard Iridian's voice from behind, calling out, "Princess." Anika quickly turned around, but all he saw were endless shadows. Anika understood. This nightmare preyed on his weaknesses, the things he least wanted to be revealed, the things he hated most, and the things he most wanted to keep. Anika ran, calling out Iridian's name, but he also knew Iridian wouldn't come to save him in his dreams. Just then, a point of light appeared ahead. Anika strode towards it. The next moment, he was back in his room, but his hand was translucent. It was clear that it was Anika's soul that had escaped the dream. When his soul turned to look at the bed, he saw Anika lying there, his face contorted in pain. Anika was tormented by Edra's black magic, plagued by nightmares every night. To escape this terrifying dream, Anika stepped into a white point of light, but only his soul escaped. His body remained on the bed, still suffering. Anika was completely stunned by what he saw. Just because I stuck my tongue out at her once, she has to do this to me. Then Laos's voice echoed again. He asked Anika why he hadn't returned to his body. Your body no longer has a soul. If you don't return soon, it will die. If that happens, you'll become a wandering ghost. Anika was at a loss. He didn't know how to return to his body. As his soul touched the hair on his head, there was a jolt, and Anika opened his eyes. He gasped for air, his violent coughs echoing through the room. Anika was annoyed. This was the first time he'd seen Laos be so utterly unhelpful. But Laos protested. Didn't I tell you the way out? Who do you think pulled you out of that nightmare? Anika finally understood. The point of light was Laos's guidance. Anika shuddered. If he had been caught by those spirits and hadn't returned to his body in time, he would truly be dead. Anika walked unsteadily towards the door. He realized that this palace, cursed by Edra's black magic, was no longer safe. He made his way to the garden. The withered flowers from before were now as tall as he was. A chill ran down Anika's spine. He quickened his pace, fleeing the garden. After running for a long time, Anika became disoriented. Looking at the handkerchief-tied fence, he remembered the priest's words. Just beyond was the training grounds, where the emperor practiced every day. Iridian was currently in the middle of the grounds, wielding a wooden staff. When he turned his head, he saw Anika standing at the entrance, tears welling in his eyes. Iridian softly called out, "Princess." Iridian immediately dropped his staff and strode towards him. He reached out his hand to Anika. Anika reached out and embraced Iridian. Iridian gently comforted him. "It's still dark. Why are you here?" As he held Anika, Iridian noticed he wasn't wearing shoes and lifted him off the ground. Between sobs, Anika mumbled something about a dream and how strange the Barrel Palace was. Iridian paused. Strange. How so? Panic welled up inside Anika. He didn't know how to explain, burying his face in Iridian's shoulder. Iridian asked him to let go, wanted to see his face. But Anika refused, clinging even tighter. Then Iridian said his name, Anika. Anika was momentarily stunned. It was the first time Iridian had called him by his name. Stroking his hair, Iridian reassured him, "I won't leave. Let go now." Hearing this, Anika loosened his grip. Iridian wiped the tears from the corners of Anika's eyes and noticed his face was much paler than before. Anger surged through him. He had specifically ordered them to thoroughly inspect the palace. A sharp, pure energy now radiated from Iridian. Anika recognized it as Iridian's potent divine power. He instinctively gripped Iridian's hand. He felt his eyelids growing heavy. Usually, even the slightest touch from Iridian would make him feel better, but not this time. Anika understood. His body, plagued by constant nightmares, had reached its limit. Seeing Iridian every 3 days simply wasn't enough. The damage was accumulating faster than he could heal. Anika swayed and began to fall backward. Before losing consciousness, he wondered, if I fall now, will I wake up again? A solemn atmosphere filled every corner of the palace. Iridian carried Anika, followed closely by the royal physician. The maids whispered amongst themselves what happened to the princess. After placing Anika in his room, Iridian closed the door and stepped out. He walked directly to the corridor. Everyone in the palace immediately bowed, holding their breath in silence. His voice cold, Iridian ordered the secretary to investigate who dared to cast black magic within the Barilla Palace. The secretary looked bewildered. They had already inspected the palace twice, inside and out. There shouldn't have been any problems. But seeing the emperor's chilling gaze, the secretary swallowed his words. He bowed to Iridian and said he would attend to it immediately. Iridian tilted his head slightly, then changed his mind. It's better if I handle this personally. Iridian then issued a command to lock down the Barilla Palace. Not even a fly is to escape. Then, regarding Edra, he ordered the secretary to bring her to him. Around noon, Iridian opened the bed curtains. Anika was sound asleep. Iridian reached out and touched his hair, a wave of guilt washing over him. I should have taken action the last time I noticed his poor complexion. I don't know what he was running from, but he was so frightened he ran out barefoot, running outside so recklessly. It must have been more than just a nightmare. The secretary wasn't able to bring Edra in afterwards. He said she received a mission from Moda Tower last night and left for the south. Iridian frowned slightly, seeing through Edra's guilt. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fled in the night. Just then, Anika turned over. Then he weakly opened his eyes. Iridian placed his hand on Anika's back and gently lifted him. Anika buried his head in Iridian's chest, seeming very confused. He even asked Iridian if he was dreaming. Iridian replied that he wasn't. Anika blinked, muttering, "Your Majesty is so mean." Iridian felt a little wronged. "What did I do to make you dislike me?" Anika said, "I'm like this because of Edra, but your Majesty still said you would try to love her." Hearing Anika's words, Iridian started to apologize, saying those weren't his true feelings. He also understood in his heart that he had only said those things out of spite. He didn't know when it had started, but Iridian's heart was already drawn to him beyond his control. For example, hearing Anika's voice made him happy. His every move seemed adorable. He wanted to give him everything he desired. When Anika proposed to him, Iridian felt that Anika wasn't sincere, so he couldn't help but be contrary. Thinking about it now, Iridian realized what was wrong. He wasn't a teenager who had to oppose everything. Why did he say those things to upset him? If Anika had held him tighter and complained that Iridian didn't understand anything. "Just marry me, all right. Stop being so stubborn. You don't know how scary that woman is. Your Majesty, you're such a fool. So please marry me." Feeling Anika's soft touch, Iridian felt as if he'd been electrocuted. He probably wouldn't be so unguarded with other men, would he? Remembering that Anika had left his cloak in Edra's room, Iridian frowned slightly again. He thought probably not. Like this time, maybe he just wanted to make himself more comfortable. Iridian sighed. He really has a knack for making me jumpy. As for Anika's marriage proposal, Iridian believed he didn't truly like him. But even so, he couldn't refuse outright, and he didn't want to. Anika slowly closed his eyes. He would probably forget this overly casual proposal when he woke up. Then it would only be Iridian who would be troubled. Thinking of this, Iridian finally spoke, "Don't be silly, princess. It's best if you don't tease me. You don't know what kind of man I am. You don't know what you'd be taking on." Before Iridian could finish, he heard Anika snoring. Iridian chuckled softly, then gently placed him back on the bed. What he hadn't finished saying, he silently recited in his heart. "Shouldering the entire empire is not easy at all. This distance is just right. I can't get any closer, but I don't want to push him away completely. This is probably the best state, but getting a little closer like this, it should be fine." He probably won't know. In his dream, Anika smelled the clean scent on Iridian. It was his favorite scent. The soft bedding and bed also made him feel very comfortable. While savoring the feeling, Anika subconsciously opened his eyes. "Am I back in the Bella Palace?" Anika looked around and found it wasn't his bedroom. So he started to recall what had happened before he lost consciousness. He had just fallen asleep when he fell into a nightmare. He barely escaped and then found his soul had left his body. After his soul returned to his body, he hurried to the courtyard. Remembering the withered flowers in the courtyard, Anika quickly wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. He sighed. It had truly been a terrifying night. Thankfully, he had run into His Majesty. And in the end, everything was all right. When he saw him again, he would definitely thank him properly. It was in Anika's mind that Laos's voice echoed again, much like the sound of a phone connecting. Laos called him Little Shard and asked if he was all right. Anika was a bit speechless. That useless god, who couldn't even lend a hand, still hadn't helped him. And the fact that he was still alive under these circumstances was already quite something. Laos paused slightly. Are you saying I didn't help you? Anika pouted. If not you, then who? At this, Laos sighed, leaving Anika slightly stunned. After a moment of silence, the dark curtains were drawn open by a pair of large hands. The piercing light made Anika shield his eyes. Iridian tucked his hair behind his ear and then fully opened the curtains, saying he would get used to it soon. But Anika showed no intention of getting up. Iridian said, "You've rested long enough. It's time to get up and move around." Anika looked reluctant, saying he hadn't rested enough and seemed a little bewildered. "You've already slept for a day and a half. How could you not have rested enough? Even if you want to continue sleeping, you should at least get up and eat something. You can't skip 3 meals in a row." Anika was shocked. He had already slept for so long, but he thought it had just been a short while, recalling the events of early that morning. But that this is a man's room. It's my bedroom. To be precise, you're sitting on my bed right now. Hearing this, Anika was even more shocked and hurriedly got up, wanting to escape. But Iridian stopped him. "Princess, you can't go out dressed like this. Where are you going in your sleepwear?" Anika was quite embarrassed and said it didn't matter. He should go back soon. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed he no longer had a place to go back to. Iridian pushed him back onto the bed. "You can't go back to Bellelu Palace now. You probably don't want to go back there either, and I won't allow it." Anika was taken aback. He was right, but he couldn't keep living in Iridian's bedroom, could he? Although he wasn't unwilling. Iridian told him, "This is the only place that's absolutely safe for you right now. It's not ready yet, so you can't go out as you please, especially not in your sleepwear. I know it will be difficult for you not being able to move freely, but I don't want to see you in that much pain again like that day." Anika was a little embarrassed. "Your Majesty, are you worried about me?" Iridian chuckled. "Is that even a question? You've always been a constant source of worry for me." Anika felt very happy. Iridian pinched his cheek, telling him not to smile so carelessly. "If you knew how worried I was, you wouldn't be able to laugh at all." Iridian asked him if he wanted to eat first or wash up first. Anika's face flushed, amazed that Iridian could say such heart-fluttering things in such a natural tone. Blushing, Anika said he wanted to eat first. Iridian nodded and said he would have someone prepared immediately. "I have some urgent matters to attend to, so wait here for me, Princess." Anika nodded, thinking that he didn't have the energy to wander around anyway. But Iridian was still worried and emphasized again, "Don't run off on your own." Anika was exasperated. What about a little trust? Anika was settled in Iridian's palace and was told not to wander around. A servant arranged temporary accommodations for him, right next to Iridian's room. The servant asked him to take a look and see if anything was lacking. Anika looked around and found it much better than his previous bedroom in Bellelu Palace. The servant told him that the magic ore in the Emperor's palace couldn't be completely removed, but had been removed from the entire 3rd floor where he was staying. Anika then remembered the priest's words, warning him to be careful in the Emperor's palace because it was filled with magic ore. Anika finally understood why Iridian kept emphasizing that he shouldn't wander around. Anika pouted. "I don't wander around as much as he says." The servant reiterated that even if it felt a little confining, His Majesty still hoped the princess wouldn't go out. Anika smiled awkwardly and agreed. Thinking of the withered plants in the courtyard, he was almost certain they were caused by the black magic that had given him nightmares. I have to get rid of that stuff, or I won't be able to go back and live there. Thinking of this, Anika turned his gaze towards the servant. "How is Bellelu Palace now?" The servant said, "The ladies are saying it's in complete chaos. His Majesty is also frightened and has given strict orders." Seeing the shock on Anika's face, the servant realized they had spoken out of turn. Anika thought, could it be that His Majesty has realized it was Edra's black magic? If so, that would be wonderful. Pressed by Anika, the servant had to explain the situation. They said that everyone working in Bellelu Palace was being strictly investigated. Hearing this, Anika was completely stunned. Ignoring the servant's attempts to stop him, he insisted on going to see for himself. He knew Mary and the other servants were innocent, but the servants refused to let him downstairs. With magic or everywhere, if anything happened to him, they would likely lose their lives. Anika said he wouldn't go down, but asked them to call Iridian. The servants stammered. They couldn't summon His Majesty without permission. Anika hoped Laos could help, using his divine power to let him out. Laos told him not to be ridiculous, saying it was beyond his capabilities. Anika was furious. What kind of useless god was he? Just then, Edgar came up the stairs. He had heard Anika had fainted and came to check on him. Anika, as if seeing a savior, immediately brightened. Laos naturally recognized Edra. He called him Veridur, saying he was a particularly favored child. Hearing this, Anika subconsciously gasped. Edra looked confused. Anika quickly covered his mouth. This was almost certainly his baptismal name. Anika gave an embarrassed laugh, complaining that Laos had casually revealed such a private name. Anika began to plead with Edra for help. He wanted to return to Belalu Palace, but with magic or everywhere, he needed Edra's divine power to leave. Seeing Edra readily agree, Anika was overjoyed. As expected, the only one he could trust was Edra. Then Laos spoke, "What about me?" Anika silently replied in his mind, "You're just noisy." Having just returned to Belalu Palace, Anika looked around and found that the blackened, withered plants had all disappeared. He didn't know if they had been removed or were hiding themselves. Just as he stepped into the corridor, he saw Iridian reprimanding someone. "I personally arranged the staff here and thoroughly searched the entire palace twice, yet someone still dared to attempt to harm the emperor's guest under my very nose. Just how lenient am I supposed to be? Mary, answer me." Mary looked terrified, swearing they hadn't done anything to harm Anika. Seeing this, Anika couldn't hold back any longer. Mary hadn't done anything wrong. Anika stepped into the hall. The crisp click of his heels against the floor attracted everyone's attention. Anika gave an awkward laugh. "Hello, Your Majesty." Iridian's expression was a mixture of exasperation and a headache. Knowing they were innocent, Anika stepped forward as Iridian questioned his servants. Anika bent down, wanting to wipe the tears from Mary's eyes. But seeing Anika, Mary sobbed even harder. He first asked about Anika's health, having heard he had fainted and been worried. Anika smiled and said he was fine. Finally, Mary began apologizing, saying he should have taken better care of Anika and taking all the blame upon himself. Anika told him not to cry and reassured him that he was truly all right. "I was very fortunate to have met His Majesty. I've recovered now." Iridian approached Anika. "Princess, shouldn't you be concerned with more than just your servant? Why didn't you listen to me?" Anika stood up and apologized to Iridian. "But Mary is truly innocent. I told Your Majesty before, the culprit is Edra." Before he could finish, Iridian interrupted him. "I know the culprit is Edra." This made Anika even more confused. "If you know, why are you still questioning them?" Iridian replied. "And how do you know there aren't any of his accomplices among them?" Anika paused, taken aback. That was certainly a possibility. Thinking further, he began to understand Iridian's actions. Black magic requires a medium to be activated. Anika had also been searching for what the medium was. His Majesty acting like this. Could it be that he knows Edra is a black magician? Iridian said the most important thing now was proof. Proof that someone in his country had used forbidden magic to harm his guest. As he spoke, Iridian pushed Anika behind him. An invisible divine power emanated from Iridian. He looked at the kneeling people before him. "You should know what it means when I personally conduct the interrogation. If you don't want to be thrown into a fire and burned to death, confess now." Seeing this, Anika hurriedly grabbed Iridian's hand. He hoped Iridian would stop and not hurt them. But Iridian didn't stop. Anika stepped back, careful not to get hurt. Iridian turned his head and intensified the output of his divine power. At this moment, Anika realized how terrifying the God Emperor was. Wasn't his power supposed to be evolution and healing? So as not to worry Anika, Iridian turned to him and explained, "Those who have nothing to do with evil power will, at most, feel a brief discomfort. They'll adapt after a while. But if they are involved, they will be judged and burned to death on the spot." Seeing the pained expressions on everyone's faces, this was hardly just slight discomfort. Anika grabbed Iridian's hand again, saying there was a better way. Anika had a sudden inspiration. If they are Edra's subordinates, they must be magicians, and I am very sensitive to magic. Anika's meaning was clear. As long as he touched each of them, he could determine if there was a problem. Iridian, fully aware of the risks, immediately rejected Anika's proposal. Seeing this, Anika had to try a softer approach. He grasped Iridian's hand and said that as long as he held His Majesty's hand, there would be no danger. Anika told him not to worry. After all, this was a matter of his own life, and he would absolutely not do anything reckless. Anika understood. Iridian hadn't suspected Edra because he couldn't sense any magic from him. Moreover, Edra's minions hadn't infiltrated Bella Palace at all. If he could sense someone, he wouldn't have used such a complicated method as dreams. The reason he did this was simply to make him slowly break down. In short, my method is more efficient, and I think the problem isn't in the palace at all, but in the courtyard. After saying this, Anika, holding Iridian's hand, made contact with each person one by one. He touched the women normally. When he reached the men, Iridian would pull him away. After a long while, the test was complete. No one had a problem. Iridian sighed lightly, hoping that this method wouldn't be necessary in the future. He still hoped that Anika would give him some space. It was too difficult for him to worry like this. Anika smiled and agreed, pointing his finger towards the door. So, should we clean up the courtyard now? Iridian said there was no need. He would demolish and rebuild the entire courtyard. Iridian picked Anika up. Anika had intended to mention the withered plants in the courtyard, but was interrupted by Iridian. Have the priests evolve everything. The priest laughed awkwardly. If I do that, it won't be the courtyard that's demolished and rebuilt, but me. Don't act weak. My orders won't be retracted. Don't make me do it myself. With that said, the priest couldn't argue any further and had to agree. At this time, Anika hadn't yet realized what evolve everything meant. It meant that the day he could return to this palace was far off. Iridian carried Anika back to the palace. The whispers around them made Anika very uncomfortable. Your Majesty, it's probably not a good idea to put me down now, is it? Anika smiled awkwardly. He noticed that Iridian's divine power had subsided somewhat, but it still felt a bit strange. The man who had previously built an impenetrable wall around himself was actually worried about him to this extent. It made Anika inexplicably happy. Anika froze slightly. Am I enjoying his concern for me? Turning his head, Anika noticed someone behind him and alerted Iridian. Iridian turned and saw Earl Yalvin. Iridian stated that he had made it clear he wouldn't be accepting audiences today. Yalvin bowed. Iridian told him to speak his mind. Earl Yalvin stated that his visit concerned the trip to Karf. Iridian's matter could no longer be postponed. Iridian looked at him expressionlessly. How do you know it can't be postponed? I decide the priority of matters. Anika, standing beside him, was surprised by Iridian's attitude. Could the gentleness he shows me just be a facade? Is he actually cold-hearted inside? Just then, Anika noticed that the Earl kept glancing at him. Is there something on my face? This, of course, didn't escape Iridian's notice. He pulled Anika's head into his chest. Anika was completely puzzled, unsure why Iridian did that. This must be the legendary. He began, but before he could finish, Iridian interrupted him. He told the Earl to return, saying he had no time to see him. Furthermore, he was forbidden from ever forcing his way in like this again. With that, Iridian turned and left, carrying Anika. Arriving at the bedroom door, Anika assumed Iridian would put him down and began to thank him. But Iridian seemed to have no intention of releasing him, and strode over to the bed, placing Anika back upon it. Iridian crossed his arms. I think you should continue sleeping. But I just woke up. You're tired now. Anika was speechless, but seeing Iridian's unwavering gaze, he obediently pulled back the covers. Iridian rested a hand on his hip. Perhaps it would be better to send you back to Lubni sooner. Hearing this, Anika's expression changed. He didn't understand why Iridian would say such a thing. No, I'm Yufine. I'm not. Since I can't watch you all day, it's better to send you back sooner. Anika's thoughts were in turmoil, unsure whether to be happy or disappointed. It sounds like he wants to keep me by his side. Anika tugged on the corner of Iridian's robe. Iridian sat down on the bed. Couldn't you just keep me here? Iridian responded instantly. Would that be useful? You're always running off. Anika felt wronged, claiming it wasn't intentional. He'd only run off because he heard Iridian was going to interrogate them. Iridian pondered for a moment, then stroked Anika's hair. You seem no different than usual. Iridian chuckled. Indeed, no different. If I seem different, it's largely because of you. Seeing Iridian's swift mood change, Anika became even more confused. He felt he couldn't understand what Iridian was thinking. Is he worried about me or angry with me? And regarding their relationship, should he take a step closer or wait a while longer? Thinking this, Anika asked again, Were you serious about sending me back to Lubny? Iridian considered. Partly, because if I can't see you, I might worry less. Anika smiled, thinking that the answer was rather hurtful. If I were to go back, should our relationship just stay as it is? Logically, after being harmed by Edra, it would be strange not to want to leave Begot. Suddenly, something else occurred to Anika. When did you learn that Edra was a black magician? Iridian replied, recently. It's only a suspicion. I have no proof. He then asked Anika, how did you know? Anika felt awkward. I stumbled upon it. I'm quite sensitive, so I had my suspicions. But like your majesty, I have no proof. Anika continued, so you won't consider marrying Edra anymore. Iridian's expression was unreadable. Anika couldn't discern his thoughts. Did I just ask something obvious? He thought, black magic is a serious crime, punishable by death. How could he still marry him? If that's the case, then they won't marry. Karf's objective will have been achieved, and I'll have no reason to stay in Begot. This should be a good thing, yet Anika felt a pang of disappointment. Anika looked up at Iridian. Returning to Lubny seemed like the best option. It was the right thing to do, to go back before Edra could try anything again. But for some reason, Anika couldn't quite meet Iridian's gaze. Anika smiled. Perhaps because he was leaving, he found himself more talkative. I'm so sorry for always worrying you. I feel like I'm constantly causing you trouble. But it's not like I intentionally try to make things difficult for you. It's just circumstances have forced my hand. And about that night, thank you so much for being there. Even though I kept saying I was fine, I was actually terrified. I was trapped in an endless nightmare. It was pitch black and silent, filled with dead people. No matter how hard I ran, I couldn't find a way out. No matter how much I screamed, no one heard me. Iridian listened, drawing Anika into an embrace. So you were scared then? I thought I could keep you safe. But it seems I can't. That's why I want you to return to the safest place for you. Anika started to say, it's okay, but was interrupted by Iridian's sigh. It's okay seems to be your mantra. But as I just said, it's not okay with me. Anika blushed. Iridian slowly released him. He told Anika to get some rest and then left the bedroom, closing the door behind him. This push and pull left Anika reeling, trying to decipher the meaning behind Iridian's words. From that day on, Anika tried to keep a low profile, mostly lying in bed, lost in thought. Laos teased him about his laziness, saying he was living a life worse than an earthworm. Anika realized he couldn't just lie around like this. He abruptly sat up in bed and quietly tiptoed to the door. He gently pushed it open and peeked outside. 2 rows of maids, standing guard, immediately turned their gazes towards him. Anika gave an awkward smile. After a quick good morning, he retreated back into his room. It turned out that Iridian had stationed the maids there to prevent him from wandering around. Anika was close to tears. Every time he opened the door, he was met with this scene. It was unbearable. To prevent Anika from wandering, Iridian had specifically assigned 2 rows of maids to guard him. Lost in thought, Anika wondered what he could do in his room since he couldn't go out. He decided to write a letter to Lubny and asked for paper and pen. The maids offered to write for him, which left Anika speechless. His hand wasn't injured. He was perfectly capable of writing himself. Then Anika picked up a flower pot, hoping to get some exercise. The maids panicked, insisting they would move anything he needed. Bored out of his mind, Anika resorted to doing push-ups. When the maids saw a bead of sweat on his forehead, they vehemently stopped him. The prince's body hasn't fully recovered. You mustn't do strenuous exercise. Anika felt like he was going to explode. Since he couldn't do anything, he resigned himself to staying put. But couldn't someone at least come and talk to me? A few days prior, Anika had asked Iridian if Mary and the others could come visit. He was close to them, and it had been confirmed they had nothing to do with black magic. Iridian had flatly refused. They failed to protect you, which is a grave offense. I can't allow such people near you again. Not banishing them from the palace is already merciful enough. I hope you understand. Snapping back to the present, Anika sighed. Iridian was definitely someone who showed no mercy once his boundaries were crossed. Then he recalled Iridian's words. I thought I could keep you safe, but it seems I can't. Remembering that moment, Anika blushed. His heart raced. Covering his face with his hands, Anika wondered if he was losing his mind. Mary can't come now, and I can't keep bothering Ari, who always seems busy. Iridian hasn't sought me out, so he probably won't come either. Anika suddenly realized he was mistaken. It was clearly him who had been avoiding Iridian all along. Actually, Anika could guess when Iridian was free. After some internal debate, Anika decided to do something. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it once he returned to Lubny. But after leaving his room, the maids followed closely behind, and he could only wander around the third floor. It was probably punishment for sneaking out. Just then, he spotted Iridian talking with his secretary downstairs. Anika's call of Iridian made Iridian look up at him. I haven't seen you for days. Why? Weren't you trying hard to avoid me a few days ago? Anika felt inexplicably guilty. He argued, I wasn't avoiding you. Your Majesty has been busy. Is that so? But every time you saw me in the hallway, you'd immediately hide in your room. And several times, too. Even when called out, Anika continued to feign ignorance. Your Majesty must have seen wrong. Iridian didn't want to argue. He asked, have you had lunch? Anika nodded. How about afternoon tea? Anika was observing Iridian's expression. He found Iridian seemed quite calm. This made Anika feel a little unbalanced, because after what happened that day, Anika had been trapped in a tangle of emotions. He didn't know what Iridian's attitude towards him truly was. Iridian's calmness felt unfair. So Anika decided to act indifferent. If I haven't had afternoon tea yet, would you be free to join me? Iridian was slightly taken aback at first. Then he readily agreed. Anika hadn't expected him to agree so quickly. Afterwards, Anika followed Iridian to his office. Seeing Anika looking around, Iridian realized something. This is your first time here, isn't it? Yes, I've only been to your bedroom. The secretary, standing behind them, was stunned. Anika also realized what he'd said and quickly added, after all, I'd never been to the palace before. Iridian chuckled. That's true, but why do I have the feeling that you've taken over the entire palace? Iridian and Anika agreed to have afternoon tea together in Iridian's office. This was Anika's first time there. The layout wasn't what he'd imagined. He had expected a more comfortable style, but it felt rather heavy. Iridian smiled, perhaps agreeing with his observation. Anika hoped he wasn't overworking himself. If we could combine your Majesty and me and take the average, it would be just right. Anika was trying to express that Iridian was very busy while he was very idle. A combination of busy and idle would be better. Anika said, my life lately has been so idle that it's impossible not to be lazy. At that moment, the afternoon tea was brought in. Iridian even got up to pour it himself, making Anika feel a little flattered. Anika observed Iridian's every move and noticed he subconsciously loosened the bow tie at his collar. He thought, he clearly hates ties and scarves, yet he's dressed so formally. He must have received letters from nobles or attended some important meeting recently. He may seem approachable, but he's actually a deep thinker. If someone goes against his wishes, he'll show that cold, sharp expression from before. Seeing Anika staring, Iridian smiled faintly and continued the previous topic. He asked what he meant by becoming lazy. Because of the lack of activity, I'll be treated like an earthworm burrowing in the ground. Anika tapped his fingers on the chair, feeling that the earthworm analogy wasn't very flattering. He asked who was gossiping behind his back. Anika feigned innocence. I just feel that way myself. He couldn't tell him it was Laos who said it. Lately, I've been considering exercising in my room. It's a bit uncomfortable not having walked around much for a week. Seeing Iridian's serious expression, Anika quickly waved his hands, indicating he wasn't expressing dissatisfaction. Despite Anika's attempts to explain, Iridian still looked a little guilty. He remembered when Anika first arrived in Begot. He had promised Anika that he could ask for anything. But now, it seemed he wasn't someone who kept his promises. Anika touched the cup in his hand. He really hadn't meant to complain. Perhaps he just wanted to share his thoughts. Then, Anika suddenly remembered something. He said there was actually something he wanted to ask of His Majesty. He hoped His Majesty would call him by his name from now on. Iridian was taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled and said he couldn't agree to that. Anika was puzzled. Didn't you call me that morning? I only allow your Majesty to call me that. Are you really going to refuse me? Iridian nodded. He said yes. I've been a little curious since before why only I'm allowed. Do you know what that means? Anika naturally wanted to get closer to Iridian, but he didn't want to reveal all his thoughts. So, after little thought, he replied, because your Majesty is handsome. Plus, I've always liked your Majesty. After saying these words, Anika blushed. He had said he liked him not long ago, but this time, it felt more real to Anika. You're still saying these things after confessing. These words of yours don't come from your heart, so I won't take them seriously. Sometimes I wonder what you're thinking. Anika looked a little disappointed, and Iridian's words were exactly what he wanted to say. He also wondered what Iridian was thinking. Iridian said that in Begot, allowing someone to call you by your name carries significant weight. Anika hadn't considered so much. He simply hoped His Majesty would call him by his name. Wasn't that reason enough? For Anika, he wished Iridian would be clearer in his attitude. If he wanted to build a wall, it was best to make it impenetrable so that he would never have the courage to speak again. Iridian looked up at Anika. You can't keep provoking me, Princess. I hoped you understood after the last incident. This place definitely doesn't hold only goodwill for you. It's best you don't become fixated on it. Don't you think your noble name doesn't belong in a place like this? Anika felt a pang in his heart. In that instant, he understood. This person would probably always be like this. He would always hide his true feelings. He would give a sliver of hope and then disappointment. Until the very end, he would kindly but resolutely push him away. The nth rejection of his confession left Anika distraught. Laos kept calling him Little Shard, asking if he really wanted to go back. Anika was in no mood to pay attention to him. Laos continued to ask, didn't you want to win over that person? I thought you were serious. Anika was slightly taken aback. Of course, he was serious. It's just that there was no need to be serious anymore. Is it because that person doesn't want to call you by your name? Anika sighed. That was only part of the reason. All the current circumstances were making him feel dejected. Now that he suspected Edra was a black magician, they naturally wouldn't be getting married. So Anika's bigger worry now was his own body. Laos nodded. That's true. After all, your body is like a speck of dust that could be blown away by a gust of wind. Anika was speechless. He was a little shard just now, and now he was a speck of dust. By the way, do I really have to wait 5 years to become a priest? Couldn't you just make time to come down for a bit? Laos's reply was the same as always. He said it was a taboo of Idida to appear in the human world at will. The current situation made Anika even more determined to return to Lubni. After returning, he would first hide in the temple for 5 years and then become a priest. After all, if he stayed here, Edra would target him. But thinking about Iridian's repeated rejections, even with the thought of returning, Anika still felt disappointed. He still wanted to hear Iridian call his name one more time. Laos believed Iridian didn't really want to refuse. This startled Anika. He asked what he meant. Laos said he also hoped that person would be more proactive. Anika felt a pang of disappointment. Proactive about what? I'm the only one being proactive. Anika felt drained of energy, like something inside him had broken. He just doesn't dare call my name, and I'm already this dejected. When did I become like this? It seemed to have started that day, after that early morning when I opened my eyes in his bedroom. And what exactly am I expecting? Thinking this, Anika picked up the pen on the table, wanting to find the answer by listing out a plan. Plan A, prevent the Begot Empire from invading Lubni. Plan B, prevent Sister Tywia from being kidnapped. Plan C, seduce Iridian and prevent him from getting married. These plans have progressed 2.5 steps. Anika forcefully crossed out the 3 plans. Next was Plan D. Iridian possesses divine power. He's my nutrient solution and fast charger, but he's also an impenetrable copper wall that hurts when you bump into it. Anika didn't want to be bounced off by the copper wall. But in some ways, he's also a very gentle person. After much thought, Anika's mind was still a mess. Even Laos was useless in this matter. Can something like this be figured out just by writing it down? Anika felt annoyed, so he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it away. He decided to stop thinking about it. Iridian's sometimes gentle, sometimes resolute attitude made him very irritated. Anika sighed softly. A sudden wave of drowsiness drained him of energy. He already wasn't sleeping well, and after that day, he was even more worried and couldn't sleep at all. Anika swayed towards the bedroom. As for what he hadn't figured out, he would think about it after he got enough sleep. The paper ball he had just thrown happened to hit Edra on the head. Edra looked up and glimpsed Anika's pink hair. Then he heard the sound of a door closing. That princess is still so cute. Then he bent down and picked up the paper ball. Seeing the barely legible contents, Edra finally understood what Iridian was suspicious of and why he had been called back. He had been worried about how to regain control of the current situation, but now it seemed it might be simpler than he thought. The black mist surrounding Edra spoke. He inexplicably found Anika an eyesore. An eyesore should be eliminated directly. Edra sighed softly, thinking it would be a pity to kill him now. After all, he was still useful. The black mist said that every time he had this feeling, things wouldn't go smoothly. So it hoped Edra would hurry up. Edra understood. This was something he had been preparing for 5 years. He couldn't let anything go wrong at the last moment. Moreover, he now had good bargaining chips. Edra chuckled and strode toward Iridian's palace. Iridian held a thick stack of documents, looking quite troubled. The documents were naturally the Gruka tripartite agreement. He thought that this dispute was gradually coming to an end. Originally, he hadn't wanted to resort to extreme measures, intending only to teach Lubny a lesson for breaking the agreement. That was why he had attacked. Iridian sighed softly. If only he had been a little more patient back then. Even if he hadn't been patient, he shouldn't have kidnapped the princess. Ugh, if he had agreed to Lubny's demands back then, Ajek wouldn't have had the opportunity to hang himself. Bargaining chips. If the princess hadn't been kidnapped, he wouldn't have encountered life-threatening danger here. Edra wouldn't have brought such a great hidden danger. But even so, he was still happy to have met Anika. It's just that now, he didn't have any extra energy to spend on such things. Iridian felt that what came next was the most important. Regarding the issue of the magic or road, Iridian gave his final reply in the letter, saying that he wouldn't give any response to the two countries' demands. If they wanted to make additional demands, they should come and negotiate face-to-face. Iridian sealed the letter. If they dared to continue their arrogance after he made this reply, then taking this opportunity to unify the continent would actually be a good choice. Having considered this matter, Iridian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Edra should be arriving soon. At that moment, the secretary knocked on the door. "Your Majesty, Edra has arrived." Upon seeing Iridian, Edra greeted him with a smile. "I'm so happy to receive your summons. I thought you would never summon me again in this lifetime. You call me back so urgently. Is there something the matter? You were often around when I didn't summon you, yet when I do call for you, you're hard to find." Edra blinked, saying he was busy and hoped his Majesty would forgive him. Hearing the word forgive, Iridian became displeased. He stated directly that the things he should be asking forgiveness for seemed to be more than just this. Edra took 2 steps closer. "Then tell me, Your Majesty, what else should I be asking forgiveness for?" "Then tell me, Your Majesty, what else should I be asking forgiveness for?" "A few weeks ago, you should have visited the Belala Palace." Iridian feigned surprise, exclaiming that the princess was actually concerned about his whereabouts. However, he told Anika not to interrupt, stating he knew Anika had done something at the Belala Palace. "You dared to use magic, which I expressly forbade, within my palace, to harm someone I was protecting. Why don't you tell me how I should handle this matter?" Iridian smiled, deciding to drop the pretense. "I know Your Majesty has always been wary of me, constantly pushing me away and keeping your guard up. But you have never truly stopped me. It's just that your method this time was wrong. If you truly believed I used evil magic, you wouldn't have summoned me to the palace for questioning. You would have directly ordered me to be dragged away and hanged. But you didn't. You still call me here privately. This means you're still unsure whether I am beneficial or detrimental to your country." Hearing a soft chuckle, Iridian looked at Anika. He stated that the true power holder of the magic tower remains as confident as ever. Edra didn't deny it. "Isn't this the very reason you've kept me by your side? I am the true power holder of the magic tower, leading all the mages of Begot. Once my aged teacher passes away, all the magical power of Begot will be in my control. But there's one thing I can't quite understand. That is Your Majesty's attitude towards me. If I hadn't harmed the princess, would your attitude still be this intense? Your Majesty, I understand you far better than you think. After all, I've been by your side, interacting with you for so long. If it were the you of the past, you would have immediately ordered my execution the moment you discovered I was a black magician. But what are you afraid of now?" Iridian clearly realized his own issue. He asked himself what he was truly afraid of. "That's right, as the ruler of this powerful empire, I thought there was nothing I should fear. But I've come to realize that you're capable of anything now. So I'm truly terrified." Edra chuckled again. "Do you have any evidence to prove I'm a black magician? You have no cards left to play. Instead, you only have weaknesses. If a conflict arises, the winner will definitely be me. You should understand this after this incident. It would be very easy for me to target that lovely princess. Of course, all of this would only happen if I were truly a black magician." By now, Iridian was clearly enraged. Mana surged around him as he questioned Edra's true purpose. Edra released his own magic to counter Iridian's and stated his conditions. He wanted Iridian to put a leash around his own neck and marry him, according to the original plan. This way, Your Majesty's country and your son, the prince, would not be harmed. Anika, who was about to open the door, paused. He had clearly overheard their conversation. Edra was using Anika's life as a threat to force Iridian to marry him according to the original plan. Anika, standing outside the door, overheard their conversation. He stood there, stunned, thinking that no matter how hard he tried, everything would return to its original course. The secretary's call startled him. He knew Iridian couldn't refuse. Because he was the emperor of Begot, he had to consider the safety of the entire nation. Anika turned around and asked the secretary not to tell Iridian that he had been there. Then he hurriedly fled. Back in his room, Anika collapsed onto the floor. He hadn't expected Edra to threaten Iridian with such conditions. And what to do next became another difficult problem. At that moment, Laos suggested that Anika hide in the temple. Staying in the palace would only make him bait for Edra to use against Iridian. After a moment of silence, Anika agreed to Laos's suggestion. He couldn't stay here and cause more trouble. Late at night, Anika tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He decided to go out onto the balcony for some fresh air. Looking out, the entire palace was pitch black. This feeling reminded him of the nightmare he had before. Disperse it for me. Disperse these filthy things. Iridian lived next door to Anika. He was also on his balcony at this time and naturally heard Anika's voice. So he called out, "Princess." Anika was startled. He turned around with a pale face. He saw Iridian holding a glass of red wine, leaning against the railing of the next door balcony. Anika rubbed his eyes, trying to confirm if he was seeing a phantom. Iridian asked casually, "Why aren't you asleep yet? It's so late." Anika said frankly, "I can't sleep," and asked in return, "Why is your majesty here?" "It's so late. Why aren't you asleep?" "Because I can't sleep either." The two of them chatted awkwardly. Anika understood that after the events of the day, Iridian was probably also disturbed. Iridian swirled the wine in his glass and asked, "Why can't you sleep?" Anika replied with a smile, "Maybe my mental state hasn't stabilized yet." Iridian paused slightly. Today, Anika hadn't said he was fine. Anika stated, "I won't lie. If I say I'm fine, it means I'm really fine. But if something is really wrong, I won't force myself." He sighed and put the wine glass aside. "Anika, take 3 steps back." Anika looked puzzled. Urged by Iridian, he stepped back. Iridian put one hand on the balcony railing and jumped directly in front of Anika. The bright moonlight shone on Iridian's silver hair. He looked at Anika with a smile. "What is it that's keeping you awake tonight?" Anika and Iridian met on the balcony under the night sky. The reason for their meeting was insomnia. To check on Anika's condition, Iridian jumped from his balcony to Anika's. Iridian asked him, "What is it that's keeping you awake tonight?" Anika lowered his head. He couldn't sleep because of the conversation between Edra and Iridian, but he couldn't say that. He simply explained, "I haven't slept well for the past few days, so I have a bit of a headache." Hearing that he hadn't slept well, Iridian showed concern and cupped Anika's face in his hands. Anika smiled. "It would be strange if I could sleep well. After all, something almost happened in my dream." He still seemed hesitant. "If it's not because you can't sleep, why do you think your mental state isn't good?" Anika's eyes darted around, trying to find a good excuse. But he clearly couldn't find one. He answered silently in his heart, "It's because I heard your conversation with Edra. How about I stay at the temple for a while? I also know that my idea will make things difficult for you. After all, people who don't belong to the temple can't stay there for a long time. But I'll only stay for a short while." Iridian looked a little disappointed. "Just a short while. I made up my mind. I'll still go back to Lubni. Didn't we agree a long time ago? As long as Lubni reopens the Groka Road, you'll send me back. Now it's almost time." Seeing Iridian speechless, Anika touched his cheek with his hand. "What's wrong?" Iridian grabbed Anika's hand and asked, "How long have you been in Begot?" Anika paused slightly. "It's been 2.5 months." Iridian said directly, "Time flies." Anika nodded with a smile. "I think so too. It seems like a lot has happened. I didn't expect that looking back. So much time has passed. Anyway, as long as you allow it, I'll go back as soon as possible." Iridian seemed hesitant. "What if I don't allow it?" Anika blinked, seeming to sense the reluctance in Iridian's words. Iridian clasped Anika's hand and held it tightly. "Why not?" After a moment of thought, Iridian pulled back his hand. "I misspoke." At this, Anika became unhappy. "How is that misspeaking? How can you be like this? Maybe I shouldn't go back after all." Iridian backed away as Anika moved closer to him until the railing behind him left him with no room to retreat. Anika told him to use his name. Iridian held Anika's shoulders, momentarily unsure what to do. Then he resorted to his usual excuse. "Princess, I believe I've told you, perhaps multiple times, that it's best you don't provoke me." Anika looked up at him. "Then your majesty should also stop avoiding me. If you dislike me, please just say it. Tell me you don't want to see me anymore, and that I should return home. That's what you truly want, isn't it? If Iridian avoided him again, if he avoided him this time, Anika knew he would return to Lubni, and perhaps he would never see him again. Iridian placed his hand on Anika's back, pulling him into a tight embrace. Then he spoke Anika's name. Don't say such things, because no matter what, I can't truly push you away. If you ask me if you can stay, I can only answer, please don't go. If you ask me if I dislike you, I can only answer, I don't. Don't you know that yet? But even so, I must return. Staying here, besides making me happy, what good would it do for you? So please, don't say any more, because I can't push you away. Anika finally understood the depth of Iridian's feelings. He didn't want to leave either. He wanted to stay by Iridian's side. But from his conversation with Edra earlier that day, Anika knew he couldn't. Anika buried his face, murmuring, "You're so mean." Iridian replied, "You're the mean one. You're the one making me say such selfish things." Under the bright moonlight, the two held each other close. And for Iridian, Anika finally made him feel truly alive in this world. Just as Iridian had said, in Begot, only those closest to each other could call each other by name like this. Bathed in the moonlight, Anika finally understood Iridian's heart. Leaning against him, a sudden wave of sleepiness washed over him. Anika murmured about having slept so much during the day. Iridian softly called his name and then lifted him up. He walked towards the bedroom. "Aren't you going back, Your Majesty?" Iridian, sitting on the edge of the bed, said he would return shortly. Anika started to say something, but the overwhelming drowsiness forced his eyes closed. Early one morning, Anika boarded a carriage headed for the temple. Passing by the Bailiru Palace, Anika offered a silent prayer to the goddess Weiss, wondering how Mary was doing. Seeing the courtyard riddled with craters, Anika was startled. The accompanying priest explained that the courtyard had been completely renovated on Iridian's orders. The purpose was to erase all traces of Edra's black magic. The priest's face paled as he described the arduous process of repeatedly demolishing and rebuilding until Iridian was satisfied. Later, passing by the square he had visited with Iridian, Anika found it deserted, devoid of its usual bustling crowds. The priest explained that Iridian had closed off the square a few weeks prior. Anika realized that a few weeks prior coincided with the time he had encountered the barrier there. Both locations had been altered by Iridian to ensure his safety. The priest continued, "His Majesty has always been very attentive to you, Princess. I was right about everything I said before." Anika, slightly embarrassed, didn't know how to respond. Arriving at the temple, Lao spoke, "You finally arrived at a place where I can see you more clearly." "Little shard," Anika whispered, "did you just say you can see more clearly? Did you mean you'll be freer here? Like, could you sneak down without anyone knowing?" Laos shook his head. For him to simply go down would be like sending Anika on a trip to hell. Anika deflated, so it still wasn't possible. Just then, a blonde woman called out to him. Anika turned to see a woman with a warm smile. She expressed her delight at seeing the princess again. Introducing herself as Grisha Yalvin, she noted that this was likely the princess's first time meeting her. Hearing the name Yalvin, Anika thought of someone, the earl he had met with Iridian the other day. "Are you Earl Yalvin's wife?" Grisha asked with a smile, impressed that Anika remembered her husband. "He's been talking about you since he returned from the palace. He said he happened to run into your highness during his visit, and the last time you came to the temple, I saw you from afar. A chance encounter like that must be fate. I was hoping for a chance to meet your highness. Perhaps this is Laos's guidance." Laos replied in Anika's mind, denying any involvement. Anika gave an awkward laugh. "Perhaps." Just then, Eric's footsteps approached from behind. He had been panicked when he realized Anika was gone. The priest and Grisha clearly knew each other. "Are you with Lord Iridian this time as well?" Anika nodded and said he might be staying at the temple for a while. He then apologized to Eric, explaining he had been distracted and hadn't followed. Anika waved his hand dismissively, saying it was his fault. Grisha was puzzled to hear Anika was staying at the temple, wondering why he wasn't at the palace as usual. "Did Edra offend you, your highness?" Anika asked, confused. "I met a blonde lady at the palace." Grisha told Anika not to mind Edra and to let her words go in one ear and out the other. Besides, Doesn't your highness have a sturdy shield? Still, it's surprising. I was certain his majesty would keep you by his side. Why the sudden move to the temple? Before Grisha could finish, Eric interrupted. He suggested they continue their conversation later, as he needed to take Anika to his accommodations. Anika realized he needed to keep his special constitution and the reason for staying at the temple a secret. Grisha admitted she was simply overjoyed to meet Anika and apologized for her forwardness. She then asked if they could chat sometime, which Anika readily agreed to, happy to have someone to talk to. After that, Anika's temple life officially began. After a few days, Anika's condition improved considerably. Lao said, "You should have listened to me and come to the temple sooner." Anika couldn't help but agree. He felt full of energy, just like back in Rubni. While staying at the palace, he had felt constantly tired despite resting. Anika was helping Eric clean, though Eric tried to refuse his help, insisting on doing it himself. Eric sighed. If His Majesty knew, I don't know how he would scold me. Anika smiled and said he was doing it willingly. Since he would be staying for a while, he wanted to contribute like the other priests. After wiping the wolf head statue in front of him, Anika looked around to see what else needed cleaning. A gap between two red cloths caught his attention. Laos asked if he wanted to peek inside to see what the god he spoke to every day looked like. Anika peeked inside. A mural of a long-haired man appeared before his eyes. Anika thought he looked beautiful and was surprised he appeared human. Laos explained it was just one of his many forms. Then Anika noticed a small inscription on the wall. Laos urged him closer, saying there was something there that might interest him. Like a Redian's name, Anika stepped quietly inside the red cloths. Curious. Were there names of Iridian he didn't know? The first line of the inscription contained a name he'd never seen before. Laos explained it was a name he himself had bestowed. Anika realized it was a holy name. The first name was also the full name of Bigat's founding emperor. Laos asked if he knew the meaning of a holy name. Anika recalled from a novel's plot that it seemed to be used during confessions. He didn't know anything else, as he wasn't originally from this world. Laos told him the holy name was the name used to summon him to the human realm. Every 10 years, when he could descend to the human world, his children would use the names he bestowed to call him. Anika's eyes widened. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Can I summon you too? Laos shook his head. Anika didn't even know his own holy name. Even if he didn't possess the divine power to summon Laos. If he tried, his near non-existent divine power would be drained, and he would die. Anika was exasperated, so I could only wait. Then he thought of something else. Since he was already there, why not see what Iridian's baptismal ritual was like? Anika was just about to look it up, when Laos advised him to hide. The door to the divine sword's chamber was being pushed open. Anika was incredibly nervous. Peeking at the baptismal names of past emperors was a serious offense. He was also a little annoyed because he hadn't seen Iridians yet. He heard the footsteps getting closer and closer. Anika hurriedly covered his mouth. Laos whispered urgently, but Anika was too scared. If he was discovered, it would be disastrous. Just then, the red cloth in front of Anika was pulled aside. Seeing it was Iridian, Anika was slightly startled, but looked at him with a smile. "What are you doing hiding here?" Iridian asked. Anika had intended to peek at Iridian's baptismal name, but Iridian's arrival had ruined his plan. Anika was puzzled. "How did you know I was here? You're always conspicuous, no matter where you are." In fact, as soon as Iridian stepped into the temple, he saw someone behind the red cloth. Who else could it be but Anika? Iridian caressed Anika's face, noticing his complexion had improved considerably. Iridian's reaction was the same as Laos's. "I should have sent you to the temple sooner." Anika smiled awkwardly. The current atmosphere made him feel a little restrained, perhaps because this was their first meeting since they had confessed their feelings for each other. Anika's eyes darted around. "Why are you here?" he asked. Iridian seemed to struggle to express himself. He felt Anika was asking if something was wrong. Come to think of it, it was a bit strange. His Majesty wouldn't come to see me for no reason, Anika said, suddenly curious about what kind of person he was in Iridian's eyes. Anika chuckled. "You're a liar," he said, "and you like to keep secrets. You're always hesitant, always building walls. Should I continue? I can probably come up with 50 more. Iridian smiled wryly. He couldn't deny what Anika said. "Now it's your turn. Why are you here? You can't just be here to see me, can you?" Iridian laughed and said he couldn't stand him. Then he lifted Anika up and placed him on the altar in front of him. Seeing Anika's worried expression, Iridian reassured him. Don't worry, Laos is very broad-minded. Anika turned to look at the mural behind him. That's hard to say. Maybe he's more petty and childish than you think. Iridian was speechless. You talk as if you know him. Anika touched Iridian's cheek, noticing he looked very tired. He must have been overworked. What happened in the 5 days I was gone? Anika asked. Iridian replied, same as always. Countless things to deal with. Mountains of documents to process. I'm quite tired, but this is my daily routine. So if you ask me what I've been doing specifically, I don't really have anything to tell you. Anika paused, finally understanding what the priest had meant when he said Iridian carried many burdens. You must feel very stressed. If I were by your side, I could comfort you. So it's really great that you came here today. I've been full of energy lately. I'm sure I can make you happy too. Anika extended his hand, declaring, today, I'll be your majesty's fatigue reliever. While Iridian was momentarily stunned, Anika pulled him into an embrace, whispering, I missed you. At this moment, Anika gradually understood his own heart. Everything he did for Iridian wasn't because Iridian's future was tragic, nor was it because Iridian's divine power could keep him alive. His purpose was simple. He simply loved him. Anika asked himself why he had been going in circles before, unable to face his own feelings. Feeling Anika's heartbeat, Iridian hugged him tightly in return. But back in the bedroom, Anika sat on the windowsill, continuing to question Iridian's reason for being there. Iridian played with Anika's hair, saying hadn't he already told him. He just felt a little irritated, but Anika didn't believe him. When Iridian came to see him, he couldn't possibly not have another reason prepared. Anika paused, slightly surprised. When did Iridian become so perceptive? Anika said that if one wanted to capture prey, one must first understand the prey's characteristics. Hearing this, Iridian chuckled. You always seem to make unreasonable things sound perfectly logical. Anika told him not to change the subject. What was he really doing here? Iridian reached into his pocket. He pulled out a letter. What puzzled Anika was that this letter was very thin. After opening it, he realized it was a list of the Lubny delegation. This meant the people on the list would be visiting Bigot. Anika took the list of the Lubny delegation from Iridian's hand. His brother-in-law was on the list. The knight, Fernandez, and also Sergei. They would represent Lubny on their visit to Bigot. Iridian's expression was displeased, because these people all sounded like men's names. Their visit this time should be to improve relations between the two countries. Iridian said, well, not necessarily. If they were willing to assist Bigot, it would benefit the relationship between the two countries. Iridian told him that Bigot's future foreign policy would depend on Lubny's attitude towards the tripartite agreement this time. With me under your control, Lubny won't oppose Bigot. Even if I return to Lubny, my father wouldn't close the Gruka road like before. Anika was puzzled. He didn't understand what Iridian was so unhappy about. Then Iridian spoke. He asked, who is Sergei? Anika replied, he's my childhood friend and also my brother-in-law's younger brother. He's more like a good friend than family. Sergei's return was quite a surprise to Anika, but at the same time, he was a little annoyed. Initially, before being kidnapped by Iridian, Anika had run from the corridor because he believed Sergei would come to rescue him. But it was precisely because of the kidnapping that things ultimately worked out well for him. Anika smiled and reached out to touch Iridian's face. At this moment, Anika seemed to realize something. Since Lubny had sent a delegation, did that mean he had to go back? If he went back, did that mean their relationship would end just like that? Anika finally understood what Iridian had been busy with recently. No wonder he looked so haggard, because this time, it was the renegotiation of the Gruka agreement after 50 years. Speaking of this topic, Iridian seemed exhausted. Anika wanted to change the subject. How is Miss Edra recently? As soon as he said this, Anika regretted it. He didn't understand why he suddenly brought up that woman. Iridian said that the thought of Edra made him angry. Although he didn't want to have anything to do with her, he couldn't give up investigating her until he had enough evidence to put her in prison. Anika cupped Iridian's face. He said, just in case, he absolutely had to remind him, you absolutely must not marry her. Do you understand? Even just getting engaged is not allowed. Don't think that keeping a dangerous woman by your side to monitor her is a good idea. You absolutely cannot have such an unreasonable thought. As long as I'm still alive, I can't stand the thought of you keeping her by your side," Anika said earnestly. Iridian suddenly thought of something. He finally understood, belatedly, why Anika had proposed to him repeatedly. Anika laughed awkwardly, hands on his hips, and insisted Iridian promise. Iridian nodded, expressing his own thoughts at the same time. He hadn't considered fulfilling Edra's requests. He wasn't sure what Edra was really up to. Probably because you're handsome and she wants you for herself. This was, of course, just a casual reason Anika offered, because he knew that Edra wanted Iridian's divine power. Then Anika thought of question. Does Laos know that there's someone in the world who is coveting his Idita? Iridian played with Anika's hair, thinking that if only things were as simple as Anika said. Then he gently kissed Anika's hair. Anika blushed furiously. His earlier curiosity about whether Laos knew anything about this vanished completely. To hide his embarrassment, Anika threw himself into Iridian's arms. The next morning, Gree was chatting with Anika. "Your Highness, why didn't His Majesty come today?" Anika took a sip of tea. "He was here 2 days ago. I suppose he'll come tomorrow." Anika thought to himself, since that day, Iridian has been coming to the temple every 3 days. Even if there's no specific reason, he comes on schedule, but he still hasn't mentioned returning to Lubni. "I don't have much time left in Begat, so I probably won't see him many more times. But when I left the palace, I thought I wouldn't see him again, so I'm quite happy to be able to see him occasionally like this." Gree looked slightly surprised. "My goodness, I heard His Majesty is busy preparing for the tripartite agreement." "I knew it," Anika said, curious. "Knew what?" "I'm afraid to even ask him what's going on." Gree chuckled. "By the way, Your Highness, you'll be attending the welcoming ceremony for the Lubni delegation, won't you?" "Attending the welcoming ceremony for the Lubni delegation. Do I absolutely have to attend?" Gree said firmly, "Of course. You have no idea how many people want to see me." Anika was a little embarrassed. "I'd rather not go. I don't want to be the center of attention. I heard the Kingdom of Lubni is also sending a delegation. Foreign delegations aren't allowed to enter the temple, so won't Your Highness have to attend in person?" "Oh, right. Although His Majesty hasn't mentioned it. If I want to see my brother-in-law, Sergei, and Fernandez, I'll have to attend." Gree continued to reassure him. "You don't need to be averse to social gatherings. The nobles won't give you a hard time. Moreover, His Majesty will be with you the entire time. Even Miss Edra won't be able to do anything to you. My husband and I will also be attending. If you come, I'll stay with you." Anika was touched. "That's really very kind of you." Gree, can I ask why you're so good to me? You've been so kind and considerate to me from the very beginning. I don't mean anything by it. Please don't misunderstand. I mean, I'm just a hostage, and I'll be returning to Lubni soon." "You're really going back?" "Yes, I'll be returning with a Lubni delegation." "Oh, I thought you would stay a little longer." "You're going back so soon. Has His Majesty allowed it?" Anika chuckled. "Yes, but on second thought, I suppose he has." "Then there's not much time left. I'm a little disappointed. I wanted to get closer to Your Highness. I wanted to get closer to you the first time I saw you from afar. You look so endearing. And you're different from the noble girls of the Begat Empire. The Begat Empire places too much importance on etiquette and virtue. Although the Empire's nobles should have dignity, they can be too formal sometimes. It feels stifling." Anika also thought of Iridian. He would also say it's a little stifling. In the original story, Lubni was indeed more liberal and open. The only daughter of a duke could even marry a knight of the guard. "Your Highness, I heard that Lubni is more open and free than Begat. I guess Lubni will be very similar to Your Highness." "Hee, that's because the country is smaller. But compared to Begat, it is indeed more free." Gree laughed heartily. "I was right, wasn't I? I think that's why His Majesty likes you." Anika took a tactical sip of tea. "He probably just feels obligated. I've done so many disrespectful things here, and he's still so gentle with me." Gree smiled faintly. "Oh my, it seems His Majesty is very gentle with you. However, Miss Edra has been pursuing His Majesty for a long time. Many people think that if this continues, His Majesty will eventually accept her." Anika sounded somewhat dismissive. "Oh, it seems Miss Edra is very persistent." "Yes, countless noble ladies have been hurt by her." Anika felt a chill. So she really has made quite a name for herself in social circles. She's truly unscrupulous. She's a terrifying woman. If I fall into her hands again, she'll definitely kill me. Maybe I shouldn't attend the welcoming ceremony after all. But why is she so eager to marry Redian? Does she just want Redian's body filled with divine power? He paused, thinking. Something doesn't seem right. What benefit is there for a human to cross Idida and reach the other side? What's the use of possessing power that humans can't even perceive? Wouldn't it be more useful to completely overthrow the Begot Empire, which suppresses black magicians, or find a way to prevent black magic from being ostracized? Anika continued to mutter to himself. I really can't understand it. Could Edra be being used by something? Gree looked at Anika quizzically. What's wrong, Your Highness? Oh, nothing at all. Meanwhile, Redian was pondering Edra's motives. Why are you doing all this? What do you want from me? At the same time, Edra was also lost in thought. Staring out the window at the light rain, she fell into deep contemplation. I just have to close my eyes to remember. It was raining that day, just like today. What damned evolution ritual? They came to my house, saying they were going to burn away everything evil. Edra heard the shouts. Search thoroughly. Not a single one can be left behind, Captain. Evolve them all. I saw it with my own eyes. My parents and friends, swallowed up by the glint of silver blades. That was the day my family was completely torn apart. I wanted so badly to save them, even though I didn't have the strength. I wanted to face it with my family, father, mother. Suddenly, a large hand stopped her. You can't go, Stros. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. If you don't want to die here, leave quickly. I'll help you hide. And just like that, the family that had so actively studied dark magic in secret met with a sudden downfall, as if by karmic retribution. I was only 10 years old then. Afterward, I disguised myself as the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, Edra, and entered Moda. The year I finally adjusted a life in Moda, one winter day they came. I overheard their conversation. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will do our utmost and live up to your expectations. I saw him, the one whose paladins burned my parents, my teacher, and my teacher's many disciples alive. He possesses a power completely opposed to mine. He won't allow someone like me to exist in this land. And he is the next emperor, a dazzling young man. He possesses the most powerful divine power in the world. He is my nemesis. One day, I will crush him beneath my feet. Even if it takes everything I have, I will do it. Edra recalled her conversation with Redian. As long as I put a collar around your neck, you will become a loyal dog who obeys my commands. Are you certain, Your Majesty? Why not? Edra mused. To achieve my goal, I will let him have his way. Even if he wants me to bark like a dog, I can do it. As long as I touch the other side of Idita, my mission will be complete. Then, Edra went to a dark corner of the room and spoke to the black fog there. If I can bring you the most powerful divine power in the world, and thus fulfill your demands, please banish the light of divine power that shrouds this land. Please allow my brethren, those oppressed and suppressed dark magicians, to control this world. This is how I will avenge my parents. This is the contract I made with my master. Edra thought, that man can't refuse my offer. Even if he can't accept it all, he'll find some points of compromise. I shouldn't overthink it. In any case, no matter what, Redian will be the one who loses in the end. So what if he puts a collar on me now? Suddenly, the black fog spoke. Edra turned to look at it. What is it now? You've been getting more sensitive and irritable lately. That's because I'm anxious. Anxious about what? Our plan. The black fog reiterated, my mood is foul. If we're discovered, things will become more complicated. We need to act before the taboo of Idida and Lamurti is discovered. This time, we must kill the meddler. Edra looked up at it. You were the one who first crossed over to Morty 5 years ago. Isn't it a bit late to be talking about taboos now? I just don't understand. If we just leave him alone, Anika will self-destruct. Why are you so anxious? It's like you're being chased by something. Why can't you wait? Annoying things should be killed. Things we need should be taken. Edra, the target is right in front of us, and you keep telling me to wait. Why should I keep listening to you? Edra retorted, Hades, what exactly are you trying to do? I need you to kill the obstacle and get what we need as soon as possible. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands. You want to keep your body, don't you? Edra pondered. This dirty, drastic method really isn't my style. I spent so long carefully planning everything. Oh well, if Redian refuses my proposal, this is the only option left. One morning, Eric, have you heard anything? Why did he suddenly summon me to the palace? I'm not sure either. Anika thought yesterday was the third day and he didn't come to see me. I was worried something had happened to him. I didn't expect him to summon me directly to the palace. But thinking about it, with the issues between the three kingdoms, can the Lubni princess just be absent innocent as she pleases. Still, with Iridian there, I'd rather not participate. But I also don't want that woman to be the only one by Iridian's side. Anika came to her senses. I thought she'd rather come to the temple herself than summon me to the palace. What happened? Could it be related to Iridian? Just as Eric entered the hall, someone rushed over and embraced her. Anika, are you all right? Anika was clearly taken aback. Is it Sergei's voice? Anika, you're alive. Anika struggled to break free. Is it really you? Sergei, what are you doing here? Sergei seemed somewhat angry. Hey, we haven't seen each other in ages, and you talk to me like this. Don't you know how worried I was? I thought you'd at least be missing an arm or a leg. He hugged Anika again. Hey, Sergei, calm down. Let go of me. Anika reassured him, I'm fine. I've been doing well, living more luxuriously than back in Lubny. Didn't I tell you in the letter? Sergei finally calmed down. Are all your limbs intact? Of course. I told you I'm fine. Then why are you so thin? Something's happened. There's no need to be so observant about this, is there? Anika saw two more familiar faces. They looked at her, choked with emotion. It's Firth and my brother-in-law. What's going on? Did the Lubny delegation arrive this quickly? Princess Anika, are you all right? Are you hurt? Firth, I'm Fine. My wife gave me strict orders. She said she'd never forgive me if you were even slightly injured. Are you really okay? Anika thought. It seems everyone was really worried about me. I feel a little guilty. Then she chuckled. It's been a while, Firth. And brother-in-law, too. Firth said, crying, I'm not fit to be the princess's guard anymore. After returning to Lubny, I'll resign from my position. No, Firth, it's not your fault. I'm really fine. His Majesty didn't treat me as a hostage. On the contrary, he treated me as a guest. I even traveled all over Begat. I not only ate a lot of delicious food, but also stayed at the temple. I also met many kind people. You don't have to worry about me at all. Sergei chuckled. No, you little pig, you've really lost a lot of weight. Shut up, Sergei. Who are you calling pig? I'm right. You were still chubby 3 months ago. Sergei, stay away from me. We haven't seen each other in so long, and you're still so annoying. Haha, you're still as rude as ever. Anika suddenly stopped. Why do I feel like I'm on pins and needles? A chill just ran down my spine. Anika looked back. Iridian was sitting on the throne, watching them. Right, this is the reception room. Iridian said coldly, are you satisfied now? The Duke dared to barge into the Emperor's reception room and threaten me to hand over the princess. Last time, he even threatened to blow up the entire Gulf of Gruka if I didn't send the princess's handwritten letter. Anika shook her head. Oh, I almost forgot. My father and brother-in-law have some misunderstandings about the power of the Begat Empire. Your Majesty Iridian, I'm so sorry. The people of the Lubny Kingdom were just too worried about me. Iridian continued with a cold expression. What? Do you think the ruler of Begat is easy to bully? Anika was suspicious. Why is he angry? His expression and tone have been off since just now. Everyone also felt that Emperor Iridian seemed somewhat angry. They all stepped forward to shield Anika. Anika seemed to understand something and suddenly started to chuckle. Haha, I feel inexplicably happy. Sergei looked at her as if she were a fool. You really did lose your mind during this time. Then he looked at his brother-in-law. Brother, forget the welcoming ceremony. Let's go back. This child isn't right in the head. Anika glared at him. Shut up, Sergei. Then she looked at Iridian with satisfaction. So you call me here today because of them. He's my childhood friend. This is my guard knight and my brother-in-law. They were so worried about me. After all, I'm the beloved princess of Lubny. Iridian raised an eyebrow. Oh, are they all worried about you? I'm really sorry. I apologize to you on their behalf. You don't have to apologize for them. Anika instantly became smug. I guess right. You call me here for this. At that moment, Sergei inappropriately put his arm around Anika's shoulder. Iridian saw this, his face darkening, clearly jealous. Anika forcefully shook off Sergei's hand. Well, since they're here, can I chat with them for a while? Iridian hesitated slightly. Chat for a while. Catch up. After all, it's been so long. I have a lot to ask them. Anika pondered. Most importantly, if I warmly reminisce with them, Iridian will be jealous and upset. I can finally make you anxious for me. Looking at Anika's smug expression, Iridian remained outwardly calm, but he saw right through her. All right then, I'll have the servants show you the way. You must be tired after your long journey. Go and rest. We're not tired. My brother-in-law and Sergei were about to say more, but Iridian interrupted them. No, you're tired. Without waiting for a response, Iridian waved to a guard. The guard immediately understood. Yes, Your Majesty. The guard immediately stepped forward and bowed. You must be weary. Please allow me to show you the way. The group didn't refuse. All right, thank you. Anika turned around. I'll go with them. But Iridian's cold voice came from behind her. You stay here. Anika looked back at Iridian. Right, I haven't seen him for 4 days. It's better to stay. Then she shook her head. No, I can't. I can't be so easily swayed by him. This is a good chance to make him anxious. Anika looked at Iridian pleadingly. Hee, I haven't seen my family in a long time. I want to chat with them. Iridian's lips moved slightly, but he didn't speak. He just looked at her coldly. Anika changed her tune. But all right, just for a little while. I'll also chat with Your Majesty alone. Sergei, oblivious to their unspoken exchange, firmly grasped Anika's hand, trying to pull her away. Iridian saw this and leaned back heavily against his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. Anika glanced at him. Haha, I can't believe he's actually jealous. He's jealous. Iridian sighed. Anika, come here. Can you come here? Can I? Anika looked at Iridian in surprise. If he says it like that, how can I not go over? She turned back to the others. You'll go and rest first. Princess Anika. Sergei, let go of me. Sergei was bewildered. Hey, what's your relationship with the begot emperor? Anika looked back at her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, please take him away. Inwardly, she was puzzled. Why is Iridian suddenly so clingy? Honestly, Princess Anika, then we'll go ahead and wait for you. Please come and tell us what's been happening later. Anika ushered them away. I understand, brother-in-law. I have so many things to ask you. You must be tired from your journey. See you later. After seeing everyone off, Anika slowly turned around. Your Majesty, do you want me to come over? Iridian slowly rose. No, I'll come over. Anika froze, not daring to move. I'm already starting to sweat. Wait a minute. His expression isn't right. Iridian pinned Anika against the wall. Friends, is it? That young lord from Lubny, is he the childhood friend you mentioned before? Yes, and he's also my sister's husband, the Lubny Duke's younger brother. In other words, he's family. He's my family. Iridian leaned closer again. But weren't you a little too close? Anika looked at Iridian playfully. Were we? Are you jealous? Iridian looked at Anika seriously. What if I said yes? Wow, you actually admitted it. Anika gently caressed Iridian's face. To be able to break down the walls you've built up to this point. I'm really quite amazing, aren't I? Iridian looked shy. Well, I don't want to admit it. I can't deny it either. Anika was delighted. Oh my goodness, you can actually say things like that. Are you serious? Iridian's eyes were clear as water. So, will you continue to be so intimate with someone who is more like a friend than family? Princess Anika stared at Iridian. What's going on? Why did he suddenly call me princess again? Iridian looked at her tenderly and slowly said, Anika. Anika smiled with relief. He finally called my name. His Majesty is just worried about me. Before, he opposed me on everything. But this time, after all, I was gone for so long. And I was brought to Begat, which is hostile to Lubny. When you raided the Lubny palace, you were so aggressive. They witnessed all of that. They must be worried about me. Iridian still wasn't letting up. There's no need to be so intimate, is there? Oh, we're just friends. Anika pondered. I can't help but want to be a little difficult. I finally have the upper hand. I want to take this opportunity to give him a hard time, to make him as anxious as I was before. Then she blinked. It's okay to hug between friends who haven't seen each other in a long time. Suddenly, Iridian kissed Anika's forehead. What about this? This is definitely not allowed, right? Anika was stunned, her face flushing crimson. Her words became stammered. Oh, of course not. Absolutely not. Anika shyly lowered her head, but Iridian wasn't about to let her off the hook. He gently lifted her chin, making Anika even more nervous. She muttered softly, honestly, why am I always the one who loses? Iridian cupped Anika's face. Who said you lost? You're the one who makes me lose my composure. Just who is it that makes me constantly cross the wall I've built around myself? How can you say that? Anika finally understands. Who really has the upper hand between us? There's no point in even exploring that. I can't just worry about the unknown future and be paralyzed by it. Anika composed herself and looked at Iridian seriously. Let's be fair then. 1 kiss each. Iridian looked puzzled. What? What do you mean 1 kiss each? While he was still stunned, Anika wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Iridian froze completely. Anika held him tighter. Rather than be sad about the impending farewell, it's better to enjoy this sweet moment. There's only one man in the world who can make my heart race like this. The scene changed. Anika went to find her brother-in-law and Sergei. Sergei asked anxiously, "So, what's your relationship with him?" Anika answered vaguely, "Didn't I tell you already? Captor and hostage, host and guest. That's our relationship." Inwardly, she mused, "Of course, our relationship is actually much more intimate and secret." Sergei looked at her silly grin. "Hey, you know anyone can tell you're lying." Firth was puzzled. "But Princess Anika, why are you outside instead of inside the palace?" "Oh, because the weather is nice today. Not too cold, not too hot." Anika thought, there aren't many places left in the palace where I haven't set foot. If this gets out, Lovely will be in an uproar. She then changed the subject. "How are father and mother doing?" "Yes, your highness. You've lost a lot of weight. The queen has some indigestion due to stress, but otherwise she's fine." Anika froze. "He's doing this on purpose, isn't he? To make me feel guilty." "It's true, though. So many people are worried about me, and I haven't considered their feelings." Anika hesitated. "Brother-in-law, how is my sister?" "She's healthy. She's almost fully recovered now. Her daughter is also healthy." Anika finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful. I was so worried about them when I heard the news. I feel much better now. You don't have to worry." Anika then looked at Firth. "So, when is your due date?" "Winter, around the end of the year." Anika was delighted. "That's right. Alex's birthday is also in winter. When Alex is born, I'll be able to see the original couple's childhood. My protagonist, will be so cute." Sergei suddenly spoke, interrupting Anika's thoughts. "So, when is the Emperor letting you go?" "Well, I'll be leaving with the envoy this time." "Are you serious?" Sergei chuckled. "It seems the ruler of Begat isn't so shameless after all." Anika whispered, "Sergei, please watch your words. We're in the Begat Palace." Anika fell into deep thought. "I really should go back. Not only can my body not handle it anymore, but there's also the threat of Elrid. What's more, there are so many people waiting for me to return. I can't keep them worried. But if I just endure for 4 years, when Laws arrives, maybe I can return to Begat. But what excuse will I use to return to Begat? Unless Iridian proposes to me, I'll have no reason to come back." Sergei scratched his head. "The Begat Emperor is indeed as handsome as the rumors say. And he's young. And although he's a bit arrogant, he's not overly unreasonable to you. Yeah, he's the most handsome man I've ever seen. Although it took a lot of effort to win him over, thankfully, he's a gentle person at heart." Sergei and Firth stared intently at Anika. "What did you just say? Win him over. A lot of effort. You're suspicious." "How am I suspicious?" Sergei's expression was serious. "Look me in the eyes, Anika. I'm going to get to the bottom of this today." Anika poked his forehead with her finger. "You're not my little brother. Go away. Stop saying such strange things. Anyway, he hasn't harmed me, and thanks to him, I've been able to eat and dress well until now. And also, when we get back, don't say anything weird to father or mother. Do you understand? If you do, I'll fight you." Sergei chuckled. "You're so rough." Meanwhile, Iridian was reading in his study not far away. He appeared to be reading, but he couldn't focus at all. His mind was filled with their conversation. Iridian pondered, "I can't concentrate, but I can't close the window either." I'd already made up my mind to let her go back. Although her lack of vigilance and carelessness are cute, I don't want other men to see that side of her. But if she returns to love me, I should let her go. Do I really have to let her go? Do I really have to let her go? Really? Is there no other way? The more Iridian thought, the more agitated he became. Damn it, what am I thinking? Let her go. At least wait until Elrid is captured and imprisoned in the dungeons before bringing her back. Besides, Begat isn't suitable for him long term. He'd suffer from the change in climate, and I have to consider my position. I can't force him to stay just because of my selfish desires. At that moment, Anika's voice rang out, "Begat is wonderful. As long as my body can adapt, I'd like to live here forever." Iridian was relieved she felt that way. "I'm so happy he feels that way. Once the issues with Elrid and Modau are resolved, could I bring Anika back to my side? With my divine power, I can completely help him adapt here. And if necessary, the Grolka Road toll can be increased 10-fold, 20-fold even. To bring a foreign princess here as empress, that's a small price to pay." Iridian slapped his forehead. "What am I thinking? I said I loved her free-spirited nature. How can I confine her to the palace forever? First, sign the Grolka agreement. Then capture Elrid. Next, deal with Moda. Yes, that's the best order." He muttered to himself, "Just how many magic or stones have they stolen by now?" Iridian opened the documents and examined them carefully. The spread of these magic or stones will cause tremendous harm to the entire empire. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Ross can't be unaware of this. He's either a dark magician himself or a complicit accomplice who condones his disciples' evil deeds. I trusted him too much. Iridian recorded every single action in Moda, including a roster with Elrid and his disciples' personal information. First, send Anika safely back to Lubni. Then, purify all areas of the Empire and mobilize all the priests and Knights of Begot. How long will it take to completely eradicate dark magic? This way, this land will be safer for Anika. Although it's all driven by my selfish desires, everything ultimately depends on Anika. No one can predict the outcome, but I won't let her go completely. Anika, I hope you can understand me. After Anika met with the envoy, they were arranged to stay at the Belala Palace. The previously chaotic courtyard had already been tidied up. Anika thought that was fast. There's no way it could have been restored like this in just a day or two. Amazing efficiency. After everyone was settled, Anika prepared to return to the temple, but Sergei stopped her. Hey, where are you going? Aren't you staying with us? Anika didn't offer much explanation. Back in her temple quarters, she sighed. It's been so long since I've slept in my own bed. I originally wanted to use Sergei as an excuse to return to Belala Palace, but Iridian disagreed. He insisted I return to the temple. We even argued for a long time about it. Anika chuckled. It's only for 2 days, Your Majesty. Iridian crossed his arms. That's not acceptable. You'll have plenty of time to see them after you return to Lubni. What about the welcoming ceremony? You don't need to attend. You've already met the envoy. There's no need, right? It's not safe for you there. Elrid will be attending, and the magicians from Akik will be there as well. If anything happens to you, the king of Lubni might actually blow up Grolka Bay. So no. Anika chuckled. Iridian's serious expression showed he wasn't joking. It's just a shame for Gliss. He even prepared a dress for me. Although Gliss was disappointed, Anika decided not to attend the welcoming ceremony. Anika changed her clothes and strolled by the pool. Laus's voice echoed. It would be interesting to go, wouldn't it? I'm not going. Absolutely not. But you have to keep a close eye on things for me. See if Elrid tries to approach His Majesty. Emma understood. I'll keep a close watch on him. But lately, my body has been itching all over, and my mood hasn't been good. Anika was taken aback. Why are you in a bad mood? Laos sighed. I keep hearing strange noises lately. It's annoying. Don't worry too much. I can't sense magic anyway. So, there's nothing I can do about my bad mood. You, on the other hand, need to be mindful of your sensitive nerves. Anika replied, how can I not be mindful? It's just, there's nothing I can do to solve the problem. I might as well focus on taking care of my health. If I can get through these few days, I can at least be free of Begot for a good few years. Just like that, Anika thought she could stay peacefully in the temple during the Tri-Nation Agreement meeting. But less than a day and a half later, Sergei showed up. Anika sighed. You're determined to work me to death, aren't you? Sergei placed a hand on Anika's shoulder. Anika, you're the princess of Lubni. It took us 3 months to find you. Do you know how worried His Majesty, the Queen, and Princess Tivia were? Don't think we shouldn't be this concerned about you. Firth came over as well. Princess Anika, it's strange that you insist on staying at the temple. We have a duty to guard you, and the Emperor deliberately separating us from you is also suspicious. Furthermore, you have the welcoming ceremony tomorrow. There's no need to stay so far away. Anika looked at him. Look, a mediator. I'm not planning on attending the welcoming ceremony. This statement shocked the entire Lubni envoy. Her brother-in-law asked, my goodness, is the Emperor preventing you from attending? The whole continent knows that Begot's Emperor kidnapped you after attacking Lubni. Even we were worried something might happen to you, Princess. If he won't allow you to attend the welcoming ceremony, where important figures from every nation will be present, it really does seem like Begot's Emperor doesn't intend to let you return to Lubni. Anika trembled slightly. No, wait, brother-in-law. It's not His Majesty. I don't want to attend. Is it possible, Princess, that he has something on you? Anika felt dizzy. Goodness, does Iridian have that bad of a reputation? The scene changed. Anika went to discuss the matter with Iridian. Iridian, flipping through a book, said, well, it's understandable that they would think that way. After all, I did kidnap you and bring you to Begot. I lit the fuse. I can't blame them. Anika took a deep breath. The initial reason you kidnapped me was because Lubni broke the agreement first, and keeping you at the palace was because of your constitution. I'm sorry, Iridian. Is Lubni making a big deal out of this? You don't need to apologize. They think their precious princess has been taken away. In any case, you can't go back to Belala Palace. You can't stay in the same palace as them. What? But it's only for 3 days. 3 days is a long time, Anika. Iridian finished speaking and embraced her. I wish I could keep you by my side every day. After all, you're completely unguarded. Laos's voice echoed in Anika's mind. Ooh, looks like Iridian has fallen for you. Anika glanced irritably upwards, muttering, Stop peeking. Honestly, Iridian looked puzzled. What are you saying? Oh, nothing. Anyway, I'm still here, aren't I? You kept pushing me away before, but now, right before I'm about to leave, you're like this. How mean. Anika gently touched Iridian's hair, thinking, if only you had been like this sooner. Iridian looked at Anika affectionately. Have you considered that I'm already restraining myself precisely because you're leaving soon? Anika felt reluctant too. How can I leave him and go alone? But I can't just stay here forever. Staying here will only cause trouble for him. It would be selfish. Your Majesty, I still want to attend the welcoming ceremony, just for an hour or two. Iridian was still worried. There's really no need to attend, but I don't want you to look like a villain in the eyes of others. How about this? It's just a brief appearance, and Gliss will take good care of me. I'll leave right after. Iridian sighed, but compromised. I'll speak with Helmart beforehand. You must stay with him. Don't wander off. Anika said excitedly, You're so thoughtful. Anika looked at Iridian with affection, but thought, what should I do? I can't do it. I can't just end our relationship by returning to Lubny. After much deliberation, Anika finally voiced her thoughts. For years, Your Majesty. For years later, Iridian's face was full of confusion. For years later, Anika, what are you trying to say? That's right, Your Majesty. For years later, if my body can handle it. Iridian was still puzzled. Lubny has temples too. Why are you saying this? Well, who knows what the future holds? No, that's not what I want to say. Anyway, 4 years is enough time to capture Elred, right? Anika, what do you mean? Anika looked at Iridian affectionately. I've said it several times before, but why is it so hard to say this time? Anika started to sweat. She quickly adjusted her breathing, taking several deep breaths. Marry me then. I didn't intend for you to wait so long. Before Anika could finish, Iridian interrupted her. So, your proposal this time is serious. Anika's face darkened. Oh, he knew my previous proposals weren't serious. No, this time I'm absolutely serious. She nodded frantically. Your Majesty, I'm sincere. Please believe me. Iridian looked at Anika tenderly. That means you understand my actions, right? Anika frowned slightly. Understand what? Iridian leaned closer to Anika and said, My greed, my stubbornness, all those childish behaviors. Anika chuckled. Isn't it the other way around? If we're talking about greed, I'm no less greedy than you. There's more than just 1 or 2 things you need to understand, Your Majesty. After the Alad incident and the Magic Tower incident are completely resolved, can you give your whole self to me, so that I won't suffer any more in this land? When I need you, stay by my side always, including all the divine power surrounding you. Can I have it all? Iridian didn't reply to Anika directly, but instead demonstrated his feelings through actions. He embraced Anika and kissed her deeply and affectionately. Anika thought, all right, I'll just endure these 4 years. Just 4 years. After I become Laos's priestess, I can return to Begot. Before the welcoming ceremony began, Gree ran over to find Anika. I heard you're attending the welcoming ceremony. Haven't chosen a dress yet, have you? Leave it to me, princess. Anika was a little curious. It wasn't decided until last night that I would attend the welcoming ceremony. How did he know? Gree smiled towards the door and clapped loudly. Please come in, Madame Pyrrha. Anika was even more puzzled. And who is Madame Pyrrha? With a click-clack of heels, Madame Pyrrha walked in, carrying 2 full racks of dresses. Anika looked at Gree in shock. Gree, what is all this? Gree was in high spirits. Our goal is to make you, princess, the most beautiful woman in all of Begot. 1,000 times, 10,000 times more beautiful than Miss Alad. Let's choose a dress. A short while later, Anika, changed into a blue dress, stood in front of the mirror. Wow, this is divine handiwork. A handmaiden looked at Anika with satisfaction. Your hair color is unique and sweet. With a little styling, it will be absolutely dazzling. How do you like it? Anika nodded earnestly. The handmaiden continued, May I help you choose some earrings? Milia, if you please. Your dress is blue, so how about these sapphire earrings? Or, these cross-pattern earrings would also match quite well. Just then the voice of the god Laos came, Oh, I like the one that child is holding. The silver cross-shaped ones. If you like them, let's choose those, little shard. Anika looked closely at the earrings. Silver and magenta with a cross design. It was the very symbol of Begot. And there are Iridian's colors, too. It's like a charm protecting me. Lilia, I'll choose these. Anika gently put on the earrings. Wow, they look great. Well then, princess, good luck. Lilia thought she was already beautiful, but after being properly dressed, she looks even more stunning. And she's wearing the earrings I picked out for her. Just then, Marian approached. Lilia, I'll tidy up the princess's bedroom. You go check on the laundry. I had them wash the comforter. It should be done by now. Okay, Lilia said, quickly running downstairs to fetch the comforter. Washing the comforter, Sister Marian told me there can be no mistakes in the palace. She also asked me to take good care of the princess. First, I'll get the comforter. As Lilia muttered to herself, the sound of high heels slowly approached. What's your name? Lilia looked up and froze. Is that I asked that a lot? Lilia quickly curtsied, her voice trembling noticeably. Lilia. Alad slowly approached, gently placing a hand on the back of Lilia's head. She spoke in a sharp tone. All right, Lilia. Before Lilia could look up, she felt dizzy, a light-headed sensation washing over her. She slowly drifted into unconsciousness. The welcoming ceremony was about to begin. Anika leaned close to Eric. I feel like I'm such a bother to D. Eric. Eric smiled as he approached. How can you say that? It's my honor to be of service to you, princess. Anika was touched, but then started muttering again. God, Laos, you're a bit negligent. Why not bestow more blessings upon this honest and reliable priest? Laos was speechless. I've already bestowed plenty of blessings on this child, and I've done so since his birth. Eric looked puzzled. Why is the princess talking to herself? It seems strange. If you're feeling unwell, please don't hesitate to tell me, all right? Alright, Erik. Anika carefully observed the banquet hall. So this is where Begat holds its main social events. Anika saw Emperor Aridian, who clearly looked glum. Aridian that he looks rather bored. Gri looked at Anika. Princess, what are you saying? Oh, I just noticed that his majesty is just like ordinary people. He gets bored too. Yelvin seemed to understand something. So that's what his majesty's expression means when he's bored. No wonder every time his majesty has that look, my suggestions are rejected. Gri patted Yelvin's shoulder consolingly. Next time, just make suggestions that his majesty will be interested in. Don't be too upset. Yelvin looked at Anika. But princess, were you planning your happy occasion? Has his majesty said anything? Anika paused. Happy occasion? What happy occasion? Could he be talking about marriage? Yelvin chuckled. I'm asking so I can get a rough idea of the date, so I can prepare in advance. I remember the previous emperor chose late spring or early summer. It's the most beautiful time of year for a wedding. Before Yelvin could finish, he felt a sharp pain. It turned out Gri was pinching him. Goodness, you talk too much. No one will think you're mute if you say less. Anika giggled. Oh, you're talking about that. He did say he wouldn't make me wait too long. As soon as Anika finished speaking, it caused a stir around them. Everyone had heard and started whispering amongst themselves. Anika shyly lowered her head. Wait, why is everyone looking at me? Gri said excitedly, my goodness. Did his majesty really say that? I can't believe his majesty would say such sweet things. But last time, he clearly said you would return when the stigma troop left. Anika hid shyly behind Eric. That's because after talking with him, there's been some progress. We've already made arrangements for the future. Yelvin nodded vigorously. That's more like it. You've been living in the palace for so long. How could his majesty not have any intentions? Gri became even more excited. More than intentions. There have been signs for a long time. Didn't I tell you? He had the idea months ago at the temple. And then he turned the Belarus palace upside down. Honey, you should have seen what he did to the courtyard. Eric glanced at Anika. Princess, are you all right? Anika pouted. Why are they discussing this too? I'm not used to all the attention. Eric, I don't think I'm suited for these kinds of events. Is that so? Yes, I don't like these situations. But you'll have to get used to it eventually. After all, the Empress of Begat is a very prominent position. Gri muttered softly. Honey, is Miss Alad not attending today? I don't seem to have seen her. Yelvin wasn't sure either. Her name is on the list. She should arrive later. Anika also found it strange. Her name is on the list, so why hasn't she shown up? If Miss Alad were here, she would definitely stand out. Gri said, one moment, princess. I'll ask the other ladies. Ladies, is Miss Alad not attending today? Has anyone seen her? Anika was already experiencing discomfort. Her wrist was slightly numb. She could only silently pray that Alad wouldn't show up. I just need to endure these 2 or 3 hours and prove that the Princess of Lubny is in good condition. Suddenly, Lilia, who had been absent, appeared abruptly beside Anika, her expression somewhat sinister. Anika felt a chill, but couldn't pinpoint why. Something felt off. Eric also sensed something amiss and instinctively shielded Anika. Anika slowly calmed herself. Oh, Lilia, you're here. Lilia smiled brightly. Would you like me to get you a drink? Are you thirsty? Yes, Milia, thank you. Certainly, princess. I'll bring it right away. Gri finished chatting with the other ladies. Princess, I've asked several ladies, but I haven't gotten any useful information. However, someone said they saw a carriage in front of Modu on their way here. I don't know if that's a clue. Anika didn't think much of it. Is that so, Gri? Well, it can't be helped. At that moment, Lilia came staggering over with a full tray of drinks. Hee, princess, I didn't know what you liked to drink, so I brought everything. Lilia stumbled as she walked. As expected, with a splash, the drinks spilled all over, soaking Gri's dress. Blood immediately flowed out. Anika was terrified. What was Lilia doing? Are you all right, Madam Yelvin? Servants, quickly call another handmaiden. Gri, on the other hand, was very composed. It's all right, princess. My handmaiden is waiting outside. I'll just go change my dress. It was good to see you. I'll go with you. I wasn't planning on staying long anyway, but you haven't seen His Majesty yet. It's all right. I can see him tomorrow. There's still time before I leave. Anika thought. Moreover, because of Archaic's mages, my legs and arms have been numb. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. I'll ask Aridian about the banquet when he returns. Yelvin quickly draped his coat over his wife. Gri, put on my coat first. We'll go with you. Anika turned and waved to the guard. I'm returning to the palace. Can you inform His Majesty? Certainly, princess. Let's go, Eric. Lilia, you come too. Lilia responded nervously, curtsying. Yes, princess. Anika glanced back. What's wrong with Lilia? She seems strange. Is it just my imagination? A few moments later, they arrived at the lounge area. Eric stood at the entrance. I can't go in. I'll just have to wait outside. Princess. Anika gave an awkward laugh. Oh, right. You can't enter the women's lounge. I'll be right back then. Eric stretched. Gri, I always bring 2 outfits to these big events, just in case. Anika was still upset. Even though Gri kept saying it was all right, she felt responsible and annoyed. That dress really suited him. Princess, I'll go change now. Please wait a moment. After Gri went to change, Anika felt a headache coming on. Ugh, how many people am I going to inconvenience? Lilia, how could you be so careless? It would be one thing if it were just me, but Lady Yelvin is begot nobility. Lilia didn't respond to Anika, simply remaining silent with her head bowed. The atmosphere became strange. This surprised Anika. Why isn't she saying anything? Normally, she'd be frantically apologizing. Anika felt terrible and couldn't focus on Lilia. Is it my imagination, or am I still feeling the sting of magic even after leaving the hall? There shouldn't be any magic here. Anika sighed. Lilia, after the countess comes out, I expect you to apologize to her properly. I just wanted to stay quiet and leave after a few hours. I didn't expect this to happen. I shouldn't have let you get the drinks. And when you suddenly appeared, you really startled me. How did you even do that? Suddenly, Anika froze. Wait a minute, something's not right. A countess's handmaiden should only be waiting outside the hall. Only the emperor's aides and specially selected servants are allowed inside. Lilia, a handmaiden without permission. But how did you get into the hall, which only has one exit besides the passage next to the throne? And how did you avoid the guard at the entrance without anyone noticing? How did you get to me? Suddenly, Lilia's eyes snapped open, wide, and revealing green irises. Now it was Anika's turn to be shocked. What's going on? She's not Lilia. Who is she? Gri is behind me, and Eric is outside. It wouldn't be hard to deceive Gri, but there's only one person powerful enough to avoid Eric's notice. Elad. At that moment, Lilia's body began to stiffen, creaking and emitting a foul odor. She mumbled something, sounding like princess. Anika felt increasing pain, and the stench worsened as Lilia walked towards her. Gri's voice called out, I'm almost dressed, princess. Just a moment longer. Anika was extremely tense, thinking, oh God, please don't come out now. What am I going to do? Anika clenched her fists and called out in her mind, Laos. Laos, where are you when I need you? Laos didn't respond. Instead, Lilia stumbled towards Anika and stopped. Then she slowly raised her head, smiling wickedly, her eyes widening further and her breath reeking. She mumbled, Princess. The pungent smell made Anika cover her mouth. What's happening? Why do I think she's already dead? No, this girl is dead. Lilia slowly opened her mouth. Come with me, princess. Before Anika could react, Lilia lunged forward and grabbed her throat. As Anika was being restrained by Lilia, Elad walked towards the center of the venue. Her master kept urging her, hurry up. That bothersome presence seems to be getting closer. Alad nodded, thinking this has gotten out of hand. But I can't disobey my master's orders. If this isn't settled today, my master won't let me live. Her master urged her again, hurry, hurry up. Don't let that person find out. The guard spoke, Miss Alad, you've arrived. Alad scoffed. Good boy. With a flick of her wrist, the guard stumbled and fainted. Alad opened the door and slowly entered the hall. All eyes turned to her. Alad walked towards the emperor with her head held high. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, but Alad ignored them. Alad smiled at Aridian. Have you considered my previous proposal, your majesty? Aridian looked at Alad impassively. You're aware of what kind of occasion this is, aren't you? Alad was unfazed. Please don't change the subject. I'm here today for your answer. Aridian scoffed. You want to discuss private matters in such a public setting. What are you thinking? Alad calmly said, Your Majesty, this isn't a private matter. This is an important issue concerning Begat, the Empress, and the Modo. Everyone inside the venue heard these words. Murmurs erupted, then quickly subsided into silence. Aridian looked sternly at her. Soroya Alad, it seems you didn't take my words just now as a warning. Alad took a step forward. If you're hesitating because of the others present, I can resolve that. She then gently raised her hand towards the crowd. In an instant, a powerful magical force swept through the hall. Everyone was frozen in place, their senses blocked. Alad turned back. So, can we talk properly now? Aridian rose slowly. How many times have you abused magic in my palace? I've lost count. What did you do? Alad smoothed her hair. Don't worry, I've only made them temporarily disappear. Aridian looked coldly at Alad. You want my answer? Is that it? Do you want me to take you as empress and then put shackles around your neck? Alad spoke softly. Don't you need Begat's Moda? Aridian shook his head. How could I possibly need a Moda filled with darkness? I don't need it. The Moda is under my control. If you accept me, I will offer my loyalty to Begat. But if you cast me aside, then you will see what true darkness is. Aridian muttered to himself, the Moda, the magical aggregate of Begat, nurtured by modern emperors with immeasurable wealth and time. Yes, it's the very Modi I've always found so objectionable. Alad, you've made things like this, and you still have the audacity to bargain with me. You truly surprise me. He then raised his hand. Rather than constantly worrying about a Moda that could betray me at any moment, it's better to make it my enemy. Aridian thought to himself, it's a good thing Anika left beforehand. Alad, what other cards do you have up your sleeve? That lovely princess you dare to speak so casually about. If I were to imprison you now and send the princess back to her own country, she wouldn't be your bargaining chip anymore. Meanwhile, the controlled Lilia continued to tightly grip Anika's throat. Anika began to tremble and cough, unable to resist. Anika slowly began to relax. The feeling of pain disappeared. This sensation of body and soul separating. It feels familiar. What's going on? Her vision gradually blurred. Is it because of tears? Oh no, it's not tears. It's because my body is slowly dying. Suddenly, Laos finally spoke. Hey, wake up. Then, taking on a translucent human form, Laos grabbed Lilia's neck. I wondered why I kept hearing such grating noises. I didn't expect you to have already broken Lemuel T's taboo and escaped. Run, little shard. Anika was G-Dome. Laos, you came. Don't talk, just run. Just like that early morning, run for your life. Anika was puzzled. But why? Haven't you already taken control of her? I can't stay here for long. Anika took off running. It seems Laos has used all their power. Anika ran all the way outside the lounge. Eric was standing there rigidly. Can he see me? He seems to still be in a daze, not yet awake. I wonder if I can wake him and ask for his help. But I don't have time to ask him for help. I need to escape. Just as Anika was about to turn and leave, Eric spoke. Princess. He only managed a single word before clutching his head in pain. What's wrong with you? What's the state you're in? What's wrong with my body? I suddenly can't move. Did something happen in there? Princess, what happened to you? Anika looked back. I have to hurry and escape before Lilia comes out. Eric, I have to escape now. After you wake up, find a place to hide, or just go find His Majesty. Eric was sweating profusely. What? Where are you going? Before he could finish, he felt his knees in pain. Anika looked at him anxiously. Isn't he the strongest priest after Aridian? Is it really all right to leave him alone like this? But I have no other choice. I have to escape. I can only pray that Eric can protect himself. Having no other option, Anika left Eric and ran outside. I need to get to the temple quickly. That's the safest place for me. Reaching the entrance of the banquet hall, Anika stopped. Why is the banquet hall door open? Something's wrong. The banquet hall is pitch black. Is it dark magic? But Anika is out of time. I need to get out of here. Get to the temple as soon as possible. But Lovme's delegation and Dean are all there. Anika hesitated. Could something have happened to them? No. Even if Alad is powerful, she wouldn't cause a scene at a banquet with foreign dignitaries present. A moment later, Anika couldn't help but enter the banquet hall. What's going on? They have no life in them. Like a painting. Strange. Where are the people from Lovni? I don't see my brother-in-law and the others. Suddenly, Anika spotted Sergei in the crowd. Sergei, are you alive? Oh my god, it seems like time has stopped. How powerful is that woman? This is completely beyond human capabilities. Suddenly, Anika clutched her head in pain. She heard the sound of gunshots. This is the divine power of the Emperor, possessed by Iridian. My body feels more present than before. Then a cloud of black mist appeared. No, this time it's Alad's magic gates. What in the world is going on? Anika quickly hid behind Sergei. If I accidentally touch the magic, even my soul will be destroyed. But what is that in the center of the vortex? It looks like a hand bone. It's definitely not human. Anika's polycystic ovary syndrome. Alad's power. It's simply not something a human can possess. Recalling what Laos said earlier, I can't believe it. You've already broken Lemuelty's taboo and escaped. Anika analyzed. Is that what that sentence meant? To stop this thing, the only way is to summon Laos to the human world. Anika started to choke up. How can someone like me, without any divine power, summon Laos? I don't even have a body. But if that strange hand bone truly is from Lemuelty's power, then no one can say what will happen next. Even if Iridian's divine power is strong, as a human, he may not be able to stop it. At this critical moment, Alad transformed her magic into sword energy and slashed across Iridian's face. Anika's jaw dropped in astonishment. That damn woman. How dare she? She actually injured my man's handsome face. After composing herself, Anika made up her mind. No, I have to summon the god Laos to help. Whether it works or not, I have to try. In soul form, I can pass through any building or obstacle and get there quickly. But because my body has no weight, I can't stand it all. Anika was dizzy from spinning, being blown around by the wind. Ugh, if I had a physical body, all my bones would probably be broken. Anika remembered Eric saying that this is where Laos will descend, so it's forbidden to enter. Since Eric said so, there's no other place more suitable for summoning Laos than here. But the question is, how do I summon Laos? Anika looked up at the sky. Laos, can you hear me? But there was no response. It seems calling him like this won't work. Anika recalled her conversation with Laos. Laos had said that every 10 years, when I descend to that world, my children will call me by the names I gave them. Anika understood. It's the ritual name. I don't know my ritual name. Can I use someone else's? Then she started experimenting one by one. Andrea, yokais, Louisville. Finally, Anika shouted, Andrea begot. Suddenly, with a few whooshing sounds, a blue divine light began to descend, instantly surrounding Anika. A moment later, Laos's voice came. Hand it over. Anika was puzzled. Hand over what? What do you mean? Anything will do, as long as it's a medium that allows me to stay there. A cross is best, or any symbolic object of me. Anything, huh? Anika started searching. I don't even have a physical body. How could I have something like that? Damn it, why is nothing going smoothly? Even if I did, I couldn't touch it. Just as Anika was at her wit's end, she suddenly felt her earrings swaying. What's going on? My voice is back. My body is back too. Although it's translucent, this is indeed Anika's body. But my body should be in the palace. Anika suddenly remembered something important. At the palace, in preparation for the welcome banquet, they had specially chosen dresses and jewelry. Weren't her earrings cross-shaped? Anika immediately took off her cross earrings. Laos, really anything is fine. Yes, little fragment, anything is fine. Anika slammed the earring on the table. Laos, this will do, won't it? Laos's disapproving voice echoed. Really, little fragment. This is far too cheap. Anika sat down on the floor in frustration. Why are you complaining? You said anything would be fine. Laos sighed. Even if anything is fine, you should still consider my dignity. Anika put her hands on her hips angrily. What's wrong with this god? Every second counts right now. Anika realized this wouldn't work. If she needed his help, she couldn't be so impolite. A smile spread across her face. Those things you mentioned, could we discuss them after you arrive? Laos said helplessly, little fragment, you're the first person to use something like this to bring me into that world. And you even dare to summon me using my first child's name. Moments later, a whooshing sound echoed. Anika knelt on the ground in surprise. What? My divine power is being drained. Immediately after, Her soul was completely extracted. A force pushed Anika off the platform. Oh my god, I feel like I'm constantly tumbling. Before Anika could get up, Laos's tangible voice rang out. Hello, little fragment. Anika abruptly looked up. It was Laos, radiating a white luminescence. Laos looked down at her. I never thought my feet would have the chance to tread upon this world's soil again. Anika stared at Laos in disbelief. Oh my god, did I actually succeed? But with a shattering sound, Anika's soul felt like it was about to dissipate. She knelt on the ground in pain. Laos said coldly, "You didn't consider my weight when you summoned me. I obviously can't withstand it." He then flung something towards Anika. Little fragment, take this. Anika caught it and saw it was her cross-shaped earring. Oh my god, I feel so much better. This is no joke. Laos looked calmly at Anika. Little fragment, so this is what you originally looked like. Quite pretty. Anika covered her mouth in surprise, murmuring, "Oh my god, the pretty one isn't me, it's you, Laos, right? He's so beautiful." With a whoosh, Laos transformed into a majestic white wolf. Anika was even more shocked. He's also a wolf. Laos said, "I know I'm beautiful, but I still think this form is more convenient than my true form. Easier for you too." Laos nudged Anika with his head. "You don't have time to be dawdling here, little fragment." Anika tried to push him away. "I am Laos, a god. Could you at least warn me before transforming next time, so I can be prepared?" Laos ignored her and said seriously, "If you continue to waste time here, that child might tear down his own house." Anika was puzzled. "Who? Tear down what? Oh, I almost forgot. You're talking about Iridian." Laos continued, "Shouldn't you hurry back before that child discovers your physical body? If he finds your body lying unconscious there, he'll probably go crazy." Anika quickly stood up. "I completely forgot. My body is still in the palace." Laos looked towards the sky, and that damned bastard certainly won't willingly return to Lemuel's brother. "I have to go myself." After speaking, Laos nudged Anika with his nose, launching her onto his back. Laos muttered, "That bastard was the one who broke the taboo first. Now that I know, I can't just ignore it, especially since you summoned me." Anika pondered, who is that bastard? So there really is a mastermind behind all this besides Alad. Laos didn't hesitate, radiating divine light. He leaped into the air, carrying Anika towards the palace banquet hall. Meanwhile, at the banquet hall, Iridian and Alad were still locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Alad snorted coldly. "I anticipated this. If we took such extreme measures, he would definitely lose control. So why the rush?" Alad hesitated for a moment. "As things stand, I can only rely on my own power to resist his divine power." He said, "I have no cards left to play." Just as Alad was at a loss, her master spoke. "It's not entirely impossible. Leave it to me." Lilia. Iridian suddenly stopped. What does that mean? Why is he calling for Anika's handmaiden? Alad looked at Iridian triumphantly. He definitely remembers that name. After all, he knows every single servant and handmaiden around the princess. The puppeteered Lilia also heard the summons. Her neck creaked stiffly as she slowly turned towards the banquet hall. "Lilia, my child, bring that lovely princess here." Back with Laos and Anika, Laos was nimbly flying across the rooftops. There was still some distance from the banquet hall. Laos was carrying Anika in his mouth. "Oh, honestly, even though it's been a while since I've set foot on the ground, it shouldn't be this strenuous. Maybe I'm being affected by your weakened state." Anika, looking slightly haggard, choked back a sob. "I've been tossed around by the wind this whole time, and now you're carrying me in your mouth. What did I ever do to you?" As they drew closer to the palace, Laos suddenly stopped, staring intently towards the banquet hall. "Little shard, sense it," he said. Anika looked at him, bewildered. "Sense what? Sense it yourself, little shard." Wisps of black fog. "A disturbing, malevol aura." Anika replied. "But I don't feel anything right now." Suddenly, Anika screamed. "Ow, it stings like needles." "Laos, even if I didn't sense the malevolent aura, you can't just bite me like that." Anika looked down. "Oh my god, what's happening? My clothes and body are back." Laos snorted. "Didn't I tell you? If it goes on any longer, that child will tear down the entire palace." Anika seemed to understand. "It's probably the influence of Iridian's divine power bursting forth. That's why my body has temporarily returned." Laos spoke anxiously. "Quickly, sense it. I can't feel the magic." Anika nodded and closed her eyes. Just as she began to carefully perceive the concentration of magic, she felt a sizzling sensation, a pain like an electric shock surging through her body. Anika's eyes snapped open. "Oh my god, I don't even need to focus. The magical energy is so intense." Her eyes glazed over, and she gasped. "I feel my body becoming more and more faint." "Lilia, what are you doing to my body?" Laos looked sharply at Anika, fully aware of the perilous situation. Where's your body? Anika weakly replied, in the Lucia Palace. With a single leap, Laos landed smoothly outside the Lucia Palace. Go, little shard. Retrieve your body first. Anika was terrified. Don't go. I finally managed to summon you. Don't leave me. Laos nudged Anika with his nose. The summoner's body is too weak. It's affecting me, and I can't use my power. Summon me again after you retrieve your body. It should be where the malevolent aura is strongest. Upon hearing that her body was in the place with the strongest malevolent aura, Anika grew even more worried and dared not enter. Laos said sternly, among the auras you can sense, the most malevolent, the most stagnant, the scent of death, or a corpse, the smell of decay, the creaking of dry bones. Anika knew time was of the essence. If she didn't go soon, her physical body might disappear completely, and then there would be no turning back. So, she abruptly stood up and ran towards the Lucia Palace. Meanwhile, summoned by Alad's master, the puppeteered Lilia was carrying Anika's body towards. Alad's master's voice continued to echo in Lilia's mind. Bring her, bring her. Lilia, like a robot, stared blankly ahead, muttering to herself, bring her over. Bring her over. Meanwhile, Aridian had pinned Alad to the ground, glaring down at her. What have you done to Anika? Alad coughed violently. Your Majesty, I didn't have much choice. I didn't want to resort to such drastic measures. But I have to follow my master's orders, don't I? With a clang, Aridian transformed his divine power into a chain and bound Alad. It seems you don't want to answer my question. These 3 days of the welcoming ceremony were the last 3 days Anika was to stay and begot. I couldn't even protect her for these mere 3 days, and this happened. Aridian then began to summon his comfort, Lawan, Loker, Selby. Alad laughed instead of getting angry. Look, Your Majesty, someone's coming. Didn't I tell you? It would have been better to put shackles on me sooner. You don't even know who's behind me. You have no useful cards in your hand. So, that lovely princess was ultimately killed by you, Your Majesty. I considered it before. After all, she was such a sweet and lovely princess. What a waste to destroy her directly. I thought making her into a beautiful specimen would be nice. Aridian's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He blamed himself for not being able to get away. Anika is with Eric. She should be safe. While Aridian was lost in thought, Alad used black magic to break free from her bonds. With a creak, the divine chain snapped. Alad instantly appeared before Aridian's face, saying ominously, "Who told you not to listen to me?" At that moment, Lilia arrived and threw Anika's body on the ground. Aridian's eyes were bloodshot. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. "Ha! Your Majesty, do you still like that dead body?" Aridian couldn't believe it. His heart was consumed by despair. He rushed over like a madman and picked up Anika. He looked at her with heartache, his body and voice trembling, his gaze vacant as he called her name. "Anika, oh God, I shouldn't have left her alone. This is all my fault. I didn't make thorough preparations." Aridian gently laid Anika on the ground. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, accompanied by a rustling sound. Anika's body trembled slightly. A moment later, Anika abruptly opened her eyes and began coughing violently. "Oh my God, my soul has finally returned. Thank goodness. Oh my God, that was so close. One step later, and I would have been dead. This is so great." Aridian held Anika tightly, fearing she might experience another episode. Anika blinked and saw Alad bound by divine chains. Suddenly, she felt a piercing pain. "Wait, what's happening? What's wrong with my neck and body again? It hurts so much." Aridian continued to hold her tightly. "I really can't do anything with you." Aridian glared coldly at Alad, then urged the divine chains. A vast divine power instantly swept over Alad, the chains whipping against her body. Anika knew what Aridian was thinking. He had murderous intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so furious. "Wait, Your Majesty." Aridian, unwilling to delay any longer, said coldly, "Let's just kill her. If we want to investigate the unknown being behind her, we need to keep her alive. I still think it's best to kill her right now." "Right, Anika." "Wait, Your Majesty, I still need to confirm some things. There are some things that must be clarified." Aridian interrupted Anika. He just wanted to finish Alad off and not prolong the situation. "Anika, I don't need to clarify anything, and neither do you." "How can that be?" "Your Majesty, I'm no longer in danger, and I'm healthy now. Please reconsider." Aridian said solemnly, "Anika, how are you healthy in your current state?" Anika pondered, but who was behind Alad? What does it mean to violate the taboo of Lemuelty? Why was Laos so furious? These all need to be confirmed. Anika's body trembled again, and she seemed to understand something. That's right, my body is so afraid of this power. So, the evil presence that violated the taboo of Lemuelti and came here. Yes, I finally understand. This is the malevolent aura Laos spoke of, the one that caused me so much pain. Anika knew time was running out. In her current physical state, she probably wouldn't be able to resist for much longer. So, she forced herself to compose herself and shouted a name with all her might, Laos. At this moment, the malevolent aura around Alad grew stronger. The ground began to crack, emitting creaking sounds. Anika saw it. From the cracks in the earth, a skeletal hand reached out, its palm emitting a black mist. Yes, Anika was certain. It was the same skeletal hand she had seen before. It was now groping its way towards Elad. Anika didn't dare to make a sound, fearing she would alert the skeletal hand. She could only whisper, Laos. Laos. Iridian looked at Anika with confusion, not hearing what she was muttering. Anika, what did you say? Anika struggled to her feet and shouted toward the sky, Laos. I'm calling you. Why aren't you here yet? You're so slow. Suddenly, a white light appeared behind Anika. Laos's voice came, tinged with annoyance. Isn't it all because you're too weak? How can you blame me? At this moment, Anika suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The divine power within her body was draining, and the demonic power was gaining the upper hand. A tearing pain shot through her body again. Laos's voice came again. You have to hold on, little fragment. Wait for me to regain my physical form. Anika was speechless. I'm already like this. How can I hold on? My life is so miserable. A whale fight affecting an innocent sunfish. Anika looked down. Damn it, that skeletal hand is getting closer. What did Alad summon? Iridian looked at her with concern. Anika, what's wrong with you? Why are you so distracted? Don't worry, Your Majesty. I just need to confirm one thing. What is it? Anika said softly. After I ask her one question, what will you do with her? I don't mind. Do as you please. But if we miss this opportunity, we'll never have another chance to confront Alad face to face. Alad snorted. Do you want to kill me? You can't do it, Your Majesty. You will regret not ending all of this within your control one day. Anika mustered her courage and stepped forward, pointing at the skeletal hand. Alad, tell me, what is that? This is my master, the king underneath, the authority who rules the underworld. The king beneath Lemuelti, the god king. My dear princess, you can actually see this hand. As expected of someone unadapted to magic. I underestimated you. You are indeed more sensitive to magic. Anika turned to Iridian. Your Majesty, can't you see that skeletal hand? Iridian, looking utterly confused, stared at her, completely bewildered by Anika's words. Laos's voice rang out again. Those who rule over divine power cannot sense magic, little fragment. Feel this malevolent aura. Anika understood. They couldn't see it at all. That's why they were so oblivious. No wonder everyone was so calm. Elad also seemed surprised. Impressive. You can actually sense both opposing forces at the same time. Suddenly, a rattling sound came from beneath Elad's feet. It was the skeletal hand. It had already crawled to Elad's feet. Anika was horrified. Oh my god, if it keeps pulling like this, the chains will break. She'll be dragged underground. I can't let this happen. I have to stop it. Laos, what are you doing? Are you ready yet? Elad suddenly burst out laughing. Then the sound of the chains breaking echoed. Elad extended a hand towards Anika. A surge of magic instantly shot out. Iridian's reaction wasn't slow. He tried to grab Anika, but he was too late. Anika had already been pulled away by the magic. Elad looked at Anika with amusement. So his name is Laos. Lovely princess. Is he the one? The absolute authority from Itatata. Elad lowered her head and said, Master Hades, what do you think of this? Let that man go. Take this lovely princess instead. Iridian stared at Elad in shock, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. A voice, presumably Hades, said, all right, I finally understand who it is that I truly find displeasing. Anika was still trapped within the black magic. Elad, are you insane? It's truly a shame, princess. I'm perfectly sane. Call him again. Call upon him once more. The most powerful divine power in this world. Laos. Anika pondered, if I use the divine power Iridian transferred to me, my body will definitely be in excruciating pain. But it's only temporary pain. It's better than being dragged to hell. Anika cried out to the heavens, Laos. Even if you absorb all the remaining divine power in my body, I don't care. Just get down here. Elad didn't wait any longer. She raised her hand and struck Anika down. Anika curled up in pain. Just as Anika was about to collapse, Iridian rushed towards her without hesitation. At this critical moment, a flash of light streaked across the sky. Laos finally appeared, catching Anika in his mouth. "Little Shard, is this how you usually talk? That's not a very good attitude." Anika was in too much pain to speak, only able to complain internally. "I'm so wrong. You absorbed all of my remaining divine power, and you still have the nerve to criticize me." Laos glared sharply at Alad. "Hades, when did you cross into Lemuelty? You're so blatantly trespassing, and I didn't even notice. I'm such a fool." At this moment, Hades, just like when he possessed Lilia, possessed Elad once again and spoke in a deep voice as expected of Itatata. As soon as Hades finished speaking, he instantly transformed into a giant black hand, reaching straight for Laos. Having no other choice, Laos quickly retreated a few steps, flinging Anika towards Iridian. Anika tumbled through the air, thinking, "Ugh, I hate this. The scenes I can't handle are definitely not these grand, dramatic ones." Iridian immediately rushed forward and caught Anika in his arms. "Don't worry, I've got you." Suddenly, a small surge of divine power flowed towards them. Iridian looked at it with confusion. "What is that? Where did this insignificant divine power come from?" Anika sobbed in pain. "It's me. It's so weak because it absorbed my divine power. It was supposed to be very powerful." Iridian gently placed Anika on the ground. "Stay here and wait for me. I'll be back as soon as I'm done." Iridian turned and walked towards Laos, thinking, "Although I don't know what's going on, I can't just stand by." He then said to Laos, "Move aside." Laos was somewhat surprised. "Hey, what's with that disrespectful tone?" Iridian didn't even look at him, continuing coldly, "Shut up, don't interrupt." Iridian continued forward, walking right up to Hades. He raised one hand above his head. Immense divine power surged out, instantly enveloping Hades. Anika thought the divine power Iridian is emitting is too powerful and violent. If this continues, Elad will definitely die. She tried to kill me several times before. Even Lilia was harmed by her. I don't know how many people have died at her hands so far. So only by killing her can we prevent future trouble. If she doesn't die, I'll be the one to die. But if she dies just like this, will all of this really be over? She's a dark magician who can control corpses and the undead. She's also the one who made a pact with the king underneath. So will Alad's death have any meaning? After she dies, the pact between them will end. But the king underneath has already switched his target to me. He can still find a new contractor, with a face both strange and familiar, approaching me. Anika turned and called out to Laos, "Laos, what is it, Little Shard? Do we need to make a decision? Kill her or let her go? We have to weigh reason and emotion. Which is more advantageous? Laos, can you follow her?" Laos looked at Anika blankly. "What do you mean? Why don't you just say it clearly?" "I'm saying, if we let that woman go, can you follow her and stop all this?" Laos answered, "Well, yes, as long as I can maintain a connection to your senses. You are my summoner and my contractor. Nothing is impossible, but the premise is your body has to hold up." Anika seemed to have made up her mind, thinking, even if Laos's incarnation stays here, it should be fine. After all, if there's a problem, I can always return to Editar, as long as my body can hold up. "So Laos, let's follow and see." Anika stood up, her voice clear. "Laos, go. Go and see what that damned, evil-spirited fellow is doing. That bad guy called the king underneath. What exactly is he going to do to Alad? What will Alad become? And what kind of evil is he brewing underground? You must see clearly with my eyes." Anika finally made her decision. Trembling, she walked towards Iridian and placed her hand on his shoulder. This will allow Alad and the king underneath to escape from Iridian's grasp. It will also instantly fill my body with divine power, so that Laos has the sustained power to follow. There's only one way. I have to absorb Iridian's divine power. That's the only way. Anika embraced Iridian. Time was of the essence. There was no time for explanations. She kissed him. Anika continuously absorbed Iridian's divine power. She knew clearly, I need more divine power now. With the continuous influx of divine power, Laos's strength grew steadily. He finally took a step towards the darkness. Iridian pulled back. "Anika, wait a moment." But time was pressing. Anika couldn't interrupt the absorption of divine power. So she embraced Iridian again and continued the kiss. With several rumbling sounds, Hades' skeletal hand had already crawled up to Alad's face. He said in a deep voice, "I shouldn't have entrusted this matter to you from the beginning." Alad gasped. "Didn't I tell you already? That man is definitely not someone you can capture with a rash action." Hades snorted. "Then how do you explain missing the woman who can summon Laos?" "You said it yourself. The one who can touch the other side of Editar is not the yellow dot, but that woman. No wonder she always bothered me." Meanwhile, Hades' entire skeleton had tightly enveloped Alad, slowly pulling her into the depths of Lemuelti. Moments later, Hades broke through the barrier and successfully returned to the underworld. "This belongs to me. This belongs to the world of darkness." At this moment, Alad and Moda ran over in a panic. "Miss Alad, are you all right?" Alad looked at the few people incredulously, her face full of doubt. "Why are you here?" Hades quickly covered Alad's mouth before she could finish. "Shoo, listen to me first. All right, I admit none of us expected that insignificant little princess to be capable of summoning Laos. I also didn't expect to see Laos again one day. I hate that shameless and arrogant face." Alad also found it strange. That non-adapter who can't even withstand a little bit of magic. What secret is hidden behind that naive smile? How did he summon the absolute ruler of Editar? No matter what, he did succeed. That's the key point. Hades cut Alad's face with his finger. "I told you, it would be troublesome if we were exposed. It's even more troublesome if they discover that the taboo between Editar and Lemuelti has been broken." Hades leaned in again. "As things stand, I can't just entrust this to you alone." Alad's face turned pale. What do you want to do to me?" Hades said calmly, "I want to possess your body." Alad was instantly shocked. "That's impossible. A living body. How could you adapt?" Hades embraced Alad from behind. "In this world, you possess the most evil power, so your body is strong enough to withstand it, right, Alad?" Alad remained calm on the surface, but secretly gathered her strength. Suddenly, she burst out, "You're talking nonsense." Then, she used all her strength to break free. Hades' crimson eyes opened wide. Even he hadn't expected Alad to break free from his control. It seemed that possessing her body would require a little more time. Alad ran to the Moda disciples. "Why did you leave Moda and come to the depths of Lemuelti?" Alad suddenly stopped. "I understand. It must have been Iridian. It seems he made preparations in advance. He would immediately seal Moda if anything happened. Less than half of the people escaped from Moda." Alad looked at the crowd. "Where's Rose? Where is he?" "He left here and went south. He also said he's severing ties with you from now on." Alad analyzed carefully. "It seems he ran away. Then he probably doesn't intend to seek refuge with the Emperor. He must have a guilty conscience about what he did to me. I still need to confirm the situation above ground before making my next move." Then she began to meditate. "Lilia is still being controlled in the palace. I should summon her first." Then she muttered, Lilia. As soon as Alad's consciousness reached the palace, it was destroyed. The entire palace was enveloped by a vast divine power. My God, could that madman be planning to burn down the entire palace to evolve? And indeed, that was the case. Iridian began to circulate his divine power. Towering divine power occupied every inch of the palace. This would be a complete evolution, but it would also cause great damage to the palace. Hades' voice came again. Alad, do you still want to achieve your goal? You wanted to create a world where you and your disciples could freely use your abilities. Those were your words. You wanted divine power to disappear from the world above to free the oppressed dark mages. This is how you avenge your parents. Alad clenched her fists. But how can I, alone, deal with the princess who has been granted divine power by Laos? This is something I cannot fight against. All my efforts so far have been in vain. Suddenly, Alad's heart skipped a beat. She felt someone watching her in the dark. Alad abruptly turned around. Who's there? She didn't know that Laos had been secretly observing for a long time through the divine power he had drawn from Anika. Alad thought, this is Lemuelti Underground. Why would I think of that woman's eyes at a time like this? At this moment, Hades used his mind games again. Alad, can you really do it on your own? Alad fell into thought again. Yes, if I can't do it myself, I might as well go all in. I might as well just hand over my body. So she slowly walked towards the darkness. Hades smiled sinisterly. Yes, that's right. What a good girl. As the two came into contact again, the entire underground world was instantly filled with black mist. That power swept over, and even Laos couldn't resist it. Anika in the world above opened her eyes in extreme pain. My body feels like it's shattering. What's happening to me? Before she finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes. Iridian shouted loudly, Anika, what's wrong? By the time I regained consciousness, 10 days had already passed. What's going on? My body is so heavy. I can't even move a finger. But I could hear voices. It was Iridian talking to his guards. Iridian asked, so some of the Mode people have escaped to the south. Yes, your majesty. That route is the same as the one used to steal the magic ore. I understand. What's the status of the palace restoration? Your majesty, mainly because the scope of the evolution was too wide. Moreover, only a quarter of the Mode people remain. The remaining manpower has all been involved in the interrogation, although the high priest is personally in charge of the interrogation. After all, the high priest cannot perceive magic power. So, apart from letting the captured dark mages confess themselves, there is currently no better way. Iridian sighed. This is really a headache. I can't help it all. Is there any news from a chick? Anika could tell. His voice sounded angry. The guard continued to answer, there's news from a chick. They seemed to understand the situation after seeing the state of the palace. They said they would adjust the handling fee accordingly after returning. Good. It seems everyone has the habit of refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Your Majesty, you can't think that way. No, it's good. We don't need to increase their handling fee. We won't need to continue budgeting for Moda in the future, and we can use that for the palace restoration. Anika thought, Iridian's gentle voice is so much nicer. Suddenly, a whimpering cry came. Anika frowned. What's that sound? Where's this wailing coming from? Anika couldn't stand it anymore. Ugh, so noisy. Then, using all her strength, she raised her hand and punched. With a bang, it hit Gree right in the face. Gree looked at her in shock. My God, she moved, and she punched me. Anika slowly opened her eyes and slowly retracted her hand. That voice is so familiar. Anika, you're awake. You're really awake. I thought you'd never wake up. Anika felt a headache coming on. Hey, can you be quiet? Anika slowly turned over, feeling pain all over her body. Her bones felt like they had been reassembled. With a violent cough, she coughed up blood. Anika was shocked. Cough. Gree coughed up blood. He was terrified. Oh my God, you're coughing up blood. He then shouted towards the outside. Doctor, come quickly. After examining Anika, the doctor said, Princess, this is just because your throat isn't in very good condition. If you're still coughing up blood after 10 days, it's likely that your ruptured internal organs haven't healed yet, so you must rest for a while. Anika smiled faintly. So, will I get better with more rest? Yes. Now that you're awake, I'll prescribe some medicine for you. First, you must try to speak as little as possible. Focus on a diet of light porridge or soup. Avoid food that is too hot or too cold. The doctor continued to ramble on. Emperor Iridian stood behind the doctor, staring at him as if he would devour him if his treatment was ineffective. The doctor sat stiffly, not daring to move, speaking nervously, even starting to hiccup. Fortunately, Anika was understanding. She slowly approached the doctor and softly comforted him. Don't worry, I'll put in a good word for you. The doctor nodded slightly. Thank you, Your Highness. After the doctor left, Anika smiled at Iridian. It's been a long time. Before she could finish, she started coughing again. Anika muttered, my throat stings whenever I speak. It seems I'm really not in good shape. If I cough up blood again like I did just now, Iridian will probably go crazy. Anika picked up the pills the doctor had given her. I'd better take the medicine first. I need to stop this coughing. Then she held out her arms towards Iridian. She kept chanting silently, hug me, hug me, hug me, please. But Iridian remained motionless. Anika observed him. His eyes looked tired. Didn't he sleep well? Oh, right. I was unconscious for 10 days before waking up. He must have been very worried about me. Anika blinked at Iridian. Are you really not going to hug me? Then I'll keep straining my voice. If this continues, I might lose my voice forever, and it'll all be Your Majesty's fault. Before Anika could finish, Iridian covered her mouth. Don't talk. Didn't the doctor just tell you to speak as little as possible? Anika thought, how can I not talk? Then we can't communicate. Iridian gently pushed Anika back onto the bed. Anika tried to struggle a little. No, I want to see you some more. No, you must rest. Don't talk. Although I check your breathing every day, only when I saw you truly wake up did I understand what it means to be overjoyed. Iridian leaned closer again, carefully feeling Anika's breath. Anika's face flushed. He seems to be checking my breathing again. Anika stopped talking and wrote in Iridian's palm with her finger, Did I worry you again? Of course. If you knew how I spent the past 10 days, you wouldn't be smiling so carelessly. Only at this moment did the weight in Iridian's heart finally lift. He couldn't help but kiss Anika. He was too afraid of losing her. Anika looked at Iridian tenderly. So, after I fainted that day, Iridian covered her mouth again. If you say one more word, Anika, I'll kiss you immediately. Anika chuckled. You still have the energy to laugh. There's not a single part of your body that's unharmed. Anika continued to write on Iridian's hand. Don't worry. Smiling brings good luck. Iridian sighed. I don't know what you summoned. Anika was completely bewildered. I summoned something. What do you mean? At the same time, something was wriggling under Anika's blanket. After a while, a small white wolf's head poked out. It slowly snuggled up against Anika. Honestly, why did it take you so long to wake up, little shard? It's because your body is so fragile that I had to suffer along with you. Anika stared at it in shock. Oh my god, it's Laos. Iridian, unaware of what was happening, picked up Laos and threw him off the bed. Anika's jaw dropped. Oh my god, he dared to throw the god Laos. Little Laos whimpered angrily. Little shard, look at him. My child treats me so disrespectfully. Iridian looked at Laos impatiently. Ever since that night, strange things keep appearing. Laos snorted. Who are you calling a strange thing? Iridian looked at Anika. Did you summon that thing? Laos whimpered. Hey, who are you calling that thing? But Iridian couldn't hear his voice. Laos burrowed back into Anika's blankets. The child I raised with such care treats me like this. Anika consoled him. Although Laos didn't raise me, I understand how you feel. Laos looked up and yelled, he is the one I raised. Otherwise, where did he get all that power? Anika thought, even little Laos can read my mind. Really, don't worry too much about it. How can I not? Anika turned to Iridian. Your Majesty, this is my pet. Your pet? Yes, I found him lost in the palace, so I took him in. Iridian looked incredulous. Someone dared to keep a pet in my palace without permission. It seems security is lacking. Anika coughed again. No, it's not like that. I found him outside the palace. You went outside the palace. Anika felt a wave of helplessness. I don't know how to explain what happened that night, so she gave up trying to explain. She shook her head and pointed at her injured neck, saying hoarsely in my throat, Can't. Speak. Iridian chuckled, always trying to fool me with a smile when you're cornered. Anika suddenly hugged Iridian and kissed him. Just overlook it this time. Turn a blind eye, okay? Iridian stiffened. I can't let some strange creature suddenly appear and stay by your side. That night, you avoided the question the same way. But this time, she didn't let him finish. Anika kissed him again, effectively silencing him. Anika thought, no, if I tell him now, there's too much else I have to confess. Even if I do tell him, now's not the time. She snuggled against Iridian, pleading, please let me off the hook just this once. Iridian sighed. Honestly, there's no helping it. Stop talking, Anika. You don't really want to keep him around forever, do you? There are already enough people vying for your attention. It's irritating. Anika pondered. Enough people. Does that mean there are others? A while later, Gree returned. Anika, why didn't you tell me? Tell you what else could it be? About your constitution. Forget it. No need to say more. Come back with me. Anika closed her eyes and said weakly, I will. After I recover. At this point, Anika remembered Hades's words in the underground world. I will take your body. I never thought that weak princess would be capable of summoning Laos. Gree continued. If you had told us about your constitution earlier, I wouldn't have let you participate in the phantom ritual. I was so scared when I heard you fainted. Gree raised his voice. Anika, are you even listening to me? I'm listening. But Anika didn't want to respond to him. She was lost in thought. Now I'm a target. I'm not just a substitute for Levia being kidnapped, but also a substitute for Iridian to become a zombie controlled by black magic. Anika covered her face in anguish. If only I could be completely saved. Why is this happening? At that moment, Laos spoke. Many things have already been set in motion. If you want to change them, there will be a price to pay, little morsel. Anika glared at Laos. Shut up. You're annoying. Gree, confused, thought Anika was talking to him. Hey, why should I shut up? After you recover, we'll pack up and leave immediately. Anika stopped explaining. She waved her hand dismissively. All right, I get it. Anika closed her eyes and analyzed the situation. Hades can't recognize divine power, so I have to leave Begot. Then he won't be able to find me easily. Fortunately, for now, it seems Hades needs some time to enter Alad's body. Laos lay weakly on Anika's lap. I've never felt so tired and weak in my life. While I'm here, you won't be affected by the magic, but we need to do something about your body. Anika gently stroked him. She knew If she wanted Laos to stay in this world, she had to become stronger. I don't expect to become incredibly powerful, but at least I want to be like a normal person. I can't do anything while I'm in Begot. Although I can't overcome the magic incompatibility, at least I can improve my defenses a little if I return to Lubni. Iridian also needs time to track down Moda's remaining forces and purify this land. Now is the perfect time for me to leave. Lost in thought, Anika started crying. The perfect time to leave. That sounds so sad. Gree looked bewildered. What are you babbling about? Are you still not yourself? But Anika ignored him. Hades, the true mastermind, has surfaced. The story of Aiden has completely changed. This means I can no longer predict what will happen next. Anika clenched her fists, but I still managed to change Aiden and protect the people I wanted to protect after coming here. I'm a little scared. I'll be the one to bear the consequences. But things are pretty good now, so I need to be able to survive on my own, right? Survive on my own. Survive on my own. Gree had absolutely no idea what Anika was doing. He probably thought she'd lost her mind. Let me take your temperature. Come here. Gree, go away, Anika thought to herself. After I go back this time, I'm going to start extreme training. My goal is to survive on my own. Inside Iridian's study, Eric came to report. Your Majesty, the palace chilling curse has been completely lifted. Good, Eric. Anything missed? Yes, I confirmed everything. The purification work will officially begin at the end of this month. Iridian nodded. Estimated time of completion. About 3 years. No, reduce it to 2. Eric practically wanted to cry. Your Majesty, do you think I can split myself in 2? But he could only endure. Yes, Your Majesty. Actually, Eric had always felt guilty. The reason he couldn't speak up was not only because he hadn't completed the task of protecting the princess, but he had also seen her soul separate from her body. He hadn't fulfilled the guarding duty Iridian had entrusted to him. He was filled with guilt. Eric glanced at Iridian. His Majesty has been very irritable these past few days. I haven't had a chance to tell him what I saw. Should I tell him now? But I can't do that without the princess's consent. Her attire at the time was something I'd never seen before. In the end, Eric held back. He cleared his throat. Your Majesty, we've received news. Moda's master, Rose, is heading south. I've already ordered all routes leading to the southern Kokida to begin purification work as soon as possible. We'll definitely capture him by the end of the year at the latest. Iridian was very irritated. Damn it, countless ancestors have invested a lot of time and money into Modo. I can't believe the most evil seed actually took root there. What's even more ridiculous is that no one in the Empire noticed. And they let Alad do that to Anika. That Alad, she must have targeted Anika from very early on for some special reason. But why did Anika let that woman escape? How is she going to bear the consequences? And I, as if possessed, actually let Alad go. But there's another question. What's the deal with that wolf cub that suddenly appeared? Did Anika really just find it? Why does it keep clinging to her? Recalling the situation, Iridian remembered Anika calling out Laos's name. Her call at that time was definitely not just a simple plea for divine protection. What's going on? Iridian clenched his fists. I should go ask Anika. That evening, Iridian and Anika went out to the balcony. Anika told Iridian what happened. Actually, it's Laos's avatar. Maybe I've been having such a hard time here that even Laos couldn't stand it anymore. Oh, and his name is Laurie, I think. Yes, Laurie. Iridian frowned. What kind of name is that? It sounds like something you just came up with. Anika gently stroked Laos. It seems that it's thanks to Laurie that I've recovered so quickly. Didn't they say Your Majesty's divine power wasn't enough either? It's because of his help that I've improved. Iridian tilted his head, looking at Anika. You're saying this thing isn't a monster, but Laos's avatar. Is there any proof? Anika froze for a moment, then laughed. Is it really okay for you to be so disrespectful to Begot's guardian deity? Besides, aren't I living proof? If it weren't for Laurie, I would have died already. Iridian shook his head remorsefully. Anika, don't say that. It's okay. I was just saying. Oh, when I let Alad go, Laurie planted a seed of divine power on her. It should help us track her location. Hearing this, Iridian immediately became excited. Are you serious? Can we really track her? Yes, as long as Alad reappears above ground and the seed hasn't been destroyed. And just like how Laurie appeared by my side, something also appeared by Alad's side. Laurie said it's best to find her before that thing fully evolves. But it supposedly needs some time to fully evolve. Iridian nodded in agreement. So, at least a year, right? That's enough. Anika looked at Iridian sadly. Well, I'm not completely healed yet. After all, the The fundamental issue of my constitution hasn't been resolved. Iridian interrupted Anika. So, you going back? Anika nodded and whispered, I think so. Iridian pondered. I was planning on sending her back as soon as possible anyway. In this situation, keeping her here any longer is just my greed. Nothing is more important than Anika's life. Iridian looked at her tenderly. No matter where she is, as long as she's safe and sound in the safest place. Then even if she leaves me for a while, I don't mind. Once I've taken care of everything here and ensured there's no danger, then I can bring it back. Anika turned to look at the courtyard and added, also, Your Majesty, how did the Imperial Palace become? Before she could finish, Iridian interrupted her. So, Anika, when are you planning to go back? Are you leaving tomorrow morning? In about 2 days. More importantly, Your Majesty, the Imperial Palace is limited. She didn't finish her sentence. Iridian interrupted her again. Oh, in 2 days. Anika, were you always looking? Anika tilted her head in confusion. You wouldn't have done this to the Imperial Palace, would you? Iridian caressed Anika's face. You're about to leave for your return journey, Your Majesty. Did you hear what I just said? About your throat getting better. Anika deliberately raised her voice, afraid Iridian would interrupt her again. She pointed to the courtyard. I'm talking about this. How did the palace end up like this? Iridian glanced at the courtyard. Oh, you're talking about this. Anika was speechless. What do you mean this? I should have realized when they dug up the Begot Palace courtyard like that. Anika coughed as she spoke. How many magically powered devices are there in the palace? How could you just burn them all at once? If it's damaged like this, how will people move around and live in the palace? Iridian quickly covered Anika's mouth. All right. Don't talk anymore. You're coughing like this. Your Majesty, you're not reflecting at all. Anika, I am reflecting. Iridian thought to himself, if I had known this level of evolution would damage the palace like this, I would have started palace repairs right after my coronation. I've become too complacent. All right, Anika, how's your throat? It's fine. And the bruises? Anika said coquettishly, Your Majesty, don't worry. The bruises are almost gone. Do you want to see? Iridian pondered. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't seem like she could be this relaxed. Even in this state, she still maintained a constant smile as if nothing had happened. Anika's understanding nature was heartbreaking. Anika suddenly giggled. Your Majesty, let me tell you something amazing. All right, what do you want to tell me? Anika blinked. It seems like I can tell what you're thinking just by looking at your expression now. Iridian didn't respond, seeming lost in thought. But I can't tell what you're thinking at all. At first, I thought you were the easiest person in the world to understand, but now I can't understand you at all. What are you hiding behind that smile? Anika yawned. Oh, you have that dissatisfied look again. What's making you unhappy? Nothing, that's not it. Your Majesty, don't lie to me. You clearly have something on your mind. Yes, Anika. Tell you what, why don't you guess what I'm thinking right now? Anika looked at Iridian shyly. I guessed it. Is it that you want to kiss me? Iridian picked up a shawl and gently draped it over Anika's shoulders. Yes, you guessed right. Then, he grabbed the shawl and pulled Anika closer before kissing her. But their lips had barely touched when Iridian released Anika. Anika asked, puzzled just a peck. Iridian smiled. There's nothing I can do with you. Let's leave some regret. That way, the next time we meet, you'll greet me with even more joy. Anika pouted. Then how about this? I originally had something to tell Your Majesty before I left, but I won't say it now. That way, you'll be even more eager to come find me out of curiosity. After Anika finished speaking, she hugged Iridian tightly. I'll take the regret you mentioned with me and leave the curiosity with Your Majesty. A few days later, everyone gathered at the palace gates. Princess, safe travels. This is medicine to take after meals. This is medicine to boost your stamina. Take 1 pill a day after dinner. Please refrain from strenuous activity during this time. Absolutely no horseback riding. And please stay away from mages and magical artifacts. Although His Majesty's divine power has helped you improve, you are still unwell. Do you understand? Anika's head was spinning from all the instructions. She could only nod helplessly. Yes, I understand. Princess. Anika turned around to see Marion calling her. Anika knew that Marion had been feeling guilty. She ran over and hugged her. I heard you were sick. Are you feeling better? Princess, I should be asking you that. Marion began to weep softly. I shouldn't have let Lilia take my place attending to you that day. Then you wouldn't have suffered. Anika hugged Marion tightly. It's not your fault. You must have gone to a good place. Don't blame yourself too much, Marion. I'll see you when I return to Begot. Though it might be a few years. High Priest Eric also came to see her off. Princess, safe travels. Anika made the shushing gesture with the ring Eric had given her. Eric, keep what happened that day a secret, okay? If this gets out, I'll pray to the god Laos every night to bring divine punishment down on the Baliad temple. Laos whimpered. I wouldn't curse anyone. Anika patted his head. I'm kidding. Now, if you keep struggling, I'll drop you. Laos looked up in surprise. You little crumb, what did you just call me? You're so disrespectful. Anika spoke gently to Eric. You've put up with my moods for so long. Thank you, truly. Eric smiled. No, princess. I should be the one thanking you. Why thank me? Because you will return here someday and rescue me from His Majesty's clutches. The joking over, they shared a smile. All right, Eric, let's hug. Anika had just opened her arms when Iridian scooped her up and carried her away, declaring, Anika, don't you dare. Your Majesty, why are you throwing a tantrum again? Don't mistake this for a tantrum, Anika. This is a perfectly justified intervention. You can't just hug people randomly. Oh, all right. I won't do it again, I promise. Why don't you trust me? Iridian nodded. That's right. And don't let anyone into your room either. I'll be careful. I won't lie down and sleep randomly. I won't hug people, and I won't let anyone into my room. Iridian fell silent, his head bowed in a melancholic way. Anika thought, he doesn't look very happy. I hope no one from Lubny is watching. Looking around to make sure no one was paying attention, she suddenly threw herself into Iridian's arms and gave him a quick kiss. Iridian looked at Anika with affection. If you do that, I'll miss you even more. Anika blushed. On second thought, I think leaving you with some regrets is a good thing. It's not fair if I'm the only one with regrets. So, I'll leave some for your Majesty too. She took Iridian's hand. All right, often. If you don't reply, I'll be angry. I understand. And this. Anika handed him her cross earrings. This is the little regret I'm leaving you with. Don't lose them. Anika thought to herself, these are the earrings I intended to wear for the rest of my life. They even have a touch of Iridian and Begot in them. They're a charm to keep me safe while I'm away from him, and a token of my promise to return someday. Composing herself, Anika smiled faintly. Look at them every day and feel the regret, and maybe regret not falling for me sooner. Iridian put the earrings away. Anika, that's completely different from what you said last night. I'm a fickle person, aren't I? Iridian chuckled. Well, your goal will definitely be achieved. Meanwhile, the people from Lubny had finished their preparations. Gree approached the carriage. Anika, we should leave. Anika hesitated for a moment before turning back towards the carriage. She thought, things have certainly changed in this land that felt so alien to me. I'm still anxious and afraid of the uncertainty of the future. But the future also holds endless possibilities I don't know about, including me and him. Reaching the carriage, Anika gently placed Laos on the ground. Hey, little crumb, why are you putting me down? Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Anika ran back to Iridian, her heart chanting, I need to remember all of this. Anika threw herself into Iridian's arms. His familiar, clean, refreshing scent. The sound of his beating heart. Iridian held Anika tightly, feeling her heart beat against his. The intertwining of our heartbeats is enough to make my heart race. That's why I didn't cry on the day we parted. After Anika left, it began to snow in Begot. Two priests on the city wall were talking. I heard orders from above to pay special attention to the south. Some say the final destination of the evolution project is Kolkita. You mean Kolkita, the southernmost part of the empire. But as far as I know, the evolution project started in Kolkita. That's true, but this news is top secret. I heard they're ordering a major shakeup. They probably think it's the Dark Mage's base. High Priest Eric approached. Long time no see. Did you two just return from Sierras? Yes, we just finished our report and are heading to Hazard. One priest felt puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Vice Bishop, what is so important that you had to come here personally with the Holy Knights? Oh, it's nothing important. I'll head south as soon as this is over. Don't worry about it. Just go about your business. Eric was inspecting the fortifications with a masked knight behind him. This only fueled the other priest's suspicions. That Holy Knight, he seemed so intimidating. Noticing their curious gazes, Eric cleared his throat. By the way, you two understand what secret means, right? It's fine among ourselves, but be absolutely careful not to let this spread among the common people. Once it's spoken, secrecy becomes meaningless. The two priests bowed hurriedly. Yes, High Priest Eric, we understand. Eric smiled faintly. Then we'll go pray to Laos. Keep up the good work, brothers. The two nodded repeatedly. Yes, may Laos be with us. After the two left, Eric finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the masked knight behind him. Do you have to be so conspicuous? Even the attending priests noticed. Please be more careful. The masked knight was, unexpectedly, Iridian. Hey, I didn't do anything. Iridian took a deep breath. Eric, I think you're too gentle. You're good in every other way, but you're too soft on people. Eric chuckled. Is he asking me to change my personality? Your Majesty, I'm not some Igbo leader. All the priests in Begat are my brothers. How can I be rude to my brothers? They're all honest and have accepted the evolution. You're being deliberately critical, Iridian said in a low voice. I wish you were half as strict with them as you are with me. He then turned and continued his inspection. Eric hurried to follow, whispering, I'm begging you, please be careful this time. Don't make another mess like last time. Otherwise, I'll lead a strike. Last spring, a fire burned down the Imperial City. At the beginning of this year, you flipped the Leonard Ironworks. Your Majesty, I don't know how many times I've told you, but this absolutely cannot happen again. Iridian said resignedly, I know. I'm already reflecting on it. Eric continued, I hope Princess Anika doesn't find out about these things. Iridian paused. Wouldn't it be fine if we just don't tell her? But it won't be easy to keep it from her. So, Your Majesty, please don't cause any more trouble. All right, I know. Iridian patted his horse. In any case, we're here now. Hopefully, we'll make some progress. The two arrived at the entrance of an underground cave. Eric folded a piece of paper. The intel is correct, Your Majesty. We've been chasing him for months. Meanwhile, Rose was sprinting through the underground world. He was trying to shake off the divine power chains binding him. Soon after, he finally reached a hidden door. Rose pressed his palm against the mechanism. Before the hidden door could open, the divine power chains tightened instantly, firmly restraining him. Eric's voice echoed. I advise you to stop resisting. If the underground cave collapses and affects the surface, it will be even more troublesome. Lord Rose, it's been a while. A year and a half, wasn't it? Or maybe even longer. Rose said in surprise. Eric, I felt someone chasing me, but I didn't expect you to come personally. Eric gave a contemptuous laugh. After all, the severity of this matter is extraordinary. Rose deflated like a puncture balloon. Eric, does His Majesty want you to execute me immediately? I'm telling you, I'm not a dark mage. I've never used that kind of evil magic. Eric looked at him impassively. Really? Then why are you running away? Rose slowly lowered his head. I had no choice, but I was scared too. Rose, you dared to betray His Majesty without even this much resolve. And no, it's not that. I'm not afraid of Begot, the royal family, or His Majesty. I'm afraid of that child. Ilad's image appeared in Rose's mind. I'm afraid of the child I personally raised, the beautiful and cunning dark mage. Eric, you have no idea how. Eric didn't want to hear him continue and interrupted him directly. You shouldn't be telling me these things. Rose abruptly raised his head. If not you, then who? Please let me go. I can guarantee I will never return to Begot. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know. Eric turned to look at Iridian in the darkness. What should we do, Your Majesty? Shall we execute him immediately? Iridian tilted his head and then stepped forward. I still have many questions to ask. It would be a shame to kill him now. Rose froze, as if struck by lightning. Why, Your Majesty? Iridian snorted. Rose, long time no see. I've been debating whether or not to bring you back to the capital for questioning. But if I did that, the waiting time would double. I'm rather busy lately and don't have time to wait. How are you, Rose? I came all this way personally. I hope you won't disappoint me. Suddenly, Iridian swiftly raised his hand, and a surge of divine power instantly flowed into Rose's neck, as if extracting something. Iridian stepped forward and said, I found out that you were the one who forged a new identity for Marquis Alad, daughter of Solo Ali Saad. 15 years ago, you personally reported that dark family to the previous emperor. Unexpectedly, she's the only surviving bloodline from the Li Sade family's evolution ritual. Rose gaped in fear. Your Majesty isn't like that. Iridian snapped. I don't care if you saved him out of guilt or some other reason. I don't want to know. You've been tacitly allowing that evil dark mage to exist. I imagine you have your reasons. Iridian placed his hand on Rose's head, directly drawing out his magic. But those reasons don't matter. I am curious. Where is that woman now? Rose cried out in agony, his face contorted in pain, his whole body trembling. A moment later, Iridian asked again, and what exactly is that woman plotting? Tell me, what is Alad doing in my land? Rose, you can't tell me you don't know. For the past 15 years, haven't you been raising a worthless criminal as your apprentice right under my nose? Rose knelt on the ground, groaning, Your Majesty, Elad should have gone underground. Although I don't know how she does it, she can indeed enter the world of the undead at will. And her ability to summon corpses and the undead surpasses any dark mage I know. That child craves the most powerful divine power on earth. From the day she arrived in Moda, she didn't talk to me much when she grew up, but she once casually asked me. Rose began to recall the scene. Elad asked him, Lord Rose, what's on the other side of Editar? If I could really touch it, Elad pointed at the book and said, Your Majesty, she said, once I reach there, everything will be over. Soon after, Eric and Iridian left the underground cave. Your Majesty, you actually stole the mage's magic. You're becoming truly terrifying. Iridian chuckled, because I know, even leniency wouldn't be of any use. But you still spared his life. So, you don't plan to kill him directly. Iridian sighed. It's a shame to kill him now. He's the most powerful mage in Begot. If he had ever practiced dark magic, he would have been burned to death on the spot. Sparing his life is merciful enough. Eric shook his head. Sigh, you might as well have given him a quick death. Iridian said, I need his perceptive abilities, his ability to interpret Elad's power. He's naturally the most sensitive to his apprentice's aura. Thinking back to what Rose said, that night, I felt the earth split open. He always goes in and out of the underground like that. So, I knew immediately that he must have caused trouble. Iridian pondered. Even if he is a dark mage, can he really go to the arena of humans? How is that possible? No, I can't jump to conclusions yet. And that sentence is crucial. Rose said that as long as the divine power is strong enough, Elad doesn't care who the other person is. Doesn't care who the other person is. Besides me and Eric, there are few people who possess such powerful divine power. Why does that sound so strange? Afterwards, Iridian unconsciously fiddled with his cross earring, muttering to himself, Why am I so anxious? Could something have happened to Anika? Although the letters she sent are all positive, if something really happened, she definitely wouldn't write on time. Sigh, how has only a year and a half passed? In the past 26 years, I've never felt so anxious. Must it really be 2 years? I miss her so much. Time is passing too slowly. Several months later, spring had arrived. People in the crowd were discussing, I heard His Majesty the Emperor came here during the winter. Nonsense. I heard someone saw the deputy bishop of Parishard. It said he wasn't the only one who came. Apparently, a group of rebels were hiding in Hazard, which is why His Majesty came for a secret visit. What? Didn't that Moda collapse? It's that escaped master. What's with that look on your face? Don't believe me. Do you think that's possible? You might as well say that Moda's master is a dark mage. I might believe you a little then. TCH, I'm not that gullible. What do you take me for? Amidst the discussion, no one noticed a mysterious figure in a black robe hurrying past. People continued to discuss the rumors of His Majesty's wedding in the spring, which seemed more believable. Inside the Begot Imperial Palace, Iridian said to Eric, Do you think I don't want to get married? It's all marriage proposals all day long. Today, it's Marquis Bielson. Yesterday, it was Duke Ramon. Eric broke out in a cold sweat. My goodness, doesn't the Duke not have a daughter? Iridian sighed. Apparently, it's his wife's niece. It's unbearable. Indeed, the number of nobles proposing marriage lately is countless. They're all clamoring that Begot needs a national mother, an empress to share His Majesty's burden and care for the empire together. Iridian was utterly speechless. It's not just once or twice. For 2 whole years, they've been saying the same thing every day. Eric, don't you get tired of hearing it? Iridian composed himself. Eric, still no reply from Lubny. Yes, Your Majesty. It seems not. Eric thought to himself, the King of Lubny is quite bold. It's been 4 months, and he still hasn't replied to the marriage proposal sent by the Emperor. Iridian said melancholically, So this is what it feels like. Eric was puzzled. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Iridian turned around and said, enunciating each word, I mean the feeling of being dumped. Eric instantly broke out in a cold sweat. How can you say you've been dumped? Haven't you two been exchanging letters? Iridian scratched his head. We were writing last month. Your Majesty's meaning is that you haven't continued this month. Iridian didn't speak, instead grumbling inwardly. Anika, don't tell me you're trying to get revenge this way. You're going to torture me to death. Eric analyzed the situation in his mind. A princess from a small country, daring to ignore a personal letter from the Emperor of Begot. Although it seems unlikely, it also seems very possible. Iridian continued to fret. Could it be because I ruthlessly rejected her proposals multiple times 2 years ago, and now she wants to punish me? What is she thinking? Could she have changed her mind so quickly? She didn't show it all before. Is her true heart different from her gender? Iridian suddenly remembered Rose's words. Actually, as long as the divine power is strong enough, Elad doesn't care who the other person is. Sigh, I can't find Elad, and now I'm worried about Anika. My feelings are so complicated. I sent the marriage proposal as soon as I returned from Hazard. Just not being able to see her face, hear her voice, is torture enough. Now, there are no letters either. Could it be that Elad has already attacked Lubni? Has something happened in Lubni? But even if I want to find out, she keeps ignoring my letters. Should I just go there myself to confirm? The evolution work is almost complete except for Kalchita. I can consider going after I've dealt with the urgent matters. If I appear before her in person, she can't possibly continue to ignore me, right? Eric's jaw dropped in surprise. What? His Majesty wouldn't actually go to Lubni, would he? Meanwhile, in Lubni, Anika's older sister, Tivia, was meeting with the king. Father, is it really all right to keep ignoring him? That's a personal letter from the Emperor of Begot. But the king didn't care and tore up another letter. If it were just an official letter from the Emperor, that would be fine. But he's also eyeing my precious little monster's power. Tivia was exasperated. He's the most eligible bachelor on the continent. This is like slamming the door on good fortune. The king remained unconcerned. Anika should live with her parents. How could I send her to the Empire? It's too dangerous. Tivia thought to herself, I understand father's feelings. After Anika was kidnapped and taken to Begot, she developed magic intolerance and couldn't withstand even a little bit of magic. Although her letters say she's doing well in the Empire, when she came back, she was nothing but skin and bones. And then, like someone praying for spring every day, she kept visiting the Laos Temple, a place she never showed any interest in before. Even I would stop Anika from going to Begot. But even though she suffered so much there, she still has a good relationship with the Emperor. What should I do? The king glared. I will not give my beautiful daughter to anyone. Impossible. Tivia said softly, I have a feeling that Anika wouldn't be particularly safe staying in Lubni either. The king clenched his fists. Even if I raise Gruka's handling fee to 10%, I won't agree. Didn't you say last time, father, that you could raise it to 12%? No, 12% is no good either. I won't throw my precious daughter into the fire for money. Tivia stopped arguing with her father and left the room. However, she didn't go far, instead peeking at the king from outside the door. Sure enough, not long after Tivia left, the king took out a map from his drawer and studied it carefully, even muttering 12%. Tivia pondered, is it really okay to keep this from Anika and secretly tear up the letters? I don't think we can keep doing this. But Tivia couldn't make the decision herself. In the end, she could only sigh and leave. Meanwhile, Anika, unaware of the truth, angrily ripped up a letter. This man, he returned it again. Is he trying to fight me to the end? For 2.5 months, he's returned all my letters. Jerk, I won't give up. It'll be 3 months soon anyway. But after a while, Anika started to console herself. No, Anika, calm down. Maybe he was busy the first month. Something must have happened in Begot. Just be understanding. Having just comforted herself, she suddenly stood up. But 3 months is too much. He's making Laos neurotic. Hey, little Shard, don't be so jumpy. You scared me. But Anika had no intention of paying attention to him. Instead, she bit her finger and muttered, could it be that he's changed his mind? How dare he forget me? Anika leaned against the bed, despondent, suddenly losing contact with Iridian. I'm worried. Meanwhile, Laos was thinking about Hades. It seems there are no more divine seeds on Earth. It must be either that boy found the seeds and destroyed them, or he adapted to his new body and the old one simply died. Anika said, but it wouldn't be surprising if Hades showed up at any time. I still don't know if Hades' target is me or Iridian. In his last letter, he only told me that the purification process was underway. There's been no news since then. He said he wouldn't make me wait too long. I didn't expect that not only would I not see him, but I wouldn't even receive a letter. But we were only together for 4 months, and I've been away from Begot for 2 years. If I had known this would happen, I should have just started over. It would be normal, even if he did change his mind. Honestly, if I had known, I should have just stayed in Begot and refused to come back. Anika slumped sadly by the window. I finally managed to melt his heart, and now he's playing hard to get again. Anika regretted not staying in Begot. Now, she couldn't even contact Iridian. Laos, lying on the bed, said, Child, the human heart is like a reed, constantly swaying. Anika hung her head dejectedly. Yes, a man's heart is like a reed. At this rate, won't there suddenly be news of his marriage one day? Just then, a childish voice called from outside the window, Aunt Anika. Aunt Anika. Anika rushed to the window. Oh my, I didn't know you were coming today. Blitz, where's your mother? How did you get here by yourself? It's so dangerous. Blitz was incredibly cute, with big, blinking eyes. Auntie, can you play with me? Of course. Blitz, don't pick up things to eat. Blitz nodded while sucking on his fingers. Anika frowned and shouted, Blitz, don't eat your hands. Anika put one hand on the windowsill and jumped straight out. Unexpectedly, Anika, who had no apparent magical prowess, landed lightly on the ground. Anika hurried to Blitz. Honestly, your hands are dirty. You can't eat your hands. How could your mother let you come here alone, my sweet nephew? And Anika, I didn't come alone. Anika was puzzled. Then who did you come with? I came with Larix. Larix. At that moment, Larix emerged from behind a bush. Blitz, I found you. Anika sighed. So you were here, you little rascal. Come here quickly. Anika thought to herself, I didn't learn magic to babysit. I studied for 2 whole years, and all I can do is watch children. Oh well, never mind. It's good that it's useful for something. Blitz, wash your hands. Larix, you come wash too. You two are filthy. Louse, wagging his tail, kept sniffing around Blitz. Hey Louse, what are you doing? I like this child. He's very clean. Then he rolled around on the ground with Blitz. Hey, I just cleaned him up. Larix also yelled, I want to play too. I want to. Oh my goodness, don't play too rough. Taking care of children is so exhausting. We're their parents. Why do I have to babysit? They couldn't have come here by themselves. Anika gazed into the distance. So peaceful. I wish Hades would forget about me too. And it would be even better if I could receive a letter from Iridian. Anika sat sadly by the fountain. Seriously, I can't just rush off to Begot right now. Anika, Gree called, running towards her, out of breath. Gree, watch where you're going. Don't your sister and brother-in-law always tell you not to be distracted while walking? Sorry, I was afraid the flowers would hurt the children, so I trimmed them. It's all right. They ran off to Father's flower bed again, didn't they? Where are your sister and brother-in-law? They're meeting with His Majesty the King. They want to see Father. What about Fernandez? Gree glanced sideways behind him. Fernandez is right over there. Anika, are you going to the temple again? At that moment, Tivy arrived. She looked at Anika with concern. Are you going alone again? Sister, I'll be fine on my own. Take Gree with you. I really don't feel comfortable with you going alone. Don't make me take him. I'll just have to look after him. He's old enough. I don't want to babysit him. At least Blitz and Larix are cute. But Tivia was still adamant. You should still go with Gree. It's too dangerous to go alone. Even in Lubny, there are dangers. Anika frowned. Why are you so protective of me no matter where I go? I can protect myself now. With magic tools, I can go anywhere. That's not what I mean. There are things you don't know. Gree said, I think Tivia is right. You should still come with me. The Lubny Knights are training at the foot of the Temple Mount. Anika looked at them both quizzically. What are you doing? Aren't you overreacting? Gree summoned his courage and yelled, Look at yourself in the mirror. Anika feigned ignorance. Why should I look in the mirror? I'm always beautiful. It's a good thing you have a decent personality. I think you're just too narcissistic. TCH Gree, can you be a little more objective? After a long time, Anika finally reached the temple. I'm so tired. I finally made it. Laos couldn't wait any longer. With a big leap, he went inside. Haha, I'm finally alive again. This is so great. Hey Laos, wait for me. A temple priest stood in front of the main hall, seemingly there to specifically greet Anika. Princess Anika, you've arrived. Hello, Priest Julius. It's been a while. Princess, are you here to pray today? Anika nodded with a smile, muttering to herself, Every time I come to the temple, I have to climb this mountain. I can't believe I still haven't gotten used to it after 2 years. It seems that practicing divine power is still too exhausting. Julius said, Princess Anika, your devotion is truly touching. Lord Laos will surely hear your prayers. Anika nodded. Thank you, Priest Julius. Meanwhile, Laos was lying on the ground, breathing greedily. After being stifled for a month, I can finally breathe. After Daikis left, Anika took Laos and walked straight into the depths of the temple. Laos sighed in relief. Little shard, no one's watching now anyway. Let's check the results. With a few whoosh 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 sounds, Laos transformed into his true form. That's more like it. Being trapped in that small body all day was suffocating. Anika said sullenly, "You're comfortable now, but I'm dying." "All right, little shard, what did we leave off last time?" "You've learned the attack methods. Have you learned defense?" "Yes, I've learned the method of reflecting magic." "Good, let me see what else you haven't learned." Anika counted on her fingers, thinking, there's also divine power, the method of reflecting magic, the method of self-defense, the method of strengthening attacks with divine power, the method of training divine power, and other small practical applications. I've learned them all. Laos glanced at her. The highest difficulty divine power technique, Purifying Spark, is still a bit difficult, right? Anika put her hands on her hips. I didn't know Purifying Spark was such a difficult technique back then. Let's improve your self-healing ability first. Filling your body with divine power will improve your cell regeneration ability. When that child was with you, you were able to restore your own cells because his divine power was boundless. However, that's limited to that child. Mentioning that child, Anika was visibly saddened. "Emperor Iridian, why haven't you written to me?" Laos continued, "Repelling magic can also effectively protect you. However, when magic invades your body, you need to quickly purify your body and restore the damaged parts." Anika nodded. "Okay, I understand." Laos was also pleased. "You're docile, so it's easy to teach you. Like a lovely stone." Anika chuckled. "If you say that, I might rebel one day." "No, that won't do." Anika pouted. "You provoke me every day. Little shard, that attitude is disrespectful. All right, when you're ready, try to mobilize the divine power in your body. Focus. You can't use the reflection technique I taught you last time, or your organs will be repelled. Of course, you can't resist divine power either. Do you understand what I mean?" "Oh, that's scary. Focus." In an instant, Anika felt like she was in a vast ocean. Sensing other people's divine power isn't difficult, but interpreting the divine power in my own body is so hard. The empty spaces, if magic invades my body, I'll definitely die. At this moment, Laos's voice echoed in her mind. "Don't accept the temple's divine power. You can only fill yourself with your own divine power." Anika felt her heart pounding. "First, gather the divine power scattered throughout your body." Wow, it's a heart-wrenching feeling. Anika felt a sharp pain throughout her body. Every cell in her body was filled with power. But as the divine power gathered, Anika couldn't help but lose focus. Her mind was full of Iridian, replaying every moment she spent with him in Begot. Anika couldn't stop thinking about him. Lao suddenly shouted, "Anika!" Anika was startled awake. "Hey, didn't I tell you to focus? You can't use the reflection technique." Anika sat paralyzed on the ground, still shaken. Laos patted her head. "Silly girl, you were trying to kill yourself. Didn't I tell you to focus? This won't do. You should practice on your fingernails or toenails. Even if it backfires, it won't be life-threatening. Honestly, do you still like him that much?" Anika's face flushed crimson. "Laos, we agreed, no more mind reading." "I wasn't reading your mind. You were thinking so loudly I could hear it." A long while later, the training finally ended. Anika sat outside the temple, utterly exhausted. Laos offered comfort. "For your first time, that was pretty good. I told you, you have talent." Anika sighed. "I knew you'd say that. It's just my stamina can never keep up." Outside the temple, the knights continued their rigorous training, their swords and staffs flashing. Every so often, they would steal glances at Anika, making her uncomfortable. Ugh, I still can't get used to them whispering about me. Anika picked up Laos. "Hey Laos, what do you think?" "What do I think about what?" "This whole scene." "Oh, it's because I'm so beautiful, right? Was I not beautiful before?" Laos chuckled. "Do you realize how narcissistic you sound right now?" "TCH, it's not like my beauty is a recent development. I've had this same face for 3 whole years, ever since I became Anika. Why is everyone acting so strange lately?" "Somehow, I don't think that's the reason." "Well, there's no one else around right now, Laos. Do you want to get bigger?" "What is it, little shard? Want to use me as a pillow again?" "I know what you're thinking." With a howl towards the sky, Laos instantly grew larger, then obediently lay down on the ground. Anika promptly threw herself onto him. "Ha, you like a bed?" Lao sighed. "I think I spoil you too much." Anika stretched languidly. "Ah, this is so comfortable." "Laos, I've been feeling uneasy lately." Laos turned his head to look at Anika. "Don't you say that every day?" "It's practically your catchphrase now. This time it's different." "Do you trust my intuition?" "I trust that no one's intuition is sharper than yours." Anika looked melancholic. symbolic. I think the time is almost here. She pondered. The seed of divine power has been gone for 6 months. Thankfully, Hades can't sense my exact location, but he knows I'm the princess of Lubni, so he'll definitely be watching the royal palace. Should I leave Lubni? Little Shard, where would you go? Even if I can't leave Lubni, I should at least leave the palace. I don't want to see it crack in half. Laos looked at Anika with concern. Child, you're too tense. Don't worry so much. It's okay to act spoiled sometimes. TCH, I'm not Blitz or Alex. Don't treat me like a child. Anika leaned lazily against Laos. I've used up all my energy. I'm so tired. It reminds me of before. My body was so suppressed and begot. I spent those 3.5 months struggling through that extreme powerlessness. Even though I felt a sense of liberation after returning to Lubni, I still miss those painful times. Laos shifted slightly, and Anika immediately understood. Blushing, she buried her face in his fur. Hey, stop poking fun at me. It's annoying. A moment later, Anika opened her eyes, a melancholic look on her face. Ugh, am I being dumped again? If so, then stop pretending to be so gentle in my heart. Why do you always do this? I won't let him off the hook. Anika thought when I first arrived in this world, I was terrified. It was so strange. I didn't know anyone. I was completely alone. But as time passed, I gradually fell in love with this warm and beautiful world. Lubni isn't big, but I've grown attached to it. And I have a family that loves me, something I didn't have in my past life. But the truth is they don't love me. They love the real Anika. The only way I can repay them for suddenly taking over this body is to eliminate the danger for them. I can't let them worry. I have to put on a happy face. That's how I'll repay them, by living a happy and healthy life as Anika. That's the only way. The past 2 years have been peaceful, but I've felt like someone adrift at sea, desperately clinging on. I have no one I can trust or rely on. If it weren't for Laos, I might actually have depression, and now not even getting letters. Thinking of this, Anika's nose stung, and tears welled up in her eyes. I can't cry. If I cry, I lose. I won't cry. Laos saw everything. Ugh, he's such a jerk. Making the little Shard cry. Laos focused intensely, looking again at the cross earring. A surge of divine power pulsed through it, then shot skyward. Laos muttered, I've summoned him so directly. If he's coming, he should hurry up. A moment later, in Begot, Iridian's cross earring faintly glowed. 7 days later, Anika lay exhausted on the ground. I don't want to practice anymore. This is too hard. Laos sighed. You're just not proficient yet. It's only been a week. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Anika rolled over. That's true, but even though I want to keep practicing, my divine power is completely depleted. I'm too tired. I guess I won't succeed today. I can't practice anymore. Laos, I have to go down the mountain. Today's the day to go down. Yes. Gree only left one message. He said to wait here at this time a week later, then he left. If we hadn't agreed beforehand, I could have recovered and gone down tomorrow or the day after. Laos glanced toward Begot. Is the timing right? Anika sounded confused. What timing? Never mind. You're exhausted. If this continues, will you even be able to sustain me? Anika closed her eyes to rest. Why is my body like this? If only Laos could appear and replenish my energy. As expected, Laos doted on her. A moment later, Laos nudged Anika. You're almost fully recovered. Get up. It's still a half-day ride back to the palace. It'll be tiring. Laos began pushing Anika forward. This is enough. It won't take too long. Wait, Laos, no. 5 more minutes. Outside the temple gates, Gree had been waiting for a long time. Hey, Anika. Long time no see. Anika shuffled forward weakly, looking haggard, slowly walking towards Gree. Gree looked alarmed. Anika, why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? No, this is proof of my hard work. Gree touched Anika's forehead. Still talking nonsense. Seems like you're fine. No fever either. I'm fine, Gree, just a little tired. I'm so hungry. Let's go back and eat. Wait, what were you doing at the temple? You're this tired. You haven't even had any porridge. Did the priests make you starve? Come on, Anika, let's go home. Gree practically dragged Anika to the horse. Anika smiled faintly. By the way, Gree, you're not going to tell on me to my parents again, are you? Gree grunted. What does it mean? Answer properly, or I'll tie you up and take you back. You brute. Fine, I won't tell on you. Anika hopped onto the horse as she spoke. I haven't forgotten how you tattled on me to my parents and sister. Gree had come to the temple to take Anika home. Anika complained about him always telling on her. Well, I can't pretend I don't know anything. It's for your safety. Anika was about to explode, raising her voice. I know, Gree, but there has to be a limit. I don't know what you said, but they were scared I was about to die. Now my family thinks Begot is some uninhabitable demonic land, and Emperor Iridian is some evil overlord. Anika sighed deeply and hopped on a horse. Forget it, you traitor. I don't want to talk anymore. Gree quickly mounted his horse and followed. Anika put on her hat. Night had fallen by the time they returned to the city. Anika was puzzled. Is it because it's a day off? Why are there so many people out at night? Gree nodded. Maybe it's because it's a day off. Are you going to Arthur's Tavern today? Anika replied, yes. Why? Do you want to go somewhere else? Oh no, let's go there. It was full last time, so we went to a different restaurant. Wait, put your hat on properly before we go in. Is that okay? It's fine, Gree. It's nighttime, so it should be all right. Suddenly, Anika looked back involuntarily. Huh, that's a strange sense of deja vu. Is it windy? Before Anika could confirm, Gree pulled her hat down over her head. I told you to wear your hat properly. What is it? What did you see? Oh, nothing. Just a gust of wind. It's fine, just the wind. Let's go. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure in a black robe watched them from a corner. Soon, the two arrived at Arthur's Tavern. Welcome. Please come in. Gree looked around. That's odd. Why are there so many soldiers here today? The two found a table and sat down. Gree asked the usual. Anika nodded. Okay, excuse me. 2 orders of your special stew, please. And make it quick. Anika opened her backpack. Laos could finally come out for some air. He poked his head out. Ugh, I was suffocating. What took you so long? Anika whispered, just a little longer, okay? Want a carrot? Gree stared in surprise. You're feeding a wolf vegetables. Anika rolled her eyes. What's the big deal? Gree continued, every time I see him, I'm amazed. Where did you even find him? Laos munched on the carrot, glaring. Find me. How rude. I wasn't found, but Gree couldn't hear him. Anika narrowed her eyes. How many times do I have to tell you? I was taking a walk, saw him, thought he was cute, and brought him home. See, isn't he adorable? Gree pouted. He never grows up, and his eyes are the same color as yours. He's just a beast, yet he has the same eye color as the royal family. Anika's star-like, blue pupils shone. These blue eyes are proof that I'm Laos's summoner. They say it's because after I summoned him, our souls became connected. After all, the eyes are the window to the soul. Just then, a waiter arrived with steaming bowls of stew. Here you go. Please enjoy. Gree, who had been waiting impatiently, exclaimed, wow, it smells amazing. As expected of Arthur's Tavern. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony. Suddenly, someone threw their arms around Gree from behind. Ah, young master, you're back so soon. Hey, Felix, can't you see I'm eating? Don't touch me when I'm eating. Felix chuckled. Hee, seeing the young master in a tavern like this, I'd be heartbroken if I didn't say hello. He looked up at Anika. By the way, who's this? Gree struggled to pull away. You don't need to know. Let's go, Felix. Just let go of me, and I'll come with you. He turned to Anika. I'll be right back. Don't wander off. Wait here for me. Anika whispered, go ahead. Don't worry. And if anyone talks to you, don't answer them. Felix tugged insistently. Come on, young master, let's go. All right, I'm coming, aren't I? Gree grumbled. Anika sighed. Honestly, those two are so boisterous. But Anika hadn't noticed the many soldiers in the tavern stealing glances at her. And in a corner booth, a figure cloaked in black was also observing her. Meanwhile, Gree was carousing with Felix and the others. Haha, young master, don't keep trying to run away. Gree exclaimed, seriously, I have a friend here. Oh, stay a little longer. Finish this drink. Drink up. Fine. I'll drink it, all right. Anika muttered to herself. It seems like boys that age really do grow up fast. Laos asked, confused, aren't you the same age? Anika chuckled. Well, yes, but I still feel like Gree is a little brother who needs looking after. Laos stretched languidly. You're both still kids. Anika stroked him. You probably think we're small, but sometimes hearing that is actually comforting. Meanwhile, Gree had just finished another drink, and the others cheered. Wow, young master, so cool, so impressive. Suddenly, Laos warned, Little Shard, don't you feel something? Before Anika could react, Laos jumped down from the table. Hey, where are you going? Unexpectedly, Laos didn't go far. He curled up under the table. I'm not going anywhere. It's more comfortable down here. Anika was bewildered. What's wrong? You always wanted to hold you. You even said that if you leave my side on the ground, it restricts the summoner. You're always clinging to me. Why are you down there today? Suddenly, Anika felt again. Yes, it was that same ancient wind from before. This time, it wasn't just the feeling of wind, but also an incredibly pure divine power. Anika thought, what's going on? Why does it feel like Iridian's divine power is filling this entire space? Could it be him? Anika started looking around. What am I seeing? Is this a dream? This has to be a dream. The cloaked figure stood up and walked directly toward Anika's table, stopping in front of her. He gently tapped the back of her hand with a finger. Anika gasped tensely. No, it can't be. The cloaked man sat down across from her and slowly removed his hood. Oh my God, it really is Iridian. Anika stood up, Ji-dong, and their hands intertwined naturally. Anika couldn't believe her eyes. How is this possible? Why would he come to love me? You're lying. Iridian looked at Anika adoringly, gently cupping her cheek. I'm not lying. Still dubious, Anika pulled back Iridian's hat to double-check. Come with me, she demanded. Outside the tavern, Anika pushed Iridian against the wall. He chuckled. My, haven't you gotten bold since I last saw you? Anika froze, speechless. Then, she completely removed his hat. Oh my God, it really is you. This has to be a joke. Iridian kissed her pink hair. It's me. That's the third time I've said it. You never wrote back, Iridian continued, so I had to come myself. Anika stared, shocked. What are you talking about? You're the one who didn't write back. Anika's heart pounded, her voice trembling. Is it really you? Iridian, from Begot. Of course. Who else would be this close to you? Anika muttered, maybe I'm hallucinating. A ghost mirage. Maybe I'm not well, and I'm dreaming while standing up. Or maybe, Iridian gently cupped her face. Or maybe what? Perhaps it's someone you constantly think about, day and night, someone you miss terribly. If not, is it a distant relative? Or a childhood friend? You seem pretty close with that Gree. Anika thought, always so jealous and childish. Tell me what I want to hear, Iridian pleaded. You know what I want to hear? Tell me you haven't changed your mind. He looked at her intently. Anika, can I kiss you? Can you? What are you saying? Are you joking right now? Ugh, I hate this. As soon as she finished speaking, Iridian kissed her. They hadn't seen each other in so long, and the kiss lingered. This is crazy, Anika exclaimed. When did you get to love me? And how did you know I was here? Iridian chuckled. I just knew. Anika lightly hit him. Do you think that makes sense? Oh, no wonder Laos has been acting strange. She suddenly looked up. Right, Laos. He's still inside. Is that the wolf pup you picked up? Yes. Wait, I'll get Laos. Anika reached for the door to call Laos, but Iridian stopped her. Wait, let's not let anyone interrupt us. Anika's heart raced, her face flushed. Laos wouldn't interrupt us, she said shyly. Iridian embraced her from behind and gently removed her outer garment. Anika, I still have to ask you. You haven't forgotten what you promised to answer, have you? Overcome with emotion, Anika threw herself into his arms, and they kissed again. After a tender moment, Iridian held her close. I missed you so much. More than you can imagine. Anika playfully pinched him. I don't think so. Why would you say that? You didn't even read the letters I sent you. 2.5 months, almost 80 days. Do you know how many letters were returned during that time? If you were busy, you could have at least written back. Iridian thought. So he thinks I didn't read his letters. They were all returned unopened. Anika, I haven't received a letter from you in 4 months. Anika felt a jolt of shock. What? How is that possible? Yes, for months. Is ghosting your new hobby? How could it be 4 months? You didn't receive any of my letters. Iridian nodded. Apparently not, if you actually sent them. Tears welled up in Anika's eyes. Of course I wrote. I wrote so many. How could you not have received them? This is ridiculous. Wait, stop kissing me. We haven't figured this out yet. Iridian said softly, the letters don't matter now. They matter to me, Your Majesty. Do you know how upset I was because of those letters? I understand how you feel. I was also unhappy that we couldn't contact each other. I even said I wouldn't let you off the hook when I saw you. He chuckled. So that's why you grabbed my collar the moment we met. I didn't. Iridian looked at her adoringly, thinking, she looks a little different, but she hasn't changed a bit inside. Anika turned slightly. I didn't know you never received them, that they were all returned. I never imagined you wouldn't receive a single letter for 4 months. Your Majesty, are you even listening? She tilted her head up. I want to look you in the eyes when I talk to you. Iridian cleared his throat. With no letters and no reply to my proposal, everyone around me was constantly pressuring me to get married, oblivious to how I felt. I barely made it through the last month. As soon as I finished dealing with urgent matters, I came to find you myself. Iridian held Anika tightly. You have no idea how hard it's been for me to resist. So just indulge me today. Iridian kissed Anika tenderly, whispering his longing and enjoying the blissful moment. Anika pulled back slightly. Enough. Are you here to torment me? Iridian sat up. Of course not. Can't handle this much affection. Hey, Anika, this distance is too far. I can't bear it. Anika Wain, no, I want to see your face. Now it's your turn to endure. Your hair is shorter. You become more handsome. So handsome it's making me unhappy. What do you mean? What's this supposed to mean? How can me being handsome make you unhappy? Anika said melancholically, after all this time apart, it's like you've been doing just fine without me. Iridian thought, what's wrong with her? She's different than when I saw her in the street. Iridian took Anika's hand. Tell me, has anything happened while I was gone? Oh, nothing. Really? Why do you sound so hesitant? How about your health? Is everything alright? TCH, you're only asking about my health now. Isn't it a little late? But seeing you makes everything better. Because you're my human energizer. So I'll get better when I see you. I'm feeling great right now. Not now, Anika. I mean before. I'm Fine. I was receiving your letters until this spring. I've been working on becoming self-sufficient, and I've made some progress. It's so good to see you again. I thought you had completely forgotten about me. How could I? Anika, I've been thinking this whole time, if I ever saw you again, I was going to give you a piece of my mind. I wasn't going to let you lead me around by the nose anymore. But now, I guess those plans are out the window. I didn't expect all my worries to vanish in an instant. I guess I really am a simple woman. After a night of passion, the next morning, Anika searched the room for her coat. Strange. Where is it? Oh, this. The second count might know. Anika looked at Iridian in surprise. My goodness, the count is here too. Yes, he booked the room last night. Iridian embraced Anika. Do you really have to go back so soon? Stay a little longer. Your Majesty, we've already been here all night. It seemed you really did miss me. Anika pondered, is this the same man who was so cold to me 2 years ago? Absence really does make the heart grow fonder. She then smiled contentedly. I have to go back. Gri will be causing a ruckus in the palace when he discovers I'm gone. Father and mother must be worried sick. But Iridian still held her tightly. Anika thought, I should have told Gri beforehand. Then she glanced at Iridian. Something's not right. Is something bothering you? Is it because of Gri? Hee, you're not jealous, are you? Iridian stood up and said seriously, Anika, why don't we just go back to Bagat together? Before Anika could answer, Iridian spoke softly, marry me. This sudden proposal left Anika flustered. Whoa, hold on. Who proposes like this? Out of the blue. But Iridian wasn't joking. He repeated, word by word, marry me. Anika was sweating from nervousness, her heart pounding. What would happen if I said yes? If you're willing, we'll go back together. What if I'm not willing? Iridian coughed. If you're not willing, then I'll just kidnap you again. Anika sighed in exasperation. What's the difference? Okay, stop saying weird things. Sit down. Looking at Iridian's pensive face, Anika was perplexed. I really don't understand what you're thinking. I'll just ask directly. Your Majesty, what are you thinking right now? Iridian wrapped his arms around Anika. I'm thinking about whether or not I should kiss you right now. Anika blushed instantly. Oh, come on, not that. Iridian smiled faintly. All right. The formal proposal will wait until we get back. For now, just tell me yes. If you're embarrassed, you can just nod. That way I'll know what you really think. Anika looked at Iridian with concern. I know you wouldn't normally be so hasty, saying these things so carelessly. Has something happened? Iridian spoke slowly. The evolution work in Begot is almost finished. And, Your Majesty, is that all? I don't know, Anika. I just have this feeling of unease. After Anika's divine seed disappeared, it became impossible to pursue them any further. You know that, right? Yes, Laurie told me. Iridian embraced Anika. That's why I feel like I can't leave you alone. This time, I have to protect you. Iridian said wistfully, I won't let you suffer like you did 2 years ago. Anika blushed, thinking, stop using that expression, that voice, to say such regretful things. I really will fall for it. Faced with Iridian's proposal, Anika didn't readily agree. She had a hunch that if she returned to Begot now, new problems might arise. Laos strongly agreed with this. Iridian looked somewhat dejected. Anika, your reaction. Are you trying to politely refuse? Oh no, it's not that. Marriage isn't a small matter. We can't just decide so hastily. Anika, I don't mind. I do. Besides, can you even leave the Imperial Palace for so long? No problem. I've already taken care of all the troublesome matters. Anika was utterly astonished. All of them? Yes. I was afraid you'd reject me, so I've already prepared to stay here indefinitely. If I stick around here for a month, maybe you'll agree. If you don't want to return to Begot right now, that's fine too. Just let me stay by your side. I don't want to leave you alone. I'll worry. No matter what, I want to stay by your side. Anika, I've made up my mind. Even if you refuse, it's no use. Anika pondered. Even if he couldn't know what she was truly thinking, as the emperor of a nation, marrying royalty from another country was definitely not a trivial matter. He clearly understood, yet he still said such things. Seeing how uneasy he was, Anika kissed Iridian's forehead. Of course, I'm happy to be with you. But if my parents suddenly see the emperor of Begat appear, they'll faint. Then how about this? Iridian said softly. Do you want to stay the night? Oh my, I didn't expect your majesty to say such a thing. Shouldn't you send a proposal letter first? Iridian sighed. No matter how many letters I send, it's useless. I have a feeling your father won't easily accept me. Your majesty, what do you mean? It feels like he particularly dislikes me. Even if I send hundreds more letters, it'll be useless. But they didn't know that all the proposal letters had been torn up by the king of Lubni. Anika had pestered her father about why. Iridian said, to dare ignore a proposal letter sent by the emperor of Begat. It shows how much he loves his daughter. Anika was suddenly struck with realization. I understand. No wonder I haven't seen a single proposal letter. Father, what does this mean? Anika was about to explode with anger. Fuming, she went downstairs. Louse, where's Gree? Little Shard, you're only coming down now. My arms and legs have gone numb waiting. Did you have a good time last night? I'm asking you, where's Gree? Damn it, it must have been my parents who intercepted my letters. Louse asked, why would they intercept your letters? Anika frowned. Where was my sister? Damn that Gree. There's no way he didn't know. Iridian came over and held her back. Anika, wait a minute. Don't get angry yet. How can I not be angry in this situation? Anika started looking around. Gree shouldn't have gone far. He must be searching for her nearby. Sure enough, Gree's voice came through. Anika, where are you? Anika turned and glared. You're dead today. Iridian sensed Anika's fury and quickly stepped forward to hold her back. Don't be impulsive. It's fine. You just don't say anything. Gree came running, panting. Hey, are you crazy? How could you suddenly disappear? Then he went forward with concern. Did something happen? If you saw I was drunk, you should have taken me with you. Or left a message with a knight. Gree clutched his throbbing head. By the time I sobered up, you were gone. No one knew where you went. Do you know how scared I was? Anika ignored him and asked directly, Gree Lubni, tell me the truth. Gree was confused. Tell you what? About my letters. The letters sent from Begat. What happened to them all? Gree started to hiccup nervously. Oh, the letters sent here. Anika's voice boomed. Gree, I can hear your eyeballs shifting. Tell me, where did my letters go? Well, let's go back first and talk about it. Your Highness and your brother are waiting for you. Anika pressed closer. What? Are you planning to hurry back and coordinate your stories with them? Gree shook his head vehemently. How? How could that be? Anika grabbed him by the collar. Tell me now, where did the letters I wrote to Begat go? Damn it. Gree was sweating profusely. Why are you asking me for them? Why else? How many letters have I asked you to send for me? Are you going to tell me or not? At this moment, Iridian quietly approached and whispered, Anika, don't get angry, okay? I know. Just don't get too close. Iridian continued, seeing you so close with another man. I've held back several times already yesterday. Gree's heart skipped a beat. He finally noticed the black-clad man behind Anika. Hey, who are you? Anika exhaled. He's a close friend. We're just close. Anika coughed. He's a very close friend. Gree pointed at Iridian. Wait, who is he? No, I want to know. Were you with this man all night? Anika, are you crazy? How could you be with someone outside of marriage? Gree, don't interrupt. The letters I sent, the ones I didn't receive, who intercepted them? Am I the only one who doesn't know? Anika, you were with someone outside of marriage. If the king and queen find out, you'll be banished. Anika thought, I'm talking to a brick wall. This is impossible. I need to go see my sister at the Lubni Duke's estate. Hey, Anika, explain yourself before you go. Who is this man? Iridian stopped hiding. He pulled back his hood and looked directly at Gree. Duke Lubni, it's been a while. Gree froze, speechless. Gods, they're all mad. Anika arrived at her sister's house a short while later. Gree pressed her. So, he came to see you. Yes, stop asking. The Emperor of Begat came to Lubni without even a guard. Anika sighed. I know it's crazy, but you can't be with a man outside of marriage. Gree, if you say the same thing as mother, I'll strangle you. Gree asked curiously. So, Anika, you're not actually thinking of bringing him to the palace, are you? Anika pondered. I can't leave a king of another country in the suburbs. I'll have to bring him to the palace. I need to ask about the marriage proposal. Oh, and if you breathe a word of this to anyone, we're through. No matter what happens, no one else can know he's here. Promise me. Gree, you gossiping thief. You saw how much I suffered. If you have any conscience, you'll cooperate. Gree raised his hands in surrender. Fine, I don't know anything. Don't come crying to me when everything goes wrong. Gree thought, just from sleeping together a few times, he came all the way to love me. Unbelievable. Anika met with Tivia. What is it? What do you want? Anika demanded. You intercepted my letters. Give them back. Tivia started sweating, stammering. How? How did you know? That's not important. I heard you even ignored the marriage proposal. Does my sister know about this? Tivia stood frozen, unsure how to answer. I know you're worried about me. I understand. If Blitz was going somewhere dangerous, I would try to stop him too. But how could you throw away a formal marriage proposal between nations? Even if father would do that, you shouldn't have. Anika continued. I heard they offered to increase the Grolka agreement fees. Is that true? Tivia nodded. Sister, father has been agonizing over that damned agreement for months. They offered that. You should have at least considered it. Where did you get the confidence to just ignore it? Tivia took Anika's hand. I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry, Anika. Anika shook her head and sighed. If I wasn't so easygoing, this wouldn't be over so easily. I didn't come here to scold you. Tivia said nervously, but Anika, I still don't want you to go to Begot. Anika was speechless. I was hoping she'd help me convince father to let me marry into Begot. If this is her reaction, there's no point in even asking father and mother. Anika smiled. It's okay, sister. I'll ask him myself. After much deliberation, Anika decided to sneak Iridian into the palace. Is this really the only way? Iridian donned a disguise. Really? You're being too cautious. Are you really going to smuggle me in? Don't talk. Anika thought, I want to get my parents' blessing for our marriage if possible. Back at the palace, Anika went to see her mother. Anika, where were you last night? I was so worried. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't disappear like that again. Nothing happened to worry you about. From now on, I'll stay in the palace. Anika frowned. How am I supposed to bring up the marriage proposal in this atmosphere? They won't listen to a word I say. Through much effort, she finally smuggled Iridian into the palace. Iridian sighed in relief. I thought so before, but this Lubny palace is truly something else. Shoo, your majesty. Don't talk. Anika, there's no one here. That won't do. Walls have ears, you know. Anika shielded Iridian behind her, peering around. Iridian whispered, you haven't changed. Still can't hide. Your majesty, what are you trying to say? I see you're still the same as ever. That's good. Iridian pulled Anika back. Anika asked, turning around, what is it? Why did you stop? Iridian chuckled. Is this the place? What place? Iridian looked around. Isn't it? Or is it over there? There are two annexes to the Lubny Palace. One to the east and one to the west. Didn't you know? Anika finally understood and remembered. Oh, it's here. It was here. This is where you kidnapped me. I was so scared then. It's strange to think about it now. How long ago was that? 2.5 years ago. Iridian gazed at Anika affectionately and leaned in for a kiss. Wait, Anika gently pushed Iridian away. Didn't we just talk about not doing anything to worry my parents? This is the Lubny Palace. What if someone sees us? No one will. Anika thought, even though there aren't any people around, no one will see us. Then she looked down at Laos. Hey, Laos, are you asleep? Sure enough, Laos was already snoring. Relieved, Anika said, he's asleep. Iridian looked suspicious. Who? Anika nodded at Iridian. Now you can kiss me, or I could take the initiative. But my hands aren't free right now. Anika, you're always so amazing. You say what I'm thinking. Iridian stepped forward and kissed Anika tenderly. And so, the man who crossed the border is hidden by me in the Lubny Annex. 2 days later, Iridian said to Anika, you should go back. Anika replied, no, you should go back. Hey, Anika, didn't you say you loved me? That's a different matter. If you're going to put it that way, then it's because I love you that I won't go with you. Iridian looked at her seriously. But you can't hide me forever, can you? Anika thought, he knows that I can't resist him when he makes that face. That's true, but things are completely different now than they were 2 years ago. The host has become the guest, and the guest has become the host. The captive has become the captor, and the captor has become a captive. Iridian suddenly knelt on one knee. Anika, marry me. Before he could finish, Anika covered his face with a book. Stop it. Don't say it again. If you say it one more time, I'll run away. Iridian removed the book. Why? Anika, are you shy? You used to say that to me all the time 2 years ago. Constantly. Anika turned her head away. TCH, don't compare. The impact is completely different. Iridian chuckled. Now you know how I felt back then. Anika reached for the book, but Iridian quickly dodged back. Hey, not a chance. But his divine power unconsciously began to emanate. Anika cried out in surprise, wow, that's amazing. It's not. I didn't mean that. Anika reached out, feeling the pure power. It's incredible. This divine power is so strong and refined. No other power can penetrate it. Iridian, you're a walking divine power factory. Anika, why are you suddenly praising me? Anika carefully felt the divine power at her fingertips. I never knew. I guess you really have to get close to someone to truly understand them. Can you give me half of your divine power? Then I really wouldn't be afraid of anything. Sure, you can have all of it. Then marry me. Anika sighed. Iridian, your majesty, why have you become a broken record? Iridian looked at her affectionately. Anika, hug me. Kiss me. No, if I agree, you'll definitely take me straight to Begot and lock me up. Hearing this, Iridian seemed stunned. His expression turned grim. Anika narrowed her eyes. Strange. He looks really uneasy. Did he realize I have another motive? Did he discover Hades behind Alad and that I might become his target? If I go back with him now and hide under Iridian's protection, I'll certainly be safe. But that would be dangerous. He might become Hades' target. I've worked so hard to change my fate. I can't go back to the way things were. Anika said seriously, you can't persuade me. As long as you don't change your plan, I won't go back to Begot with you. I'm going to read now. Give me my book back. Iridian nodded. All right, I understand. But I can't change my mind. I won't let you be in danger again. Me neither. I don't want to hear you say, I'll be fine ever again. Iridian placed the book in Anika's hand, then smiled. Anika looked down at him. Are you upset? Of course not. Anika thought, what should I do? I feel like I've done something wrong. Should I pretend I don't know anything? Or should I just hug him? Iridian, I'm not unhappy. I'm just worried about you. I know, but I still like it when you smile. Anika turned to look in the mirror. Have I changed? Yes, you've become even more beautiful. Anika blushed. Don't do these surprise attacks. Give me a warning before you say things like that. Seeing the opportunity, Iridian slowly approached Anika. Their eyes met and they kissed. Anika recalled a previous discussion with Laos about the changes in her appearance. Laos had said, the body is always influenced by the soul, even with changes in outward appearance. Although the strange aura is still strong, you've been in the divine power for so long now. It means your unstable soul is slowly attaching itself to your body. As the body attaches, the soul naturally changes. If you stay by that child's side, you'll be influenced even more. I see. So my soul won't pop out of my body anymore. Anika suddenly pushed Iridian away. Oh, right. How could I not have thought of this? Your Majesty, can you tell me how to use divine power to heal myself? Iridian looked at her with confusion. Heal yourself. Are you unwell? Not really. I just want to be prepared. I've already learned a lot about expelling magic power from the body and counterattacking. Anika earnestly asked Iridian how to use divine power for self-healing, expelling magic power, and counterattacking. I've learned a lot, but controlling the divine power within me feels incredibly difficult. Iridian explained seriously, well, it's a feeling. It's hard to explain with words. I've never found it difficult to control the divine power within me. Here, hold my hand. Experience it directly. After they were ready, Iridian slowly began to channel his divine power. Anika felt divine power filling every corner of her body. Wow, it feels like divine power is gushing out from within me. A true genius, indeed. Not long after, Anika suddenly felt nauseous and started to dry heave. Your Majesty, is this how it's supposed to feel? No, Anika, it can be a bit overwhelming if you're not prepared. Iridian quickly stopped the flow of divine power. I'm sorry you're feeling unwell. Your Majesty, I'm fine. Anika believed that people naturally feel uneasy about unfamiliar things. If you process and understand it, it won't be a problem. It's not that difficult. Anika looked up, breathless. I can't grasp this ability at all. You're truly amazing. Iridian shook his head. This isn't my ability. It's inherited from my ancestors. Your Majesty, I'm all right now. I was just a little startled, like when I first went to the temple. I'm really fine. Iridian said softly, this power isn't magic. It's useless in critical moments. Anika chuckled. Of course, even Laos couldn't do it, so naturally, you can't either. Anika thought, but now I completely understand. The most powerful divine power. This is why Alad and Hades are after Iridian. She then sighed. Your Majesty, I feel like I don't deserve you. No, not at all. I think you just don't trust me. Your Majesty, how could you think that? If I stay by your side, I wouldn't need to learn how to control divine power. Of course, learning to control divine power is good for you, but I feel like you're learning it because you don't trust me. Anika thought, don't trust you. How could that be? But he might actually think that. Although I know that only Iridian can truly protect me. Can he even protect himself against Hades? After all, humans can't fight against Hades. Anika remembered Laos's words. Every 10 years, when I descend upon that world, my children will call upon me, using the names I bestowed upon them. Anika's eyes gleamed. Begot, the summoning ritual where the Emperor summons Laos. It's only 3 years away. If I can just wait until then I can quickly reassure Iridian. Oh, how can I not trust you? Your Majesty, please don't say that. Show me another skill, like summoning purifying fire. Forget it, there's nothing to see. No, I want to see. Just like that, time passed, filled with both peace and tension. I've hidden Iridian in the West Palace. It's been a week, and I'm starting to get anxious. What's going on? Nothing's happened, so why am I so uneasy? Laos thought, little Shard is like this. It's really worrying. Anika turned and asked Laos, I'm just being paranoid, right? Why am I always the only one on edge? Iridian and Laos are both so calm. Are they not worried because they can't sense it? Anika pondered her situation with Iridian. The servants haven't spread any rumors. The West Palace is far from the main palace, and I'm the only one using it. It won't be discovered anytime soon. But if word gets out, rumors will spread like wildfire. Then he'll be confined to the main palace. If things go wrong, I don't even need to guess what they'll say. I heard you hit a man of unknown origin in the West Palace. Is it true? Goodness, Anika, don't tell me you summoned the Emperor of Begot to Lubni just because we wouldn't let you go to Begot. Anika waved her hand dismissively. Let's just calm down before anything is discovered. Right, I shouldn't think about it. Now's not the time to worry about this. It seems he really won't leave until I accept his proposal. Even if he does go back, he'll stubbornly hide me and face Hades alone. He's the type who's hard to sway once he's made up his mind. Do I need to use some shock therapy? Should I say I'm injured and refuse to go back with him? Laos turned his head. Haha, little Shard, you're good at that. Anika started to sway Laos. Do you know how much effort I put into becoming like this? I suffered so much to save him 2 years ago. I can't go back to how I was. Little Shard, I'm going to faint. Anika started to reassure herself. But it's been 2 years, and it's still so peaceful. Maybe that annoying Hades has forgotten about me. Laos, answer me. Will I really be okay if I just go back to Begot? I actually really want to go back. Little Shard, that's your decision to make. Hurry up and groom my feathers. They're all tangled. Anika chuckled. You make it sound so easy. If I suddenly die one day, do you think you won't be affected? Laos stood up and shook his head. Anyway, I can't sense magic. Little Shard, your feelings are the most important. Haven't you felt anything lately? I feel the same as before. My back is always cold, but thankfully, there haven't been any real sensations. As she spoke, Anika fell into deep thought. My inner world is actually quite desolate because there's just so much to consider. Laos looked at her with concern. Child, there's no need to push yourself so hard. You can act spoiled. You're scared too, aren't you? Little Shard, don't try to hide it from me. Reading your heart isn't difficult for me. Anika said wistfully, I guess I also want to stay somewhere safe and be protected. Whenever I think about returning to Begot, I wonder if all the problems will just disappear if I hide by Iridian's side. But if Iridian dies, he's the only person in this world who loves me. I definitely wouldn't be able to go on. A while later, Anika returned to her bedroom and quietly laid down beside Iridian. What should I do? The situation is so dangerous, yet you're still worried about my safety first. Anika gently stroked Iridian, whispering, I want to go back too, really, but I need to send you back first. She then slowly shifted her body, curling up in Iridian's arms, and continued to murmur, just go back. Please. Anika's heart was in turmoil. That's not what I really mean at all. What is it that I really want? Constantly worrying is bad for both of us. Suddenly, Iridian stirred and opened his eyes. Oh, you weren't asleep. How much did you hear? Iridian rolled over and pinned Anika down. I heard this. Just go back. Please. It sounds like you don't want to be with me. Anika stammered that. I was kind of saying the opposite. Anika thought, oh, I don't care anymore. Who would believe such nonsense? Why did he have to hear that specific sentence? Iridian held Anika tightly. Anika was visibly tense. Wait, it's not that I dislike having you around. It's just that. Iridian didn't intend to listen. Instead, he kissed her. This kiss felt distinctly different to Anika. The reason was that Iridian was channeling his divine power into her through the kiss. Anika felt stinging pains throughout her body. Such direct divine power was hard to bear. Wait, Your Majesty. Iridian stopped, but he didn't seem to notice Anika's discomfort. Instead, he asked directly, I don't know why you refuse to trust me. Anika was in agony, her body trembling. Iridian continued, I know. If I locked you up, you wouldn't be happy. That's why I let you leave 2 years ago. But I've been thinking about you these past 2 years. I've been regretting that decision. Iridian's gaze sharpened. Can't you consider my feelings this time? But Anika didn't respond. She just lay there in pain, her body trembling uncontrollably. Iridian finally noticed her distress. Oh, my love. He quickly turned Anika over. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. I was wrong. Anika, don't cry. Anika shook her head. No, it's my fault. I really want to go with you too. I know I was wrong. Does it hurt a lot? This is driving me crazy. Anika, don't cry. Let me see you. Anika shook her head again, thinking, I don't want him to go back either. I want to stay with him forever. And with that, she burst into tears, like a child who'd been slapped while already crying. Anika sobbed with utter dejection for a long time. After that night, Iridian treated me like a fragile porcelain doll, with extreme care. Even cultivating divine power, he was cautious. It seems making me cry was a huge shock to him. He even carried me everywhere. Anika, the divine power in your body might have been disrupted yesterday. Be careful when you cultivate. Your Majesty, I'm fine. I'm all right. Iridian shook his head. You say you're fine even when you're not. Is that a habit of yours? Anika pondered. He didn't seem sad or angry. This cautiousness was strange. I was so upset then, probably just because of my guilty conscience. There are too many things I have to hide, and I'm too stubborn. I just couldn't hold back the tears. Your Majesty, it's been a week. So as not to keep Count Arvin waiting too long, shouldn't you? Iridian turned his head. What are you talking about, Anika? Keeping who waiting? Nothing. This coffee is weak, huh? Chuckles, I'm always watching his expression. I don't even dare mention it. I also have to worry about whether there are any traces of magic power nearby. To hide Iridian's presence, I have to tell the servants not to breathe a word. Every day is full of worries. Time just flies by. 2 days later, Blitz suddenly appeared in the West Palace, standing there blankly, looking around. Where is this? I've never been here before. Lexi, where are you hiding? I can't find you. So Blitz was playing hide-and-seek with Lexi. They must have unknowingly wandered into the West Palace. Blitz arrived at the gate of the West Palace. Gosh, it's so quiet here. There's no one. Unable to find Lexi and seeing no one else, Blitz was terrified. He leaned against the wall, crying helplessly. At that crucial moment, Blitz thought of Anika. Annie once said, brave children don't cry. Blitz clenched his little fists. Annie, I won't cry anymore. Then he quickly ran into the West Palace. There's no one here either. Honestly, just then, Anika ran out of the palace, shouting as she ran, what did I do wrong? Blitz turned his head in surprise, his eyes brimming with tears. It's Andy. It's Annie's voice. Blitz had finally found his savior, but he was also curious. Who is Annie talking to? Anika's voice came again. Hey, don't look. If something's wrong, just tell me. I'll try to fix it. Stop reading it. Your Majesty, get it back to me. This is driving me crazy. I didn't want to give you this. What's wrong, Anika? It's a letter addressed to me, isn't it? Wasn't it sent to me so I could read it? Well, don't read it out loud in front of me. If you don't reply, I'll never write to you again. Fine. Oh, Anika, your attitude has changed so much in just a few days. Really, I can tell you're getting angrier. Anika finally snatched the letter back. Your Majesty, if you do that again, I'll read your letters out loud too. Go ahead. I don't mind. All right, Anika, I understand. Don't read it. You'll fall. Blitz peeked out, watching. That's strange. Who is Annie arguing with? Why is Annie acting so strange? She's angry, but she's also laughing. Iridian said, You've become more easily angered since I haven't seen you for a while. I didn't expect even letters could make you this angry. Your Majesty, if you say that again, I'll never let you touch me again. Iridian quickly apologized. Okay, I understand. I won't say it again. Anika, you know, I hate being watched the most, but now being with you, it feels pretty good. Anika quickly covered Iridian's mouth. Honestly, how can you call it fairyland? You're always talking nonsense. Blitz finally got a clear look at Iridian's face. Wow, this person is so beautiful. I think I get it. In that case, this man must have won the argument. Are they playing a game? I want to play too. Just then, Laos suddenly appeared, whispering, children shouldn't watch this. Blitz was startled by Laos's sudden appearance. Laos gently bit the child's hand. The adults are having a lover's quarrel. Children shouldn't interrupt. Come, let me take you back. Saying this, Laos tugged on Blitz's clothes, slowly dragging him away. But the next day, the energetic Blitz returned. The incident from yesterday had caused the child to lose sleep. After returning to his bedroom last night, Blitz's mind was filled with images of Anika and Iridian. Who is that person? Blitz ran back to the big tree from yesterday and cautiously called out Annie. Auntie Anika, but remained quiet. Anika wasn't there. Blitz swung the swing a little. No one's here. Oh well, I'll play by myself. But the swing was too big, and Blitz was so small. As soon as he got one foot on, he wobbled and almost fell. Luckily, Iridian appeared just in time and caught Blitz securely. Their eyes met, both a little surprised. Blitz was excited. Wow, so pretty. You're that pretty person. Iridian hadn't expected it to be a little girl. Ha, little one, who taught you to say things like that? I'll tell you. Miney taught me. Iridian placed her on the swing, wondering who her Annie was. How should I take care of a child? What's your name? Me name is Blee. Iridian looked closely. The child's sky-blue eyes. She must be Love Me royalty. Blitz slowly opened her arms and said in a sweet, childish voice, Hug me. This gesture was exactly like Anika's. Iridian looked at Blitz tenderly. Are you asking me to hug you? Yes, hug me. Iridian gently picked up Blitz. She and Anika not only had similar eyes, but even their actions and words were the same. It's really hard to refuse. This habit isn't good. Little one, do you know where this is? Blitz stared at Iridian's silver hair. Your hair is the same color as Larry's. Larry. Oh, the wolf. He knew Anika's wolf. I understand now. This is the child named Blitz. That's why she said her name was Bli. Why did you come here alone? Blitz blinked. I walked really hard. It's very far. Really? How old are you? 3. Does Bli want to swing? Iridian tried to place Blitz on the swing, but Blitz clung tightly to him. No, let's swing together. All right. Iridian couldn't refuse her, so he held Blitz and swung together. Blitz was overjoyed and even started singing excitedly. Mid-song, she suddenly looked up at Iridian. Pretty brother, where are you from? Huh, you call me pretty brother. I guess your auntie taught you that too. Huh, yeah. How did you know? Why does she teach you such strange things? Blitz asked curiously, Are you here to see my auntie? Yes, I am. Where are you from? Begot. Blitz muttered Begot. No. Annie Anika said she'll live with Bli, Alex, and Larry forever. Bli will live with Annie. Auntie can't leave. Iridian was speechless. Anika had never said anything like that to him. Wait a minute. What exactly did she say to a 3-year-old and a wild beast? Blitz had run to the West Palace, and Iridian happened to see her. Blitz was afraid that Annie Anika would leave her, so Iridian, to reassure her, spent a long time swinging with her. Blitz, you can rest assured. You'll see your Annie often. Really? Can I see Pretty Brother often too? Iridian frowned. A fondness for such cheesy nicknames. Was it a characteristic of Love Me royalty? If we had married earlier, our daughter would be about this age, wouldn't she? I definitely won't let Anika raise our children in the future. Blitz asked in her sweet voice, Can we see each other often? Iridian smiled slightly. I'll try my best. But seeing the longing in Blitz's little eyes, Iridian felt a pang of affection. All right, we'll see each other often. Yay, remember your promise. It's a deal. Pretty brother, what's your name? Iridian thought. Looking at this child, he felt like he understood, even without her saying it, just how much love Anika had poured into her these past 2 years. Blitz cupped Iridian's face in her hands. That silver wolf is called Brother Larry. What's your name? Blitz. You're not my brother. Suddenly, Anika came out of the palace. Your Majesty, what are you doing here? You shouldn't just come out like this. Iridian turned around and said, It's you, Anika. It's so hot. Why did you come out? I came out to find you, of course. If anyone sees us, we're done for. Your Majesty, who is in your arms? Blitz slowly poked her head out and called out sweetly, Annie. Anika exclaimed, Oh my goodness, Blitz, what are you doing here? Auntie Anika, hug me. Blitz, did you come here by yourself? Anika quickly picked her up. You shouldn't have been here before. How did you find this place? I came here yesterday. I saw you and Pretty Brother. Iridian stood up and sighed. I didn't expect this child to be like someone else, always giving people strange nicknames. Anika chuckled. Hey, Blitz, will your mother be looking for you? You came out by yourself. Your mother will be very worried about you. And Alex, he'll be worried too. Blitz seemed a little sad, her eyes dimming considerably. She fiddled with Anika's clothes absent-mindedly, then snuck a glance at Iridian. Annie Anika, you promised me. You said you'd live with me. Of course, Annie will always be with Blitz, Blitz's mother, and Alex. Blitz suddenly turned and glared at Iridian. Didn't we agree? Iridian slowly approached. If you promise me you won't tell anyone you saw me here. Blitz blinked her big eyes. If I promise you, will you still make a swing with me? Hee hee, no problem. Blitz was overjoyed. Okay, pretty brother. She then threw her arms around Iridian and kissed him on the cheek. Anika was puzzled. What did you say to Blitz? Although she's never been afraid of strangers, she doesn't usually kiss people. She doesn't even want to kiss her father. My brother-in-law is always upset about that. Iridian chuckled. Really? The Duke must be jealous. Yes, Your Majesty. So what did you two talk about? What promise? About this, Anika. Besides your own affairs, the person you think about most is your niece, right? Your Majesty, why are you suddenly changing the subject? I'm not. It just feels like something you would do. But I didn't expect Your Majesty to like children so much. It's not that I like them, I just don't dislike them. I haven't had the opportunity to be around children before. Anika nodded foolishly, not understanding what Iridian meant. Instead, she pouted and said, that's true. I remember you don't have any siblings. Isn't Blitz adorable? She's probably the cutest child in the world. Don't you think so? And her divine power is so pure. They say no one in the Lubny royal family is born with divine power, but Blitz is exceptionally gifted. She's so cute, Iridian muttered. She must have received a special blessing, which is why her divine power is so pure. Your Majesty, if you have the chance, I'll introduce you to Alex. Alex is Fernand's son, just as cute as Blitz. Compared to Blitz, he's very mischievous, so I'm always worried about him. Okay, Anika. The more children, the better, Anika continued to mutter. When he was a child, he always thought he was a little adult. But in the end, he's just a child. Still, it's better for children to be innocent and cute. Anika suddenly reacted. Wait, Your Majesty, what did you just say? The more children, the better. What do you mean? Iridian gently stroked Anika's hair. I said it's better for the palace to be lively. 5 or 6 children should be enough, shouldn't it? Isn't that enough? Anika's face flushed red like a ripe apple. What are you talking about? Wait, where are you taking this conversation? What's wrong, Anika? There are already many people worried about my heir. Anika awkwardly turned to look elsewhere. Well, although more children is indeed better. Of course it's good. Why are you shy? Where are you looking? Having a child like you running around the palace every day would be wonderful. Anika shyly stepped back. I know. Oh, let's go back quickly. Don't let anyone else see us. Iridian bent down. Anika, I was wrong that day. I didn't control my emotions well. The infusion of divine power made you uncomfortable. I'm truly sorry. Anika pondered, surprised that Iridian brought this up. What should I do? Iridian continued. Although I was a bit hasty, you can understand my feelings, right? You love me too, don't you? Iridian recalled what Anika had said that day. Just go back, please. To say I wasn't hurt would be a lie. Anika sighed. I was overthinking things. My mood was very complicated that day. Iridian mused. I can guess why she said that. I know she didn't mean it. He's just so worried about me. Look at him muttering to himself. He doesn't know how to explain it. How can he be so cute? Anika frowned. Hey, Your Majesty, why do you look so happy? I am a little. Anika said word cheek. I've been so upset these past 2 days. I keep feeling like I did something wrong. We're getting closer and closer. You to do something wrong. Hey, Your Majesty, what trick are you playing now? Nothing. I just want to kiss you. Can I kiss you? TCH, how annoying. Using that handsome face of yours and sweet-talking me. Anika, I'm not. Iridian thought. I still want to keep you where I can see you, where I can touch you. I don't want you to face any danger. Anika coughed slightly. Your Majesty, why are you looking at me like that? Actually, this is the 2nd day of Iridian's abstinence. It seems pretty serious. Is it a side effect of us being apart for 2 days? What are you talking about, Your Majesty? What side effect? What's wrong with you? Anika, you don't understand. Iridian pondered. If I told her the truth, she'd definitely be scared, wouldn't she? I didn't control my emotions the day before yesterday and even made her cry. I'd better wait. Tivia addressed Blitz. I told you not to run around the palace, didn't I? You're still too young to be running around by yourself. You should go out with your nanny. What if Anika hadn't found you? If you hide somewhere again where no one can find you, you'll start crying again, won't you? Mama, Blitz won't cry. Then tell Mama, how did you get to the other palace? Blitz knows where the swing is now. Mama, the swing is where Annie lives. And Pretty Brother is there too. Tivia was puzzled. Pretty Brother. Is there a guard in the West Palace who could be called Pretty Brother? Because of the broken engagement and marriage, Fernandez isn't here either, and there aren't any guard assigned to him. The other man close to Blitz is Sergey. Blitz, tell Mama, who is Anika with? It's a secret. Blitz won't tell. I promised I wouldn't. Blitz innocently rubbed her eyes. I even kissed him. I'm going tomorrow too, and the day after tomorrow too. Blitz clung to her mother, almost falling asleep, but still muttering, hair as shiny as Larry's. Tibia thought, what secret? Something must have happened. Blitz mentioned Larry. Isn't that Anika's wolf? Shiny like Larry. What's going on? Tibia struggled to remember. The last time I went to see him, I felt something was strange. It seems I need to go to the West Palace and see for myself. At that moment, a woman's voice came. Duchess of Lubny. The person was wearing a long black robe and a low-pulled hat. Her figure was slender. Tibia smiled faintly. You've arrived, Miss Lissard. You're early today. The Duke is in his study. Please wait in the reception room and have some tea. All right, thank you, Duchess. Lissard extended a slender hand and slowly removed her hat. Red curls cascaded down. Tibia thought to herself, the mage my husband personally found at the border must be much better than the mages who guarded the border before. This Lissard, wearing that mask, doesn't say much. It seems mages are all very calm. They give off a do-not-disturb vibe. 2 years ago, after returning from Begat, the Duke went to His Majesty. Lubny needs reform now. We need to study magic and cultivate our own mages. Otherwise, we will eventually decline. The king bellowed, absolutely not. Being a remote small country is fine. I won't do anything to harm my daughter. Later, Anika also got involved in the matter. Father, I can help with the kingdom's affairs, as long as it's not within the palace. 2 years ago, I couldn't, but now I can protect myself. So, 6 months ago, Lubny also began to actively hire and train mages. The mages won't attack. They're all managed by the Duke. I have to adapt too. But when I think about them hurting my sister, I really can't bring myself to like them. After they both sat down, Tibia asked, Miss Lissard, is the progress going smoothly? Yes, aside from the fact that there was no magic here initially. Tibia nodded with relief. I've already heard from my husband. I'm very grateful to you. You don't have to be. You're too kind, madam. Ningning is so cute. You see, this child is very curious and mischievous, which worries his parent a lot. As long as he is safe, I have nothing else to ask for. Lissard pursed her lips. Oh, I see. Tibia was a little startled. What did she mean? At that moment, a maid came to report, Madam, the Duke has arrived. Good, I understand. Then you two chat. I'll go now. Lizard gave a sinister smile. Very well, madam. Please take your time. Blitz ran to the West Palace again and jumped on Dean as soon as he arrived, clinging to him. Pretty uncle. Dean chuckled. Blitz, you seem a bit too excited. Why is your hair the same color as Lara's? I don't know. You can ask. Ask your aunt. Anika thought to herself, Blitz has been coming here for 4 days straight. If Blitz accidentally lets it slip to Sister Tibia. Anika shook her head. Oh, it's terrifying to even think about. Better not. Pretty uncle, Blitz is sleepy. Hold me. Dean pouted. Again. Do I have to hold you again? Dean clumsily picked up Blitz and awkwardly laid him down in his arms. Anika asked, Are all children this sleepy? Anika chuckled. It's past his nap time. The little princess must be tired after walking such a long way every day. She quickly took Blitz from Dean. Your Majesty, you can't hold a child like that. So, there are things your Majesty isn't good at. How could I be good at it from the start? Anika, I've never held a child before. All right, your Majesty, it's time to take him back. If this continues, you really will be discovered. Anika carried Blitz out. Millie, please take the princess back to her sister. Yes, princess. Anika returned to the room and sighed. Blitz comes to see Tibia every day. My sister is bound to find out. Dean came over and gently embraced Anika. Yes, how long are you going to keep me hidden? Oh, if I could, I'd hide you forever just for myself. Haha, I agree with that plan. Don't tease me. Your Majesty, I was joking. Dean said softly, Anika, I've been thinking. I don't want you to be in danger. You don't want that either, right? But what should I do? I think my methods are wrong. Maybe I shouldn't be staying by your side to protect you, but the other way around. Your Majesty, then what do you want to do? I want to share the danger I've brought to you. If you don't want to give it all to me, at least give me half. Even then, I'm still very worried. I made this decision after a lot of thought. Anika blushed. Besides, you haven't answered my proposal yet. Anika thought, it seems he absolutely won't budge on this issue. Anika was relieved, and a pang of sadness struck her heart. She hugged Dean tightly. After a while, Anika took Larouse out for some fresh air. I've thought about it. I also think I'm too stubborn, always trying to solve all the problems by myself. I'm not afraid of death. Even Elrid is so terrifying, not to mention Hades. But I'm not the only one in danger. I always feel like I'm the one who messed up the aid, so I should bear all the consequences alone. Actually, I still think that way now. But when I heard him say he was willing to share the burden with me, I was really happy. Larouse, tell me, am I being too selfish? I'm very serious now. Larouse said, "Child, I've always told you, don't push yourself too hard and don't try to play a role. You can rely on him. From my perspective, he sees you always pushing yourself, so he thinks he might as well share the burden with you." Anika recalled what Dean had said earlier. 2 years ago, why did you stay by my side? Didn't you say you knew Elred was a dark magician? If you had told me everything clearly back then, I would have sent you back. I wouldn't have let you go. Anika said seriously, "That's because, knowing the danger, how could I just leave? It's the same for me, Anika. I don't want you to bear everything alone. If you feel the same way as I do, share half the danger with me. Let me be with you." Larouse continued to ask, "Why do you think you have to be alone? Do you think it doesn't matter if you get hurt, little one? Forget that pointless self-sacrificing spirit, doing that is unfair to him. Besides, even if you're worried about Hades, will that guy let you off the hook?" Anika was startled. What? What kind of comfort and advice is this? It's practically a curse. "Little one, isn't it better to die together than to die alone?" Anika nodded. "All right, this time I'll be brave." Anika walked back, pondering. "From now on, I'll be true to myself and live peacefully. I don't want to be alone anymore. All right, it's time to go back." Suddenly, Tiwia came to visit. "Millie, long time no see. Where's Anika? It's been a while since I've seen her. I want to have tea with her." Millie's jaw dropped in shock. Princess Tiwia. Meanwhile, Blitz, acting as a sort of divine messenger, ran towards the palace, shouting, "And Anika, I'm here." Anika was extremely nervous. "Oh my god, even Blitz is here. He must have told Tiwia about Dean. Oh, why did my sister have to come to the West Palace?" A maid rushed over. "Princess, hide quickly and don't say a word." Anika sighed. Thankfully, she saw them coming from the window and hid in advance. Dean chuckled. "Hey, your majesty, stop laughing." Millie's voice rang out. "Princess Anika went for a walk, is that right?" "Millie, when did he leave?" "About half an hour ago." Princess Tiwia. But Tiwia seemed unconvinced. Blitz said in his childish voice, "I know where Annie went to play." "Blitz, wait, Mommy." To resolve her doubts, Tiwia brought Blitz to find his aunt. After Anika spotted them, she quickly pulled Dean into a wardrobe. Blitz said in his childish voice, "Mommy, I know where Annie is." "Oh, she's not here today. We promised to swing together today." Anika hugged Dean and whispered, "Did you promise to swing with Blitz?" Dean chuckled softly. "Hey, you're too close." Tiwia suddenly turned towards the wardrobe. "Hey, there seems to be some movement. Did you hear something just now?" "Princess, I didn't hear anything." The two inside the wardrobe froze, not daring to make a sound. Anika thought, "I absolutely cannot be discovered by my sister like this." Tiwia continued to ask, "How has Anika been lately?" "I haven't had time to look after her recently. The princess has been very cheerful and healthy. You don't need to worry." Meanwhile, Blitz continued to look intently at his aunt's room. Tiwia was still questioning, has she seen anyone? Or has anyone come to the palace to visit? "Tell me the truth, Millie. What has Anika been doing here recently?" Blitz keeps running to the West Palace. "It's so strange. Millie, are you hiding something from me?" Millie's voice trembled nervously. Princess Tiwia. "No." Anika's face turned pale. "Everything was fine. Why does she have to torment me at a time like this?" Dean leaned in again and kissed Anika softly. "It seems we're about to be discovered. It'll be difficult for you to lock me in here again." "Hey, stop kissing me. Be quiet. You're going too far. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Dean caressed Anika. "Well, if it's not on purpose, then what is it? You're the one being deliberate. You have me alone with you in this narrow space, and you expect me to do nothing. Oh, honestly, you're going too far. You're so shameless." Dean gently embraced Anika. "All right, don't be angry. I'll stop, okay?" Anika pondered. "But my sister and Blitz are right outside, and I'm hiding in a wardrobe doing this that I feel so guilty." Yet she couldn't help but want to kiss Dean. This time, Dean regained his composure and quickly stepped back. "This won't do." Anika blushed. "What won't do?" "Your sister. She suspects you're seeing a man outside the palace, right?" After questioning Millie, Tiwia decided to leave with Blitz. Anika clung to Dean. "Hey, am I the man outside the palace? Is that really appropriate to say?" "Well, it's not wrong, is it? Aren't I the one locked in here by you?" Anika breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Dean affectionately. Kiss me, and I'll go with you. Let's leave together." Dean's eyes widened in excitement. "Really?" Anika replied. "Yes, but you have to kiss me first." Dean didn't hesitate for a second and immediately kissed Anika, as if afraid she would change her mind. Tiwia picked up Blitz and left. Millie quickly opened the door and saw them out. After making sure it was safe, Anika carefully stepped out of the wardrobe with Dean. Dean eagerly took her hand. "You're not joking, are you? Are you really coming with me? Your sudden change of heart is a little strange." Anika embraced Dean. "Of course. Just kidnap me. I won't resist. But you have to give me some time to say goodbye to my family. I love you, Your Majesty. All right, Anika, I understand. Of course, you need to say goodbye to your family and friends. Anika winked playfully, staging a kidnapping in broad daylight. So cool, but it'll be a bit difficult. Let's meet again at dawn. After another moment of intimacy, Anika decided to go find Tiwia. This way, she could see her sister and Blitz again. Soon after, the sisters finally met. Anika, I went to the other palace just now, but you weren't there. Anika didn't reply, but rushed toward her sister and gave her a big hug. Tiwia was surprised. What's all this about? Nothing, sister. You'll understand. Tiwia pulled him away from Anika. What are you talking about? Infuriated by the scene, Tiwia grew more suspicious. Anika, although I don't know what you're doing in the West Palace. Before Tiwia could finish, Anika knelt down to talk to Blitz. My lovely nephew, how about having dinner with Annie today? Okay, Blitz whispered. Isn't pretty uncle coming? No, he's not. Blitz looked disappointed and even whimpered. Anika was surprised. They had only met a few times. Had they already formed a bond? It's all right, Blitz. We'll see each other again. When you're a little older, when you're this tall. Tiwia became even more puzzled. Anika, what are you thinking? Why are you always saying such strange things? Nothing, sister. No, what's going on? Are you running away from home? Anika's heart skipped a beat. She immediately explained, of course not, sister. I'm not some dramatic teenager. Why would I run away from home? Tiwia glanced at her. All right, Anika, I believe you. Hee, sister, you love me. I love you too, sister. Larouse followed closely behind Anika, feeling quite helpless about the previous scene. Child, you have quite the conscience. Anika gave an awkward laugh. It's a bit cold inside, isn't it? It's so sunny outside. Tiwia looked at her curiously. Cold. Are you feeling unwell? Anika pouted. Oh dear. Sister's gaze has become sharp. She switched to worrying about my health mode. No, sister, I'm hot. Oh my, I'm so sweaty. All right, Anika, then you and Blitz wait for me. I need to go somewhere first. Okay, sister. See you later. Holding Blitz, Anika stood there, unconsciously shivering. Was it her mood? Why did it feel so chilly? Could she have caught a cold? Unbeknownst to her, this chill originated from the palace. Not long after, the chill surrounding the Lubrin estate revealed its true form. Tiwia returned, looking somewhat surprised at the dazed Anika. Sister, are you all right? At that moment, in the dining hall of the Duke's estate, several people were already seated. Among them was the source of the chill Anika felt. Anika's eyes widened. This feeling was somewhat familiar. Tiwia said, if I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have invited Lizard to dinner. As I got closer to the dining hall, Anika froze again. Why did she suddenly feel such an intense chill? Blitz also noticed Anika's strangeness, tilting his head and murmuring, Annie, what's wrong? Anika was too preoccupied to respond, focusing on using her divine power to sense the person seated off to the side in the dining hall. As she suspected, there was a problem. Anika was shocked and instinctively hugged Blitz tighter, thinking it's finally happening. Why didn't I notice it sooner? Well, since it's like this, it seems we won't be eating. Anika gently put Blitz down. Sister, we haven't chatted in a while. I'll wait for you upstairs. Tiwia was puzzled. What's wrong, Anika? Aren't you going to eat? No, sister, I don't have much of an appetite. You go ahead and eat. I'll wait for you upstairs. Elred overheard Anika's words, I'll wait for you upstairs, and sneered dismissively. Anika went upstairs alone and leaned helplessly against the door, slowly sliding to the floor. How? How could this happen? Larouse followed her up and lightly jumped onto Anika. Yeah, little one, running into this at this time. It's just great. Anika could only force a smile. Then she picked up Larouse. Larouse, what did you say yesterday? You said I was waiting for someone I didn't know when would appear. Wasn't I? Larouse sighed helplessly. Oh well, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I should have trusted your uneasy intuition. Anika sighed as well. This cursed fate, why is it doing this to me? And of all days, today, the day I promised him I'd return to Begot, right after I arranged to meet a lady in at dawn. Anika pondered. She was relying on Larouse's judgment. I can't call Larouse out here, so I'll go in and take a look first. With a gentle breeze, Larouse transformed into a stream of light and flew directly into Anika's cross-shaped earring. Anika felt the magic intensify, her whole body growing cold. She slowly curled up in the corner. Now I really am alone. Anika slapped her cheeks hard. No, I have to pull myself together. I need to be clear-headed. Larouse was only temporarily back in the earring. She could summon him at any time and could still hear him. Anika slowly stood up. I have to compose myself. I need to figure out what's going on first. She slowly extended her hand, following her previous practice to heighten her senses, feeling the flow of the air. Immediately, a surge of divine power flowed from her fingertips, drifting down towards the floor below. Anika sensed it. The lower floor was enveloped in a dense magical force, unusually potent. At the same moment, everyone in the dining hall, except Blitz, was controlled by the magic. They froze instantly, and no matter how Blitz called out, Tuya, Lubin, and Sergei remained unresponsive. Only Elred slowly stood up, smiling as he walked towards Blitz. Blitz was clearly terrified, stammering, "Black Sister." Anika continued to push her divine power, wanting to investigate further, but suddenly her fingers were forced back. Anika's hand trembled uncontrollably. What was going on? It hurt so much even just being repelled. He must be warning me. If I try to escape, he'll use the magic downstairs to kill everyone. It's a good thing my body is full of divine power. It's truly a blessing in disguise. And it's fortunate that I kissed Dean when we parted. That's right. That's why the divine power is so strong now. Anika thought of Dean. He had just been talking to her. You weren't joking, were you? You really want to return to Begot with me? Why did you suddenly change your mind? It's so strange. Anika's hands were still shaking. Oh, if I had known things would turn out like this, even if it would have hurt, I should have sent him back as soon as I saw him. What should I do now? How should I tell him? No, calm down. Even if I'm alone, I can't give up. Don't panic. Think carefully. Should I send Larouse away? But then, I won't have anyone I can trust. I can't tell him about Dean face to face. I have to leave something behind. Write a letter. Even a few words would do. She opened the drawer to look for stationery, but hesitated again. Who should I send it with? Who knows that Dean is in Lubny? No, I have to hurry. No matter who I send, it has to be fast. Anika was about to run and find someone when suddenly, with a crash, the window of the room was flung open. The next second, Elred appeared, holding Blitz in his arms. Finally, enemies meet, their eyes burning with hatred. Elred spoke. "Ha, long time no see, lovely princess." Anika was shocked. It was Hades' voice. It seemed he had successfully possessed Elred. Tears streamed down Anika's face. Hey, there's no need to involve a child. Blitz was already crying uncontrollably. So young, completely unaware of what was happening, she could only helplessly cry out, "Auntie." Anika shouted, "Let her go. You want me, don't you?" Hey, you're right. My dear princess is indeed clever. Stop talking nonsense. Put the child down. Quickly change everyone downstairs back to normal. Don't push your luck, princess. Do you have the right to give me orders? Anika retorted. Let me tell you, if I kill myself out of grief, you'll never reach the otherworldly tower, Hades. Hades let out a cold laugh. Indeed, you're more astute than you appear. Anika said coldly, I'll take that as a compliment. Blitz, come here to Annie. Hades, however, didn't play by the rules. He didn't put Blitz down, but simply let go of her, letting the child fall freely. Fortunately, Anika instantly activated her divine power and steadily caught Blitz. The child was truly frightened, kneeling on the ground and crying nonstop. Auntie, I'm so scared. Anika quickly hugged her. It's okay, Blitz. You're so brave. Don't cry, Annie. Go check on Mommy and Daddy. They're acting so strange. They're not moving. Hades was clearly impatient. He roared, Shut up. I'll let go of the child. Now you should come to me, my dear princess. He then clenched his fists tightly, making a crunching sound as if the skeletal hand was about to burst out. It took me so long to adapt to this body. I've waited long enough. Anika glared at him angrily. Those are my words. If you were coming, you should have come sooner. Whoever it is, just end this quickly. Wouldn't that be better? Hades looked at her with amusement. How cute. The sacrifice to help me reach the otherworldly tower. Anika gently placed Blitz on the ground. Brave children don't cry, right? Blitz whimpered in response. Anika pressed Blitz's shoulders firmly. Blitz seemed to understand something and looked seriously at Anika. Anika leaned forward and hugged her gently, whispering, Go find Sergei. Only tell Uncle Sergei what you saw, understand? Blitz mumbled softly, Uncle Sergei. Andy, I understand. Anika thought, Sergei is the only one who knows Dean is here. Then gently nudged the child. Go, Blitz. Hurry. He turned to the window. He didn't dare delay, afraid of being discovered. Just like that, Hades knocked Anika unconscious and hoisted her onto his shoulder. When Blitz reached the doorway and looked back, the windowsill was empty. Her mother and the dark figure had vanished without a trace. Blitz froze, whispering Mommy. There was no response. Uncle Sergei, I'll go find him. She turned and ran downstairs. Meanwhile, at an inn outside the palace, Dean's knight, Lon, said, Your Majesty, the air in Lubin is so clean, and fresh. And the food is delicious. I'm planning on bringing my wife here for a holiday next year. It's small, but very livable. Dean ignored him. Lon, feeling awkward, continued, "So, Your Majesty, are you having fun?" Dean removed his disguise. "Fun? It's more than fun. I'm seeing Anika for the first time in 2 years." "Yes, Your Majesty." "So, when will the wedding be?" "We discussed it. We'll start preparing as soon as we return to Begot." "Wow, really? That's wonderful." "Yes, I'm anxious too." "Sir Knight, are you carrying out the princess's orders?" Lon was holding a large stack of love letters, all addressed to Anika. Dean rubbed his temples. "Well, once we're married, no one will be pining after her anymore. Just how many rivals have I accumulated in these 2 years?" "Never mind that. Where's my confidential letter?" Lon produced a scroll. "Here it is, Your Majesty. A letter from Colchita. They say the spell has been completed. Vice Bishop Hamart is personally leading a team to confirm it." Dean nodded. "Any unusual findings?" "Your Majesty, it seems to be the Dark Magician's last hideout. They found it by tracking dark magic." Dean carefully read the letter. "Although the first round of purification is complete, I'm worried they might be using magic to conceal themselves. So, we're mobilizing other magicians to conduct a final search. I'll report back with any further developments." Dean thought the complete purification of Begot took 2 years and 1 month. Such a long time. Lon asked, "Your Majesty, where's the princess now?" "She'll be here at dawn. She needs time to say goodbye to her family." "Oh, I see. This trip to Begot. We won't be back for a while." Lon suddenly startled. "Wait, did you say dawn? It sounds like you're kidnapping her." Dean smirked. "That's right, it's a kidnapping." Lon's jaw dropped. "What? Kidnapping again?" "Your Majesty, how could you? I thought the king of Lubin had agreed." Dean chuckled. "Relax. To be precise, it's an elopement." Dean was still unaware that Anika had been abducted. He was still thinking about eloping with her. "Lon, as long as she's willing, it's fine, right? It's a legal kidnapping." "Your Majesty, there's no such thing as a legal kidnapping." "Of course there is. Absolutely no problem. Just calm down and be prepared." "Yes, Your Majesty." "So, we just wait until dawn." "That's right." "All right, Lon. As soon as she arrives, we'll leave for Parajad." Suddenly, with a clatter, the cross pendant Dean wore around his neck broke. Dean picked up the necklace. In Lubin, seeing this cross was like seeing Anika. But the chain had broken. This had never happened before. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Why would it break now, right before they were about to leave? "No, I can't wait until dawn." The thought suddenly crossed his mind, not because Anika might arrive early, but because he was deeply uneasy. Suddenly, the door burst open and a man rushed in, shouting, "Your Majesty of Begot." The man removed his hat. It was Duke Lubin, covered in sweat and panting. Something serious must have happened for him to come here. Meanwhile, Anika was crouched weakly in a dark place. "Damn it, this is so painful. The side effects of this damn magic are making my whole body tingle. My scalp is numb." Anika struggled to her feet, slowly channeling her divine power. "Thankfully, I still have a lot of divine power left. This isn't the worst-case scenario. I was teleported directly here. 2 years ago, under the effects of teleportation magic, I passed out instantly. I didn't expect the same thing to happen again." Anika shook her head. "At least this time, I can recover on my own. That's progress." It's pitch black all around. I don't know how much time has passed. And where am I? There's a smell in the air. It's awful. And my body feels so heavy. It's like back in the Begot Palace. Someone's pulling my feet down. Oh my God, Begot. Is this Begot? Since the cave was pitch black, Anika tried to use her divine power to form a ball of light. Just enough to see. I can't overuse my divine power, Anika thought. Just a little light will do. I'll brighten it slowly. This is a cave. The back is blocked off. There's only one way to go. I don't know what's going on. Should I go forward or wait here for someone? Sigh, waiting for someone. I'm just kidding myself. Even I don't know where I am. Who could I possibly wait for? He threatened my family. I couldn't resist. I had to follow him. Otherwise, I would never have yielded to Hades. Forget it. I should figure out where this is first. This is so scary. Even if I'm determined to move forward, this is terrifying. I know this will damage my divine power. Larouse, can you hear me? I've run out of courage. With a whooshing sound, Larouse appeared with a stream of light. I heard you. Little one, you've been very brave. Child, how did you get so big? Larouse, look closely. I haven't gotten bigger. You've gotten smaller. Larouse jumped with effort into Anika's hand. Honestly, whenever I meet you, all my dignity disappears. Your divine power is low too. Larouse, stop mentioning your dignity. Look at me. As your summoner, I'm about to die. Anika looked around, unsure how much time had passed. Larouse said, it's only been a few minutes since you fell here. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. Anika finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only a few minutes. That's great. Then Anika tried to start summoning. She called out, Andrea. Andrea. Larouse was clearly displeased. Hey, little one, you can't just call that name. My first child is the apple of my eye. Anika was puzzled, so it didn't work. I just tried calling, but there was no response. Of course, you got the location wrong. It won't be easy to have that kind of luck again, like last time. To summon, the required conditions must be met. The summoner's divine power. I don't have enough divine power now. A recognized summoning place. I don't have that either. I do have the medium, though. 2 out of these 3 conditions aren't met. I wonder if Blitz got the message across. Don't worry, little one. He's very smart. It'll be fine. Yeah, D must be scared stiff by now. I hope he doesn't blame himself. Little one, don't cry. Oof, I'm not crying. I thought the South had been completely purified. I didn't expect such strong magic to still exist here. Anything concerning my safety, Elred won't be careless. Is this place surrounded? The temptation is underground. This place looks like a tunnel, right, Larouse? It's good that we're going up, not down, little one. And although it's faint, I can feel the presence of divine power. Really? You can feel divine power? Yes, far above. Let me see whose divine power that is. Shire, Rattle, neither of them. Could it be Alia? It's really faint. Anika thought for a moment. If Dyrek is up there, this should be Southern Begot, right? Yes, little one. So how long will it take the enemy to find this place? Don't worry, little one. It shouldn't be too long. Let's move forward. Anika muttered softly. Okay, I hope nothing appears. As they walked, Anika seemed to touch something like a barrier and inexplicably passed through it. Oh my God, what's going on? Don't talk, little one. What's that? Continuing forward, Anika clearly heard voices. A man was talking. It's better to go to Lemur's underground. Anika's heart pounded, but her curiosity made her want to keep listening. At this time, another person replied, no, once in Lemur's hands, no test subject survives. Our test subject's still important now. This is the last base, the key. Even this place has been purified. We're finished. We finally managed to transfer the doll out. If the key finds out, he will definitely not forgive us. You know, he's not the same teacher anymore. To die at Elred's hands, or to be killed by the Emperor's divine power. How much of the experiment is complete? Just halfway. This place was purified before, so progress has been slow. By the way, what about the woman Elred brought back? I don't know. He said he'd handle it himself. He told us not to touch her. Anika covered her mouth immediately, afraid of making a sound. Anika pondered. It seemed like all the magic power was converging in one place. These 2 are Elred's subordinates. A stinging pain shot through her body. At that moment, the dark magician's voice came again. This will do. While it's hard to say about the Emperor, it's more than enough to deal with the Vice Bishop. It'll only take a few seconds to finish him off. Let's test its strength. Anika covered her mouth. Could this magic power be generated by a barrier? Suddenly, with a few clangs, the light ahead seemed to intensify. All right, let's go. As the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, Anika dared to peek out. It seemed the 2 had left. Anika finally saw clearly that it was a magic formation. It emitted a strong light and pulsed with magical energy. But unfortunately, Anika was trapped. Meanwhile, Elred was trying to break free from Hades' control. Elred, don't make any rash moves. But Elred ignored him and continued to struggle for control of his body. Hades grew angry. It seems you won't be obedient. Hades thought, although he does have some use after becoming stronger, it's not worth it if he's uncontrollable. But later, I won't need this cumbersome, clumsy shell anymore, because I've already found a new vessel that can take me to Idida. Well, I just returned. If it weren't for Elred's desperate resistance, I would have already gone over. Elred's body trembled. Hades sneered. Don't be nervous. I'll return your body to you soon. Huh? Why is his reaction suddenly so strong? Elred said shakily, here? Not here. We can't be discovered here. So what? Elred, my contractor, understand this. They are not your disciples. In a few minutes, I can return to the place I've longed for 1,000 years. You foolish thing. Understand the priorities. Hades clenched his fist again. Cracking sounds emanated from his fist. It was clear that Elred had been suppressed again. Hades sighed in relief. Finally, some peace. My millennium-long desire is finally about to be realized. Let's go see that girl. Anika was analyzing the magic barrier. How should I get out? The gaps in the bars are large enough. My body can fit through. It seems there's a chance to escape. But what about this huge magic formation? I only have 50% of my divine power left. Larouse said, just burn it down. Larouse, it's not that easy. It'll be difficult with just my power. Besides, look, there are 2 puppet dolls standing behind the barrier. Anika took a few steps forward. Hey, are you still alive? As expected, the 2 puppet dolls didn't respond. The scene remained silent. Anika pondered. Although I guessed he, like Lilia, was just a soulless doll, I didn't expect him to really not react. Then how about this? With that, Anika reached out her hand towards the barrier. A sizzling sound followed by a sharp pain shot through her. At the same time, the puppet dolls mechanically turned their heads, staring fixedly at Anika, while whimpering sounds escaped their mouths. Anika was startled and stumbled back several steps. Larouse quickly covered his nose, curling up in Anika's arms. Ugh, it smells so bad. Anika sighed. There's no other way. What is it, little one? Are you going to confront them head on? Yes, there's no other choice. And if we keep delaying, when Hades appears, we won't be able to do anything. We'll surely die on the spot. Fortunately, they're not here to guard me, but to guard the magic formation. There's no need to tangle with them. We just need to seize the opportunity to pass through. Although only a magician can understand this magic formation, what others don't know is that as long as I concentrate, I can detect the flow of magic and find its weak points. There will be a stinging pain, but I just have to endure it. We have to hurry. A short while later, Anika exclaimed, "Found it." Then she channeled her divine power. The bars were forced open slightly. At the same time, the 2 puppets abruptly raised their heads and walked towards the barrier. At the critical moment, Anika didn't hesitate. Holding her breath, she dashed forward, successfully passing through the barrier. She was only grazed by the magic when she touched it. Strangely, the puppets didn't stop her, but ran directly towards the barrier. Larouse nearly touched the barrier. Luckily, he rolled onto the ground. Hey, little one, you've almost killed me. All right, Larouse, it was me who almost died. My divine power is almost gone, and I was just grazed by the barrier. Strange, look over there. They don't seem to have any intelligence. Of course, little one, because they're corpses. Well, we finally overcame that obstacle. Now my divine power is only at 40%. We have to hurry. Hold on tight, Larouse. Anika continued running upwards, but she hadn't gone far. Damn it, another barrier. Oh, honestly, Anika walked forward, trying to find the barrier's weak point again. Talk about running into trouble. Well, hello there, my princess. It seems your physical condition is quite good. Anika cried out in alarm. She was incredibly tense, sweat dripping down her face. I thought you were a smart one. Apparently not. It will be quite troublesome if you get injured. I do hope my new body remains unharmed. Anika stammered. What? You said new body. Hades twisted his neck, emitting a creaking, mechanical sound as he slowly approached the magic sword. You're right. A new body, brimming with divine power. Anika froze. Divine power. My divine power is only at 35%. While Anika was stunned, Hades successfully passed through the magic sword and tightly embraced it. Then he kissed Anika's forehead. Oh, my dear body. Anika felt a piercing pain. It hurts, more than ever before. Hades said greedily, I'm going back to Idida. Anika suddenly sensed something was wrong. It was the sound of a heartbeat. How is that possible? Elred's body. I thought he died that day. Could he still be alive? Anika struggled to pull away. Elred, can you hear me? But it was Hades who answered. I can hear you. Very clearly. Princess. Elred, you're not dead, are you? Your body was taken. It's impossible to still be alive. Hades' voice came again. Princess, where is Larouse? Anika continued to call out. Aren't all of these your disciples? Didn't you say this was the last place? Shouldn't you be guarding it well? Hades' eyes widened. He seized control of Anika again. Princess, attack me. Attack me with your powerful divine power. Anika snapped, let go of me. You're insane. Otherwise, I'll really bite you to death. Hades quickly released his grip. That won't do. I waited far too long for this moment. The creaking sound came again. Hades' skeletal hand was slowly revealing its true form, reaching out to grab Anika. At the critical moment, a magician ran over. Lord Elred, you're here. I've been looking for you everywhere. Everything is prepared as you instructed. However, many of the places damaged by divine power are beyond repair. The young magician spoke for a while, but received no response. Lord Elred, are you listening to me? Hades had to release Anika. Ugh, so annoying. He slowly turned his head. Get lost. Anika was startled. She felt like his movements were delayed. Was it her imagination? The magician was also surprised. Lord Elred, what's wrong? What happened? Anika looked at the swirling air currents around her. What's going on? The magical power flowing with the air feels different. Hades continued. Idiot, what are you doing? Anika's eyes widened in surprise. No, that's not Hades' voice. It's Elred. Elred shook Anika firmly. Remember, keep going left, then straight ahead. You'll reach the top soon. Whether you can make it to the end depends on you. Anika couldn't believe it. Is it really him? Is it really Elred? Elred shouted, go. What are you waiting for? And hurry up and stop that man. Which man? The man you stole from me, of course. The man with the most powerful divine power. Iridian, hurry up and find him. I don't want to see another burning at the stake. Hurry, you must stop him. If you can't, my master will devour you whole. Stop wasting time. Go. Anika didn't dare delay any longer and quickly ran to the left. Elred's voice came from behind her. Remember, it depends on how long you can hold out. No matter what you see, don't hesitate. Just keep running. Understand. Soon after, Anika arrived at a fork in the road. Right, left at the intersection. Larouse suddenly poked his head out. That's right, I sense it. It's Rattle. It's his divine power. Anika was overjoyed. Really, I wasn't mistaken. Little one, this isn't the surface yet. We still have to go further up. Once we enter consecrated ground, your condition should improve. Anika remembered Elred's words. At every intersection, turn left and keep running. But this is a dead end. Could he have been wrong? There's nowhere to go now. Anika was just a short distance from the surface, following Elred's directions. But she had reached a dead end. Just then, the ground began to tremble, and a rumbling sound filled the air. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? I can't believe I'm going to be buried alive by an earthquake. Suddenly, with a clang, a new path opened up in the dead end. Is the path moving? Anika stared in amazement. So this was Elred's magic. He could create a moving pathway. He really is something else. I thought he was telling me the way out, but he was making one for me. The tunnel shook again, but soon stopped. Larouse, did it stop? Anika asked. The stinging pain is back. We need to hurry. There might be someone after us. Anika quickly turned left at the fork, continuing forward with Larouse. Soon, they reached another fork, this one steeper. At this rate, we'll reach the surface soon. Larouse, look, there's a door up ahead. Elred didn't mention this. Anika slowly pushed the door open. I hope no one's here. What does that smell? It's awful. Where are all these? So many cells, and each one has. Anika felt a wave of dizziness and nausea. Elred's warning echoed in her mind. No matter what you see, don't hesitate. Just keep running. Understand. Anika frowned. I understand now. That's what he meant. Larouse howled. Such foul things hidden on blessed ground. This is infuriating. They're soulless husks, consumed by dark magic. Anika understood. The magicians had mentioned their experiment was halfway done. This must be a mortuary. Elred had put the puppet-like corpses here, which is why he told her not to hesitate and just run. They pressed on, running for their lives. After leaving the mortuary, they encountered another one. How many of these are there? If there are a couple more, there must be hundreds of bodies. But these are all so well preserved. If they open their eyes, they'd look just like living people. Suddenly, Anika stopped. Larouse, did you hear that? Don't tell me, little one. I heard it too. Just ahead of Anika, a faint, girlish voice was calling for her mother, punctuated by coughs. Anika slowly approached. It was a small, thin girl, her feet entwined with black mist. Clearly a recent captive, she was too weak from crying to do much more than feebly raise a hand. Help! Help me! Anika was torn. Elred's warning echoed in her mind. No matter what you see, don't hesitate. Just keep running. Understand. But compassion won. Anika placed Larouse on the ground. Go on ahead. Our shared senses should still work, right? Hey, little one, how can you make me go first? Don't stop. Let's go together. No, you go. At the fork, make sure to turn left. Otherwise, just keep going straight. I have 30% of my divine power left. I'll try to hold out as long as possible so Larouse doesn't get recalled to Editar. Remember to leave a trail so I, or someone else, can find you. Little one, you don't have much divine power left. We can't waste any more time. Anika sighed. This is why I'm holding you back. I have to calculate this carefully. Even if I break the magic circle, I need to have some energy left. From now on, it's a race against time. Will Hades completely suppress Elred and take over his body? Or will Larouse reach the surface first? This is the only way. With me here, Larouse can't focus. Anika began to channel her divine power, gathering it in her fingertips, preparing to dispel the dark dark magic from the little girl. Larouse, don't hesitate. Go. I'll come find you soon. Don't forget to leave a trail. Understand. Larouse had no choice but to leave. Before going, he added, Little one, don't break the earring. We won't be able to sense each other otherwise. In the west wing of Lubny, Lublin anxiously ran to Dean, explaining everything that had happened. After carefully analyzing the situation, Dean concluded, it must be Kalchita. Lon was shocked. What? But the vice bishop clearly stated in his letter that the purification process in Kalchita was complete. Only the final touches remained. It can't be Kalchita. It's not necessarily Kalchita, but I have a feeling. Lon, stop fretting. Is there a way to send a message to the capital? To get from Lubny to Kalchita in time, we'll need a long-distance teleportation circle. Only one person can set up a magic circle like this. The only paladin in the capital right now is Serbil, but we're so far away. Can he even hear me? No. Even if it's impossible, I have to make it possible. Dean pressed his fingers to his head and began to channel his divine power. A moment later, Dean spoke. Release him. Let him out. Lon looked bewildered. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Dean continued. Just release him. He has to prove to me that he's worth saving. Don't worry about anything else. Just go now. There's no time to waste. Serbil dashed off. Meanwhile, in a Begot Kingdom prison cell, a white-haired old man sat up in shock. Serbil quickly arrived at the cell. Please come out. It's His Majesty's order. The old man coughed. Sir, are you releasing me? Serbil nodded curtly and asked directly, a long-distance teleportation circle. That should be child's play for you, right? The old man nodded. The king summoned me. Could it be that Elred has started a move? He slowly rose, magic power swirling around him. Tell me, where is the destination? Serbil replied, the capital of the Lubny Kingdom. Suddenly, Serbil drew his sword and pointed it at the old man. Rose, former master of the magic tower, I advise you not to try anything. Rose straightened. I wasn't planning on doing anything. The capital of the Lubny Kingdom is Lubny, correct? So, what is the final destination? Serbil stated firmly, Kalchita. Rose didn't say another word and immediately began to weave hand signs. With a few humming sounds, a red magic circle gradually formed and then slowly expanded, enveloping them both. All right, knight, we can depart. Let's go. He then stepped into the magic circle first. With a whoosh, the two teleported away. Meanwhile, Anika was slumped on the ground, her head spinning. Ugh, I miscalculated. My stomach feels awful. The little girl was still crying, calling for her mother. She was clearly terrified. Anika spoke sternly. Child, now is not the time to cry. You need to pull yourself together. The girl immediately stopped crying. She understood that the woman in front of her was doing everything she could to save her, and she couldn't disturb her concentration. Finally finished, Anika exhaled deeply and said weakly, I can only do this much. I don't have the strength to carry you out. Child, from now on, you're on your own. The girl was terrified. No, don't leave me alone. She clung to Anika. Please don't abandon me. I'm so scared. Although Anika didn't want to, the child was afflicted with dark magic. Just being near her was painful. I can't die here, so I can't be responsible for you. What's your name? My name is Nia. Nia, that's a beautiful name. Coming with me is more dangerous than staying here. Look, Anika gently placed her finger on the back of Nia's hand. A sharp pain followed. Nia looked at it in horror. What's happening? No time to explain. We'll meet again later. On the surface, with her divine power dwindling, Anika stumbled forward. Nia froze for a moment, but then silently followed behind her. Anika was genuinely annoyed. Didn't I tell you? It's more dangerous to follow me. Nia whispered. The dark magician comes to check every day. I'm going to die anyway. Even if I die following you, I'm willing. If I'm going to die no matter what, I'd rather die with you. Anika sighed. Fine, whatever. I don't care anymore. I don't even have the strength to take care of myself. It's okay. Just let me follow you. You don't have to worry about me. And you saved me. If you need it, I'm willing to die for you. Even if you want to use me as bait, it's okay. Just don't abandon me. Anika was touched. She thought to herself, Larouse, how can I leave such a good child? Just go on your own, she said, a headache coming on. Really, how can you say such things so casually? Nia, just stay behind me. If you feel like you can't walk anymore, run back. Do you understand? Why? I'm fine, sister. Ugh, I'm not fine. Anika pondered. Although we can't share vision yet, Larouse seems to still be underground. Could we still be a long way from the surface? Ahead was another fork in the path. They continued to the left. Anika could barely walk. Sister, are you all right? Let me carry you. I look frail, but I'm actually very strong. I worked as a maid in the Marquis's mansion. Haha, I'd like you to carry me too, but if you did, I might go straight to heaven. Anika collapsed to the ground again, exhausted. I hope there's nothing like that at the end of this path. Nia, wait a minute. You said you worked somewhere. I was at Marquis Elrod's southern villa. Did you work for Elrod Solariga? You worked at the Marquis's manor. Why were you brought here? Because I knew too much. My mother used to work at Count Lissard's manor. We both served them. Anika suddenly remembered Tivia. That's right. My sister said something like that day. I'm sorry, sister. If I had known you would come, I wouldn't have invited Lissard to dinner. Anika analyzed the situation. Could that not be a false name? Nia, tell me. The Lissard family, who used black magic, were all burned at the stake. Elrod Solariga is the only survivor of their family. Count Lissard, as the head of Moto, sent her to the Elrod family to be raised as their adopted daughter. Nia, have you met Elrod up close? Yes. Every time he came south, he would stay at the villa. Is the underground you're talking about this place? No, sister. This is my first time here too. But I heard that Miss Elrod Solariga cherishes this place. Anika muttered, so that's how it is. It was also him who prevented this place from being discovered and even helped me escape. Nia continued, but I think Miss Elrod Solariga, she's a kind master. Anika was speechless, even wondering if she had heard wrong. No way, you said kind. Who? Miss Elrod, of course. She was very kind 2 years ago. I don't know what happened, but she became very cold later. Anika recalled 2 years ago. That's when Hades took over his body. Nia turned and said, he became very strange. He brought all the servants from Friday Underground. He would never normally do something like that. He was always gentle, both to his disciples and to us. Anika thought, that's right. I don't really know Elrod Solariga. Maybe he's still gentle to his own people. In a way, he's quite similar to Iridian. But in his eyes, we're all just his test subjects. Nia sighed, thinking about how he collects corpses everywhere, every day. He's really not a good person. I take back what I said earlier. He's completely cold-blooded. Anika remembered Elrod's words. I can't watch anyone else burn to death in front of me. I want to create a new world. A new world where black magicians can live freely on the surface. That's how I'll avenge my dead parents. But if Elrod has an unknown kind side, if his goal isn't Idita, but revenge, if we can find a loophole, maybe he can temporarily regain control of his body. The shaking in the tunnel finally stopped. Sister, it stopped. Let's go. Anika struggled to her feet. Let's go. We'll talk about the rest when we get to the surface. Nia smiled. Yes, sister. The two set off again. Anika thought, that's right, child. Smile like that. Those who can smile are blessed. Love me, Royal Palace. Dean went to the second-floor balcony of Lublin's house. Anika's divine power still remains underground. Dean frowned. There are no signs of struggle. No signs of her trying to do anything. At that moment, Blitz came running, crying. Pretty uncle. Uncle. Annie. She was taken by bad people. Dean slowly crouched down and gently placed his hand on Blitz's shoulder. Shoo, stop for a moment. Then he slowly released his divine power. He was sensing Blitz's emotions. After a while, Dean nodded. Even without hearing it, I know what happened. This isn't the worst-case scenario, because I've been prepared for this. She didn't tell me anything. She endured so much all alone. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind the curtain. Dean stood up. Who are you? Where's Anika? It was Tivia. He could hardly believe it. My goodness, the Emperor of the Empire. Your Majesty of Begot. Dean didn't respond. Instead, he nudged Blitz. Go on. Go find your mother. Then he turned and walked towards the balcony, muttering to himself, I need to stay calm. I must stay calm. The last time I saw her, she was full of divine power. She'll be all right. I have to make a rational judgment. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared. Lon shouted, Your Majesty, Rose S. Mobile Magic Circle has arrived. Dean was thrilled. Finally, he then jumped right through it. Tivia quickly ran to the balcony, about to speak, but Dean had already vanished into the darkness. At the same time, Elrod clutched his arms in agony. You probably don't care, do you? No matter what happens to this underground base, no matter what happens to my disciples, you don't care. In the corner of the tunnel, the young magician who had come to find Elrod hadn't left. He was secretly observing. He never imagined his master would become like this. He's being controlled. Hades' voice echoed, Shut up. Don't say such things now. Elrod's body began to contort. Hades, you never intended to keep our agreement from the beginning, did you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Hades forcibly seized control. Elrod's body convulsed, then became still. Hades twisted his neck, producing a cracking sound. You said you would offer me the person with the strongest divine power on the surface, but you failed. Our agreement was broken then. You're too foolish. If you're going to get in my way, I certainly can't return this body to you. If I miss that princess again, I'll kill everyone here. No need for Larouse's people to get involved. Don't worry, I'll take care of it myself. Hades frowned. How annoying. His power is too strong. It seemed Elrid was trying to regain control. His body convulsed again, but quickly calmed. Why become so strong? Hades said, this way, no one will interfere with me. Now, let's go find that princess. Meanwhile, with Anika, the ground seemed to have stopped shaking. Given the situation, we should probably. But what if there are other survivors here? I can't think about anyone else right now. Nia, you're really disobedient. It's dangerous to come with me. I told you, it's safer to stay with those people. Nia pouted. Sister, you'll need me. I'm willing to die for you. Don't say that. I believe smiles bring good luck. I hope there's nothing else at the end of this path. Anika and Nia continued down the tunnel. Suddenly, a prison appeared before them. Unexpectedly, there were other survivors imprisoned there. Nia rushed into someone's arms, crying, Uncle Haley. Anika said, I'm going to the surface to ask for Larouse's help. Please wait a little longer. Larouse won't abandon us. Uncle Haley looked at Anika in bewilderment. It's the Saintess. Anika was taken aback. What? Even though I've lost all my divine power, I'm still Larouse's summoner. Just think of me as the Saintess. Although I feel like a fake religious leader. The others chimed in. Then that silver-haired being who ran past here just now was Larouse's messenger. Saintess, please save us. A woman came forward and knelt on the ground. Please let me out. Save us and our master from this evil place. Anika thought, although I said I can't save them right now, seeing them like this breaks my heart. I absolutely can't die. If I die here, everyone will die with me. I won't be able to rest in peace. Anika leaned weakly against the wall. It sounds like someone's talking over there. Nia quickly pulled Anika into a corner to hide. The voices came again. He was trapped by the magic circle. How could he escape? Is that even possible? Yeah, that magic circle is so strong. Even a bishop-level priest couldn't easily break it. Could his power have already reached the bishop level? But he doesn't look like it. Anika realized, they're coming for me. The path collapsed. It's very difficult to walk. Where did Larouse run off to? There's light ahead. Is that the surface? I only have 10%. No, only 7 or 8% of my divine power left. Nia asked, Sister, you're going to the surface, right? Yes, we have to get out of here first. Anika thought, can I hold on until Larouse brings help? The earring is acting strange too. It's buzzing. Sister, I remember this path. I walked this way when they brought me here. This path isn't long. Anyway, the other paths are blocked, and this is where they keep the test subjects. It's perfect for distracting them. Anika was still fiddling with her earring. She suddenly reacted, What did you just say? Distract who? Sister, didn't I say? You'll need me. The magicians often come to where the test subjects are held. I can't escape. Nia stood up, preparing to use herself as bait to distract their pursuers. Anika was extremely worried. Wait, you have to come back. It's okay, sister. Anyway, there's still many people who haven't been put on the experimental table. I won't die immediately. Anika looked at her in shock. Nia, don't say that. But sister, you're different. You're protected by Larouse. Sister, you absolutely have to succeed. After saying this, Nia ran into another fork in the path. Immediately after, the voices of magicians came. Who's there? Isn't that the escape test subject? What are you waiting for? Catch her. Anika stood up, trembling. I have to go. If I don't go now, I really won't be able to. While walking, she tried to share Larouse's vision. So much time has passed. Where has Larouse gone? Suddenly, the shared perception succeeded. Anika saw the sky outside. Oh my God, Larouse is up there. He finally made it to the surface. I need to find someone to help. Someone has to go down there and save them. I'm truly at my limit. Suddenly, the shared vision cut off. Only 5% of my divine power remains. Anika started to cry. Why didn't I tell him sooner? Ugh, I don't even have time to worry about this. If I had told him a week earlier, no, even a day earlier, maybe such a dangerous thing wouldn't have happened. Anika wiped her tears. I can't collapse. Not now. Just when all hope seemed lost, she looked up and saw the night sky. It was the exit. At the same time, creaking sounds came from behind her, along with a red mist. Oh no, it's Hades's magic. The exit is still some distance away. Please let me sense some other presence. Anything but magic. Anika focused her senses. There really is divine power just above. Weaker than Iridian's, but familiar. I know. It's Dyric's divine power. Is that the evolved land? Solar Rouse's escape route was this dangerous. My luck is just that bad. I can feel myself getting closer to victory. No wonder I felt safe when Larouse was halfway there. Nothing happened. Anika panted heavily, using all her strength to continue climbing. Just a few more steps. I'm almost there. Suddenly, Hades appeared right in front of her, reaching out and grabbing her. Where do you think you're going, my dear princess? I won't let you escape this time. The moment Hades touched Anika, there was a sizzling sound. To his utter surprise, Hades was repelled by divine power. Hades looked at his reddened fingers and snorted. I was wondering what it was. So it's the Saint's Gem. Yes, I remember a few places being disrupted by divine power. But this isn't the sanctuary personally designated by Larouse. It's just evolved human land. Anika quickly thought of a plan. No, Larouse is already out. I just need to hold on a little longer. Just a little longer. That's it. Anika started shouting. Elrid Thoreau. By now, dark magic was already Anika. This is bad. It's starting to consume me. I have to hurry. But Elrid didn't respond. Don't tell me you killed Elrid. Hey, what's wrong? Didn't you hate him? Stop wasting time. Your body is full of divine power. I will put your body to good use, princess. Anika thought to herself, both just now and now. Hades seems to have misunderstood something. Hades raised his skeletal hand, making a creaking sound as he slowly reached toward Anika. At the same time, Eric chased after Dean. Your Majesty, please calm down. Dean angrily flung his cloak off. Eric, get out of my way. Your Majesty, there might be survivors underground. They're all victims of dark magic. Dean glared at him. Things have already come to this. Dark magic experiments. They were so brazen as to set up a secret base underground. Anika is down there. As long as Anika is safe, I don't care about anyone else. Your Majesty, the magicians are searching for the entrance to the underground passage. Please wait a moment. No, it's too slow. Damn it, are you asking me to do nothing and just wait here? How do you expect me to feel? Dean muttered, 2 years ago, I shouldn't have let him leave my side. No matter what happens, we should be together. I shouldn't have let him bear everything alone. Back then, he wouldn't tell me anything. I should have known. Suddenly, a silver light caught his eye. Dean looked closely. It was Anika's. Dean then ran over and grabbed Larouse. Tell me, where is Anika? Little guy, don't look at me so angrily. Take me to her now. Although Larouse was annoyed by him, he couldn't delay any longer. He immediately turned and led the way. Meanwhile, Hades had successfully taken over Anika's body. He greedily savored his fresh host. And Elrod's body is useless now. Hades just tossed it on the ground. I don't know if he's dead or alive. Since my body was taken over, even I, the original owner, was pushed out. Ugh, here we go again. I've been ejected again. Hades started creaking and adjusting the body. A body full of divine power. My princess, were you always this fragile? Hey, you were twisting him so hard. What if you broke his body? Oh dear, what should I do now? Hades' goal seems to be to occupy a body filled with divine power and then claim the divine power for himself. But now, Larouse is attached to my soul. My body is nothing but an empty shell. Hades' efforts are completely wasted. There's no magic in my body. It can't withstand Hades at all. This way, Hades' objective can't be achieved. Suddenly, Hades clenched his fists and said, Larouse, you're finished. You pest. What are you talking about? The one who's finished is you, not. It should be my body, right? At this moment, Hades suddenly raised his hand, as if summoning magic. Oh my god, wait a minute. Are you going to use dark magic? No, you can't do that. There's practically no magic left in my body. If you use magic with my body, hey, you'll die. But Hades didn't stop. He directly summoned a huge magic circle. The entire cave rumbled. Suddenly, a fluorescent light flashed. Larouse quickly ran over. Child, are you all right? Larouse, you finally came. And this aura, I feel nearby. That's right, he's here. Hades had just finished setting up the magic circle when, with a whoosh, a surge of pure divine power rushed in, directly entwining the magic circle. Damn it, trying to stop me. Not so easy. Hades raised his hand again, wanting to continue injecting magic power to strengthen the magic circle. No, if you use magic twice with that body, you'll die. As soon as the words were spoken, Anika's body coughed up blood. Damn it, what's wrong with this body? Dean finally arrived at the cave entrance. He looked at the scene in shock and shouted anxiously, Anika, are you alright? Hades stepped forward and said, Iridian, you're finally here. Dean jumped into the cave and slowly walked towards Hades. Anika, what's with that magic? Oh no, Iridian doesn't know Hades has taken over my body. What should I do? As he got closer, Dean felt something was wrong. Coupled with the fact that Anika kept staring at him, he realized, no, who are you? Dean turned and looked, staring at the soul in shock, calling out questioningly, Anika. Dean strode over. What's going on? Anika, are you alright? Why are you like this? It's him. It's the one I love. Burn that body. Even if I say that, you won't do it. Dean was about to touch the original soul's face. Wait, although I've never summoned purifying flames, there's no other way now. After reading his divine power, I just need to change the direction slightly to provide divine power to the body. With the transfer of divine power, Hades felt a wave of dizziness and almost fell to the ground. It hurts. It hurts even more than when I was in my own body. But thankfully, my body has absorbed the divine power and is slowly recovering. Hades resisted while groaning, damn it, why is nothing ever going smoothly? Without giving anyone a chance to react, he forcibly activated the teleportation magic circle. The magic circle beneath their feet began to rotate. Oh no, it's a movement magic circle. No. Suddenly, a blinding light shot out, illuminating the entire cave. Hades disappeared. Hey, how could you do that? You should have left my body behind and then escaped. Dean was filled with confusion, completely unaware of what had happened. He could only stare blankly at the original soul, not knowing how to face her. He could only choose to escape in a panic, hiding behind a rock. Then Larouse said, but thankfully, your body won't die immediately. Look, the necklace is still there. Yes, that's a good thing. She carefully peeked out, wanting to see Dean's reaction. Just then, she saw him whoosh back behind the rock. Ugh, his expression is so serious. I don't even know what to say. Dean called out, Anika, why are you hiding from me? Come out. What do I do? Larouse, in my current state, how should I explain this to him? It's all right. Just tell him the truth. But where do I even begin? From the very beginning. You shouldn't have kept it from him. You shouldn't have borne it all alone. I know I've always regretted it. Even if I go back, I don't think I could tell him everything about me. Someone tell me, where do I even begin? Do I start with the bus accident in my past life? Suddenly, Elrid Saria appeared before my eyes. That terrifying sister. Elrid frowned. Hey, why do you look like this? Why else? Because I'm a ghost now. Elrid was unconvinced. What ghost? Well, there's a reason for that. Do I really look like a ghost? I don't even look the same, do I? But how did you recognize me, princess? Get a grip. You haven't changed. Why wouldn't I recognize you? If that man heard you say that, he'd probably faint on the spot. Meanwhile, Dean called out again, Anika, if you don't come out, I'm coming in. Elrid whispered, Princess, don't forget our agreement. This place hasn't been purified yet. We agreed you can't purify this place. So you have to stop the king. Hey, does that even matter now, you beautiful, cold-hearted redhead? Dean came closer. Why are you doing this to me? If you don't want to see me go crazy, come out. Please, I'm begging you. If you don't come out, I'm coming in. No, don't come over here. Laurie, tell me, what do I look like now? Child, you look like you always do. Nothing's changed. This isn't the time for jokes. I died in a bus accident. How can I look normal? I must look terrifying now, right? Well, alright, it's not exactly the same, but you're very similar. He would not recognize you, and you look a lot like your body. How is that possible? I didn't look anything like Anika before I died. Larouse continued, your soul and body are bound, so they will gradually assimilate. The body and soul will merge. Your name is Anika now. Besides, little one, that child won't care about these things. Really, but Iridian has never seen what I used to look like. As Dean's footsteps grew closer, Elrid backed away. Whoa, he's fast. At that moment, Eric arrived as well. Your Majesty, are you alright? We need to send the Holy Knights underground. I haven't found the princess yet. I'm worried. But Dean ignored him, staring blankly at a large stone. Your Majesty, are you listening? Dean finally turned around. Eric, have him go down. Execute those dark mages on sight. Bring out any survivors. Hearing these words, Elrid anxiously said, hey, don't forget our agreement. I know. Honestly, if his brother dies, he might just kill himself while holding me. Eric was surprised. I thought I heard something just now. Was that the princess? Have you found her already? What was that sound? Anika trembled, trying to stand. My body. I have no strength. It's hard to even stand up. Dean sighed. Anika, stop tormenting me. I understand. I won't ask anything. Just let me see you. Let me hear your voice. That's all I need. Even now, he's still so gentle. All right, then promise me you won't be scared, no matter what you see. Otherwise, I won't come out. Now it was Eric's turn to be confused. What's going on? What's wrong with the princess? Dean nodded. Okay, I promise. After a moment of hesitation, Anika slowly emerged from behind stone. You promised you wouldn't be scared. Then she slowly crouched down, thinking, I want to hide. I feel like a criminal, even though it was my fault for not telling him sooner. Dean said, the one who needs to keep the promise isn't me, it's you. Can I come closer? Anika cautiously nodded. Dean leaned in, about to touch her, but was stopped. No, you saw it earlier. You can't touch me now, because I don't have a body anymore. Haven't I told you often? The body and soul can be separated. Actually, this hasn't happened in the past 2 years. When I'm in this state, I can't feel anything, even if you touch me, but it won't feel like anything. If you're curious about why, Anika, why don't you lift your head? If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. I understand you're not in the best state right now. Anika's eyes reddened, tears of distress welling up. Seeing this, Dean sighed softly and continued, I thought that just seeing your face would put my mind at ease. But look at you. Look at the state you're in. Anika sobbed, choking out the words, I'm really not okay. Silently, she thought, no, I can't be like this. I have to pull myself together. There's no time for this. A chilling thought crossed Anika's mind. Maybe my body is somewhere unknown, slowly dying. Your Majesty, can we talk later? All right, but where is your body? I just saw you. Wait a minute. Did he use your body to cast some kind of magic? Your magic is so weak. Is that why you were forced out? Anika was startled. He figured out so much just from intuition, even though he doesn't really understand anything. Dean frowned slightly, his gaze full of concern. Anika, he asked softly, do you have to stay in that body? Anika froze, as if struck by lightning. What? What does he mean? Larao spoke seriously. Not just any body can be used. The soul and the body must be compatible. Furthermore, your soul isn't accepted by this land. Finding a compatible body is even more difficult. Anika sighed softly and extended a pale finger, gently touching Dean. Your Majesty, listen to me. There are many things I haven't told you. I suspect you might have already guessed some of it. Are you willing to listen? Dean clasped his hands, his gaze fixed on Anika. I'm listening, he said softly. Anika paused, then slowly began. It all started with the accident. I actually died then. Dean looked at her intently, a melancholic expression on his face. Can you please stop saying you're dead? All right. I won't say it again. From the day I fell into this world, I knew it was the world of a novel I'd read. I knew what would happen in the future, so I was determined to prevent Tivia's kidnapping. But I never imagined I would be the one kidnapped. That's why I tried to disrupt your wedding. I ended up messing everything up. From 2 years ago until now, I've tried so hard to keep this secret, and now I've told you everything in less than 10 minutes. That's the whole truth. Dean nodded slowly, a thoughtful expression on his face. I see. He looked at Anika gently. Is there anything else about you that I don't know? No, Your Majesty. I've told you everything. Anika blinked, looking at Dean with confusion. But why aren't you surprised? Dean smiled. Didn't you tell me not to be surprised? But you're too calm. Am I the only one who finds this all so heavy? Anika pouted, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Don't you believe me, Your Majesty? Of course I do, Dean said, his gaze sincere. I believe everything you say. Well, of course. Who do you think I am? A smile finally touched Anika's lips. Anika, the reason I'm not showing surprise is because nothing in this world could alarm me more than the state you're in right now. This is probably the most terrified I've ever been in my life. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. What is it, Anika? I didn't tell you any of this sooner. No, you did nothing wrong. There's no need to apologize. Your Majesty, I keep thinking that if I had told you the truth earlier, things wouldn't be so complicated. But even if I could go back, I think I still wouldn't tell you anything. I'm so sorry. Enough, Dean said quickly. You're not well. Don't think about this now. Anika suddenly felt dizzy. That's strange. If I'm just a soul, I shouldn't feel anything. Why am I dizzy? Then she remembered. There's still so much to do. Nia is still trapped underground, and there are other survivors who haven't been turned into puppets. I have to save them. Nia helped me. I can't forget that. Her brow furrowed. And the dark mages, there must be so many secrets behind them. I still haven't figured out everything about them. And Elred Saria, Dean gently cupped Anika's face, his eyes filled with tenderness. Stop talking. You're exhausted. It's time to rest. Anika pondered silently. Usually, just having him by her side helped her recover quickly. But what was happening this time? Was it because she didn't have a body? Dean lowered his head slightly, his eyes filled with helplessness and frustration. He murmured, I can't even hug you. This feeling is truly awful. It's the hardest thing to bear. Anika's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Her voice choked with sobs. Me too. But I really don't have time to stay here. Laraus let out a long howl. Child, you must rest a while longer. If you continue to push yourself like this, you'll lose consciousness. Even your soul will be difficult to preserve. You'll ultimately vanish completely. If the body dies, the soul might remain. But if the soul dissipates, how can your body possibly hold on? Anika felt another wave of dizziness wash over her. Heavens, do I really have to keep going? What am I even holding on to? When will this ever end? Just as she was about to fall into despair, Larouse suddenly drew close and bit Anika's hand hard. Child, you must pull yourself together. Dean watched this scene with a puzzled look. What is this wolf, anyway? I can't even touch you, yet it can bite you. Larouse lay leisurely on Anika's hand, grinning. Hee, it's just because I'm so adorable. Anika couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was certainly acting strangely. She was actually resonating with Larouse's words. Although the creature was sometimes quite tedious, it was obedient and intelligent. Your Majesty, would you like to see him? Anika gently stroked Larouse. Laurie, give me your paw. Say hello. However, Larouse ignored her request, still lost in its own world, as if it hadn't heard a thing. Anika felt a pang of disappointment, her mood darkening. It seems it's no use. This is driving me crazy. Dean's face was full of concern, his voice soft. You should focus on recovering for now. Anika grumbled inwardly. It was true, just as Larouse had said. If she continued to push herself like this, she might really disappear completely. All right, I'll rest for a bit then. Just then, Eric approached. Princess, are you all right? Your Majesty, there's something I haven't reported to you. Eric, just say it. Your Majesty, I witnessed a similar situation 2 years ago. Eric recalled the first time he saw a soul, that day 2 years ago. Dean turned to him in shock. What? Why are you only telling me this now? Eric explained, because the princess specifically instructed me never to tell you. Dean slapped his head in frustration. This is maddening. Anika is so meticulous in these matters. She must have done everything she could to hide this secret from me. Although I can't immediately accept everything Anika has said, that it doesn't matter where she's from or whether she's real or even exists in this world. Dean's gaze was unusually firm. The most important thing is that she appeared before me. By now, Anika had fallen into a weak sleep. Even Larouse was asleep. All right, let it be. As for Lemortal, there's no mention of Lemortal in any of the ancient texts. Whether this so-called Lord of Hell even exists is unknown. Perhaps I should consider a different angle. Maybe the dark mages might know something. Dark magic in Begot is as old as the history of Begot and Motive. But the fact that Anika has been carrying this heavy secret alone, that hurts me even more. I actually thought that by evolving the lands of Begot, I could protect her. I was so foolish. I had a feeling something was amiss behind all this. Suddenly, Elrod's voice rang out. Your Majesty, we meet again. Dean looked up at him sternly. Indeed, I've been looking forward to this day. I've been thinking about what to do with you once I caught you. He slowly rose to his feet. To prevent any future trouble, I should kill you right now. Dean walked forward, releasing his divine power. The power transformed into shackles, binding Elrod's hands. Ha, Your Majesty, you haven't changed. How could you do this to me? Dean stepped closer. Why shouldn't I do this to you? Ha, because the princess wouldn't like it. Elrod, stop talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. He'll need me later. Love me's lovely princess. Dean was truly enraged. The audacity of you to even speak her name. Saria Lissard. Elrod Saria was equally defiant. Stop it. How dare you even mention that family name? Dean glared furiously. That wicked family. How many lives have they taken? Just the thought of the bodies they abandoned makes my blood boil as the ruler of Begot. And you, what you did to Anika. Even so, I'm still not qualified to speak of that family name. Elrod declared loudly. Isn't it because you've been oppressing us? That damned summary execution. Resisting that heartless burning at the stake. What we did was no different. Dean scoffed. How can you blame me? Blame your ancestors. They're the ones who have been persecuting the royal family and the commoners. If you feel wronged, go settle the score with your ancestors. Anika suddenly woke up, looking at the two in confusion. What are you doing? Larouse also muttered. Honestly, you two, doing this in front of the child. Anika saw the divine power before her and slowly reached out, intending to feel it and try to absorb some. But just as she touched it, a wave of dizziness suddenly struck her, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Dean quickly rushed to Anika. Are you all right? I'm sorry. I always forget that your current condition is unstable. Anika forced a smile. Is apologizing a habit of yours, Your Majesty? Please don't fight. If you must fight, do it somewhere I'm not. No, not fighting is best. Anika turned to look at Elrod. Elrod, we weren't finished talking, were we? Elred shook his head. No, we are. And it's something very important. Dean immediately blocked Anika's view. Listen to me, Anika. Don't talk to him. Elred roared. Your Majesty, I have nothing to say to you. Dean snorted. Likewise. Eric, tie him up. Anika said anxiously. Your Majesty, wait a moment. We can't execute him right now. Anika, give me your hand. Your condition is even more unstable now. Don't you feel unwell? Your Majesty, I don't feel anything. I'm fine. That's not the point. Dean interrupted Anika. What do you mean you don't feel anything? So you're fine? That sounds like a very serious problem to me. Anika turned to Elred. Pretty lady, I wasn't able to get to the surface because you didn't hold up your end of the bargain. Dean was speechless. Pretty lady, that terrifying title will never go away. Elred snorted. Oh, is that so? Anika nodded. Strictly speaking, it's because you didn't keep your promise. So let's renegotiate our terms. Heh, my dear princess, are you threatening me? No, it's an agreement. Or rather, a collaboration. There's so many good words. Why do you have to make it sound so scary? Elred smoothed his hair. Collaboration. Heh, Your Majesty, I told you. Your princess needs me. Dean glared at him. Shut up. Don't force me to deal with you right now. Anika thought, were they talking about this just now? Now the atmosphere is even worse. What should I do? I still need Elred Saria. At this rate, there's no possibility of cooperation at all. I've got it. Anika said, if you continue arguing, it will be considered as agreeing to cooperate. Dean yelled, absolutely not. Elred also said, I don't want to either. Why should I help you? Anika muttered, are these two in sync or not? Hey, don't be so absolute. Won't you listen to my idea? Your Majesty, I have to find my body. Otherwise, how are you going to find Hades? We can't waste any more time. Dean frowned. Anika, how can we trust this man? Elred snorted. I should be the one saying that. How can you expect me to trust this man and help you, princess? Anika quickly stood up. All right. Just trust me. Make a pact with me. Cooperate with me. Dean also quickly stood up. You don't have to consider me. Of course I trust you. I also trust the princess. With your body taken, you naturally can't lie anymore. Anika finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it's a good thing they both like me while hating each other. But why am I so tired? Is this the burden of popularity? At this moment, Larouse scoffed. Do you even have that much popularity? I don't think so. TCH, Laurie. Be quiet, Laurie. Elred, you made a contract with Hades, didn't you? You should be able to find him. I can sense Larouse's presence, but because it's an incomplete summoning, it won't work if we're too far apart. You should be the same, right? Right, Laurie. Probably. Hades originally lived on Idida too. Although he's been driven underground, he's still the absolute strongest being on this land. The summoning method should be similar. So it's true. Then do you know where he went? What's his current state? Maybe he'll summon you back. Elred, is that possible? Please help me. Ha, princess. If I help you, what can you give me? Anika turned to look at Dean. Don't worry, Elred. I can give you a lot of things. Dean sighed. Anika, I think I know what you're going to say. Anika chuckled. Your Majesty is so perceptive. Your Majesty, I can't live like this forever. Do you really not mind that I'm in this spirit form all the time? Anika, of course I can't stand to see you like this forever. Don't say that. I know what this woman wants. It's definitely autonomy for the dark mages, or a pardon for them. She'll definitely ask for that, right? Anika quickly interjected. No, they can't have autonomy, and they can't be completely pardoned. I just hope you won't execute them immediately. To fight Hades, I need Elred's help, but we can't give him too much because using dark magic is a heinous crime. As long as they're not executed immediately, that's a big concession. I'm right, aren't I? Elred Celoria. I never thought you'd be so gentle even when threatening someone. Lovely princess, do you think I'll agree to help you just based on this condition? I know you will. You can't abandon your own people either, can you? Nia said you're actually very kind to your own. Princess, that feeling varies from person to person. Think what you will. Anika and Elred talked for a long time and finally reached an agreement. Elred said, I'll help you, but I don't like that phrasing. Let's call it a deal. Dean turned his head and muttered, looks like you don't take me seriously at all. Anika replied, I wasn't talking to you. Anika also muttered, a kiss. When I get my body back, let's make a deal too. Just a kiss isn't enough, is it? Then I'll grant you one wish. Anything. Dean sighed. You know exactly how to sway me. Those are shocking words. Your Majesty, I'm surprised you'd say that. Anika gently stepped forward and kissed Dean tenderly. Although they couldn't feel each other, their hearts were warmed. All right, the three of us have reached an agreement, right? But Dean still pouted. Anika, can you please not lump me in with him? I'm very unhappy. Elred retorted, Humph, you want to talk? Anika, who had just relaxed, became depressed again. You too, please stop arguing. Not long after, all the dark mages in the underworld were captured by the knights. Anika thought, it seems the arrests weren't easy. None of them came out unscathed. Elred Saloria strode forward, eager to know the condition of his disciples. Hey, no one died, right? A woman replied, choking back sobs. No, just some injuries. Elred nodded. That's good. Then he turned and glared at Anika. Anika's heart skipped a beat. Hey, I know. You don't have to glare at me. I know. Your Majesty promised not to execute them immediately. That's our agreement. Anika said, I know. Well, if you don't listen to me, I won't marry you. Dean pouted. But you also know I never take a loss, right, Eric? Except for Elred, detain the rest. Send them to Paris, Hazd, and Rosis. Your Majesty, remember, I'm only postponing their punishment. If anyone resists, suppress them immediately. Leave them with only a breath left. Anika added, this is being merciful. We don't need to be any more courteous to them, right? A moment later, another group of hostages was rescued, including the little girl, Nia. Anika spotted Nia immediately. It's that brave little girl. It seems she's all right. If she had died, I might have actually gone crazy. Who said you had to sacrifice yourself? You're too kind. Anika looked down at Larouse. You know, I still want to hit him. Larouse replied, little one, but you don't have a body. Anika sighed. Yeah, I don't have a body. Nia wiped her tears and started looking around. Sister, where are you? Eric approached and asked, little girl, what are you looking for? Sir, the older sister protected by Larouse. Pink hair, blue eyes, a spinster. Now it was Eric's turn to be bewildered. Pink hair, blue eyes. Isn't that Princess Anika? How is she a spinster? Anika blushed crimson. Oh, how embarrassing. I lied and said I was a spinster. Nia pressed. Is he one of your people? And did he make it safely to the surface? Eric reassured her. Little girl, he's fine. Don't worry. Nia was relieved. Really? Then where is he now? Eric said, oh, he's a bit weak. We sent him to a nearby temple. Little girl, I'll tell you more about him later. Anika was speechless. Eric, didn't they say priests serving God can't lie? She muttered to herself. At the entrance of the dark cave, the holy knights were talking. Are there no other survivors? We're still searching, but from what we can see, yes. However, we are conducting a final search. We were trapped by a magic circle. We can't undo it right away. It's beyond our power. We have to wait for the deputy bishop. All right, then I'll go ask Eric to come. Dean, aware of the situation, said, Eric, you should go down yourself. Yes, your majesty. And after it cleared out, burn this place down. After saying this, Dean poured divine power from his feet into the ground. Eric noticed Dean's actions. Your majesty, it seems you've already started destroying this place. You have to give me time to go down there. Dean retorted, then hurry up, wouldn't that do it? You know time is of the essence. What are you still standing here for? Anika stared at him cautiously. I rarely see Iridian so serious. Hey, Anika, why do you keep staring at me? Your majesty, I just find it fascinating. What's so fascinating? Anika pondered. Why does Iridian's soul become firmer the more he uses divine power? His soul can actually become firmer. What am I even thinking? Is this my imagination? No, he's clearly become more composed. It feels like a gust of wind could blow me away. This feeling seems familiar. I must have felt it somewhere before. After seeing off his many disciples, Elred rejoined the group. All right, let's continue our discussion. Anika thought the dark mages have all been sent to Parishad. If Elred is willing to cooperate, the first thing we need to do is summon Hades, right? Anika said, to bring the absolute authority to the surface, we need a medium. You seem to know quite a bit. Besides the agreement between me and him, we also need a medium for the summoning. This is the condition for breaking Lemuel's taboo and bringing Hades to the surface. So, what is your medium? Summoning the absolute authority requires 3 conditions: a designated location, the summoner's ability, and a medium. My medium. It's my magic power. Anika was surprised. It's actually Elred's magic power. Elred nodded. Princess, were you just asking me if I could reverse summon him? Reverse summon. Theoretically, it's achievable, as long as my death is the guarantee. Anika was still puzzled. What do you mean by that? Princess, think about it carefully. You are the lovely Larouse's avatar, so you can happily summon him as you please. But I can't. Summoning means making the original body appear. Of course, there's a price. Therefore, to reverse summon, the contract must be broken. The medium of contact between Hades and me is my magic power. If the contract is broken, I will naturally have to be sacrificed. Isn't that right? Anika nodded silently. I didn't expect it to be like this. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Elred continued, if our contract is broken, Hades will indeed be sent back under Lemuel, because it triggers Lemuel's taboo. However, I won't be unscathed either. Dean looked at Elred with a serious expression. Then break it. Do you want to die after the reverse summon, or be burned at the stake for atonement? Your Majesty, you really show no mercy. Is that so? Because I don't need to show you mercy. Anika turned to look at Dean. Goodness, he's so cold and decisive. Dean suddenly turned to Anika. By the way, this way, you will be reverse summoned underground in your soul form. Anika thought, my body is underground. It won't last even a second. I have to find my body and drive Hades out of it at the same time. Ugh, what a headache. Elred added, as long as the princess can remain conscious, it's not impossible to retrieve your body. Anika asked, what do you mean? Princess, because of Hades, you can't freely control your human body. It took Hades 2 years to adapt to my body. Your body has been purified, so it's naturally even more difficult for him to completely possess it. Anika nodded. So, you mean that the reason you were able to regain control of your body instantly underground was because... That's right. The princess relied on my spiritual power. Anika was dumbfounded. What? Spiritual power? What the heck is that? Elred said, I've been trying ever since I had a premonition that Hades wouldn't keep our agreement. And then you accurately identified my weak point. Anika looked at him in surprise. Therefore, princess, you can first return to the body occupied by Hades. Then, learn from me and drive Hades out of your body. That way, you can perfectly separate your body from Hades. Dean reacted quickly. He stepped forward and asked, then what are the risks? I don't know that. However, since the princess isn't even affected by my nightmares, isn't it possible? I just suddenly thought of this method. Anika nodded. Okay, then we'll first track down Hades' whereabouts. Then suddenly, Anika thought of something. Wait a minute, I don't need to search for my body. I remember my body temporarily returned last time. That's right, my body came back. Anika started shaking Larouse frantically. Hey, the first time I summoned you, at the Parashad Temple, there was a moment when my body returned, right? Larouse looked up and thought for a moment. Yeah, that's how you were able to give me that earring. Thinking back to that moment, it was because a powerful divine power entered my body, so my body was able to return. Anika turned to Dean, and the soul connected to the body. The distance between the body and soul also decreased. Divine power is a strong adhesive. After my body returns, I'll drive Hades out of my body. Then what? Larouse sighed. If I could appear on the surface, I would definitely have a good match with Hades. This fight is too disadvantageous for me, because Hades is a complete entity, and I'm a separated part. It's not that Hades is stronger than me. Anika anxiously thought of a solution, muttering to herself, summoning, reverse summoning, medium summoning chamber. Dean stated calmly, if Larouse could appear on the surface, could he send Hades back to Lemuelty underground? Larouse replied, that would cause heaven and earth to tremble. We fought like that before. Anika looked at Dean nervously. It seemed like this had happened before. If they really fight, things won't end easily. Dean nodded. Before, are you referring to the ancient Idida and Lemuelty creation myth? No, according to the records. That war lasted for thousands of years and almost destroyed the great empire. Larouse jumped up in surprise. No, it wasn't that serious. Anika thought Larouse had been exposed, so he really had destroyed the great empire before. Dean sighed lightly. So you fought with Hades before. No wonder the ancient books don't say who was confronting whom. Larouse howled, I removed that bastard's name from human history. I didn't want him to become a household name. Anika translated. Larouse said he removed Hades' name from the history books. Dean clapped his hands together. That's nothing to brag about. Dean glared at Larouse. In that case, you shouldn't have appeared in the first place. Larouse became somewhat agitated, jumping directly onto Anika's head. Why? You should be able to do it, right? Although it's still some time before the official summoning ritual, you could try it. Dean retorted angrily. If you want to repeat the same mistake, I won't summon you. It took humans hundreds of years to recover from the damage you caused. Larouse howled again. It was only a few hundred years. Dean turned to look at Anika. I think we need to find another way. My goodness, it's amazing that they can continue the conversation even though they can't hear each other. Then she looked at Elred. Hey, thinking about it this way, they're a perfect match. Although they each have different problems, maybe it'll work if they're combined. Dean snapped his fingers. Then let's do it this way. After you find her body, Elred will summon Hades. Then I'll summon Larouse. Then we'll ask Larouse to seal Lemuelty. Anika was a bit confused, but after careful consideration, this method seemed feasible. Dean shrugged. Although this plan also has risks, for now, it has the highest probability of success. Anika, what's with your expression? Are you alright? Is something wrong? Anika gazed at Dean. No, I'm fine. She thought. He can analyze so well even though he doesn't have all the information. Your Majesty, I just feel like I found a good man. Your method is perfect. Okay, now let's reorganize. My body disappeared. Then I'll go to the Parased Temple and retrieve my body. Then I'll fill it with divine power. After that, I'll break the earring. That way, the contract between Larouse and me will be broken. Then we go to Idida. Iridian will summon Larouse back through normal means. Then Elrid will summon Hades and send him to Lemuel T underground. Hades, once summoned, will have his connection to the surface severed. And then we can seal the summoned Hades and Lemuel T. Without a contract, a sacrifice on the surface is against the rules. Haha, theoretically, this plan seems perfect, but there are a few minor issues. Elrid said angrily, "Are you trying to get me killed? My life will vanish along with the contract. This isn't a good deal for me." Dean coaxed him. "You seem to misunderstand. Do you think you have a choice? You've committed a heinous crime. This is your chance to barely atone." Elrid raged. "Since I'm going to die anyway, can I at least choose where I die?" Dean's voice sharpened. "You're wearing the divine power control orb, and you still dare to be arrogant." Elrid crossed his arms. "Haha, just consider it my last struggles." Anika quietly asked, "Larouse, is it really all right to summon you again?" "Little one, if you're asking if it's foolproof, the answer is no. After all, he's not a formal summoner." "You mean the summoner might be in danger?" "Not likely. After all, among all my children, he inherited my strongest power. While I can't guarantee nothing will happen, it'll most likely be fine." Anika felt somewhat relieved. "Right, that's enough." Meanwhile, the other two were still negotiating. Elrid said, "Then declare me innocent." Dean scoffed, "Preposterous." Elrid raised his voice. "Then promise me you'll withdraw the immediate execution order and never do it again. Only then can I sincerely assist the princess." "How about it?" Anika was also exasperated. He really is Elrid. He refuses to say help even when he's about to die. "Elrid, you won't die easily anyway, so stop pretending. I'm risking my life too. You should also bear the corresponding risks. Besides, I'm not the only one who benefits from this. Sooner or later, the summoning contract between you two will be broken. If you help me, Hades won't let you off the hook." Anika pondered the implications. Elrid Soloria understood this best. Elrid sighed. "Her Highness is truly impressive." Anika thought he really was setting conditions on purpose. She then turned to Dean. "The remaining question is whether I can withstand it. If all goes well, the entire plan will take at least a few minutes, at most 10. But no matter what, I have to hold on." "Anika, don't make it sound so easy. We need to be cautious. I won't let you go if you're not sure." "Did I make it sound easy?" "Of course not, Your Majesty. I'm just strengthening my resolve." "No, your tone suggests that success is good, but failure is acceptable." "Haha, Your Majesty, how could that be? Leaving you alone in this world, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace. It would be too agonizing. How could I bear to die? I finally managed to win you over. And I'm a very persistent person. Without persistence, I'm no different from a corpse." Dean sighed softly. "Don't worry, I'll be as quick as possible." "Of course, Your Majesty. You're a walking divine power factory. This small matter will only take you the blink of an eye." Anika, Dean, and Elrid were still in heated discussion. Larouse looked seriously at Anika. "Child, even so, summoning me isn't simple." Dean looked at Larouse with suspicion. "No matter how I look at it, he seems like a beast. Can we really trust him?" Anika replied, "I trust you, but I'm a little unsure about this." Larouse said, "Child, this boy is looking at me with far too much impudence." Anika thought, "Haha, poor Larouse has encountered the wrong summoner." A moment later, Anika suddenly looked up. "Right? I can't walk to the Parasad Temple in this state. How am I supposed to get there? This is the southernmost tip of the Begot Empire. Teleportation arrays won't work, and walking is even less feasible. Don't tell me it's the same method as before. I don't want to fly like that again. It was pure torture, right? Larouse, change your size." "Little one, what do you mean?" "Haha, let's get bigger." "Laurie, what are you trying to do?" Anika placed Larouse on the ground and then infused him with divine power. Larouse finally understood. "So you wanted me to get bigger." On the other side, the priests were busy. The bandaging is done. The remaining injuries can be treated in the capital. Suddenly, a dazzling white light illuminated the night sky. Everyone looked over in shock. Even Dean and Elrid were surprised. "Heavens, what's happening?" There sat a giant white wolf, majestically. Anika was so fussy with Iridian. Dean's divine power is truly different. The reaction is too intense. Haha, Laurie. This way, it'll be much easier to move around. Little one, you're the amazing one who made me this big. It must have consumed a lot of divine power, right? Anika turned to look at Dean. My charger is right beside me. What do I have to fear? I'll be fine. Everyone looked up at Larouse. The entire sky was filled with sounds of surprise. Hey, what's wrong with everyone? Faced with everyone's intense gazes, Larouse looked embarrassed. Child, they're looking at me so strangely. Yeah. Dean's voice boomed. Everyone turned. This is my command. Elred said, Her Highness is truly the most enviable. Larouse hung his head low. Little one, tell him to stop looking at me with such intensity. It's so embarrassing. Your Majesty, do you believe him now? No. Anika, I already believed him. Try to make excuses with that expression won't work at all. Anika, I just don't want to believe him. Or rather, I didn't expect the continent's guardian deity to be like this. Laurie is indeed a bit frivolous. Dean shook his head. Sigh, he's actually my ancestor. And his name is so strange too. All right, Your Majesty, can we go now? It's time to find my body. Meanwhile, Hades was gritting his teeth, struggling to stay upright. He stumbled as he walked. Strange, why have I become so weak? This body should be full of vitality. It should be overflowing with Larouse's divine power. Why is the body I'm possessing like an empty shell? It's so fragile. Hades forced himself to stand and began to set up a magic circle. Ugh, my body feels like it's splitting apart. I feel like I'm sinking. No, the princess can't die so soon. At least not before I reach Editar. Editar won't reject this body. This body is very powerful. It's full of divine power. It can even summon Larouse. Yes, I must return to my homeland. Just as he was about to set up the magic circle again, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Ugh, will this body be destroyed first, or will I reach Editar first? Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky began to swirl. Moments later, a giant vortex appeared. A space-time wormhole had opened. Hades straightened up with effort. The entrance is finally opened. The group finally arrived at the temple. Elred said, I can't go in here. So, Princess, when the time is right, send me a signal. The kind of signal I can see even from afar. Let me think. Yes, that damn spark should do. That damn spark. Anika nodded. All right then. Dean led Anika. Eric followed behind with Larouse. They were the first to enter the temple. As soon as she stepped inside, Anika froze. Dean hurried over. Anika, what's wrong? Anika slowly raised her head, sensing carefully. Your Majesty, why do I suddenly feel a sense of pressure? The nebula in the sky is changing. It seems we need to hurry. Anika smiled. Let's go. Dean looked at her with concern. If you sense anything, you must tell me immediately. I beg you. Anika pondered. It's all right, my soul is still intact. All I can feel now is the divine power of the temple in Eridian. Dean turned and walked up the temple steps. After all these years, this is the first time I've walked up these stairs. Eric followed closely behind. Indeed, Your Majesty. It's my first time too. Dean gazed at the statue of Larouse. 2 years ago, was it here that he summoned Larouse? Your Majesty, is the medium ready? Eric replied, no need to prepare any further. See, isn't it right here? Dean gently lifted his cross necklace. Eric smiled faintly. Indeed, there's nothing more suitable. Anika walked up to Larouse. Hey, Larouse, shrink back down. Child, how small do you want me to be? Like before. Small enough for me to hold in my hand. Larouse gave her a disgruntled look. Sigh, changing back and forth like this. I've lost all my dignity. Anika thought, judging by his divine power and majestic aura, it seems he really is Larouse. But that thing's true form is a wolf. Eric was aghast. Your Majesty, how can you refer to the Larouse god using that thing? This is blasphemy. Honestly, you say I'm blasphemous every day. Aren't you tired of it? Meanwhile, Larouse had transformed back into the form of a small puppy, completely devoid of his previous imposing presence. Dean walked slowly towards her. Anika, I've lost count of how many times I've asked. Are you really all right? Didn't you say, Your Majesty, that you would trust me? Dean nodded. Yes, I trust you. Although he said he trusted her, his heart was pounding with anxiety. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I trust myself too, and it won't take long anyway. Please don't worry. Anika smiled brightly. I believe you won't leave me alone, right? Promise me. She giggled. Of course. I won't leave you. Dean clenched his fists, his heart heavy. Actually, I don't trust you. You've lied to me before. You always say you're fine, and I always think you really are, but it's a lie. You always bear everything alone. How can I trust you? They were silent for a moment. Then Dean said, you promised. When this is all over, you'll kiss me. Anika tilted her head. That kind of thing doesn't need a promise. Those earrings, you must completely shatter them. That's the only way to completely sever the summoning connection. Do you understand? Dean nodded firmly. Anika beckoned playfully. Come here, your majesty. Although they couldn't feel each other's physical bodies, Anika offered a kiss. Hee, it'll be all right. It'll definitely end smoothly. Dean responded with a sound of agreement and then turned to walk towards the paladins. Time to arrange their support duties. Anika watched his retreating figure. Sigh, I'm a little worried. He still looks very nervous. Laurie, just in case, I have to tell you something. Even if I don't come back, you can't hesitate, understand? Hey, little one, what do you mean by that? Do I have to spell it out for you? Aren't you a mind reader? Larouse turned his head dejectedly. I don't know anything. Anika whispered, if my body fails, Hades will definitely go straight for Iridian. Anika made a beheading gesture. Before the worst happens, just release me. Larouse howled angrily. You stupid girl. You're too bold. So what? I'm going to die anyway. This way it won't hurt. So, you want to use your body to seal him beneath Lemuelty before Hades hurts that child. Anika nodded. You're right. I can't let everyone die. It's not like I really want to die, but there are always variables. I'm just saying this as a precaution. Really, little one, stop saying such foolish things. That won't happen. I raised you to be strong. It's just a few minutes. You can definitely hold on. Haha, Laurie, what are you talking about? I didn't raise you. You're so noisy, girl. I'm going to tell Dean everything you said later. Hey, that's not allowed. Little one, you absolutely cannot be caught by Hades. You know that, right? Anika nodded. Of course. I'll run far, far away. They clasped hands and said, in unison. My dear little one, you must endure until the very end. Haha, is this the curse of the god Larouse? If so, I definitely will. See you later, Laurie. I hope you reappear before me as a handsome older brother. Larouse patted Anika lightly. TCH, I don't want to. Anika turned back to the others. Okay, I'm ready. Is everyone prepared? Sigh, last time I summoned, I was alone here. But not this time. Dean gently took Anika's hand. This time, I hope the first plan succeeds. With that said, surges of pure divine power flowed from Dean's arm into Anika's soul. As the divine power continued to flow, Anika's soul began to sway. Soon, a wormhole entrance appeared in the sky. However, Hades didn't appear. Instead, Anika was sucked in. Oh no, my soul didn't pull my body over, but was pulled in by my body instead. Hades pointed at the sky and murmured, Go back, my children. Go back to your homeland. Anika felt it too. It hurts. It hurts so much. What is he doing to my body? What's that? Did he really open the entrance to Editar? Wait a minute. Hades has control over my body. This isn't what I expected. This is a teleportation magic circle. I knew I couldn't trust the first plan. Life never goes as planned. It's practically a law of science. The success rate of the first plan is 0%. From now on, I'm just going to skip making a first plan altogether. I'll just go straight to the second and third plans. That way I won't waste my energy. My body feels so heavy, like I was floating on the surface of a calm lake for a while, and now I'm sinking to the bottom. My head feels heavy too, especially my earlobes. My ears hurt. It's the earrings. My earrings. I can't just sit here and wait. Move your arms. Move your legs. Ugh, I can't. I can't move. What about inside my body? Oh, there's still hope. My body is filled with divine power. But what is this? Iridian gave me half of his divine power at the altar, and there's more divine power coming from somewhere else. No, wait, it feels familiar. That's right. This divine power is similar to Larouse's, but stronger than his. I can feel it. The immense shadow of divine power. The divine sword. This is Iditar's divine power. Oh my god, did I go straight to Editar? Don't panic. Deep breaths. I need to calm down. I still have things to do. Even though I couldn't bring Hades to the temple, if this is the divine sword. No, even if this is the path to Editar, I can still carry out the second phase of the plan. That's right. Now's the time. I should summon Larouse back. My body hurts so much. With a snap, my earrings broke. My contract with Larouse is broken. Can Larouse return to the divine realm safely? If so, I become a wandering spirit around Editar. Can they still find me? And back at the temple, there's still no sign of activity. Dean said the plan failed. Where did it go wrong? Was it wrong from the very beginning? Dean was incredibly anxious. He strode toward the steps. Eric quickly stopped him. Your Majesty, wait a moment. Dean roared, Eric, let me go. Your Majesty, didn't the princess instruct us? Please wait a little longer. Dean raged, damn it. I can't believe I'm still useless. Suddenly, with a crack, a surge of divine power descended from the heavens. Everyone immediately looked towards the sound. Larouse, feeling the divine power's arrival, his eyes slowly turned blood red. Haha, I really did raise him well. Larouse looked at Dean. All right, I'll go find that child who's so important to you. After I disappear, summon me immediately. Remember, as long as you summon me, I can reappear. A moment later, Larouse's entire body emitted a dazzling light. Dean understood. This was a reverse summoning. Dean tightly gripped his cross necklace, focusing his gaze forward. He was ready. As soon as Larouse disappeared, Dean quickly ripped off his necklace and threw it into the air. The necklace floated within the divine power. Then he began to chant loudly, Shur Aridian, Lizol begot, Sheer begot. In an instant, a surge of violent divine power erupted, instantly filling every corner of the temple. Everyone present, except Dean and Eric, was unable to withstand this pure power. Moments later, a divine vortex appeared. Speaking of the god Larouse, he had many brothers. He was the most powerful among them, and he was also the god who loved humans the most. He bestowed many blessings upon the human world. Among his brothers, there was another god like him who also loved humans. But his way of showing it was very strange. Larouse once said, Dear brother, stop fiddling with human remains. Why don't you join me in blessing the earth? Get lost. What, you bastard? Although their ways of loving humans were different, in the end, they always finished their conversations with a brawl. The reason Larouse couldn't stand Hades' strange hobby was because Hades was not only obsessed with human corpses, but he also discovered that Hades imprisoned the souls that came to Editar. Larouse warned him, Hades, this is the last time. If you don't stop, I'll kick you out. Hades sneered, hey you. Try it if you can. After that, Larouse seized Hades' divine power. Get out of my territory, you bastard. The earth was thus divided in two. Their supporters also split into two factions. Hades, stripped of his divine power, gained magic that could counter it and began his struggle against Larouse. How long did they fight? Both were exhausted. When they came to their senses, the land between them had inevitably become a battlefield. The land where humans lived was almost completely destroyed. From that day on, the two officially began a truce. From that day forward, Editar and Lemuelty became arenas. Absolute powers were forbidden to enter casually. Since then, the world, divided by the earth and sky, was clearly separated into three parts. The taboo of Editar and Lemuelty has been maintained for thousands of years, never broken. Larouse even forgot Hades' existence. So he didn't consider that before Editar became forbidden, a god could be summoned to the earth if three conditions were met. A summoning ritual could be performed without violating the Editar taboo. He also forgot that humans could summon Hades. Now Larouse finally arrived, his divine sword materialized. Even a little one can summon me, so naturally humans can summon you too. I was so foolish not to think of that. Brother, why did you do that? After thousands of years, returning to our homeland, how do you feel? Hades sneered. It feels great. Thousands of years later, the two brothers finally reunited in Editar. Larouse said, let them go. Why do you have to involve innocent people in our war? Larouse slowly raised his hand. Sorry, brother. I can't let you stay any longer. Because someone treasures that body's original owner, and they're particularly stubborn. There's nothing I can do. As soon as he finished speaking, divine light emanated from Larouse. This kid is really impatient. He started summoning me as soon as I left. Larouse rose into the air and tightly embraced Hades. Good brother, since you've seen it all, let's go down together. So painful. This is excruciating. I hate pain the most. This is Elrid Soloria, the first time summoning Hades. How much time has passed? 10 seconds. Or a year? Am I reading memories? Whose memories are these? Hades said, you are the first human to summon me. What is your name? Underground Emperor, God King. Hello, my name is Soloria. Soloria Lizard. Good. You possess strong magic power. Indeed, if I enter your body, you should be able to withstand it. My ancestors tried countless times to summon you, but I heard they all failed. I am the first to summon you, King of Hell. I want to make a contract with you. I only want one thing. Powerful divine power that can send me back to Editar. My lovely summoner, tell me, what do you desire? I know very well what I want. Let me whisper it to you. All right, Hades, never forget our agreement. Child, it's you who shouldn't forget. Remember, be quick. It doesn't matter if it takes years. Bring that person to me. The person with the powerful divine power to send me back to Editar. Hades, don't worry. No matter how long it takes, I will definitely bring that person to you. Sometime later in Begot, Hades descended upon Elrid Soloria. Hey, what's wrong with you again? You're really sensitive, especially lately. Hades said, I'm anxious. Why are you anxious? Because of our plan. I'm feeling very irritated now. It'll be troublesome if someone finds out. We need to speed things up before the taboo of Editar and Lemuel T is discovered. Anika thought. It seems Hades instinctively sensed Larao's presence. It seems the cause behind that incident 2 years ago was actually me. But even knowing the truth about that incident doesn't help the current situation. A past that never appeared in the aid. Everyone's fate developed in different directions. This is a completely different future. The real world never unfolds according to what's written on paper. Why am I suddenly having these thoughts? Didn't I know these things 2 years ago? For me, I just want someone who loves me. Someone who will call my name. That's enough. What else matters? What's happening? I keep falling endlessly. At this moment, directly above the temple, a dazzling white light shone from the sky. A moment later, Larao's true form finally descended. Oh, honestly, this is endless. You scoundrel. Eric immediately clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Greetings, my great god. Bien, on the contrary side, such a vulgar person, to actually ascend to the position of an absolute power. It's truly speechless. Larao said again, provoke me again, and I'll tear you limb from limb. Dean looked at him in surprise. What's going on? What's he doing? Could more than one person have been summoned? He can't be talking to himself. Larao's pulled hard, and Hades suddenly appeared. Dean cried out in shock, oh my god. Anika and Larao's firmly held down Hades. Hey, Squirt, snap out of it. Hades struggled and yelled, get off me. Let me go. Dean immediately stepped forward, but quickly realized it wasn't Anika. It's that demon. Larao's continued to hold Hades down. Shut up. You're annoying me just by being here. If it weren't for this child's body, I would have taken your head off long ago. I wouldn't be wasting so much time. Then, turning to Dean, sure, you can't approach right now. Oh, you too. Aren't you afraid of people not knowing something's going on between you? Both of you are so disobedient. Dean strode forward. What's going on? Didn't you see? He hasn't regained consciousness yet. I have no choice but to go in and wake him up. Dean thought to himself, the situation isn't good. Half of his body is eroded by magic power. Larao said, since you're here, look after the little one. I'll hold him down. He's seriously injured. I'll go in and wake him up. I'll be right back. When he wakes up, get that demon out immediately. Understand? With a whoosh, Larao's left, leaving only Hades and Dean. Honestly, he didn't even give me a chance to speak. At this moment, Hades opened his eyes. Damn it, a reverse summoning, and then another summoning right after. Who was the summoner? Hades slowly got up. Dean quietly approached the line. Although it wasn't Anika herself, Dean still wanted a closer look. Hades said, oh, it's Larao's bloodline. Dean thought to himself, although his body is filled with unfamiliar divine power, it's also being frantically eroded by magic. If he evolves rashly, his body might be burned to ashes. Hades said with a smile, you can't attack this body, can you? That's right, the owner of this body cherishes you very much, King of Begot. Dean's face was full of worry. He unconsciously called out Anika's name. Hades sneered, haha, you're calling her name, aren't you? Dean murmured, Anika, didn't we agree? You said you wouldn't leave me alone. Suddenly, taking advantage of Dean's unguarded moment, Hades abruptly stood up and lunged straight at him. With lightning speed, he tackled Dean to the ground and tightly choked his neck. Hades revealed a gleeful expression. Dying with this child doesn't seem so bad. Is that what you're thinking, Chair? Dean's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He wanted to resist, but was afraid of harming Anika's body. He could only endure it. Meanwhile, Anika was still falling. Ouch, my back hurts. What did I fall? What did he do with my body? At this time, Larao's also found Anika. Child, little one, wake up. Can you hear me? Who's calling me? This voice seems familiar. What's he saying? I'm in so much pain. I can't move at all. Little one, if you can hear me, nod. If not, move your finger. Larao's true form suddenly appeared. Hey, little one, time to wake up. I've even appeared in my handsome form for you. Anika blinked in a daze, looking at Larao's with disgust. Hey, why are you so close to me? I say, child, aren't you being too much? I've come to get you, overcoming all obstacles. Fine, then hurry up and take me away. I'm exhausted. I can, but you have to open your eyes. You need to wake up. How can I take you away when you're so dazed? Anika remained in a hazy state. Larao's thought of a way. Little one, have you forgotten your promise with that child? Anika blinked again. What promise? With whom? Suddenly, Dean's image appeared in her mind. You won't leave me alone, right, Anika? Didn't we promise? Anika's heart skipped a beat. That's right, I have a reason to go back. If I leave him alone, I won't be able to rest in peace even in death. Larouse said anxiously, You're too slow. Hurry up, or you'll kill that child yourself. If you don't want to regret it, open your eyes quickly. Finally, Anika fully woke up. No, Hades must be using my body against Dean. Soon after, Anika was finally brought back by Larouse. My body hurts so much. Dean felt it too. He heard it clearly. It was Anika speaking. Anika slowly came to her senses. Opening her eyes, she saw Dean. Oh my God, it's your majesty. What am I doing? Anika tried her best to loosen her grip. No, her hands were entwined with Hades's magic power. She couldn't let go at all. I can't control my body. No, let go. Anika burst into tears. After confirming it was Anika, Dean said with relief, Anika, don't cry, be careful. Your hand will hurt a bit later. Having said that, Dean channeled his divine power to undo the restraints. It hurts, it really hurts. This divine power always used to save me from danger. But because of this king of hell who casually possessed my body, I've been put through so much. Anika shouted fiercely, Get out. Get out of my body, you bastard. With their combined efforts, a snapping sound echoed as the restraints finally broke. Anika regained control of her body. Anika threw herself into Dean's arms. At the same time, Hades was flung backward. With a few whooshing sounds, a sharp pain shot through Anika the moment Hades left her body. She was finally free. Dean turned to look. So that's what you look like. Disgusting. He then turned and picked up his sword. Divine power surged from the blade. With a clang, he severed Hades's skeletal neck. Dean roared, Damn it. Do you know who she is? How dare you possess her body so casually? A second blow followed. With a clatter, Hades's skull shattered into pieces. Elward Celoria, seeing this, thought we finally meet again. A moment later, Anika finally felt better. Her mind cleared and her eyes brightened. Dean anxiously pulled Anika closer. Is your hand all right? Were you hurt just now? Anika thought, this man doubt what's so important about my hand right now. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from behind them. It was Hades, rapidly reassembling his skeletal frame. Damn it, you dare lay a hand on me, then I'll kill you first. Elward Celoria suddenly shouted, Go back, and never return. In an instant, a teleportation magic circle appeared. Hades didn't resist, twisting his rickety body as he staggered towards the magic circle. Anika cursed, Bastard, you damned wretch. She then began to cough violently. Dean quickly embraced her. All right, Anika, calm down. No, this is my last chance. If I don't scold him now, I'll definitely regret it. Anika continued to roar, Damn you. Enjoy Larouse's blessing, you bastard. Hades was about to leave, but it was too late. Larouse's divine power arrived. With a crashing sound, the divine power engulfed Hades, leaving him to howl in agony. Everyone looked up. Larouse descended gracefully from the sky. Finally, they understood what it meant for a god to descend to the mortal realm. Anika was suddenly startled. What? Share perception. My summoning connection with Larouse should have been severed already. Larouse floated above Hades, hands clasped. Listen, I will make sure you never return to the heavens. As everyone watched in bewilderment, a bolt of divine lightning struck down. With a crack, the ground of the temple split open. Hades, you will remain underground for thousands, tens of thousands of years, until you rot and die. I will bury you forever beneath this altar. Larouse unleashed his divine power again. Another crack echoed as the altar floor crumbled completely. Hades was thrown into the chasm. Larouse said, Die a painful death in this narrow, suffocating space. The ground began to shake, and the fissure started to close. Hades roared angrily, Bastard, you can't do this to me. Farewell, my brother. Goodbye and good riddance. This is my blessing to you. Moments later, everything calmed down. The temple stopped shaking, and the ground returned to normal. Larouse finally sighed in relief. Now I can finally breathe. Larouse nodded at Dean. The difference between summoners is truly vast. This is how it should be. I have finally regained my dignity. Anika exhaled. Is it over? Is it finally over? As her body completely relaxed, Anika could no longer hold on. She began to cough incessantly, her body aching all over. Suddenly, she coughed up blood, her vision blurring. Even Dean's calls became indistinct. Soon, she collapsed in his arms. Anika thought, this long, hateful night is finally over. I can rest now. Eric rushed over anxiously. Princess! Oh my God! Wake up! Princess! Even Larouse seemed a little lost. Oh dear, my little one, is she dead? Dean snapped, shut up. What are you saying? Anika thought, Your Majesty, please be patient. He's a god. Dean slowly picked up Anika. Wake up. Open your eyes. Look at me, please. Larouse came closer and said, It seems the little one is exhausted. They held on for so long. They were very impressive. Dean didn't speak, but glared at Larouse, expressing his inner displeasure. Larouse pouted. Child, you are my new summoner, but the way you look at me is quite disrespectful. However, since you have fully summoned me, although it's a bit early, we can still hold a small ceremony. Larouse gently placed a hand on Anika's shoulder. I made a promise with this child before. When the summoning ceremony arrived, I would make them my priest. And even though your body has been damaged, you must continue to stay by their side and live healthily on this land. Eric thought, polycystic ovary syndrome. What does this mean? Lord Larouse is actually performing the pre-ceremony. Soon, a divine power slowly flowed into Anika's body. Child, you've worked hard. After the ceremony, Dean looked at Anika with heartache. The sky began to brighten. This long night was finally over. Dean gently held Anika close. I love you. I love you more than you can imagine. You must remember this. Dean gently kissed Anika. I really love you. After the events of that night came to a close, the palace under Bali fell into chaos. The remnants of the dark mages were all imprisoned in the dungeon. His Majesty the King, after 200 years, withdrew the order to immediately execute dark mages. The high priests all went on the offensive, purifying and sealing the magic of the dark mage remnants. Everyone complained, we just finished Bigot's healing purification work. Why are you giving us such tiring work again? I'm going to die. Deputy Bishop, help me. Eric looked haggard. Brothers, who do you think wants to die the most right now? Oh, Deputy Bishop, take care of yourself. While they were working overtime, Iridian was constantly worrying about Elrod's case. Your request is outrageous. I made it clear. I cannot grant autonomy to the dark mages. Elrod was clearly angry. You've already put divine power control orbs on them and seal their magic. They can't threaten His Majesty's country anymore. They're no different from ordinary mages. Humph, you seem to have misunderstood. We are not negotiating. I'm sentencing you. If it weren't for Anika, I wouldn't even be discussing this with you. Treason, murder, abandoning a corpse, dark magic human experimentation, attempted assassination of a royal family member. Attempted assassination of a foreign royal family member, unauthorized entry into the palace, threatening to embezzle tax funds, defying the Holy Council. Your crimes are countless. Do you think you're still qualified to ask me for a pardon or a reduced sentence? At this point, Dean suddenly remembered what Anika had said. Elrod is a talent. It would be a shame to kill him. Isn't there a saying about making the best use of people's talents? Today's enemy is tomorrow's ally. Don't you even understand this? Dean continued, Your role is to be a guard at the Lamortiging Jishan in the temple's underground, not a second Hades. Dean recalled Anika's words. Elrod is a talent. It would be a shame to kill him. Today's enemy is tomorrow's ally. Humph. If it were up to me, I would have already burned him at the stake. Citizens of the Empire should obey the Empire's laws. Exempting him from immediate execution has already broken the rules. Are you still not satisfied? Finally, Dean signed an imperial decree. The dark mages associated with Elrod, after being purified and having their magic sealed, were sentenced to life imprisonment. Furthermore, the events of that night and anything related to the dark mages were not to be disclosed. Count Arvin and his wife, Grace, were very worried about Anika. Princess Anika must wake up soon. Count Arvin said, Fortunately, they haven't fallen ill or been injured. Their body is weak and just needs some time to recover. Grace sighed. The princess is so pitiful. What happened to them? Arvin looked into the distance. If nothing unexpected happens, the Lubni Empire must be in chaos as well. Grace said sullenly, Really, nothing good ever happens when we come to Begot. My lady, things will get better. Eric has been helping, and Lord Larouse is also looking after the princess. Yes, and Lord Larouse. Although I knew his identity was special, I didn't expect Anika to receive Lord Larouse's blessing. My judgment was indeed correct. The two returned, chatting and laughing. However, Even though Iridian had ordered a blockade on all news related to Anika, strange rumors still spread throughout Balashad. People discussed it in their spare time. Some said, I saw them with my own eyes. The aura emanating from them seemed to purify my entire body. He must be a priest following Larouse, and he possesses the power of a saintess. Everyone's talking about it. Begot has a saintess blessed by Larouse himself. Larouse is watching all of this unfold, leaning leisurely against Dean's window. A saintess. The heavens have never sent a saintess to the human realm. Dean turned around. Larouse, you've been sitting by the window. People outside will see you. What? Can't I come here? I'm not doing anything. Can't I even rest? Dean was speechless. Honestly, how did Anika spend 2 years with him? Larouse started rambling again. A saintess, huh? Well, it's not entirely wrong. She's the only one who isn't a begot royal blood. But she can summon me. Of course, she borrowed someone else's power. Still, for our little one's sake, granting her the title of saintess doesn't seem so bad. Dean frowned. Hey, stop burdening Anika. She needs to rest. Right now, she doesn't want and can't shoulder any more responsibilities. Larouse pouted. TCH, you're too sensitive. You guys are too much sometimes. You know it too. You're so disrespectful to me. All right, Larouse, stop complaining. Didn't you tell me not to mind you? Yes, I did say that. However, child, everyone in the capital is talking about the saintess. They're all saying the little one received my blessing. Dean glared at Larouse. Isn't that because you used your divine power to envelop the palace, fueling the rumors? Meanwhile, the discussions among the citizens continued. Did Larouse really descend in the flesh? I heard Larouse arrived and begot. Is he here to see the saintess? Is there really a saintess? Larouse ignored them, staring blankly at the sky. After a long while, he called out to Dean. Shale. Dean was surprised. Why was this god calling him Shale? He replied obediently, yes. I'm here. Larouse said languidly, oh, I'm so bored. Will my little one wake up? Dean frowned deeply. Ugh, I hope no one finds out Larouse is actually this annoying. Anika had been unconscious for a full half-month since falling asleep that night, with no signs of waking. Anika was ill for a long time. The first week, her condition was critical. Thanks to Larouse's divine power, she looked like she was merely asleep, but she would suddenly develop a fever and sweat all night, requiring Dean to watch over her constantly. By the second week, although she still hadn't opened her eyes, the divine power within her finally stabilized. It was a bit of a relief. The following week, her condition worsened again. Dean was puzzled. The divine power was stable, but her recovery was too slow. Larouse was also watching over Anika. Child, don't worry. This is the process of her stabilizing her mind and body, a soul from another world reintegrating with her body. Dean thought, right? I need to be patient. Although Larouse seems unreliable, he's the absolute authority who bestows blessings upon this land. He shouldn't be lying. But another week passed, and even Larouse was baffled. Strange. Why isn't it working? Dean was taken aback. Even Larouse doesn't understand. Should we just send her back to Iditarod? A month passed, dark as hell. Dean came to look after Anika, as usual. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Larouse in his true form, lazily sprawled beside Anika. Really, I told you not to come in. He recalled a conversation from another day. Dean had said, don't come into the bedroom, especially not in human form. Child, be honest. Are you afraid of prying eyes? Or do you just not like me? Both. Dean gently held Anika's hand. Her face was so pale, her hands so slender and frail. What if Anika never wakes up? Larouse snorted. Hey child, don't think like that. You're overthinking. I'll hit you every time you think that way. If the little one knew, she'd tell me to do the same. No way. She'd let you hit me. Anika wouldn't. Larouse sighed. All right, I'm going to sleep. Don't wake me up. Okay, I won't. Dean pondered. Although I really don't want to say thank you. It's thanks to Larouse that I can maintain a stable mood. Larouse was already snoring. Dean sighed. Still, I really don't like him. If I take my eyes off Anika, I feel like she'll just disappear. When are you going to wake up? Didn't you say you wouldn't leave me alone? Anika, when you wake up, you have to love me twice as much. Another week passed. Nia, come here quickly. It's time to clean the bedroom today. Marion, the maid, called out. All right, Nia replied, busying herself. I haven't been able to thank the saintess. I mean, the princess. I feel so bad about it. So I applied to be a maid in the royal palace. It took a month to get the acceptance notice. I've been working here for a week now. Marion continued, the weather's nice today. Open the windows first when you go in, and check the curtains for any dust. Her Highness needs some sunlight too. Pull the curtains back halfway. Got it. Nia nodded quickly. Yes. She trotted off, eager to see Anika, her beloved savior. Finally arriving at Anika's room, Nia gently pulled back the curtains. The weather is so beautiful today. I wish Her Highness would wake up today. The warm sunlight fell on Anika's face. The princess had lost a lot of weight. Even though you're not awake yet, maybe you can hear me. Your Highness, hello. The weather is especially nice today. Nia ran to the window again. The sky was clear and blue, without a single cloud. The breeze was refreshing. The windows are open. Time to dust the curtain decorations. Oh dear, how silly of me. I left the feather duster in the hallway. I was so busy talking earlier. I did this same foolish thing back at Marquis Elrod's mansion. I'd better go get it. The gentle breeze and warm sunlight made the room very comfortable. Suddenly, Anika's eyelids fluttered. A moment later, she opened her eyes. So bright. She slowly raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun. After a while, Anika managed to sit up, supporting herself with her hands. Still weak, her legs slipped out from under her and she landed on the floor. Just then, Nia bounced back into the room. Oh my goodness, where's Her Highness? She was just here. Turning to see the open window, she gasped. No way. Her Highness wouldn't have gone out that way, would she? Meanwhile, Anika had already made her way out onto the lawn. Wow, this is amazing. I was clearly in Begot, but my body feels so light. I can barely feel any gravity. Anika examined herself. What's going on? My body is filled with 2 divine powers. But it's all right. It seems to be over now. I thought it wouldn't end even if I died. It's finally over. But why is my body so light? It's so strange. Larouse said before that to bestow the divine power of a priestess upon me, he would have to descend to the human world himself. And he can only do that once every 10 years. Could have been Larouse. If not, did Iridian do something? How long have I been asleep? Iridian left me. Where did he go? Oh, what's going on? I feel like I've been abandoned. Oh, a fence with white ribbons. Can I go over there? As Anika pondered, Eric happened to be walking by. He glanced back and gasped. Eric was utterly astonished. He stammered, PR Princess. Seeing a familiar face, Anika was delighted. She waved. Hey, Eric, long time no see. I don't know why, but my body feels incredibly light. I think I can go to the other side of the fence. Can I go over? Eric shook his head vigorously. My goodness, what am I seeing? Hey, Eric, I'm going over then. Anika slowly pushed open the fence and cautiously took a step. Wow, I'm perfectly fine. Hee hee. If my current physical state is real, then I should be able to go anywhere, right? Suddenly, Dean embraced her from behind, holding her tightly. Hey, why did you leave me alone? Where did you go? But Dean didn't respond, continuing to hold her close. Oh, right, Your Majesty. I can go to the other side of the fence now. Your Majesty, are you listening? Oh, well, it seems I was sick for a bit longer this time. I made you worry. Dean finally spoke. Anika, why did you jump out the window? It's so dangerous. Haha, I'm sorry. I just woke up and I'm still a little confused. Back in Lubny, I got used to jumping out windows. I was in a daze just now and thought I was back in Begot. I got excited and jumped out. Dean continued to hold Anika tightly. She understood that she must have been unconscious for a long time for him to be so worried. He must have been going through hell. Anika turned around and returned his embrace. A little while later, everyone gathered in the garden gazebo. Larouse was overjoyed. Anika sat under the gazebo, giggling. Dean approached with a blanket. Anika, stop giggling like that. Anika seemed suspicious. What? Don't you always make me laugh? I heard the capital is especially beautiful in the summer. I open my eyes, and it's already summer. That's wonderful. Dean ignored her words and draped a blanket over Anika. Your Majesty, I'm not cold. You don't need to cover me with a blanket. I'm really not cold. But Dean pulled the blanket tighter. He still didn't speak, but stared intently at Anika with an unusually serious expression. Anika immediately caved, but still muttered, I'm not cold. Dean knelt down and gently held Anika's foot, slowly putting on her shoes. Your Majesty, that tickles. Ticklish. Just bear with it. You shouldn't have run out barefoot. Anika lightly touched Dean. As the Emperor, how can you just kneel down like that? Dean looked up at Anika. What do you mean just kneel? I don't just kneel down for anyone. Because of Anika's awakening, the garden was soon filled with people. Ugh, it's so awkward being stared at by everyone. But there's no helping it. Let them stare. Your Majesty, come closer. I want to see your face. Huh, your eyes are red. What's wrong? Did Larouse treat you badly? Dean hugged Anika again. He didn't want to say much, partly for fear of tiring Anika, and partly for fear of her having another episode. Anika thought, last time I was sick for 10 days, he was worried to death. It seems I can't get away with joking this time. Even if I say I'm fine, he won't believe me. How can I comfort him? What should I say first? Your Majesty, have I ever told you I love you? Dean trembled slightly. No. Anika took Dean's hand and looked at him affectionately. Your Majesty, I love you. Hey, normally when a woman says this, the man should respond. You're so slow today. Dean didn't speak, but slowly reached out to Anika's neck. Oh my gosh, you were checking my pulse. Dean softly called Anika's name. Your Majesty, I'm here. Anika, Your Majesty, I'm here. Dean gripped Anika's hand again, his other hand lightly resting on her pulse, wanting to confirm her condition once more. Anika sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, I'm not dead yet. Anika, what's wrong with you? Stop talking about death, not even as a joke. I love you. That's the third time. You're not pretending not to hear me, are you? You haven't answered me. How boring. Dean's mind was entirely focused on Anika's health. After a moment, he finally said those 3 words, Anika, I love you. Anika put on a haughty expression. You should have said that from the beginning. Dean took the opportunity to place his hand on Anika's other wrist, checking her pulse again. Anika said peevishly, Your Majesty, stop checking my pulse. I'm not. I'm perfectly fine. Dean finally nodded. All right, this really doesn't feel like a dream. No way, Your Majesty. Did you think this was a dream all along? Dean kissed Anika. No, this isn't a dream. Anika looked at Dean again. What's wrong? Anika, what did you say? Your Majesty, you seem a bit cold. Anika, I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you. Honestly, you don't even know what I'm talking about. Don't apologize right away. Anika suddenly noticed Dean's scarf. Your Majesty, you must feel suffocated. Is it because of this? How do I cut this? Like this? No. Anika, you should do it the other way. He finally undone. You're not stuffy anymore, right? You definitely look better like this. Dean leaned in and said, Anika, we're in the backyard. You're making this difficult for me. What? Your Majesty, what are you thinking? This isn't really the right place, is it? Then, in a low voice, let's finish the rest inside. Dean kissed Anika's forehead. Sigh, there's no helping it, but we do have some things to finish inside. Your Majesty, will you kiss me? Anika, will you hug me? She quickly kissed Dean. Anika, you can't keep provoking me like this. Why, Your Majesty? Dean picked her up. All right, Anika, let's go inside. But after entering the house, oh my gosh, why is the doctor waiting? He said he'd spend time with me after we went inside. Your Highness, seeing you awake, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This is wonderful. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Her Highness is in perfect health. Anika sat up excitedly. What? Completely cured. Wonderful. The doctor added, but you mustn't go outside for too long or do any strenuous activity like training or anything dangerous like jumping out a high window. Princess Anika, you also need to be careful about your diet. Even with divine power protecting you, you were bedridden and unconscious for a month. Your physiological rhythms have been disrupted, so you need absolute rest. After a month of unconsciousness, Anika had finally awakened. The doctor specifically instructed, even with divine power protecting you, you were bedridden and unconscious for a month. Your physiological rhythms have been disrupted, so you need absolute rest. Anika was still a little doubtful, but I really am fine. Manipulating divine power feels smooth, and I feel incredibly light. Even if I'm exposed to magic power, there shouldn't be a problem. Eric said, Princess Anika, we still need to observe you for a while. We need to make sure you've completely adapted to Larouse's divine power. Even newly appointed interim priests have difficulty adapting to this power, let alone with your health still recovering. Anika thought, Eric, please, I'm begging you, stop talking. The more you say, the more worried Dean will be. Judging by his expression, he'd like nothing more than to wrap me in a blanket and lock me in bed. Oh, this is frustrating. Why do you all insist on treating me like a child? The doctor added, divine power isn't medicine, Princess Anika. If divine power could cure everything, what need would there be for doctors? Your organs have already been damaged once. You must be careful not to let them deteriorate further. At that moment, Larouse arrived. Shorty, he's right. Organ damage is irreversible. Ugh, everyone's fussing over me. I didn't expect Larouse to be like this too. But she could only respond with a smile. So am I just supposed to eat and sleep for the rest of my life? Dean quickly covered Anika with a blanket. My only wish is for you to stay by my side, eating, drinking, and being merry for the rest of your life. Anika grumbled softly. That sounds nice, but I feel like Dean is even more overprotective than before. Am I just imagining things? No, it's exactly as I thought. Ever since then, whenever I leave my room, I'm followed by 2 lines of maids, 10 in total. My attending physician constantly observes and records my every move, from what I want for breakfast and lunch to what snacks I crave. And if they see a single flying insect, Marion and Lushana practically fumigate my entire room. Your Highness, are you all right? Oh my, such a filthy, unlucky creature. How could it fly into the bedroom? It's ridiculous. Hee, it's just a bug. Oh well, I guess I'll get used to it. I better get used to it quickly. At this rate, I'll turn into a lazy cockroach. No, child, you still need plenty of rest. Anika turned over. Is my condition really that bad? LaRouse said, the most evil magic once consumed your body. You went to a place where humans can barely survive. Once something shatters, it's easy for it to shatter again. Anika's expression darkened. It seems my condition really is terrible. After Hades was sealed, I lost consciousness completely. LaRouse, I know this is a bit late, but I still want to ask, is everything resolved? LaRouse moved closer. You've asked that at just the right time. Anika said yes. Dean won't tell me anything. He says I don't need to worry about those things anymore. Just tell me. It's been a month. Why are you still here? What did you mean when you said you granted me priestly authority? LaRouse looked up. I granted you priestly authority. That means I've given you a portion of my power. You can directly use my divine power. You can also bestow blessings upon the land in my stead. My thoughts will also be conveyed to you first. Anika finally understood. Oh, that's why. That's why I can still hear your voice. Anika sat up abruptly. What? Bestow blessings in your place. LaRouse nodded. Compared to other priests, you can do more, as long as you can control it. But you definitely can't do it now. It'll take months of practice. And you can't bestow blessings carelessly. Understand, bestowing blessings is more difficult than you think. Anika fiddled with the divine power in her hand. If becoming a priest means doing these things, then I definitely need this much divine power within me. LaRouse sighed. Although it's best to keep this quiet, word has already spread. That's why that Dean fellow wants to protect you. After all, there are many people who have their eyes on you. Anika pondered. LaRouse's blessing wasn't just symbolic. Priests and saintesses always sparked heated discussions. Shorty, so even if he's being a bit over the top right now, try to understand him. For him, this past month has been hell. In my opinion, you're not the only one who needs to recover. LaRouse suddenly looked up. Oh dear. Having said that, he was about to turn and leave. Anika was puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you leaving? Little one, I hear that boy coming. He doesn't like me in your bedroom. I'll be going now. At that moment, Dean opened the door and entered. Anika, was LaRouse here? Seeing Dean's nervous and flustered appearance, Anika recalled LaRouse's words. It's not just you who needs to recover mentally. Anika suddenly realized, oh, so that's what LaRouse meant. Hey, you're back early. Are you finished with work? Dean stepped forward and hugged Anika tightly. I pushed back my work. I was worried about you. Are you all right? Anika now deeply understood. LaRouse was right. They both needed a break. So she patted Dean gently. For the time being, I can only understand his overprotectiveness. Later that night, Anika drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, she startled awake, easily opening her eyes. Dean had returned. Anika asked, when did you get up? Dean sat down close to her. Why? Weren't you sleepy? Are you feeling unwell? Dean thought to himself, I just went to deal with the piled up work while Anika was sleeping. Anika leaned against Dean. I woke up and didn't see you. I don't like being alone. Dean thought, did Anika not like being alone before? But she doesn't seem to like large, noisy crowds either. Anika gently embraced Dean. She understood that her beloved was also fragile now. Your Majesty, you have to stay by my side every day from now on. Otherwise, I'll worry. Dean, overcome with emotion, hugged Anika tightly. Oh, really? Anika is sick right now, fragile as if she'll break with a touch. But I've been holding back so much. I've endured it for so long. Anika is sick, no, I can't do this. Dean slowly released his hold and gently placed Anika on the bed. I have to restrain myself. I've already endured for 2 years. The next morning, Eric remarked, the princess probably doesn't like crowded places. It will attract attention. Gree said, and overly extravagant things. She doesn't seem to like those either. After all, she's the princess of Lubny. The doctor seemed very agitated. Not a single step. She can't go outside right now. Not a single step. She absolutely cannot leave the palace. Meanwhile, Anika and Dean finally had some free time during the day to eat together. Your Majesty, why do you keep staring at me? Oh, nothing. Because you're so beautiful. Dean thought to himself. Surrounding her with luxurious things doesn't seem like a bad idea either. Seriously, Your Majesty, the way you're looking at me, you seem troubled. Anika chattered on and on, but Dean seemed deaf, completely ignoring her. Clang. Anika abruptly placed her teacup on the table. Are you even listening to me? Are you genuinely trying to have tea with me? Dean suddenly jolted back to attention and quickly stood up. Oh, Anika, be careful. Anika walked straight towards him, cupping his face in her hands, and said fiercely, I thought you wanted to seize the opportunity to chat with me more. You're right. I don't want to chat with you more. Then why were you so distracted? Well, I wasn't lying. It really is because you're so beautiful. Anika, now that you're back in Begot, how do you feel? How do I feel? I don't know. It feels like coming home. You mean coming home? Yeah, although Love Me was nice, I still prefer Begot. Why? Don't you always get sick here? Why? What other reason could there be? Because you're here. If it weren't for you, the one who knows my biggest secret, being by my side, I don't know where I'd be wandering right now. Isn't that right? Only you don't care who I am or what I become. Anika, no matter what you're like, you'll always be loved. I'm just lucky. Honestly, the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me is finding you and Love Me. Anika leaned against Dean. I sure have an eye for men. You're so cute. Want a kiss? With such an offer, how could Dean refuse? He naturally embraced Anika. Just as they were about to take the next step, Anika suddenly noticed something and gently pulled open Dean's collar. What's this? Dean's neck was covered in bruises from being choked. Anika's hand trembled as she raised it. I should just chop these hands off. Dean quickly grabbed Anika's hand. Chop off what? Don't say such strange things. That hateful Hades, he actually tried to strangle you with my hands. Anika, that was so long ago. Why are you bringing it up again? Oh my, there's still a scar on your neck. A very distinct crescent-shaped scar. Exactly the same shape as my nails. That Hades, I should have cursed him one more time. Or punched him again. Dean shrugged. But you beat him badly enough already. Anika still seemed agitated. It wasn't nearly enough. I'll see if he dares to come back again. I'll absolutely never let him go. Well, I can't say that. I absolutely can't let him escape again. Don't worry, he won't. As long as Larouse is still around. And as long as that woman honestly completes her task. Anika suddenly looked up. Oh right, how is Elred? Dean frowned. We sent him to the temple underground to guard the Lemuelty seal, reinforced by Larouse, beneath the altar. Anika nodded. He can use magic in the temple, and he can acutely sense Hades' presence. It's a bit cruel, but to protect the Lemuelty seal and watch Elred, there's no place more suitable than the temple underground. I didn't expect him to be so close. We'll always run into him coming and going. Anika, don't take it too hard. Do you prefer day or night? Or maybe afternoon is better? Anika abruptly looked up. Maybe I should just ask Elred to curse Hades for me whenever he has a moment. I will absolutely not forgive him. How dare he leave a wound on your neck? Anika, do you also like big, sparkly things? How big is good? Hey, Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Later, Dean asked some more strange questions. Like, do you like flowers? What do you think of the Rosea Palace in the north? What's your favorite color? Purple. The next day, Larouse, Eric, and Anika were still talking about it while taking a walk. Honestly, what is he trying to do? Squirt, what's wrong? Don't you like flowers? No, flowers are so beautiful. There's no reason for me not to like them. Then why did you say you didn't like them? No, it's, judging by His Majesty's look, if I said I liked them, he would pick all the flowers in the backyard and give them to me. Eric and Larouse didn't say anything more. They closed their eyes and, in perfect unison, coughed. This made Anika even more puzzled. Seriously, you guys are really suspicious. Squirt, what are you talking about? Lately, everyone around me has been acting strange. Is it my imagination? Hey, you're right, kid. Eric also said with a forced smile, Princess, it's your imagination. But you guys really are acting strange. Larouse coughed. Squirt, don't you have something to say? Seriously, Larouse, changing the subject like that is also suspicious. Anika, stop dwelling on it. Take a look at this first. She slowly opened her hands, a pure flame dancing gently in her palms. Eric looked shocked. Princess, you are amazing. This is the first time I've seen such pure evolutionary fire. Anika asked, really, Eric? Yes, the evolutionary fire summoned by Your Majesty is a bit like a raging inferno. Sometimes it gets a bit out of control. Eric, could I use fire like this? You're too modest. Even half of what you have now would be enough. Princess, you're already more powerful than the average high priest. Anika's eyes shone. Priests. I heard high priests go to disaster areas or slums to perform evolutions. They help the weak, right? Could I do that? Eric hesitated. Princess, didn't His Majesty tell you anything? Anika tilted her head. He's always worried about me. He seems to think I'm going to die tomorrow. Or faint in the street tomorrow. Princess, that's not what I meant. Did he say anything else? What? What else? Never mind. He'll probably tell you himself soon. Well, this is just great. Anika became even more suspicious. It seems they really are hiding something from me. But even if I ask, they probably won't tell me. Anika slowly extended her hand, gently urging her divine power. After a while, with a splash, a small, wolf-like animal form from divine power bounced around in the air. Anika stared, mesmerized. Wow, so cute. Squirt, you're acting like you want everyone to know who you are, picking such cute things to do. Suddenly, Larouse opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Anika looked shocked. Hey, why did you eat it? Larouse licked his lips. When you're more skilled, you'll be able to summon even more powerful evolutionary fire. Water, fire, wind, earth. You'll be able to control them all. Don't you know where your power comes from? Gods can overturn the earth and split the sea in two. Wow, is that true? Yes, Squirt. But if you want to use your power as freely as I do, you'll have to train for at least 100 years. What, 100 years? Are you kidding me? You big liar. Eric hurriedly intervened. Your Highness, how can you call Larouse a liar? A short while later, Anika arrived at an open space. Slowly extending her hand, she said, let me try. This time I'll control the earth. At that moment, Eric came over to stop her. Your Highness, you should go back before His Majesty notices. Anika inadvertently turned her head. Oh my, fiery red hair. It's Elred Celoria. Where is he going? Is he going out the south gate? I can't call out to him. I better go find him. Right? I can try the wind and earth elements. Larouse said divine power can overturn the earth. Anika placed her hand on the ground, divine power slowly flowing into the earth. Larouse was truly startled. Wait a minute, Squirt. Why are you still so reckless? Eric also rushed over to stop her. Your Highness, be careful. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Anika soared into the air, flying straight out. With a crashing sound, she landed on the top of a small hill in the distance. Both Larouse and Eric gaped in astonishment. Even more surprised was Anika herself. Oh my god, this was completely unexpected. What do I do? Making eye contact with Elred, Anika began to panic. Wait, I didn't mean to jump that far. Elred sighed. It seems you can't use your divine power casually. You can't control it yet. If you don't want to destroy the entire castle, you'd better be more careful. Anika lowered her head dejectedly. Okay, I understand. Inwardly, she grumbled. How did I end up standing here being lectured by Elred? But I didn't expect to suddenly jump here either. I don't know why. Every time I try to do something, I mess up. Elred didn't continue to tease her, instead asking with concern, how are you feeling? Are you alright? Bearing such immense power is a huge burden on the body. Anika was surprised that Elred had initiated conversation and inquired about her health. I'm fine, she replied. I'm doing pretty well at the moment. Elred frowned. How is that possible? You were unconscious for a whole month. Anika trembled slightly. The doctor said as long as I don't experience any more major shocks, I'll be fine. I don't think you should be wandering around right now. Do you have any idea how pale you look? Anika looked surprised. Are you worried about me? Elred was taken aback. What are you talking about? Anika laughed awkwardly. Yeah, as if that's possible. By the way, Elred, I heard you've been staying at the temple. That's right, I am. Anika glanced at him. So, are you doing okay? You don't have to worry about me. With this collar, even I can't move freely. Elred touched his neck, because if I have any rebellious thoughts, my head won't stay on my shoulders. Anika was surprised. Oh, well, you should hang in there. No, I didn't mean it like that. Elred smiled faintly. I'm happy to see you healthy and on your feet again. Let's meet more often. I'm required to enter the castle every year to give a report. It would be even better if you could persuade His Majesty to lift my confinement. Anika thought, honestly, with him, is it a hobby or an attack? Elred chuckled. Princess, is there anything else you want to say? Anika pondered. This woman tried to kill me several times. If I hadn't intervened, she would have killed Iridian. But in the end, he helped me, and he will become the guardian of Lemuelty. Anika said, it will be a lie to say I'm not grateful. Thank you for helping me in the end. Although your assistance came with conditions, thank you anyway. I hope we can get along peacefully in the future. We can meet normally in normal places. Don't fight with His Majesty, okay? Elred nodded slightly. Okay, but haven't you received the news? Anika looked puzzled. What news? It seems you don't know yet. Well, never mind. Goodbye, beautiful princess. As soon as Elred left, Dean came running. Anika, that woman didn't do anything to you, did she? No, Your Majesty. We just chatted for a bit. What did you talk about? Oh, nothing. Anika thought to herself. We agreed to meet again later. Your Majesty, I'll definitely be more careful from now on. But now that I have divine power, Larouse said, I could do so many things once I master it. I may not be as powerful as Larouse, but I should be stronger than the average priest. Hey, Your Majesty, are you listening? You are. I see. And what was I just saying? Dean's eyes darted around. You were saying that that woman didn't do anything to you. Anika scoffed. He wasn't listening at all. Your Majesty, just think, it would be such a waste not to use this divine power. Dean nodded. That's true. And also, Your Majesty, having talent and not using it is a waste from the country's perspective, too. That's right. Anika, Dean seemed to sense something. What did you just say? Anika shook Dean's arm playfully. I can purify the land. It's a little difficult now, but someday I can learn from Larouse and subdue. Anika, those things aren't for you to do. You need a rest for a few months, even a few years. Anika was speechless, thinking what? Who takes a few years to rest? Eric already told me there's a lot waiting for me to do, but she could only smile and agree. Haha, is that so, Your Majesty? That's right. You need to rest first. Having said that, Dean picked Anika up. Anika thought, if I keep pushing, this man might worry himself to death. It seems it's not the right time yet. Your Majesty, I want to go back now. Let's go have dinner. Okay, let me check you for injuries first. Anika pondered. I'd already decided to not focus on what I want to do for a little while. But this little while seems a bit too long. I'm not so weak that I can't even climb stairs. Anika patted Dean. Put me down. People will see. It doesn't matter, Anika. It's fine if they see. Still, put me down. People will say you're whipped. It won't look good. You're neglecting state affairs, constantly fussing over a woman. People will gossip. Don't you mind? Dean sighed. I'm not neglecting state affairs. Isn't this what you asked for? Well, isn't that how it should be? Dean gently placed Anika on the windowsill and closed the window. Your Majesty, I'm not going to jump out the window every chance I get. You're being overprotective. Dean kissed Anika softly. Even if it's just for a few days, please cooperate with me. Your Majesty, don't be like this. I just want to go to the backyard. I get bored being cooped up in this room all the time. Then you can come out with me. Your Majesty, Eric looks distressed because you haven't been attending to official matters. Anika, I'm still worried. Anything related to you makes me a coward. Anika, think about it the other way around. If it were me lying unconscious in bed for a whole month. Anika exclaimed, no way. I can't even bear to imagine it. Dean sighed. Now you understand how I feel. He then kissed Anika. Let me feel at ease first. If you knew how many times I worried about you every day, you'd definitely feel sorry for me. Anika looked at Dean tenderly. Your Majesty, I promise nothing like last time will ever happen again. Anika, I don't believe you. I can't believe you. You might not be able to do that for the rest of your life. If that's the case, it'll be difficult for me. After all, you're the one who made me this way. Anika, you're not pretending not to know, are you? Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Dean didn't answer. Instead, he very gently lifted Anika down from the windowsill and then gently took her hand. My dear, I said I would propose to you again when we returned. Anika, what kind of proposal do you want? I've been thinking about it for a long time. You definitely don't like having a lot of people watching. So a quiet, secluded place is better than somewhere boisterous. Anika's heart was already pounding. Dean continued, I hope I've guessed your thoughts correctly. Dean looked at Anika affectionately and slowly opened a jewelry box. A dazzling ring appeared before Anika's eyes. Dean knelt properly. My dear Anika, will you marry me? Anika's eyes were already filled with tears. Tears of excitement. Tears of happiness. Dean said earnestly, you can order me around however you like. Do whatever you want with me. My dear Anika, all the rest of my days belong to you. Anika was now sobbing. After so many twists and turns, so many hardships, Dean had finally proposed. She slowly accepted the ring. Then, she threw herself into Dean's arms. Your Majesty, why? Why so suddenly? Anika, why are you crying? Don't cry. Your Majesty, how? How could you propose to me so suddenly? Dean patted Anika gently. It's not sudden. So what's your answer? A moment later, Anika softly said, okay. Okay what? I can't hear you. Can you say that again? Anika thought, back in Lubny, I heard that phrase several times a day. Why am I suddenly crying? Dean kissed Anika. Darling, don't cry. Your Majesty, I do. The rest of my life belongs to you too. Dean was relieved. That's wonderful. I was worried just now. Worried? What was there to worry about? Dean looked at Anika with love in his eyes. Then he gently took her hand and placed the wedding ring on her ring finger. Your Majesty, this ring. When did you prepare this? I ordered this ring about 2 years ago, back when you returned to Lubny. Actually, I wanted to go to Lubny and bring you back, but the ring wasn't ready yet. I didn't want to rush things, but I didn't expect it to take so long in the end. Anika pondered, is this really happening? happening? Am I dreaming? Anika, are you listening? Stop crying. The crying wasn't part of my plan. Anika wiped her tears. Your Majesty, you said you loved me, right? She gently caressed Dean. Kiss me. Show me your love with your kiss. A ripple of emotion went through Dean. He held Anika tightly for a long, long time. Slowly, he couldn't help but kiss her from her head down to her neck. Anika's face flushed from the kisses. Hey, wait a minute. We can't get carried away. I have to maintain absolute reverence. That's what the doctor ordered. All right, I've already endured it for a month. A few more weeks won't hurt. Despite saying he'd hold back, his actions didn't stop. Dean went further, pressing Anika against the edge of the bed. Anika thought, this man really. She then started to pull at Dean's clothes. While he wasn't paying attention, she suddenly pushed him onto the bed with all her strength. Anika sat up forcefully, bracing herself with her hands, pinning Dean beneath her. Your Majesty, love me. Show me your love with your actions. Dean was startled. Didn't Anika say absolute reverence? Anika held up her finger, showing off her new wedding ring. Hee, or we'll cancel the wedding. Your Majesty, what's it going to be? Your choice. Are you going to choose to love me? Or, before she could finish, Dean had already pounced, kissing her forcefully. It's too late for you to back out now, he said. Your Majesty, you were planning on doing this all along, weren't you? Anika, provoking me isn't a good choice. You're always so disobedient. Your Majesty, I don't mind. You're all talk, but in the end, you'll be begging for mercy. Oh, stop teasing me. If you keep this up, I'll cry out in pain. What? Am I hurting you? Anika punched Dean twice. Don't give me that look. You need to understand my core message. Stop teasing me. Ow, that hurts. Anika lay down. I just realized something. No wonder everyone's been acting strange lately. The moment they see me, they ask, did you say anything to me? They always look so expectant. Really? They're so nosy. Yeah, so I was going to ask you if you had something to say to me. It's a good thing I didn't figure it out. Your Majesty, I used to think that I was the only one who could look down at you like this. That's right, Anika. You're the only one. Making the Emperor of Begot kneel. I'm the only one who can do that too, right? Of course. So, what about the person being proposed to by the Emperor of Begot? Dean smiled. You're still the only one, of course. Your Majesty, are you sure? Isn't it obvious? Why do you keep asking? I just want to be sure. My person, my man. You're mine. Anika, everything I have belongs to you. So I can order you around now. Anything at all. Anika smiled brightly. Well then, I want to try becoming a priestess. Dean's face fell. I told you no. That's too dangerous. It's not dangerous at all. This is my order. Didn't you just say I could order you around? Why the sudden change of heart? Anika, please. This is really dangerous. Don't do it, Your Majesty. This is my order. Do you hear me? Before Anika could finish, Dean kissed her again. After a moment, Dean said, all right, stop talking. I understand. I'll think about it. Wow, really, Your Majesty? I'll just think about it. Don't get too excited yet. Anika leaned gently against Dean. From today onwards, we'll spend the rest of our lives together. I really love you, you know. I believe you. I'll continue to be this happy. What follows is the epilogue of this book. The princess's worries. Anika asked her sister, Tivia, I have a worry. Tivia slowly put down her teacup. What is it, sister? What happened? Tell your sister. It's not a big deal, really. Actually, a few days ago. Anika recalled the night a few days ago, suddenly feeling a chill. She easily opened her eyes, but didn't see Dean. Anika softly called out, Iridian. Just then, Dean walked in. What's wrong, Anika? I'm here. Why are you up? What's wrong? Why are you awake so early? I'm a little cold. Dean glanced back. Oh, why is the window open? Anika, clearly still half asleep, mumbled to Dean, wow, you smell so good. Do I? I just took a bath. Did you bathe yourself? Don't be stingy. What's wrong, Anika? I remember I just bathed you in the early morning. Come on, go back to sleep. Didn't you just go to bed? Dean gently laid Anika down. Then he started kissing her, playfully nibbling her ear. Iridian, if you do this, how am I supposed to sleep? Anika, don't mind me. How can I not mind you? Oh, stop it. You're making me itch. Anika, you smell so good. I feel like I'm melting. Anika pondered. The same bedroom, the same bathroom, the same scent. Their sweet newlywed life had already lasted 2 years. Suddenly, Dean abruptly sat up. Anika, let's take another bath. I won't let you get too tired. Anika blushed, but then you'll have bathed 3 times. I don't mind. Anika wrapped her arms around Dean's neck. All right, as long as you don't wear me out too much. A moment later, the two entered the bathroom together. You just bathed, Your Majesty. Don't you need to check on the office? Anika thought. If it were any other day, I would have pushed him to go to the office. But I was inspecting the eastern region for half a month. We finally have some time to be together. Your Majesty, then let's not be apart today. All right, Anika, how is the eastern region? Anika sat up straight. Oh, I feel a little heartbroken. What? Was the situation more serious than you imagined? The situation on the ground wasn't much different from the report. It's just that reading about it and seeing it with my own eyes felt different. I understand. Anika, get some good rest these next few days. Anika blinked. He seemed to have something he wanted to say. Why won't he come out and say it? While in the eastern region, Anika had been asked by the queen about the heir. When will there be news? For Bigat's stability, we need a healthy heir, right? This old lady is really looking forward to it. Anika pondered. Since returning from Bigat's eastern region, a thought had been lingering in her mind. Every season, natural disasters of unknown origin plagued the empire. All the people of Bigat were eagerly waiting. Although an heir was necessary for the stability of the empire and the royal family, no one in the palace had mentioned it yet. It's probably because Iridian scolded the staff. Sigh, he must be so worried about my health that he doesn't even want to think about having children. Tivia asked, Anika, what do you think? Anika sighed softly. Actually, I don't know. I think having children is a good thing. Our children would definitely be adorable. We will be very happy. Tivia saw through Anika's thoughts. Is there something you're worried about? Tell me. Anika nodded. But sister, we can't just have a child because we think it would be nice. That would be too irresponsible, wouldn't it? Although mothers love me now, I don't really understand maternal love. Because I've never received true maternal love. So I'm content now. Having children would be nice, but it's okay if we don't. Is it really okay to have a child with that kind of mindset? Anika sighed. Honestly, I'm not ready at all. Tivia comforted her. That's understandable. It's not your fault you're not ready. Besides, your husband doesn't seem like the type to give you a hard time about something like this. Yes, sister, he wouldn't. Although she said that, Anika glanced out the window. Dean was taking Blitz for a walk. Anika said, anyone can see that he really wants a child.